read Manhwa. Today I'm bringing you a new series, Miss My Mayhem. If you enjoy it, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to support the channel. Thank you.
Underground, an old man lay motionless, his face bloodied, his eyes still wide open and not closing at all. The young man froze, his whole body stiff with horror. He stood there in silence, staring blankly at the scene before him. Grandfather's corpse lay in a pool of blood, his body split in two, his eyes still unclosed. My grandfather is dead already. He fixed his gaze on his grandfather's body, where life had been extinguished in such a brutal way. His eyes were utterly empty now, not reflecting even a hint of pain. Can I cry? He looked up at the house engulfed in flames, his gaze grew even more hollow. He was my only family, why has everything gone so horribly wrong? In that moment memories surged back, he brightened with excitement, smiling broadly as he held the herb up to show his grandfather. Grandpa, look, the spirit-binding herb. Grandfather was drying herbs. Hearing his call, he looked up and seeing him swinging the herb in his hand, smiled and asked, "You're back." He examined the tray of herbs and said, "Oh, this plant is big. This batch could sell for at least 5 nyang." He set the herb basket down and replied, "Near where I found the herbs there was a tall den, but the mother fox wasn't there, only her kits." Grandfather looked at him and asked, "So did you kill those little foxes?" He glanced at his grandfather in confusion. Why would I do that? If their mother came back and found all her kits killed, she'd be heartbroken. He carried the herb basket inside. Grandfather praised him. "That's right, well done, put your things away and then we'll eat." "Yes, sir." Grandfather's face suddenly turned serious. He looked at him and said, "Can you promise me one thing?" Hearing that, he turned to face his grandfather. Grandfather looked him straight in the eye, his voice lowering. "Son, the true nature inside you, never let anyone else see it." Back in the present, his expression changed completely. His eyes were bloodshot and a terrifying smile spread across his face. "I'm sorry, Grandpa." He flashed like lightning to grab the sickle from the ground, wielded the sickle and lunged forward. "I couldn't keep my promise after all." A bustling county town with rows of houses stretching along the streets. Jingyang County, the clatter of wagon wheels rolled evenly along the dirt road. On the carriage were a few criminals being escorted, their faces sullen and wide-eyed. The crowd around them grew thicker by the moment. The soldiers escorting the mountain bandits stirred up the whole street. "Hey, look at them, petty thieves and mountain brigands. Worthless scum," the townsfolk chanted in unison, heckling them. "You bunch of dogs." A mysterious figure looked down at the crowd below, wondering, who is that person to get the privilege of a whole private carriage? He was handcuffed and sitting alone in a separate compartment. Nearby, someone sipped tea and muttered, "That brat's still too young, must be a nobleman's kid." One man beside him replied, "Don't underestimate him just because he's young. He's the worst of the lot, probably why he gets special treatment with his own carriage." The man sat down, called for a drink, and said, "You're from the martial world, no wonder you show no fear." On the street, soldiers continued to escort him and the others. "You'd be surprised how many people he's killed with a sickle. They call him the sickle demon, just murder after murder." "Hey, enough already." The other man smiled and asked, "So what do you want this time?" He replied, "I need to hire someone. A nobody whom no one would care about even if he were dead." As he spoke, his gaze stopped down the street. Amid the crowd, someone hurled a stone straight at his head. After throwing it, the man shouted, "You're getting off easy with a punishment like this." Two people on the upper floor looked down at the one cursing him in astonishment. A parasite. "Oh my God!" He bowed his head slightly, blood streaming from his head. The man froze, stunned beyond belief when he saw his face. He swept his hair to one side, revealing his bloodied face. The other man eyed him wide-eyed. He was so handsome he could be mistaken for a woman, and yet he killed people with such a pretty face. Before he finished speaking, he was cut off. "I have no further demands of you." The man jumped up in surprise, watching him hurry down the stairs. "What, you called me here for this?" He stepped out of the tea house. He swept past the soldiers escorting him, determined to find his target. Locked in a cell with an impassive face, he was the perfect choice. Night fell over Xinjiang's inner city, at the Golden Jade Hall. A few soldiers were patrolling along the prison corridor. He sat in the cell. Outside the door, 2 guards stood watch. His hands tightly bound, his body covered in wounds and caked with blood. "I was far too hasty." He stared into the distance, recalling that bastard. The man looked at him with a mocking smile. "Impressive." He took a fighting stance and glared at him. "I even wondered who had been tailing me. Turns out it was just an anonymous brat." His eyes were bloodshot and terrifying like a monster's, a real monster. One hand held a sword while the other clamped his throat, lifting him off the ground until he struggled for air, teeth clenched. Finally, he discovered who killed his grandfather. But this man wasn't like the others. He felled him before he could move, and even if they met again, he couldn't beat him. He gasped, clutching the man's hand, his face flushed from lack of air. I couldn't find a way to kill him. I recalled his words. Turns out he was just an anonymous brat. He uttered the two words, martial arts. If I learned martial arts, could I defeat him? I will never have a second chance. Suddenly a smoke wafted in. He watched in surprise as the smoke spread. He looked toward the door where the two guards stood. Is the smoke from a fire? No, this smell is strange. I've sampled enough herbs while living with Grandpa. This is. He frowned, guessing. 300 herb Angelica valerian root. The guard inhaled the smoke and nodded off. The guard collapsed to the floor. The loveliness herb. At this point, the entire prison fell into unconsciousness. He deduced that the smell was from an anesthetic smoke. His mind grew hazy. And then he lost consciousness as well. The cell door slowly opened. A figure stepped in. He strode straight up to him. He reached out toward him, but at that moment he stirred slightly. He cast a sideways glance at him. Jiang stared wide-eyed, leaving him stunned. You're still awake. He sprang up, driving his knee hard into the man's chest. Caught off guard, the man clutched his chest and staggered. He seized the opportunity and bolted out of the cell. As he ran, his head spun, still unclear about what was happening, but this was his chance to escape. Luckily, because he'd earlier mixed the incense clumsily, he had just managed to avoid the deep sleep. He suddenly froze, eyes wide, his body unable to move. Pinned by pressure point strikes, his whole body went rigid. The man stood behind him and with just 2 fingers had sealed off his pressure points. He glanced back in horror, unable to believe it. I locked your points, you can't move. When did he catch up? Is this martial arts? He swung at him, sending him crashing hard into the wall. He gritted his teeth and endured the bone-deep pain. He thought to himself, could a martial artist like this be the one who murdered my grandfather? The man stood there imposing, looking down at him as he crumpled to the ground. No, not him. Though they look identical, that other man has a long scar on his left cheek. At that moment another man entered. It was Guard Cam. Could he be the one? Guard Cam spoke respectfully. Young master, my men told me to stay outside. I've never set foot in this stinking prison. I just wanted to take a look, but it's not as interesting as I thought, he replied. He lay sprawled on the ground, watching the two conversing. It's him, right? Help him up so I can see his face and bring a chair here. Yes, sir. He grabbed his hair and slammed him against the wall. He pulled off the face veil and said, you're right, he looks exactly like me. He was so shocked he could hardly believe his eyes. Mok Jong-woon curled a lip and smiled. Suddenly someone who looks just like me appears in such a ridiculous situation. Truly fate. He stared at him in horror. He continued, seems you're just as surprised, aren't you? He casually crossed his legs and sat. I heard you died in prison 2 days and the 4-horse carriage would have had you pulled apart. He looked him straight in the eye and replied, that's right. Mok Jong-woon leaned back in his chair and looked down at him with contempt. Life is so unfair, born with the same face, yet I'm the noble and you're the nobody. He listened in stunned silence. He looked at him and smiled faintly. An opportunity to become the 3rd young master of Mok Sword Manor. An opportunity to replace me, Mok Jong-woon. He gasped in shock, an opportunity. Mok Jong-woon smirked and continued. It's simple. You'll live in the manor, eat well, wear fine clothes, have servants, enjoy everything you've never even dreamed of. After a pause, he added, and when it's over, you'll receive a large sum of money, then be free to go wherever you want. Guard Cam spread his hand, revealing a small red pill. If you agree, take this. He eyed the pills skeptically. Poison, do you expect us to trust a condemned man like you? Guard Cam replied. He looked at him with a cruel face. If you complete the task I give you, how else would I provide the antidote? Your choice. He looked at the pill, and a vision of his grandfather flashed through his mind. The man offered the pill. He thought to himself that he'd been given a second chance. He opened his mouth to receive it. He swallowed the pill. Seeing that, Mok Jong-woon curled his lip in satisfied amusement. An opportunity for revenge. He looked at him, probing, so now the young master is really giving me that chance. He smiled, quite a wise decision. Mok Jong-woon ordered, and Guard Cam released his pressure points and removed his shackles. Yes, young master. Guard Cam immediately performed the technique to undo his sealed points. The shackles were taken off. He stood up and took a deep breath. Guard Cam said, I'll lead, please follow behind. Mok Jong-woon replied, fine. Then he called to him, go ahead. Guard Cam stepped forward to scout the area. Guard Cam turned back and announced, it's clear, please be careful. As he turned, Guard Cam saw Mok Jong-woon's neck being snapped by him. Mok Jong-woon's neck was twisted backward by his hand. He stared at the scene in shock. What the? Mok Jong-woon's body collapsed to the floor. He looked at Guard Cam, who was panicking, and sneered. Oh hello, what now, guard cam? He widened his eyes and smirked. The impostor is dead. Before the sickle demon was caught, it was a full moon night. Screams tore the darkness. A house in the city erupted in flames, followed by cries of despair. Someone ran, holding the skull of the unfortunate victim, stepping through the blaze. He found it thrilling. Among the crowd, a youth with a skull in his left hand and a sickle wildly swinging in his right, forcing the survivors to scream and flee. Help. He thought to himself that it was entertaining. Wherever the sickle swung, blood spurted. His face showed a crazed excitement. I killed everyone connected to my grandfather's disgrace. No one in the manor escaped, bodies everywhere, blood flowing like rivers. He stood and surveyed his work, pondering, the intense feeling I get from slaughtering all these people is pleasure. He recalled his grandfather's warning, never reveal to anyone the true nature hidden within you. He pondered his true nature as he looked at the sickle smeared with fresh blood. He tossed the head aside and wondered, in this situation with people gasping for life, what expression should I show? Am I supposed to be smiling? He raised his hand to smell the metallic tang of blood, grinning with excitement, his body trembling with exhilaration. Is this the true nature Grandpa warned me about? He remembered his grandfather's words, absolutely never reveal your true nature to anyone. A servant in the manor fell, screaming in terror, the sickle demon. He hesitated as he approached with the sickle. Is my true nature really this wicked? He swung the sickle with a grin like a demon from hell, thoughts racing. I don't know, but now I'll cut and kill to my heart's content. Before the sickle could come down, a foot crashed hard into his hip. The kick was so powerful he was flung and slammed into the wooden door. The back wooden door couldn't withstand the impact and collapsed. He fell forward from the momentum. He scrambled to his feet, coughing up blood. The rescued servant immediately got up and left. Meanwhile, the straw-hatted man couldn't help but be surprised that the one who had been kicked was still managing to get up. He smiled with keen interest, drew his sword, and said, "You're still alive, impressive." He clutched the side that had been kicked, gritted his teeth, and rose to watch him. Then he silently assessed him. This one looks dangerous. The opponent closed in. He wore a triumphant smile, appraising him. You look like you haven't even learned martial arts, huh? In the blink of an eye, the man was on him. How did you survive my ultimate strike? He started, taken aback by the man's speed. He squeezed his neck so fast that he couldn't resist at all. He was lifted off the ground. The man was so fast, closing that distance in a second. Was he even human? The fellow looked delighted. All right then. He squeezed his hand tighter, voice hardening. Turns out you're just a nameless brat, tailing me without even knowing martial arts. The opponent thrust the sword straight into Jiang's stomach. His breath hitched into weak, rasping sounds. A searing pain tore through him. He spat up blood. The man withdrew the sword, making the wound burn more, then sneered. A kid with no training surviving my attack, rare indeed. With that, he drove another blade into Jiang's chest, grinning wickedly. Better to finish you now. He deliberately loosened his grip and hugged him so the sword would go in deeper. Blood in Jiang's mouth spurted and stained the man's cloak. He said, "You shouldn't go killing people. You'll shorten your own life. You should have lived quietly." Pain and blood loss dulled his senses. He frowned, full of regret. Damn, was I defeated so easily? I finally found my grandfather's killer. Weariness and dizziness swept over him. His vision dimmed and his last thought flickered. Am I going to die like this? End of the flashback. In the prison, he snapped Mok Jeong-woon's neck. The last expression on the man's face was utter shock, just as guard Cam turned to look. He let go, and Mok Jeong-woon's body fell to the ground like a kite with its string cut. He smiled fiercely and asked, "Now what?" "The impostor is dead." Guard Cam rushed over, grabbed his throat, pressed him against the prison wall, and yelled. "You bastard!" He ground his teeth and demanded. "You madman, how dare you kill the young master? Do you want to die?" Grasping the hands choking him, he smiled and replied, "On the contrary. The substitute was meant to take the real man's place and walk into danger." While trying to pry the man's hands off, he spoke to distract. "I'm so excited, I just want to obediently follow you right now." Seeing guard Cam's grip didn't loosen, he thought, how is he so strong? The man noticed his move and clamped down on his hand. "You didn't consider I might kill you?" He shrugged with a dry smile and replied, "If you meant to kill me, you would have done it long ago. I assume you have no real loyalty to that young master anyway." Struck to the core, guard Cam glared. He shouted something, then slammed him hard to the ground. From being pinned to the wall to being thrown down, the sudden change left him only able to accept passively. Guard Cam drew the hidden dagger from behind his back. He pressed down on him and threatened, "I'll kill you dead." He let out a slight laugh and asked, "Is that really necessary?" He frowned and replied, "Why not?" He calmly analyzed, "I drank the poison you gave me. I can't live without the antidote. that means I have no choice but to obey you. Isn't this a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? From now on, the third young master of Mock Sword Manor will become your loyal dog. The cold dagger in his hand hovered, ready to strike. He asked, so you mean I should betray the young master and use you like a puppet? He smiled and stayed silent. He studied him for a long while, as if weighing pros and cons. Finally, he snorted in derision. He swung the knife up and drove it in. Night had grown late. In the cell, the dagger remained embedded deep in the ground. Its tip was only a hand's breadth, enough to cut off a lock of Jiang's hair away from his face. Guard Cam sheathed his spear and declared, from now on your Mok Jeong-woon, I'll call our protagonist Mok Jeong-woon, since Jiang will live under that identity. He stood up, no longer restraining Mok Jeong-woon. Jiang lay sprawled on the floor. He looked at the cut-off lock of hair and slightly curled his lips in a smile. The smile slowly warped into something crooked and wicked. At Mock Sword Manor, Guard Cam changed clothes and arranged lodging for Mok Jeong-woon. He warned, but you won't be allowed to meet anyone at the Mock Sword residence. He put on the clothes and asked, so it's no different from being a substitute. He tied his hair back and coldly replied, since you chose to be a puppet instead of the genuine article, you have no right to ask questions. If you're caught, I won't give the antidote. Mok Jeong-woon smiled in response. All right, he added, and Jiang turned his head in puzzlement. He pointed at his face and threatened, if you betray me or sneak around doing anything, I'll kill you immediately. He obediently smiled and replied, I know. He tossed him a pill. Listen up, the freaky thing is the antidote. If you don't take it within 24 hours, the poison will spread through your body. Remember that. At that moment, the first light of dawn glimmered on the horizon. Mok Jeong-woon held the pill and chewed it like candy. He thought to himself, how lucky I am. Sitting by the window ledge, feeling the wound on his belly, he quietly marveled that he not only survived those stabs but was granted a new life. While chewing the pill and watching the view outside the window, Mok Jeong-woon thought this must be everything grandfather did to keep him from dying young. I won't die until I avenge you, so don't worry, he told himself. His goal now was revenge. Remembering the killer's face, he figured that man must be convinced he's dead. The third young master's body has probably been found. Alongside that was a burning desire to learn martial arts. Watching the sun rise in the training ground of Mock Sword Manor, he mused, they say this is a martial family. I'll impersonate the third young master to learn martial arts, then find the one who killed my grandfather. He recalled his grandfather's tragic state when that man sliced him in two. Greeting the dawn's rays, he resolved to kill him the same way he killed grandfather. At Mock Sword Manor, he sat and reflected on how miraculously he had escaped death, eating and pondering the wide-open opportunity to learn martial arts ahead of him. He glanced around. Sipping a cup of wine in deep thought, he considered the soldier guard Cam had left to watch over him. Mok Jeong-woon felt uneasy. He was really annoying. Go-chan stood guard, tapping his foot, restraining the anger that threatened to burst out. While tapping his foot, he wondered, has guard Cam softened? What's so special about this brat when he doesn't even know martial arts? Recalling the events, Go-chan exclaimed in shock, wait, he killed the third young master. Then what about the plan? Guard Cam replied, you're too loud. He quickly covered his mouth and continued, it doesn't matter, your role hasn't changed. Carry out the plan, watch him, and make sure he doesn't leave. Meanwhile, I'll find another way. Then he said casually, we'll drive him away, and we'll side with someone else. Go-chan tried to keep calm. Cam, didn't you say you poisoned him? He hurriedly chased after him. He can't resist us. The reason we chose the third young master in the first place is because Cam cut him off. He's not that kind of person. He wondered what he's not the obedient type. He's a condemned man who killed the third young master to take his place. Facing imminent death, he's razor sharp. He walked slowly. This one is dangerous. Being involved with him brings us no benefit. Go-chan fell silent and said no more. Standing outside now, he felt irritated. What is special about this brat after all? No martial skill, poison already in him, damn it, I can't disobey orders. A noise outside caught his attention. Mok Jeong-woon calmly continued his meal. Guard Cam didn't mention why a stand-in was needed. He left one soldier and departed. Only here a short while, Mok Jeong-woon already began to grasp the local atmosphere. What he sensed immediately was that this place wasn't dangerous enough to need a double. On the contrary, it was quite safe. Which meant there was another reason. He tapped the table lightly. Could they need a double without telling anyone? Mok Jeong-woon smiled. He broke a chopstick and told himself he's not planning to switch sides. Outside, Go-chan was still diligently on guard. He nodded off from sleepiness. The door opening made him jolt. Go-chan snapped, what, you need to relieve yourself, Mok Jeong-woon answered. No, I just want some fresh air. Also wanted to ask if you want to come along. Go-chan angrily pointed to the room and hissed, if you don't want to smell blood then get back inside now. Mok Jong-woon replied calmly, you're Go-chan right, just keep this secret and that's enough. Go-chan angrily grabbed Mok Jong-woon's collar and shoved him against the wall. Seems you've forgotten your place. Annoy me and you won't end well. Get back inside now. Mok Jong-woon judged this one seemed much weaker than guard Cam. Mok Jong-woon seized Go-chan's right arm. What? No sooner had he spoken. Mok Jong-woon threw him to the ground. He locked the opponent's right arm behind his back, pinning him to the floor. Mok Jong-woon struck the pressure points on Go-chan's back. The man was terrified, his body couldn't move. Could it be that he knew pressure points? Go-chan thrashed, trying to stand this bastard. He hid the fact he knew martial arts. Mok Jong-woon, surprised, continued striking pressure points. You can still move. Where did I go wrong? I'm just copying what guard Cam did last time, but it's indeed harder than I thought. Go-chan turned his head in pain, secretly horrified. What the hell did he say? Does that mean he learned it from only one look? Cam was right, this one is too dangerous. He forced himself up. You forgot about the poison. You should remember, if you don't regularly neutralize the toxin, blood will seep from every pore and you'll die in agony. Go-chan growled, aren't you going to release me? Mok Jong-woon covered his mouth. Go-chan shouted, you bastard, what are you doing? Mok Jong-woon hurriedly cut him off. Right, the poison, I almost forgot. He bit his own hand, letting drops of blood fall into Go-chan's mouth. The man clutched his throat. Poison. You must circulate your internal energy to push the toxin back, Mok Jong-woon said. Since I was a child gathering herbs with my grandfather, I've tried so many poisons that my blood has grown accustomed to them. He kicked Go-chan hard in the shoulder. Mok Jong-woon licked the wound on his hand as he spoke. Just by smelling or tasting, I can tell which herbs are mixed in. Most poisons are useless against me. He looked at the man with cold eyes. So I don't need something called a toxin neutralizer. Oh, by the way, one question. Can you tell me about Mok Sword Manor? Since I'm the only one who can neutralize the toxin in blood, I think you'll be very useful to me. Go-chan looked at him in terror. He really was a monster. At Mok Sword Manor, in the Manor Master's chamber, Mok and Dan lay unconscious on the bed. The elderly court physician sighed. Are there truly no options left? I've exhausted all my knowledge and experience, tried every herb, but I can't even determine the cause of the illness. Manor Master, you should choose your successor soon. Mok Sword Manor has 4 sons, but the Manor Master had not named an heir before falling ill. Because of that, the state of Mok Sword Manor is like the calm before a great storm. If the Manor Master dies, the young masters will surely slaughter each other to seize the title. The matriarch is especially determined to secure the eldest son, who knows what schemes she'll use to put her son in power. Lady Seok, the Manor Master's first wife, entered and asked, "How is he?" The old man replied. "Madam," Lady Seok cut in, "I'm asking about his condition." He answered sadly, "I am at fault. My knowledge is limited. I cannot cure him. This must be a strange illness." Lady Seok folded her arms, just as I predicted. "Everyone says it's an inexplicable strange disease. It seems there's no choice but to use arcane arts," he added, astonished. "Madam, arcane arts are mere superstition. How can we resort to that?" She glanced coldly. "So you expect me to sit and wait for my husband to croak?" He stammered. "No, that's not what I mean." Lady Seok stepped closer to the Manor Master. "I won't hear any more. I've invited a sorcerer who specializes in strange illnesses. Step aside," he pleaded. "But madam," she said coldly, "I'll have the sorcerer treat the Manor Master, and absolutely no one is to enter the main chamber. No one is allowed in." Go-chan relayed this. That was the current situation at Mok Sword Manor. He pondered quietly. "I understand." Mok Jong-woon pushed himself up with his hands. "All right, let's get out of here." Go-chan hurried along. "Where to, sir?" Mok Jong-woon's gaze went to the window as he mused. "Where do you think I can go?" Then, hands on his hips and full of confident swagger, he declared dryly, "I'm going to see the Manor Master." Mok Jong-woon strode out and spoke. "So you mean the third young master and guard Cam really planned to set a trap, make me the stand-in, and pull the strings so I'd slaughter each other with eldest son Mok Yong-ho?" Go-chan gasped. "Exactly so. This was the most feasible plan they had devised. Eldest son Mok Yong-ho, 20 years old with a distinctive mole on his left cheek. A drunk and womanizer who practically lives at taverns, he's the weakest of the 4 greedy, vicious brothers. Second son Mok Yoon-pyong, 18, inherited his looks from his mother. His eyes are sharp as knives, cunning and sly. No one can predict what tricks he'll use to seize the headship. The plan was to lure both to the same place me there as the double, provoke Mok Yoon-pyong into killing me, and when he let his guard down, the eldest would stab him in the back. then they'd slaughter each other. Truly a mantis trying to catch a cicada, with a sparrow lying in wait, devious and vicious. With this scheme, even if one survived, both brothers would be struck from the line of succession for killing family. Then Mok Jeong-woon could calmly appear and seize the advantage. He had calculated everything carefully, only to have one variable appear. I sent him to his death. Go Chan followed closely and asked, "But young master, why are you so determined to meet the manor master?" Mok Jeong-woon tore the paper in his hand and answered calmly, "From what I've learned, the manor master's life and death are closely tied to my own fate. That's why I must see him." He hurriedly replied, "But what if guard Cam notices you leaving?" As he spoke, he tossed the paper aside. You'll keep this secret for me, right? Thanks. Guard Go-chan, you're full of surprises, damn. Lady Siak was already waiting. An old man was striding up toward her. He spoke up, "May I see the manor master now?" That old man was the sorcerer Myo Shin. She glanced over him. "I've heard of sorcerer Myo Shin's great powers, so I'll trust you this once." Myo Shin bowed quickly. "Thank you, madam. The longer this mysterious illness persists, the weaker he becomes. Order everyone within 30 paces of the main hall to leave now, lest misfortune strike." Lady Siak said calmly, "I've already arranged it. All guards at the entrance have been withdrawn." He looked at her and reminded, "Madam, you should withdraw as well." She swept past him. "Do you still remember what I instructed?" Myo Shin affirmed, "Yes, of course I remember. Those are the manor master's seal and a secret letter." She smiled, "If you find them, I'll reward you 300 silver coins immediately." He cast a quick glance at Lady Siak. "Thank you, madam," and she promptly gave the order. Everyone stepped back now. The household staff hurriedly obeyed. "Yes." Lady Siak snorted coldly. "I never wanted to place my trust in such unreliable sorcery." Lady Siak showed a flicker of surprise when she saw someone looking openly displeased. It was Mok Yu-chun, a son born of a lowly courtesan. She left full of hate. "Though I understand the manor master's affairs with a courtesan, handing the family succession to such a low-born person is unforgivable." The madam slid away gradually. Mok Jeong-woon looked across from the opposite side. He asked curiously, "Who is over there?" Go-chan hurriedly replied, "That's the fourth young master. He seems to be practicing martial arts." Mok Jeong-woon suddenly remembered. "Ah, it's Mok Yu-chun." Mok Yu-chun, he's exceptional in martial arts, not lazy at all, and resembles the manor master in temperament, so he's the favorite. He asked, "Is that how one trains?" Go-chan explained, "He's doing stances to strengthen the lower body, since martial talent stems from there." Mok Jeong-woon said, "I see guard Go-chan." He continued nonchalantly, "If I learn martial arts, could I kill guard Cam?" He was stunned. Mok Jeong-woon glanced, "Didn't you hear me? I asked if, by learning martial arts, I could finish off guard Cam." Guard Go-chan looked at him, speechless. Why so sudden? Has he realized we're planning to discard him? He's clever, but this is beyond imagination. He swallowed, trying to stay calm. Go-chan hurriedly answered, "Young master, basic martial training is primarily internal cultivation." He interjected, "Internal cultivation." Exactly, internal cultivation regulates the breath, uses earth techniques to cleanse and replenish energy, building internal chi. Once enough chi is accumulated, the body becomes strong. However, internal chi isn't harvested in a day. Even if you start now, it's unlikely you'll beat a top master like Guard Cam. He has over 30 years of accumulation and his techniques are extremely refined. He quickly understood, so it's hard to achieve in the short term. He replied, "Yes." Go-chan sneered inwardly, "Oh, you probably won't manage it in your whole life." Internal cultivation requires a standard timeline, starting between 5 and 9 years old. Otherwise, impure energy accumulates and success becomes very difficult. Meaning you'll never be able to accumulate internal chi from now on. He thought and stifled a laugh. Understood, go ahead and train. If you succeed, it'll still be like a frog at the bottom of a well. Suddenly, Mok Jeong-woon stared intently at Go-chan. He reached out and touched his eye. "Your gaze is too greedy, makes me want to gouge them out." "Guard Go-chan, from now on be my man." Go-chan felt a little relieved. Yes, he told himself, so killing Guard Cam is impossible. He doesn't trust me, so it's hard to recruit him. He nodded in agreement. He lowered his voice, "Anyway, we should leave quickly." Mok Jeong-woon asked why. "Does the fourth young master really hate the third young master that much? Is there something going on?" Go-chan recounted. 2 years ago, the third young master called the fourth young master's mother a cheap woman, and he was beaten senseless for it. Mok Jeong-woon replied calmly. He burst into loud laughter. "The fourth young master is quite gentle, isn't he?" He was surprised. "Why say that?" He explained. "He left the third young master with all his limbs intact. Doesn't that make him too kind?" Go-chan urged, "Come on, let's get out of here before we run into trouble." Mok Jeong-woon complied. All right, all right. The fourth young master continued practicing diligently. At the same time, in another building, in the manor master's room, coins were strung together on a cord. He was setting up formations around the manor master. Strange black-purple veins appeared across the manor master's body. He observed and thought to himself, I assumed this was a sign of opiate addiction, but clearly a murderous chi envelops him. An ordinary person would have been consumed long ago. To withstand this much, he truly must be a profound martial master. But it's been too long, his chance of survival is only about 50%. As he arranged the formation, he calculated, well, just finish my job, whether he lives or dies is none of my business. The sorcerer Myo Shin lifted the red brush in his hand and began drawing talismans. He mumbled as he drew, by the imperial staff's favor, summon the 8 heavenly kings to transform and dispel demons, with hearts turned to Buddha. On this unpredictable day, do not let the forms of all restless spirits coalesce. I vow to preach the Dharma to relieve them of suffering. Myo Shin sealed the talisman. The talisman flew straight to the manor master's left chest. A brilliant beam of light shot forth from the talisman. He unleashed his spell, driving away the demonic illness. The manor master groaned softly while the sorcerer continued, assuming the majestic guise of the Bodhi, manifesting awe-inspiring power. The bodhisattva radiated golden light, water magic sparkled, and the clang of iron chains rang out. The 4 great kings and aquatic guardians rose like ramparts by the bodhisattva's heavenly throne. Poison seeped from the talisman. The manor master screamed in pain. He thought, damn, his murderous chi is too strong. He continued to seek enlightenment, invoking the manifested ancestors, and the Dharma protected the true Buddhist rites. At this moment, the manor master writhed in agony, his eyes bloodshot as he shouted, the guardian spirits haste. Suddenly, one of the cords he had arranged around the room snapped. Myo Shin was terrified. Someone is sneaking in. Is it the madam? No, if interrupted mid-ritual, everything will go to ruin. The manor master's body emitted purple rays that hurled him backward. He tumbled to the ground. Mok Jeong-woon and Go Chan entered. What's going on? Someone yelled, how is the manor master? He groaned in pain. Who's there? He called. Is that the manor master? Mok Jeong-woon clasped his hands. Greetings, father. The sorcerer and the other man stood there dumbstruck, surprised. He smiled, looked straight at the manor master. There went my little greeting display to him. An extremely angry voice shouted, get out at once. An elder in archaic ritual robes barked, even if you are a young master, get out of here immediately. Has Lady Seok not told you? The man in blue snapped angrily, who are you to chase us away? A young man raised a hand to his chin, eyes sharp and thoughtful. The man on the bed groaned in pain. He snapped in anger, the murderous chi has ruined my work so far. The murderous chi will only worsen his condition. Go Chan was surprised. Murderous chi, are you a charlatan? The sorcerer suddenly shouted, get out. He feared, please leave, what if something happens? The man on the bed seemed to have swallowed something. The 3 of them were stunned by the scene before them. The mysterious illness had completely seized the manor master's body. The lord's eyes burned red, blue-purple veins appeared all over his body in a tangled web. He began to thrash madly. Myo Shin shouted tensely, you too, help me hold him down, don't let him cut the cords. Go Chan was surprised, hold him down. The elder urged in an urgent tone, hurry. All 3 were shocked and fearful as the manor master emitted an eerie aura and blood-red eyes. Mok Jeong-woon and Go Chan combined their strength to restrain the manor master so Myo Shin could perform a sealing ritual. This talisman will subdue the evil chi, cure the illness, and swallow the malice. The man, once restrained, screamed in unbearable pain. Suddenly someone grabbed guard Go Chan's arm, making him panic. He turned and saw it was the man who'd been pinned down earlier. The man seized his hand and twisted it back, breaking Go Chan's bone. He howled in pain. Myo Shin was astonished. Suddenly he's so strong. Go Chan remained in extreme terror. The elder hurriedly warned, wait, you're in danger too if the evil chi transfers to you. He said in panic, what, I'll get infected too, why are you telling me this? Go Chan trembled as the evil chi tried to spread to him. He's charging again, look out. The young man drew his sword in haste, his face icy cold. Mok Jeong-woon decisively severed the manor master's arm. Go Chan was astonished at his action. Mok Jeong-woon's expression did not change at all. The sorcerer shared Go Chan's look of shock. Suddenly, a voice drew Mok Jeong-woon's attention. What are you doing? He gave a faint smile, his face full of killing intent. Go Chan tried to stop Mok Jeong-woon. You can't stop. He seemed not to hear and still cut off the manor master's arm. Go Chan watched in terror. This madman, he's chopped off the manor master's arm. The severed arm fell to the ground. A talisman was quickly affixed. Go Chan hurriedly thought of how to save the lord. First, stop the bleeding. Meanwhile, the elder was fumbling with the severed arm. What a mess! His face turned ugly. Not only did I fail the task, I let the manor master lose an arm. I need to escape before I'm punished, clean up a bit and then vanish. Suddenly a sword was pressed to his neck. Mok Jong-woon asked calmly, what do you want by doing that? Go-chan said in surprise, young master, but you signaled silence. Mok Jong-woon asked firmly, is this what's causing the Lord's illness? The elder remained calm. Can't you see? This is what has taken over his body, and it's not over. The man could die. He shouted, there is no time to dawdle. Do you want the Lord to die too? He raised an eyebrow slightly. The elder's face turned out. It's ruined. Mok Jong-woon smiled faintly and said, who would want the Lord to die? He asked again, who hired you here? Myo Shin stammered, a misunderstanding, that's all. He issued a threat, oh, my sword is now closer to your throat than ever. I think honesty is your only option if you want to live. Myo Shin had to tell the truth in a trembling voice. Madam said it wasn't necessary to save the manor master. Mok Jong-woon and Go-chan were stunned. He asked suspiciously, a secret letter, the manor master's seal. Go-chan broke into a cold sweat. Damn, she's gone too far. If we hadn't come, the eldest young master would have inherited the title. He hurriedly told Mok Jong-woon, young master, we must save him immediately. Go-chan thought to himself, we must stop the eldest young master from becoming head of the family. He added, otherwise madam will have him killed. Mok Jong-woon thought and replied, makes sense, I've already ruined her plan. The quick-witted elder said, young master, I can save the manor master, I will do it at any cost. He answered coldly, no need, just do it. Huh, he said cheerfully, find the location of the secret letter and the seal. Get to it. Both Go-chan and Myo Shin couldn't hide their astonishment. The elder bluntly declared that if he continued the ritual, the manor master would be in mortal danger. Yet Mok Jong-woon still firmly urged him to hurry. Inwardly, the elder thought the young man must be mad, not understanding what he was up to, but he complied. Suddenly, the room fell silent. Both focused on Myo Shin manipulating the effigy. A voice unexpectedly rang out, what's that? The elder explained, this is a stand-in object. If the manor master contacts the evil chi again, he'll die instantly. So they must attach this to him to fool the chi into thinking it's the manor master. With one hand he held the cord and with the other gripped the talisman, preparing to cast the spell. He began to chant, I perform this. Heaven and earth shift through great calamity, the body traverses, one seal and 6 openings unfold. The 5 minds are the diamond support, gods and spirits and demons cannot trespass. May this spell take effect swiftly. Suddenly, from the severed arm of the man, another arm surged out and grabbed the effigy. The man on the bed abruptly opened his eyes wide and screamed violently. Mok Jong-woon and Go-chan were both aghast. Myo Shin continued chanting, the 5 minds are the diamond support, gods and spirits and demons cannot trespass. May this spell take effect swiftly. He frowned, the murderous chi radiated too strongly. If it continued, the chi would be fully unleashed. He thought to himself, he isn't listening to warnings. What to do now? Suddenly an idea flashed through his mind. He curled his lips slightly, smiling slyly. He turned to Mok Jong-woon, saying he would restrain the evil chi, but subtly questioned why he was present. Understanding, Go-chan excused himself and left the room, thinking he shouldn't overhear the confidential matters. He told everyone, I will take my leave for a moment. As soon as the door closed, he declared decisively, I begin now. The elder began the ritual again, I begin now. Heaven and earth shift through great calamity, the body traverses, 1 seal and 6 openings unfold. The 5 minds are the diamond support, gods and spirits and demons cannot trespass. May this spell take effect swiftly. Suddenly, a haunting voice rose from inside the man's body. Who dares summon me? Myo Shin thought quickly and hurriedly asked the evil chi dwelling in the man, what do you want? He forced the spell to work, demanding, tell me where the manor master's secret letter and seal are hidden. The evil chi roared angrily and answered, the underground medicine room just beyond the front stone door. Mok Jong-woon and Myo Shin were both stunned, behind the front stone door in the cellar beneath the apothecary. Suddenly, the arm that was gripping the effigy blazed brilliantly and crushed the effigy. Myo Shin urgently urged Mok Jong-woon, cut the cord now. He asked in surprise, the cord. The elder continued, the chi is taking over the manor master's body, hurry. The young man wasted no time and swung his sword, severing the cord. That arm fell, then from it grew many more arms that grabbed his legs. He turned back full of questions. Mok Jong-woon's gaze showed a brief look of astonishment toward the sorcerer. Myo Shin smiled wickedly. The arms began crawling up to his face. The sound of swallowing in fear was haunting. Myo Shin pasted the talisman on Mok Jong-woon's forehead, thinking that a murderous spirit was boiling with intent to kill. It losing control was only a matter of time. Luckily, the spirit had transferred to him. He told himself he had completed his task and removed the obstacle, planning to pin all the blame on the young man so he would bear the consequences. He pondered with an emotionless face. It seemed the evil spirit within him wanted to speak. How dare you? It roared angrily. You dare use this puppet to trick me. I won't spare you. It was you who trapped me. Well done. Very good. His body lifted and gradually lost consciousness. The spirit threatened, I will take your body instead of that old man. You will be trapped within your own mind, forever sunk into an eternal sleep. Cut to the time when Mok Jeong-woon was still in the forest. The scenery here was picturesque, a little stream babbling along. He wondered, isn't this the spot I often stop by to fetch water? Birds chirped cheerfully. The stream flowed with a soft murmur, a peaceful stretch of countryside. He knew every nook and cranny here by heart. Mok Jeong-woon glanced around. He'd been here so often that even if he tried, he couldn't forget it. He sat down and scooped water from the stream, yet despite the familiarity, a strange feeling welled up in him today. He carried the bucket back, wondering where this unease came from. As if he'd just forgotten something terribly important, he brooded in silence. Suddenly, he noticed the other side of the forest was ablaze. Mok Jeong-woon hurriedly realized that direction was toward his home, wasn't it? He dashed off at full speed, dropping the bucket in his hands, shouting, "Grandfather." He raced like the wind, breath ragged. He gritted his teeth, silently praying, "Please be safe, sir." His back vanished toward the house, his mind fixed on his grandfather. As soon as he reached the house, he cried out hoarsely, "Grandfather." His pupils contracted in horror at the dreadful scene before him. He threw off his pack and rushed to the old man lying there, his body covered in blood. Mok Jeong-woon hastily helped him up, voice trembling, "Grandfather, wake up." He shouted angrily, "No, it can't be. Who did this?" He reproached inwardly, "Grandfather, you can't leave me like this." Mok Jeong-woon recalled the peaceful days with his grandfather when he would pat his head and say, "Only later will you understand my existence." Now all that remained was the image of him clutching his grandfather's body and sobbing, realizing how important this loved one was to him. So that's it. The evil spirit stepped out silently from behind. It raised a hand and said in a leisurely tone, "So this is your deepest desire." It then employed its dark power. Malevolent thoughts seeped into his mind. That feeling slowly spread to his limbs. The late grandfather's voice echoed, "Hey boy, what are you standing there dazed for?" Then it continued to creep into his eyes. The scene suddenly rewound to before the house caught fire. When his grandfather was still alive, he called out, "Come here and give your grandfather a hand. Don't look so gloomy." Mok Jeong-woon stared at his grandfather in stunned amazement and hurriedly asked, "Grandfather, what happened?" The evil spirit began to spread across his face, gradually taking over his mind. He leapt forward and clutched his grandfather's neck, shouting so that the old man was startled and knocked over a whole bucket of water. "Oh." Mok Jeong-woon tightened his arms around him. Someone hurried to stop him. "Careful, you'll make him fall. What's wrong with you?" He hesitated and answered, "It's because of me." Tears streamed down his face. He vowed he would never lose him again, for his grandfather was the only reason someone who should have perished like him still existed. The grandfather gently patted his head to soothe him. Acting like that again, was it? Behind them, the evil spirit reveled in the sight. It curled its lip. "Yes, that's right. Those precious pasts, the lost memories and love and endless happiness." The memory continued, showing the two of them talking while the grandfather worked. He asked, "Grandfather, why did you name me with the character for integrity?" The evil spirit whispered from behind, "Stay by his side forever. That way you will never have to lose anything." Suddenly his gaze flicked to the rear. He was aghast, unable to believe his eyes. What Mok Jeong-woon grabbed its face so fast it couldn't react. One hand clamped the throat, the other seized its face, and he snarled, "Seeing you brings to mind a terrible thing." It was stunned. Could it really see me? His voice thick with anger, his grip tightened. "How dare you toy with the image of my grandfather?" it cried in pain. He continued with bitter resolve, "And you are mistaken." Mok Jeong-woon ground his teeth. "Whether it's a wish for happiness or revenge, you should show me something more beautiful than using my grandfather as a plaything." He roared, "You should have let me split in two the ones who killed my grandfather instead." Its eyes brightened as if that thought was seeping deep into his subconscious. Following the evil spirit's line of thought, a primal urge, a raw sensation for killing began to arise, a wicked notion so foul even a human soul would recoil. The hand Mok Jeong-woon had on its face was also invaded by the spirit. He squeezed frantically. It panicked. Impossible. Could a living being possess this? Yet something restrained that brutal, murderous intent. "What is it?" In his mind, his grandfather answered, "You asked why I named you that." His body gradually faded away. He continued, "You are a special child. I hope you grow up to be good and upright. That's why I chose the character for integrity for your name. True to the meaning of your name, live honestly and never stray from your path. Thus I always prayed you would grow into an upright person. He let go, the evil spirit collapsed, frantic to escape, gotta run now. Mok Jeong-woon chased with the sickle in hand. The spirit panicked, this one's gone mad, I must hide deep in his subconscious. He lunged after it as if to finish it off. The spirit fled to a safe place, thinking luckily I've gotten deep inside his body, just carefully enter his subconscious. It stepped into a lush green meadow. The sky was crystal clear, sunlight pouring gently down. A silent field stretched out, not a soul in sight. In that vast blue nothingness stood a solitary door. It stood there dumbfounded, a field. Could this be the deepest part of his subconscious? It eyed the door suspiciously. A door. It noticed a talisman affixed to the door with a seal. What? This guy, could his memories be imprisoned here? Why? It touched the doorknob. Never mind, as long as I open this door, I'll seize his consciousness completely from within. Suddenly its arm began to dissolve. It panicked. What is this? Black smoke spread everywhere. It turned its head to look around. Its legs started sinking into the field. Black roots crawled up its body. Is it seizing me instead? Grandfather, it struggled. Stop, if this keeps up I'll be swallowed whole. It reached out a hand for help, but the struggling seemed useless. It was completely devoured by him. Mok Jeong-woon suddenly snapped awake. He sat in his original posture. The talisman on him glowed purple. Myo Shin startled and turned. The old man looked both angry and astonished. Impossible. He grabbed the talisman on his forehead, yanked it hard, and stood up. Black roots from his hands anchored into the ground. Then they enveloped his silhouette. A ghost appeared right behind him. Mok Jeong-woon turned to look. Then he called out, "Demonic monk, the night has fallen, everything okay?" At Mok Sword Manor, Jang Myongin clasped his hands together and sighed. Jang Myongin recalled old times. Manor Master Mok In-dan was a true hero. I greatly respected him and believed he would never do wrong. The first time I met him was 19 years ago when I was hunting down sea raiders. Back then I was a well-known martial artist. The Manor Master and I teamed up to drive off the bandits. Afterwards I became the Manor's steward and swore loyalty to him. He looked up at the sky, sighed, his face heavy with thought. Jang Myongin gazed toward the city, wondering, but how did things come to this? He remembered Lady Seok, the sharp woman half hiding her face with a fan. Steward, do you really believe that wretched child deserves to be master of Mok Sword Manor? For the future of Mok Sword Manor, you must leave until the sorcerer locates the seal and the secret letter with his spell. For the peace of Mok Sword Manor I obeyed, but my anger boils. That so-called sorcerer is surely a fraud. He probably used dark magic to intimidate the Manor Master. Suddenly he stood up and bellowed, "Damn it, I can't do this." He reminded himself this was completely at odds with the oath of loyalty he swore to the Manor Master. Jang Myongin seized his sword and strode toward the villa. "I'll go in and check for myself." Myo Shin broke out in a cold sweat, terrified, thinking this was no ordinary vengeful spirit. Mok Jeong-woon stood with a cold face beside the demonic monk, who radiated surging murderous chi toward Myo Shin. Alarm bells rang in the old man's head. This was a high-level evil spirit. Mok Jeong-woon curled his lip and called the name of the vengeful spirit standing beside him. "Demonic monk," he waved and ordered it to charge at Myo Shin, coldly commanding the sorcerer's destruction. The old man panicked, cold sweat pouring off him like a shower. Myo Shin hastily cast a spell, lips muttering as he poured his energy into forming an energy shield to block the demonic monk's powerful strike. The demonic monk, without hesitation, crushed that blazing golden light with its hand. Myo Shin was astonished. Did he just control an evil spirit? The fight between Myo Shin and the demonic monk was brutal. He still couldn't believe his eyes, screaming in his mind, impossible. It's a vengeful spirit, an incarnation of evil. How could it obey someone else's command? The demonic monk's arm tore through Myo Shin's shield, catching him completely off guard. A fatal blow from the demonic monk sent him flying backward. He crumpled to the ground. Myo Shin struggled to his feet, bracing a hand against the wall to steady himself, gasping with exhaustion. The demonic monk hovered in midair, wearing a gruesome grin as murderous chi swirled around its body. Myo Shin spun in panic, one hand on the wall, the other groping at his side, trembling as he cried, "No." He drew his sword to threaten it, but the demonic monk plodded forward. He shouted a warning, "Don't come any closer." Suddenly, the demonic monk opened its mouth wide, and a torrent of pitch-black air poured forth. Myo Shin froze, horrified, staring at the abyss in the demonic monk's mouth. From the demonic monk's mouth, countless grotesque arms reached out in succession. Even the skull pendant around its neck sprouted similar arms. Those arms lunged forward and seized Myo Shin, making him scream in terror. Myo Shin was dragged away by those arms, desperately pleading in utter despair, Help me, I beg you, spare me, I'll do anything. Mok Jong-woon stood with his arms crossed, watching the scene, and calmly replied, I don't need to. Myo Shin froze and stammered, if it's because I deceived you. You smiled faintly, it's not because of that. Mok Jong-woon sat down in front of him with an icy smile, his voice like frost, leaving the old man stunned. Didn't you know about the seal and the secret letter? Myo Shin gritted his teeth, tears welling, his hands dug into the ground as the demonic monk dragged him until his palms bled. He painfully realized this fellow intended to take his life from the start. Mok Jong-woon casually poked his head out the door and called, Go-chan, come in. Mok Jong-woon walked in first, Go-chan following. The scene before him left Go-chan speechless in shock. All done. Huh? On the floor lay Myo Shin's body, limbs twisted, eyes rolled back in a haunting stare, as if he had just endured the worst thing in his life. Go-chan trembled and asked, Sir, is he dead? Mok Jong-woon bent to pick up the sword and said coldly, Questions later, can you carry this corpse? He blinked in confusion and asked, What? Mok Jong-woon rose and waved the sword, saying, Let me do it like this. Then he swung the sword, smashing cabinets and ceramic jars as he spoke. This sorcerer went mad, slashing wildly, even severing the manor master's hand. Mok Jong-woon continued, We happened upon it and stopped him in time. Meanwhile, Go-chan could only clutch Myo Shin's arm in silence. Go-chan spoke up, Do you intend to hide the truth? Mok Jong-woon paused and looked back at him. Yes, problem. Go-chan worried inwardly, It sounds plausible, but will they believe it? The lady of the house isn't easily fooled, she won't accept that explanation. He voiced his concern. Young master, doing this will only make people suspect you more. Mok Jong-woon's face darkened as he stood with hands on his hips amid the chaos. Really that obvious? Go-chan explained that even if they say he went mad, the lady hired him. She would never accept that. Mok Jong-woon put a hand to his mouth in thought, then said, I see. I guess I need to stage it to be a bit more convincing. He switched hands on the sword and said, Then do it this way. Go-chan, alarmed, Young master, you. Mok Jong-woon curled a cold smile and plunged the sword into his own thigh, saying, He cut the manor master's hand and even tried to kill his son. Go-chan, witnessing it, blurted out loudly, What? Mok Jong-woon tossed the bloodied sword to the floor and said calmly, How about this? He wiped sweat from his face with his blood-stained hand and with a mad look asked, More convincing now. Go-chan was horrified by the reckless act, staring at Mok Jong-woon and thinking, has he really gone this far? Even to fake an injury, he's becoming terrifying. Go-chan rolled up his sleeve and stepped closer, Let me staunch the bleeding. Mok Jong-woon stopped him, sitting on an overturned cabinet, still holding the bleeding wound. Leave it, my pale face will make them more convincing. Go-chan thought in horror, Scary doesn't cover it, it's dreadful, I absolutely don't want to be his enemy. Just then the door flew open and Jang Myungin looked in, stunned. Go-chan anxiously called out, Lady Steward. Jang Myungin frowned, sweat beading as he took in the scene in the room. Jang Myungin glanced toward Manor Master Mok In-dan lying in bed, while Myo Shin was kneeling low on the floor before the Manor Master. His face full of anger, he ground his teeth and said, You bastard, what have you done? Go-chan hurriedly explained, Lady, this is all a misunderstanding. Mok Jong-woon weakly added, Lady. Mok Jong-woon staggered to his feet, thrust his bloodied hand out and feigned pain. Quick, go check on the manor master. Suddenly Mok Jong-woon collapsed to the floor, causing the two to gasp in shock. Jang Myungin grabbed Go-chan and demanded loudly, What the hell just happened? Why is the third young master here? Go-chan stammered, It's because. Go-chan frowned at Mok Jong-woon lying on the floor, who is now twitching a smirk. Go-chan cursed inwardly, Is he really smiling? That bastard, he's acting a play. At Moksord Manor, in the apothecary, bundles of ingredients hung in rows from bamboo poles. Wooden cabinets were stacked with herbs that had been dried. Mok Jong-woon lay back with his eyes closed, resting as the scent of the herbs made him feel noticeably more at ease. He recalled the manor master's words about the fourth cellar behind the stone door and smiled with his eyes shut. He'd even reached the place the manor master mentioned. Luckily, Go-chan entered the apothecary with his arm bandaged amid the crowd jostling to collect herbs. Mok Jong-woon's thoughts continued, the secret letter and the seal, wait until night to check them. It's too crowded right now. Go-chan opened the door to where Kin Van was recovering and bowed, Young master, it's me. Mok Jong-woon sat up, reproachful, You're late. Go-chan frowned in discomfort, said nothing, and silently rummaged through his robe pocket. He pulled out 2 books and said, These are the volumes the sorcerer owned, as you requested. Mok Jong-woon asked, Only these 2 left? Go-chan replied, I only managed to grab these 2 before they burned everything. Qin Van held the books and asked Go Chan they burned them. Go Chan remembered hiding in a corner watching the maids and guards torch the sorcerer's belongings. They were burning all of his things, perhaps to destroy the evidence. Mok Jeong-woon looked at the book and thought, I see. He stared with some disappointment. The original summarized by the Yin-Yang House's master and the preliminary study of oddities, these are the only things left. Mok Jeong-woon closed his eyes and smiled. You did well. Seeing Go Chan still looking puzzled, he asked, what's the matter? Go Chan answered, nothing, I'm just wondering what you'll use these to read. Mok Jeong-woon pointed toward the window. Do you see anything out there? Go Chan blankly followed the direction of his hand. Go Chan stared out the window dazed. Out there. Go Chan seemed unable to see the demonic monk hovering outside the window. Nothing. Mok Jeong-woon opened the book and read, calmly speaking as Go Chan grew wildly unsettled. That's why I wanted to find it. Go Chan blinked in confusion. What's going on? A quarrel outside made them both start and turn toward the door. Mok Jeong-woon swiftly stuffed the book into the pocket over his chest. Two figures appeared. One man's voice sounded terrified. Madam, the young master is still resting. Immediately, the woman's stern voice barked orders. Get out of the way! The door suddenly burst open as the madam strode in. She growled with deadly intent, we need to have a talk. Mok Jeong-woon looked straight at her, his face expressionless. Madam Seok covered half her face with a fan. Repeat, we will be having a talk. At that moment, Go Chan hurriedly performed a salute, drawing all of Mok Jeong-woon's attention, and paid respects to the matriarch. Mok Jeong-woon pondered, eyes probing, so this is. Mok Jeong-woon studied Madam Seok's angry face and silently guessed she was one of the Seok clan, Madam Seok. Mok Jeong-woon recalled guard Cam's warning. Cam had listed her among the top dangerous targets. She came from a martial clan, was highly skilled in combat, and was particularly treacherous. Remembering the reminder to be more wary even than that eldest son, he raised his hand in salute to the madam. He held the salute and then continued under the stares of the assembled people. Please forgive me, madam, my leg is injured so I cannot stand to receive you at the moment. Madam Seok frowned while Go Chan watched nervously, thinking he greeted more warmly than expected and hoping he could get through it without slipping up. Madam Seok said coldly, I'm not here to listen to your greetings. Mok Jeong-woon looked up and asked, pardon. Suddenly, Madam Seok snapped her straight fan hard into Mok Jeong-woon's wound without warning. Both Go Chan and Mok Jeong-woon were stunned by her cruel action. Mok Jeong-woon cried out in pain. Go Chan couldn't hide his alarm. What? H-Wang, standing nearby, drew his sword and leveled it at Go Chan's throat. H-Wang's face went icy as he ordered, the blade still pressed to his neck. Stay still. Madam Seok sneered coldly. It seems you really are in pain, must be difficult, huh? She shoved her face close to Mok Jeong-woon, eyes venomous as she scoffed. You even had to cut your own flesh to make the lie more convincing. Mok Jeong-woon glanced at her as she continued. You fooled the manners lady brilliantly, but you forgot one thing. Madam Seok pressed the fan to Mok Jeong-woon's silent face, mocking. A true sorcerer performing a rite would never be possessed by a spirit. She laughed loudly, never letting go of the fan. As if possessed, Madam Seok suddenly slapped Mok Jeong-woon hard across the face. How dare you insult me with half-hearted lies? The slap threw Mok Jeong-woon against the window frame, his head striking the sash. Go Chan called out worriedly, young master. While Go Chan stood frozen in panic, Madam Seok waved her hand threateningly. I won't ask again, what exactly do you know? Mok Jeong-woon sat on the floor, head down, silent. Suddenly he burst out laughing, the laughter growing louder, leaving Madam Seok and Go Chan staring at him in bafflement. Mok Jeong-woon's laugh warped, turning into a mad cackle. Madam Seok recoiled, have you lost your mind? Qin Van kept laughing unabated. The laughter died away, but a sinister smile remained at the corner of his mouth. His face contorted as he said, demonic monk, you're still standing out by the window. Why is no one seeing you? The demonic monk slid in from the window and flew past Madam Seok, while Mok Jeong-woon slowly rose to his feet. She squinted around anxiously and asked, what just swept past? The demonic monk grabbed the handmaid Soa's throat, making her cry out in pain. Everyone turned their heads at once. Madam Seok froze, the horrific image of Myo Shin flashing through her mind. This matter, Mok Jeong-woon suddenly spoke right behind her, startling her to turn. The secret letter and the seal, weren't those what you wanted? A black air surrounded Soa, making her writhe. H-Wang moved to help but met Mok Jeong-woon's cold stare. So instead of threatening, you should come to me to negotiate. Madam Seok ground her teeth and narrowed her eyes. Mok Jeong-woon dragged his wounded leg toward her. Believe it or not, I truly don't want to become man or master. Yet he stepped close to her face, unnerving her. Your son isn't the only one who covets the manor master position. Mok Jeong-woon's voice chilled into a threat. Because you've treated me this way, I have no choice but to turn to my second brother. At his words, she trembled and fell silent. He continued, stir up her memories. Oh, your fourth brother is good at martial arts too, isn't he? Mok Jeong-woon kept pressing her fear. We have a history of conflict. If I hand the secret letter to him to reconcile, that would be a clever move, wouldn't it? Madame Seok collapsed to the floor. Mok Jeong-woon reminded her, do you understand now? You're no longer holding the upper hand. Outside the window, the night was quiet and still, the wind whispering, it's gotten cold. Mok Jeong-woon glanced at Madame Seok trembling and clinging to the bed so she wouldn't fall, and mentally noted to take care of his health. At another villa, an angry voice rang out in Blessing Flower Hall, Madame Seok's residence. Inside, Madame Seok was crazily smashing furniture, even throwing a chair toward the vases. She stomped on the broken chair and shouted, how dare he? She wrecked everything, muttering, how dare he, how dare he, how dare he. Chwang hurried over to comfort her. Madam, please calm down. Madame Seok spun on him, silencing Chwang. Calm, do you think I can calm down? That brat dared to snatch what was mine. She frowned and clutched her head, thinking, damn it, I was too complacent thinking he was an idiot, that a few threats would make him spill everything. Who knew he'd suddenly change into someone else? She fell into thought and upended a cabinet. Then she realized something and put a hand to her forehead. Could it be he's been hiding his true self all along? Madame Seok recalled images of Mok Jeong-woon growing up. People praised his intelligence, but after his mother's death, his maternal family weakened. Perhaps he changed to protect himself. Madame Seok slammed her hand on the table, gritting her teeth. I shouldn't have underestimated him like this. Chwang spoke to reassure her. Let me kill him before he causes trouble. She said sternly, no, it's worse if the secret letter falls into someone else's hands. Chwang hesitated then. She closed her eyes, but I won't let him drag me down either. Then she opened her eyes and stared into the distance in silence. Madame Seok ordered Phoenix Pavilion to be notified about the sorcerer Myo Shin's death, a bolt of lightning to the ears. Phoenix Pavilion. Chwang was horrified. Is that where sorcerer Myo Shin lives? Madame Seok's eyes were domineering and full of hatred. Mok Jeong-woon, I won't let things go your way. Late at night in the medicine quarters, a voice echoed in the empty room, summarizing Master Chu's originals, the foundational texts of the Yin-Yang sect. When someone dies and becomes a vengeful spirit bound by hatred, Kin Van sat on the floor, the oil lamp flickering onto the page. Its power depended on many factors. He continued to flip through the book in the silent space. The page read, first, the red spirit, souls bound to a place whose power only chills or raises the hairs. Second, the orange spirit, which clings to a body causing lethargy and illness. Third, the yellow spirit, an extremely dangerous soul that must be eradicated. He read on intently. A true yellow spirit can take a life. Suddenly, the demonic monk appeared, startling Mok Jeong-woon. Mok Jeong-woon asked if he had found what was sought. The demonic monk bowed respectfully and nodded. At that moment, Mok Jeong-woon thought to himself, so this demonic monk is actually a yellow spirit. Mok Jeong-woon rummaged through the apothecary drawers, searching for dried herbs that could form a secret mechanism leading down into the earth. He thought to himself, this demonic monk is indeed very useful for finding the way. He recalled the demonic monk choking Sowa and fell into thought. His power seemed useless against Madame Seok, so he had to restrain the maid behind her. He pulled out the apothecary drawer and told himself, yet it still worked on guard Go-chan after all. Just then, a hidden door suddenly revealed itself right behind the apothecary drawers. Mok Jeong-woon stepped into the room behind, calculating silently. Madame Seok is a top-tier martial artist, so this technique surely wouldn't work on guard Cam since they're on the same level as her. He reached out and flipped the next pages of the book to examine them. He curled a calculating smile, looked at the book and thought it would be best to possess a stronger spirit. According to the record, the fourth is the green spirit, a malevolent spirit decades old that can manipulate the environment and create beguiling illusions. The book recorded extremely dangerous warnings, emphasizing that it must be exorcised. Mok Jeong-woon folded the book closed. All right. He took the lantern in hand, full of confidence, and headed toward the stairs leading downward. Let's go, he began to descend, determined to find the secret letter and the seal. Mok Jeong-woon steadily stepped down each stair. It's so deep, he shone the lantern into the murky darkness below. Who would dig this deep just to hide a single secret letter and a seal? He continued downward, the light revealing the path. This must be incredibly valuable. No wonder those people tore themselves apart for it. I'd gain nothing by not taking it. He pondered how the demonic monk's power couldn't move guard Cam. Now he understood the monk's technique was useless against that guy. He needed to find new cards to play. At the bottom, the light swept across a door. Is it here? He shoved the door open and stepped inside. Inside was an auditorium with 4 stone doors above and the apothecary area below. His gaze focused on the 4th stone door. Mok Jong-woon pushed the stone door open and surveyed the space within. Inside was a pitch-black cavern, deep and bottomless. It seemed he still had to go further. Mok Jong-woon held the lantern, turned to look ahead, wondering whether he should proceed. His foot suddenly triggered a mechanism, and it gave way. Immediately, a massive boulder slammed down from above. He sprang up, narrowly avoiding danger. He kept dodging falling rock fragments. Who would have thought this place was packed with traps? From deep within the cave, strange beams of light shot toward him. Arrows fired relentlessly at Mok Jong-woon. Fortunately, he managed to dodge in time. But the volleys kept coming, and he quickly used the lantern in his hand to deflect them. At that moment, an arrow sped straight toward his face. He hastily blocked it with the lantern. Watching the arrow embed itself in the lantern, he smirked. A wooden log suddenly hurled toward him, and only then did he realize. So this is the real challenge. Mok Jong-woon pushed off and leapt over the log deep underground in a cavern full of deadly traps. How valuable could this secret letter possibly be? He watched the log smash into a rock and shatter to pieces. Or perhaps this trap-filled cavern hides something else. Scattered on the ground were talismans. It seemed they were even more important. Suddenly, countless weapons rained down from above him. He sprang up and laughed. Well then, let's see what you've got. Mok Jong-woon landed, propping one hand on the ground. He exhaled, biting down on the lantern, leaving the pile of weapons stacked behind him. Lifting the lantern, he looked ahead. It was a large room made entirely of wood. He'd finally arrived. He swept the light around. Surprisingly, this place was built completely of wood. All the architecture here was arranged symmetrically. He observed and guessed that it looked like a training hall. He wondered if anyone had ever cultivated here. Mok Jong-woon strolled to the table placed in the center. Well, there's a wooden box on it. Mok Jong-woon opened the wooden box. He saw it. Inside were 2 books, Humanwood Mind Transformation Technique and Humanwood Sword Formation. Recalling Go-chan's warning, he stuffed both into his coat. Go-chan had said the secret letter was split in 2, one part on swordsmanship and one on cultivation methods. I'll take both. Finished, he was about to turn and leave, but it was odd that such a huge cavern only stored 2 books. He spotted a wooden chest and, curious, walked over to see what it was. Mok Jong-woon widened his eyes at the chest. It looked extremely heavy and unusual. The chest's surface bore many scratches, showing it had been dragged elsewhere before. He pushed the chest with force and discovered it had been placed there to conceal something. He looked down into the gap where the chest had been pushed aside. Of course, beneath was a small sealed chamber, sealed with 4 talismans on the floor. He sat down, removed the talismans, and found a wooden box. The box was also sealed with charms. A wooden box, really. Mok Jong-woon set the box on the floor. This one was sealed with spells too. He slowly peeled the talisman off the box. It radiated a sinister energy. Whatever that old man wanted to hide certainly wasn't the secret letter. As soon as he opened the box, the lantern in his hand immediately went out. He blinked in surprise. Why did the lantern go out? He stood up holding the box and squinted to peer inside. He took out what was inside, a book bound tightly with a red cord. This was no ordinary book. The scent and the leather cover emanated a malevolent aura. It was human skin. Mok Jong-woon smiled with delight as he looked at the book. Drums pounded rapidly, thudding away. The surrounding space grew loud and raucous. Right, he yelled with glee. Excellent. He was none other than second young master Mok Yoon-pyong. He raised his cup and leaned toward the window. Yes, this is worth celebrating. The manor main hall looks splendid tonight. Mok Yoon-pyong smirked smugly. Certainly, it's because I'm about to become the manor master. He glanced at the figure behind him and said, all thanks to your support for me. He spread his arms and turned around. Guard Cam, under this dark night, sorry to have kept you waiting so long. Mok Yoon-pyong sipped his wine, glanced at Guard Cam and spoke. I had planned a grander feast for you, but my father hasn't recovered yet, so consider this reception as proper etiquette. He signaled for Guard Cam to enter. All right, let's go inside. Yes, my lord. The pipa players and drummers quickly followed in tow. He rubbed his chin and smiled smugly. So, that bastard Mok Jong-woon, has he really lost all his martial skill? Guard Cam pondered, recalling Mok Jong-woon's corpse, and replied, yes, that one is dead, and the current imposter hasn't learned any martial arts yet. I'm not lying. Inwardly, he thought of his face. Besides, I don't intend to expose him as a fake. If it came out that I failed to protect the young master, I'd be in deep trouble. He probably made that offer because he guessed my thoughts. Guard Cam grinned, baring his teeth, and said, "That's right, but things certainly won't go your way." Guard Cam said mockingly, "Right now Mok Jeong-woon can't use martial arts at all. I'll personally take his head to prove my loyalty to the second young master." Mok Yoon-pyong sneered with glee. What an idiot. He was useless before, and now he's lost his skills. He'll never contest the title. He burst into laughter. All right then, perhaps I should feel lucky to have such a capable person working for me. He curiously asked, by the way, I'm still wondering what caused him to lose his martial arts. If it was your fault, I'll let it slide. Who doesn't make mistakes sometimes? Guard Cam clasped his hands and bowed, refusing. Forgive me, sir, I cannot disclose it now. If this were revealed, I would be the one to clean up the consequences for you. Guard Cam flattered him, making Mok Yoon-pyong laugh with pleasure and trust. In any case, you not telling me doesn't hurt me. Very well, I trust you, after all you. He propped his chin, jeering that he was also an assassin from that den of shame. Hearing that, Guard Cam froze, his heart boiling with fury. That bastard. Seeing Guard Cam remain silent, he asked, "What's wrong? I know he's a bit clever, but to me he's just a punk." Mok Yoon-pyong leaned close to Guard Cam, narrowing his eyes and sneering. "Oh, that's a secret too. He investigated me, did he?" He narrowed his eyes, quietly assessing the man. Then he spoke to send Guard Cam away. "I'll call for you later, now step down." Mok Yoon-pyong placed his hand on the windowsill and watched Guard Cam's retreating back. He muttered suspiciously, "He's definitely hiding something. Third brother must be scheming." He immediately ordered Cho Il-seng, "Go investigate, see what he's hiding, and confirm whether he really lost his martial arts. I trust you'll do well, you're performing excellently." Cho Il-seng asked, "Just check on him." He smiled cruelly, "Not just that, that would be no fun. Break his ankle or do something similar to him." Cho Il-seng clasped his hands and accepted the order. Over here, Mok Jeong-woon stood holding the wrapped book to his chest. He ran his finger over the book's surface. The throbbing he felt through his fingertip was not a hallucination, but a living sensation beneath the skin. He opened his eyes wide in shock. The sensation from the book was like a corpse still writhing in pain. It was something close to death itself. He stared at the book, wondering why this grotesque thing had appeared here. Mok Jeong-woon grew even more curious about its contents. How intriguing, he wanted to open it at once to see what secrets lay inside. Just then, a circle of purple light suddenly appeared right behind him. He saw the demonic monk step out from that circle. Facing the demonic monk, he asked, "What is this?" The demonic monk's eyes widened in terror. Suddenly, the monk clasped his hands and prostrated himself in deep obeisance. The demonic monk's strange behavior took him by surprise. The demonic monk kept his hands clasped and his head bowed, his body trembling with fear. This made him even more curious about the link between the book and the monk's bizarre reaction. He smiled with delight as he looked down at the book in his hands. This book definitely contained something extremely fascinating. He put the book back into the wooden box, but if the demonic monk had appeared here, someone else must be lurking nearby. Realizing something, he looked up and exclaimed, "So that's it. There was an intruder." At that moment, the room contained only him and the demonic monk. Above were the traps he had just passed through. Beyond them were sturdy stone doors, and the passageway leading down to the sealed chamber. The courtyard outside was silent, not a soul in sight. Suddenly, a shadow flickered and leaped across the rooftops. He landed on a tree branch and peered down at Go-chan, who was lying there yawning. Cho Il-seng leapt away, puzzled. Why was he standing guard here? Shouldn't he be protecting the wounded young master? He hopped onto the next roof and saw a door ajar, the light inside still on. Was he hiding something? He peeked inside to observe. Cho Il-seng quietly watched him lying asleep. Cho Il-seng gently climbed through the window into the room. What? He's just sleeping. Then why did they assign Go-chan to stand guard outside? He planned to test his inner strength, but accidentally noticed the book on the table. I should test his internal power first. His eyes bulged in astonishment. He hurriedly grabbed the book to examine it. Cho Il-seng quickly flipped through the pages. After seeing the contents, he was so horrified he clapped a hand over his mouth. This is the real thing. He immersed himself in the book. How did he come to possess this? No matter. As long as he had it, the title would surely belong to the young master. Cho Il-seng felt triumphant at seizing the book, unaware that someone had been standing behind him the whole time. This will be our victory. Suddenly, Mok Jeong-woon reached out and grabbed his head before he could react. He shoved his head down hard, smashing it onto the table. He hauled his head up and, in a threatening voice that made him scream in terror, asked, "What are you doing in my bedchamber? Feeling sleepy?" So this bastard was only pretending to sleep. Getting no answer, he continuously slammed his head onto the table. Blood splattered all over his face. Fine, I'll help you to sleep. After all, I'm a kind-hearted person. Cho Il-seng was terrified and could only scream. He's lost his mind. His head was repeatedly bashed against the table, blood streaming everywhere. While he was still reeling, eyes bulging from the pain and unable to gather himself, Mok Jeong-woon looked at the man's face on the floor and couldn't help but remark, "Still awake, are you?" Only then did the man realize in horror that he was hanging upside down. He began thrashing and screaming. "What is this? Where am I?" Mok Jeong-woon planted the knife hard into the table in front of him and said in a low voice, "Now then, let's have a little chat." He grinned as he rolled up his sleeve, making the man shiver with dread, sweating like he just stepped out of a shower. Cho Il-seng lay motionless on the ground, blood trickling from his nose, prompting the bystander to gasp in shock. Go Chan stepped back and shouted, "Cho Il-seng, why is he here?" Mok Jeong-woon rubbed his eyes and turned to ask, "You know him?" he explained calmly. "His name is Cho Il-seng, one of the second young master's trusted bodyguards." Mok Jeong-woon narrowed his eyes seriously. The second young master, why would he be here? Go Chan propped his chin and pondered, "I'm not sure, but judging by that mask he's wearing, he's definitely up to something shady." Mok Jeong-woon fell silent and brooded at that. Suddenly Mok Jeong-woon slung Cho Il-seng over his shoulder and laughed. "Then we'll just make him spit it out." Go Chan hurriedly stopped him. "Wait a moment." Go Chan panicked and reached out to stop Mok Jeong-woon. "Are you going to torture him?" "No, better to let him go." Go Chan anxiously reminded him, "The second young master is known for protecting his subordinates, especially talented ones. If you injure him, the second young master will be furious." Before he finished, Mok Jeong-woon twisted the other's arm hard, making him cry out in pain. Mok Jeong-woon replied nonchalantly, "Fine, I'll take it into consideration." Despite Go Chan kneeling and begging desperately at his feet, Mok Jeong-woon calmly carried Cho Il-seng out of the room. "My lord, don't just consider it. Doing that would be terrible." Go Chan collapsed to the floor and swore under his breath, "Damn it, just leave it be." He sighed and tried to calm himself. Surely he won't kill that man, right? Reckless as he is, he's still smart. Remember the last time with the manor master. He suddenly fell silent, his face gone pale and his voice trembling. He won't really kill him, will he? In the room, Mok Jeong-woon sat opposite a Cho Il-seng who was blinded by the glare. He ordered, "Let me go at once." Mok Jeong-woon asked bewildered, "What? Why should I do that?" Even while suspended and bound, he kept an arrogant attitude. "Why, you've seen my face, haven't you? I came here on Lord Mok Yoon-pyong's orders. Do you think you can harm me and then live in peace?" He smiled smugly. "Don't play games, just hand over that secret letter to me and I'll make sure the Lord spares your life." He thought his bluff would force them to reveal their plan, but it was all in vain. Mok Jeong-woon curled his lip in mockery. How entertaining. Cho Il-seng looked stunned. "What?" He lifted the sharp knife and said, "My brother treats his men well, but given your current state you still think you hold the upper hand." Mok Jeong-woon stepped behind Cho Il-seng. "All right, I'll untie your gag," he nodded smugly. "Good wise decision." Cho Il-seng continued blathering, "I'll persuade the Lord to pardon you." Mid-sentence, he suddenly glanced at his right hand. One finger was gone, fresh blood still flowing. Mok Jeong-woon spoke with a mad tone, "Riddle time, whose finger do you think this is?" Cho Il-seng stared numbly at the detached finger on the floor. My finger has been cut off. Why don't I feel pain? I can't move, I can't even sense my inner energy anymore." Mok Jeong-woon spoke up to pull him out of his panic. "I've used a paralytic poison." He added, "I brewed it myself from herbs in the apothecary. You won't feel anything from the neck down for a few hours." Cho Il-seng snapped angrily, "You Mok Jeong-woon, cut the crap, now answer my question." He raised the bloodied knife and grinned wickedly. "If you don't answer immediately, I'll cut off a finger every second." Before Cho Il-seng could recover from his shock, Mok Jeong-woon pressed on. "The first question, why did the second brother send you here?" His face hardened, lips curling into a wild smile. "Let's begin," Cho Il-seng screamed. "What?" Mok Jeong-woon swiftly chopped off another of his fingers. A terrifying voice rang out. With a crazed expression, he raised the blade and struck again. "Not answering, then we'll just keep going." 2. Cho Il-seng howled in fury. "You bastard, stop it now." He seemed not to hear and continued slicing at his hand. 3. Mok Jeong-woon cut off another finger and said nonchalantly, 4. Cho Il-seng was now completely panicked and began to beg. "Stop, please. Stop." He paid no mind, his face still raving. "Oh, next will be the thumb." Cho Il-seng glanced at the blade and hesitated for a moment. Then he shouted, "Lord." He hurriedly spilled everything. Lord Mok Yoon Pyong ordered me to check whether you truly lost all your martial skill. Mok Jong-woon was silent while Cho Il-sung gasped from the pain. He trembled, each breath coming faster and shallower. Mok Jong-woon put a finger to his lips, pondering, lost your martial skill. He curled his lip, he switches sides quickly. Next question. Mok Jong-woon looked down. It was guard Cam who told him, wasn't it? The sudden question stunned Cho Il-sung. He nodded hesitantly. Mok Jong-woon sat back and remarked, he's clever too, tells half the truth while hiding his own failures. Cho Il-sung furrowed his brow, veins visible on his forehead. What? From one remark he knew guard Cam betrayed him. Did he suspect it from the start? If so, why did he torment me like this? He turned his head toward him. I have no more questions. This sent a cold sweat over Cho Il-sung. He was utterly terrified. Mok Jong-woon rested a hand on his hip, thoughtful. What now? Cho Il-sung hung upside down from the ceiling, speechless. He panicked horribly, warning bells ringing in his head. He'll kill me. He tightened his grip on the blade. Murderous intent radiated from him, making the air suffocating. Cho Il-sung stammered. He paid him a focused look. HMP8. Suddenly he cried out an oath that startled him. I swear I will be loyal to you. To exchange for my life, Cho Il-sung begged. I didn't expect you to be so shrewd. You are the one fit to be Manor Master. Please help me choose the right future for Mok Sword Manor. He continued, I'm willing to risk my life for you. Please take me in. Do whatever you want with me, please. Mok Jong-woon, hand on hip, cut him off coldly. Fine. Cho Il-sung was astonished. My lord Seon, after all, you must have one task for me. He smiled wickedly. I order you right now. Cho Il-sung breathed a sigh of relief, thinking he was saved, and hurriedly replied, yes, sir, tell me. But before he finished speaking, Mok Jong-woon drove the blade straight into his throat. Cho Il-sung coughed up blood, his eyes wide in disbelief as he looked at him. He screamed in agony, and Mok Jong-woon calmly replied, you said you were willing to risk your life for me, didn't you? He swung his hand and cut a horizontal slash across his throat. Mok Jong-woon's eyes turned mad. Then lend me a little of your blood, will you? As his consciousness faded, Cho Il-sung could only curse under his breath and close his eyes. Son of a bitch, who would have thought? This then is my fate. After Cho Il-sung stopped breathing, Mok Jong-woon studied the book wrapped around him intently, telling himself he couldn't use brute force to open this bead string. He dragged the wooden tub close to the corpse so the blood would flow into it, thinking to himself that this must be the seal from the yin-yang sex book, which contains evil qi. According to the text, pouring something impure over it will weaken its power. Cho Il-sung's blood spilled in such bitterness and tragedy. I'll use this to dispel the seal. A complete murkiness settled. The air in the room suddenly turned bone-chillingly cold, only the sound of blood leaking from the box echoing. The ceiling rings around the book began to crack. Fragments flew outward to all sides with the sound of breaking. Mok Jong-woon watched as he stepped toward the book, wondering inwardly what might appear here next. Suddenly, the blood from the tub overflowed, spreading up to his feet. A straight streak of blood ran across the room, and he couldn't help exclaiming in shock. What is happening? The blood in the box suddenly erupted violently. Blood poured out more and more. He immediately grew alert and scanned the surroundings. Bloody splatters spattered across the room, clinging to the pillars. Yet that flow showed no sign of stopping. From the box's spot, a vortex of blood began to form. Mok Jong-woon was stunned by the grotesque spectacle unfolding before his eyes. At the center of the vortex, the vague shape resolved, revealing a human figure wrapped in a nauseating sheath of blood. Something inside that shell began to move. It slowly broke through the membrane of blood, revealing the form of a person. The woman inside erupted with power, shattering the blood shell and spraying blood around, forcing him to raise his hand to block the onslaught of pressure. Mok Jong-woon stepped back, red blood splashing and spattering his sleeves. A drop of blood fell into the still pool, restoring a strange quiet to the atmosphere. Mok Jong-woon gaped in astonishment at what lay before him. A dazzling red robe billowed in midair. Around her appeared red, axe-shaped butterflies. The scene turned a ghastly scarlet as the woman stepped out. Mok Jong-woon stood motionless, watching the woman draped in the red attire. The two stared at each other, the space sinking into silence. Blue Spirit with a sharp-featured face wore a hat and a blood-red veil, perfectly matching the outfit she wore. Mok Jong-woon frowned skeptically, thinking to himself that this level was definitely not that of a green spirit. According to yin-yang theory, this was clearly a level 5 vengeful spirit, a blue spirit. Mok Jong-woon's eyes widened in shock. He had expected to encounter a green spirit or something similar, and in retrospect, this was still relatively lucky. Suddenly, a tremendous pressure pressed down, forcing him to the floor. The terrifying force caused the blood at his feet to spray back upward. Blue Spirit lightly lifted the red veil and spoke. How naive. Mok Jong-woon coughed and spluttered, forcing himself to push his body upright. She reached up, pulled the tobacco pipe pinned in her hair, and said, offer the soul, and the very soul of the one who gave it to me. Mok Jeong-woon frowned, studying the blue spirit without answering. A level 5 vengeful spirit. A blue spirit is an ancient, grudged spirit, existing for over a century. Its power enough to dominate an area, creating visual and auditory illusions that inflict extreme agony. It takes at least 10 exorcists to suppress. A truly dangerous being. Blue spirit held her pipe and slowly exhaled a ghostly plume of smoke. She suddenly fixed her gaze on Mok Jeong-woon. Blue spirit, pipe in hand, stared at Mok Jeong-woon as he struggled to stand. What's the matter? Still refusing to offer your soul? You're such a slowpoke. He gritted his teeth, trembling but forcing himself upright. He thought the books hadn't lied. These things were extremely dangerous. He cleared his throat. Now I see why, yet Mok Jeong-woon smirked. Interesting. Blue spirit looked puzzled. Huh. Mok Jeong-woon braced himself with a hand on the floor and replied calmly. No matter how high-ranking a grudged spirit is, they all crave possessing another's body. It's the laughable sameness that amuses me. You hateful spirits can't do a damn thing without a corpse, right? Blue spirit frowned, clenching her pipe in silence. Mok Jeong-woon painfully pushed himself up, one empty hand pressing against his injured thigh. So if you crave my body so much, why don't you take it yourself? Blue spirit waved her hand. A column of water formed from the ground and shot toward him like a spear. Mok Jeong-woon suddenly noticed a hole in his left flank, gushing blood uncontrollably. Blue spirit sneered, stupid mortal, and Mok Jeong-woon collapsed, crying out in pain. She lunged at him, angrily shouting, relying on only you. Blue spirit waved her hand, and razor-like streaks of blood shot straight at him. Those blood streaks sliced across half his face, making him howl in pain. One side of Mok Jeong-woon's face was shredded by the blood rays. Blue spirit taunted. Still trying to soil my hands, he coughed hoarsely. She curled her lips in a cold smile and waved her hand. Understand, you will never manage it. Mok Jeong-woon staggered, about to collapse. Blue spirit coldly reminded him, so all you need to do is obediently offer your soul to me. Mok Jeong-woon stretched his leg out, trying to use it as a brace to steady himself. She exhaled a plume of smoke, pipe in hand, stepped closer, and suddenly looked toward him. Mok Jeong-woon covered the bleeding wound at his flank with his hand, panting. His stance began to steady. Blue spirit frowned, observing he can still endure. His face is torn to pieces. Mok Jeong-woon coughed and sputtered. She assessed, seems you're no ordinary kid. But that still won't change the outcome. Blue spirit waved and controlled the dazzling whirlpools of blood to bind Mok Jeong-woon's feet. He opened his eyes wide in shock. She slapped her hand hard, sending the blood streaks whipping Mok Jeong-woon away to slam into a nearby pillar. Blue spirit flew back closer. All right, mortal, I'll give you a choice. If you offer your soul to me, I'll grant one of your wishes. Mok Jeong-woon asked, my wish? Why are you suddenly saying that? Blue spirit flew up close to his face. Consider it, he asked again. Consider what? She continued. If you keep forcing and destroying your soul like this, I gain nothing. Mok Jeong-woon pondered for a moment, then asked, and if I refuse? Blue spirit widened her eyes and smiled threateningly. Then I'll kill you and find another soul. Mok Jeong-woon curled a lip, remaining silent. Suddenly he spoke up. Blue spirit grew excited and impatient. Hurry, fine, tell me your wish. I sense a fierce grudge in you. I know you're not one to accept an ordinary life. Has someone betrayed you? Or did someone kill your loved ones? Tell me, whoever it is, I'll tear them apart myself and erase their souls from this world. Mok Jeong-woon gave a knowing smile while Blue spirit grew ever more aroused. So tell me. Your wish? Mok Jeong-woon snorted coldly, sarcastic. My wish is for you to shut up and obediently become my familiar. Blue spirit froze, grinding her teeth and staring at Mok Jeong-woon with disgust. She was so furious the killing intent radiated from her, whirlpools of blood churning at her feet. Then the blood streaks shot up into the air. Blue spirit snarled, trying to restrain herself. She raised her hand, frowning, directing the blood rays downward. Foolish thing. Blue spirit propelled the crimson stream straight at Mok Jeong-woon. The move made his eyes go wide in astonishment. Immediately, the blood streaks lunged at him all at once. They pierced his body, bringing with them excruciating pain. Blue spirit's eyes went mad and her voice rang with venom. How long can you hold out when flesh is torn, bones gouged into grotesque shapes, and the body is utterly destroyed? Blue spirit hovered, watching Mok Jeong-woon wrapped in blood rays, her tone oddly wistful. What a pity, your soul seems a little damaged already. Mok Jeong-woon's whole body sank into the river of blood. He sank down even deeper. The liquid was far redder than a carnelian cherry, viscous, sticky, filthy, reeking of metal. All his senses from touch to taste confirmed it was blood. Yet, the flavor was different. The blood he'd once tasted as the scythed demon wasn't like this. What was that taste like again? It was the trembling of instinct, warmth, it was life. Mok Jeong-woon frowned tightly. however what he felt now was rot. Blue Spirit panicked and widened her eyes, staring ahead. Cracks suddenly appeared in midair, breaking everything. It was all an illusion. A blast was about to occur where the two stood. The cracks spread wider and grew more violent. The force of the explosion hurled Blue Spirit into the wall, making her scream in pain. Mok Jeong-woon calmly stepped out of that shattered pile of illusions. Blue Spirit stared in horror at Mok Jeong-woon standing in the room without a scratch. She widened her eyes and gaped in terror. Oh, he glanced at her, his cold gaze making her internally scream in disbelief. Impossible, a blood-red butterfly suddenly appeared on the tip of Blue Spirit's finger. It emitted a sickly pale golden light in her palm. The butterfly then flew away, leaving behind streaks the color of congealed blood. It headed straight for Mok Jeong-woon, who still stood motionless. Suddenly, the butterfly transformed into a smear of blood right before him. She frowned as if she had just understood something. A thought flashed through her mind: seal the five senses. A Taoist technique to negate the senses, allowing one to break free from all illusions that deceive the five senses. Easier said than done. Escaping reality is extremely difficult even for top-tier cultivators, she thought. So this brat isn't even a cultivator. Could he have been born with the innate talent of a Taoist? Qin Van sighed, then suddenly threw his head back and laughed loudly. Blue Spirit snapped, you dare laugh? Even if you can break the illusion, do you really think you can leave here? Mok Jeong-woon bowed his head and chuckled. When he opened his eyes, he said, "Oh, I was just thinking of something hilarious." Blue Spirit flinched and repeated, "Hilarious." She shouted, "You." Before she finished, she saw him laughing, holding a book in his hand. According to yin-yang theory, the older a demon is, the more likely it is to have a vessel that contains and links to it. Cold sweat broke out across her forehead. So this book, the book he was crazily tearing apart, had to be her vessel. Blue Spirit immediately spat a mouthful of blood. She screamed in excruciating pain. He grinned victoriously and kept tearing. I'd guessed right. She flew into a rage. You wretched mortal, how dare you? No one can directly damage a book forged from a demon's energy. That's why cultivators can only seal it. How could he do this? A torrent of blood spiraled in as she shouted, "You've angered me." Blue Spirit lunged madly and clamped her hands around his throat. Her face turned feral. Try telling me this is an illusion. Her eyes burned with hatred. I no longer need your soul. Die. You fool, how dare you discard the favor I granted you and then tear it apart. Even with her hands choking him, he forced out, "Funny, you could have taken the book from that person to ask me, so why didn't you?" Blue Spirit widened her eyes at his words. Ah, just as I thought. You can't touch this book, can you? Mok Jeong-woon continued, "You threaten me, do you dare?" She redoubled her effort, wrenching him free, pulling with all her strength. Blue veins bulged on her face. Mok Jeong-woon smugly thought, the blood that surged through me earlier is revering and flowing through my body. Blue Spirit stubbornly pulled and he drifted on, the sensation of his whole body being torn by pain like the first time he tasted paralytic poison. But what he felt more than pain was the furious wrath of this hateful demon. Her grudge was as intense as his own, and also a thirst for revenge. She screamed at him. Mok Jeong-woon crookedly smiled, drool constantly leaking from his mouth. She completely lost her composure and screamed. "Are you insane?" Than Lin squeezed with all her strength around his throat, making him spit blood. She widened her eyes and stared at him. In her eyes now, there was only the image of him laughing triumphantly. In an instant, the entire surrounding scene changed. He froze before a city engulfed in fierce flames. Mok Jeong-woon looked around. Where was this place? All around him were bodies strewn everywhere. In the center knelt a girl, a sword plunged deep into the ground in her hand. He was surprised. Who was she? Mok Jeong-woon recognized that familiar figure. Blue Spirit, covered in blood as if she had just endured a brutal battle. A fresh streak of blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. She bit and tore at her sleeve, then used that cloth to bind tightly around the sword hilt. She spoke as she raised the sword, aiming it straight at the person seated above. He stared in that direction, though he couldn't hear what she was saying. But he could clearly feel the absolute hatred. Her face was full of resentment. Blue Spirit and that person continued to face off fiercely. He had silver hair, a pair of long horns, and his golden eyes narrowed as he stared at the one before him. Then he broke into a grotesque smile. Blue Spirit's eyes widened, and she immediately lunged straight at him. He looked up, grinning slyly. He thrust his hand straight into her chest, blood spraying everywhere. His speed was so fast it couldn't be seen with the naked eye. Then he pulled his hand back, causing blood to spurt out in torrents from the wound. She stared in horror. What was in his hand was her heart. Blue Spirit was utterly stunned and then collapsed, blood continuing to pour from her body. Many cloaked figures wearing wide-brimmed hats suddenly appeared around them. They advanced forward, then surrounded her tightly. All of them raised their weapons and aimed at her. By now Blue Spirit was completely exhausted, with no strength left to fight. Blood splattered everywhere. Her eyes widened in unwillingness, and someone stepped into the bloodstain and approached her. Mok Jeong-woon slowly stepped closer to Blue Spirit, now reduced to fragments. A book suddenly appeared beside them. The scream of terror jolted him awake. He was stunned. What was happening? A long red cord emerged from his chest. The red cord. Blue Spirit's hat fell off. She sobbed and asked, "Have I become a familiar?" Mok Jeong-woon exhaled in relief, thinking to himself, "Well then, I brought back a Blue Spirit." She still couldn't accept this truth. "No way," Blue Spirit said in panic. "Ah, a familiar." Suddenly she shouted, "You," the sound making Mok Jeong-woon startle. Then she wrapped her hand tightly around his throat. "Let me go this instant." Immediately, a red streak appeared on Blue Spirit's neck, causing her pain. Blue Spirit pulled her hand back, coughing violently. She flew into a furious rage. "Damn it!" Mok Jeong-woon escaped by a hair. Watching her think, it seemed the familiar felt pain just like its master did. He wondered, what about the demonic monk? I just came back from the other side. Meanwhile, the demonic monk in translucent form was sobbing. He called to her, "Looks like we're going to be stuck with each other for a long time. Why don't you introduce yourself?" Blue Spirit leisurely smoked. He introduced himself. "I'm Mok Jeong-woon, and you, what should I call you?" Although she paid him no mind, he kept nagging, "If you won't tell me, I'll just give you a name myself." He grinned slyly. "How about Green Beetle?" At that, she turned and snarled, "Are you insane?" Mok Jeong-woon chuckled. "Seems like you don't like that name, huh?" She snapped in anger. "How dare you mock me?" He continued, "If you don't like that name, why not tell me your real one?" She turned away. "I won't reveal my name to some stupid mortal." He was at a loss. He pondered briefly. "All right, I'll just call you that then." The thought flashed through his mind, since she's a Blue Spirit. He kept staring at her. "Blue Spirit," Mok Jeong-woon smiled. "I'll call you that, okay." Blue Spirit snorted coldly, still uninterested. He sighed. "She's so arrogant. Can't I beat her into submission? Well, considering how I dragged her into this world, I'll slowly convince her to like me." Mok Jeong-woon said, "Besides, this book is bound in human skin anyway." He picked it up. "Blue Spirit, do you know what's inside this?" She coldly replied, "Which Blue Spirit? I don't know that name." She waved her cigarette. "I don't know, don't ask me, I'm busy." He was speechless, as if he'd just noticed something. The pages of the book were filled with dense writing and strange characters written in blood. Mok Jeong-woon became intrigued. Bound in human skin and written in blood, how interesting. He kept pondering, but all the characters didn't make sense together. What did that mean? Blue Spirit glared at him. She laughed mockingly. He looked at her and thought to himself that she clearly didn't intend to tell him. She'd been starring for so long, he'd have to figure it out himself. He flipped through the book. Mok Jeong-woon read aloud words written in the book. The B letter 1EA5T TUY letter 1EC7T, relying on the consciousness of that form. Blue Spirit turned her head, staring into the void where she believed a tangible form must exist behind the illusion. The characters he manifested weren't actually what they seemed. She was stunned to see countless strands of mystical purple light circling around him. He continued chanting steadily, muttering about how demons disturb the minds of the righteous. The primordial bloodline contained a power capable of overturning the heavens and earth. He cried out in shock, unable to turn the page further. The book in his hands had begun to wrinkle. She blurted out a shout of disbelief, which made him startle and turn around. Blue Spirit was utterly astonished and pressed him to explain how he could do that. Mok Jeong-woon replied puzzledly, asking in turn whether this book was the source of everything. Suddenly, the veins on his body bulged fiercely. Blue Spirit was swept up in the effect as a gloomy ribbon of purple smoke enveloped her body. She hurriedly ordered him to hold his breath at once. He complied immediately, clenching his teeth, trying to relax his mind and chase away stray thoughts. Though he stood motionless, the book remained steady in his hands. From the pages, a burst of purple light flared intensely. Then the book slowly slipped from his grasp. Blue Spirit watched closely, muttering about how absurdly fast it all was. The book fell from his hand and dropped. When the book hit the ground, she remained lost in thought, wondering how someone who'd never trained in martial arts could undo the binding ritual. She forced a smile, thinking that performing the binding ceremony was already a marvel. She whispered that she was about to witness a world-shaking event. Mok Jeong-woon slumped down, panting and exhausted, wondering what the hell had just happened. She answered that it was because he hadn't controlled the binding ritual properly, and thus breathed incorrectly. He scoffed, blaming her for only explaining now, which made her fume. She pointed at him, insisting she did it only to prevent him from hurting himself through his own stupidity. Mok Jeong-woon could only give a wry smile. Mok Jeong-woon then asked about the nature of the ritual. She explained it was the ability to attract and manipulate matter at will. He questioned the pain in his abdomen and the tension in his veins. She patiently replied that it was because he directed his chi incorrectly and failed to pull anything in, causing the chi to become disordered. She looked away and made a suggestion. Try it on that corpse lying motionless in the blood pool. He dragged the corpse closer. Blue Spirit guided him to focus on the Danshin energy as the deceased's chi gradually dissipated. He asked to confirm the spot was the navel, right? She showed irritation at having to handhold him so meticulously. Mok Jong-woon could only offer an awkward smile while she snorted coldly. She told him to try chanting the incantation again. He began to recite the spells. Mok Jong-woon squeezed his eyes shut, silently invoking the B letter 1EA5T TUY letter 1EC7T. The consciousness and the transformation of nothingness into form. The incantation continued, invoking characters and how demons disturb the mind. About the primordial bloodline that carries power to overturn heaven and earth. Purple light from his hands shone more brilliantly and violently than ever. He was astonished as he felt a new surge of power. A warm current moved through his veins, seeping into his palms and swirling around his Danshin energy. Blue Spirit took a drag of her cigarette and explained, "This ritual can pull in anything, even chi." She glanced at him and asked if he could feel it. That was the operating principle of the binding ritual. Mok Jong-woon, sweaty, stared at the glowing orb in his palm and realized this was the chi Go-chan had mentioned. According to Go-chan, gathering chi normally consumes a great deal of time. But this ritual allowed him to absorb another's energy to accumulate chi much faster. In other words, he could boost his power in an extremely short time. Suddenly, the young master froze. Mok Jong-woon said the energy had vanished. Blue Spirit explained that chi was naturally like that, which is why a special method is needed to gather it. Otherwise, it won't condense in the Danshin. He needed a way to shape its properties, to prevent it from blending with someone else's energy. She calmly held her pipe, asserting that collecting chi via the binding ritual was unrealistic. Mok Jong-woon looked disappointed, thinking he'd found a shortcut. Blue Spirit laughed, saying becoming a skilled martial artist wasn't that easy. She reassured him not to be too disappointed because the ritual had many other uses, which made Mok Jong-woon curious. She explained the binding ritual was just the foundation of destructive techniques, but understanding it alone opened countless possibilities, like focusing chi into the hand through circulation. Mok Jong-woon interrupted, skeptical about how to perform it. The woman patiently replied that one only needed to imagine it, which surprised him greatly. With an open attitude, she said chanting and circulating chi were just ways to visualize it. If he could do it, he could put chi into his hand. She thought to herself that it sounded easy, but he surely couldn't do it without training. Such a waste of potential was regrettable. Mok Jong-woon began to focus and guide chi into his hand. A stream of purple chi gradually surrounded his hand. Mok Jong-woon hastily clenched his fist. Blue Spirit watched the sight in utter amazement. He swung the arm still wrapped in chi. A direct punch into a supporting pillar that cracked it bit by bit. She stood stunned as the young master shattered the pillar with only the chi in his hand. She blurted, "Impossible, you're only a beginner, how could you do this?" She hadn't expected that power from him, while Mok Jong-woon felt exhilarated. Wonderful, she still couldn't believe her eyes, unsure who he truly was. She'd never met anyone so extraordinary in her life. She was shocked, wondering about his origins, while Mok Jong-woon was still reveling in his ability to punch through the wall. Mok Jong-woon was ecstatic, finally understanding why people exalted martial arts. With it, finishing an opponent became much easier. She suddenly felt fear at his words. He had already seen through the essence of martial arts, thinking mental cultivation through training was nonsense. After all, isn't the core purpose of martial arts to send opponents to the underworld? The young man didn't give up and continued to press. "So what's the second technique?" She smiled with implication it was. The young master grinned wickedly as if waiting for her to spill it, but she was quick to sober up and avoid the trap. He was nearly fooled by a mere mortal. "All right, I'll tell you everything then." Blue Spirit ground her teeth in annoyance and smoothed her hair. "Damn, I said more than I intended because he absorbed it so quickly. Now I understand why those clan elders are always haunted by their disciples." Mok Jong-woon called out. When Blue Spirit looked puzzled, she waved him off. "Don't talk to me." The young man looked disappointed. "That's it, boring. I still have a ton of questions for her. She said it would dissipate, so what is this lingering chill on my skin? Should I ask one more question?" "Never mind, she won't answer anyway. Poking around for clues myself will be fun enough." Mok Jong-woon spoke up. "Blue Spirit, let's get out of here." The night was quiet, with only the wind whispering. The silhouette of a woman appeared, Seok Madam's bodyguard Hwang. The heavy door creaked open, as if hiding something murky within. The statues inside were utterly creepy. Items were wrapped and sealed with talismans. A bizarre statue with a Buddha's hand but a demonic body. She stood alone, motionless among the statues. wondering wooden statues, why is this room full of such horrid things? She stood before the torch, staring at it intently. Huang's voice trembled, you must have heard I sent word beforehand. But the sorcerer Mao Xin is dead. He was killed by that third young master, Mok Jeong-woon. The statue before them remained unmoving, showing no sign of life. She continued, this is how Madame Siok expresses her grief. 300 silver nyang. She'll pay another 400 silver nyang if you take an additional task. The mission is to eliminate that third young master. Do you dare? In the hushed space, the girl stood before the statue under the dim lamp, and suddenly the lamp went out. Goods, the girl nodded, thank you. After finishing, she stepped outside. Damn. There was clearly no one around, so why did she feel watched? A chill ran through her. If not for orders, she'd never set foot in this haunted place. Inside the room, the statue still loomed, lined up neatly with the others. The overhead view revealed Mao Xin lying below. Suddenly, voices echoed from somewhere. I assure you. It's a priority kill, I agree. That brat said the maid was suspended in midair, surely the yellow spirit. Maybe that third young master was possessed by that spirit, but can that brat really subdue a soul into a familiar spirit? No way, unless the soul is pure or a yakai. How could one tame an ordinary spirit into a familiar? Either way, this is urgent and must be dealt with immediately. One of us will have to eliminate the third young master of Mock Sword Manor and help that spirit move on. Yes, sir. And so a new morning arrived. The guard Go-chan woke and let out a long yawn. He muttered, that bastard, I just dozed after staying up all night and he makes me run errands. When he brought the brazier, the third young master thanked him. The guard thought to himself that the boy at least knew manners. The brazier was stoked into roaring flame. Go-chan curiously asked, what do you need it for? Mok Jeong-woon replied, I need to burn something. He still didn't grasp it. The man's face darkened at the thought of a terrible possibility. The third young master said calmly, yes, it's the secret dispatch of Mock Sword Manor. The guard exclaimed in shock, but the third young master paid no mind, casually tearing each page with nimble hands. Each page of the secret dispatch shredded and tossed into the brazier. Go-chan stood trembling with fear while the third young master continued burning the dispatches to ash. He thought to himself, is this madman really burning the secret dispatch? Mok Jeong-woon stood before the roaring fire, wearing a faint smile that made Go-chan quake with dread. Witnessing his action, Go-chan cried out in panic, what are you doing? With watery, regretful eyes, Go-chan poured out a tirade that left him helplessly looking away. Why burn that book? Even if you don't know martial arts, that secret dispatch is coveted by many, shouldn't you use it? He nonchalantly tossed the book at Go-chan's face and replied, precisely because so many covet it, I must burn it. What? Mok Jeong-woon stood defiantly, making Go-chan more bewildered. He said, so you'll let me be the only one to possess it, what do you mean? He tapped his temple with a finger, right here. He smirked triumphantly, everything is already engraved in here. Go-chan widened his eyes in astonishment. He turned and ordered Go-chan, I have a task for you. Mok Jeong-woon stood at the doorway, turning to instruct Go-chan. When the sun rises, give this to Madame Siok and my second brother, understood? Go-chan looked skeptical at his words. Didn't you just say many are targeting it? The brazier flared wildly, reducing the manual to dust. He thought to himself, I like a harmonious family. He smiled mysteriously, if everyone gets a share. And he acted delighted, that scene would certainly be amusing, wouldn't it? Go-chan was stunned by his words. The sun began to wake, appearing beyond the distant mountains. The thin blanket folded neatly. My mornings usually pass rather quickly. Guard Cam fussed about tidying the bedding. Upon waking, I always make the bed and change clothes. After cleaning the room thoroughly, he began checking the day's schedule. Donning clothes and tucking a sword at his side. It's a habit from his days as an assassin, a life of strict discipline. Guard Cam carefully wrapped his hair and tied it, but inwardly thought he wouldn't have to do this forever. He leisurely poured a cup of hot tea, sipping it slowly if he could become the trusted retainer of the second young master. Then, he leaned on the windowsill, gazing out at the view with dreamy thoughts of a glorious future, imagining himself promoted to captain. He held the cup, smiling nostalgically, as if just yesterday he had been a lone assassin. How poignant. Just then someone pushed the door open. Guard Cam, Master Mok Yoon-pyong summons you. He squinted toward where the second young master was. Guard Cam heaved the door open with force. A loud bang echoed through the hall. He dashed off like the wind, cursing under his breath. Earlier his face had shown anger with blood trickling from the side of his head, yet he kept calculating silently. Damn it. Previously when meeting, Guard Cam heard the second young master declare that Cho Il-seng must disappear immediately. He sat in his chair and continued, I sent guards to check whether the third brother truly lost his martial arts and now he's missing. Mok Yoon-pyong's face twisted with anger, his gaze drilling into Guard Cam. How dare you lie to me? Guard Cam flailed in panic, defending himself. It's not right, I wouldn't dare lie, my lord, there must be something fishy going on. He hurled a fork at Guard Cam's head to shut him up. He shouted in fury, then why hasn't that guard returned? Do you take me for a fool? Guard Cam trembled with anger but couldn't fight back, he only clenched his fists. Why, how did things go so suddenly wrong? Damn it, in this state there's no one left to rely on. Unwilling, he trembled as he begged Mok Yun Pyong. No, this is the result of a lifetime's work, all my sacrifices. Please give me more time and I'll find that guard to prove I'm not lying. Seeing continued doubt, Guard Cam raised his arm to swear an oath. Why should I give you another chance? I swear on this very arm of mine. He gritted his teeth, insisting that for a martial artist, the right arm is life itself. Mok Yun Pyong fell silent and watched Guard Cam. A hush fell over the room for a moment. Finally, he relented. Fine. He bellowed an order. Prove it. I'll give you 4 hours. If you find that guard, I'll believe you. If not, bring your miserable life here yourself. Guard Cam bowed his head, clasped his hands, and accepted the order. Yes, sir. As he left, he muttered, thinking everything started rotting since I brought that impostor in. He wiped the blood from his head with a cloth, not certain, but if that man caused this, I'll kill him. Just then he spotted Go-chan strolling toward him. Go-chan was nodding off when he was startled by a shout. You there. Before he could collect himself, Guard Cam grabbed his collar and slammed him against the wall. Go-chan hadn't even understood what was happening when Guard Cam barked, Brother, I told you to watch him. Are you betraying me? Go-chan hurriedly denied it. What are you talking about? Of course not. Then what are you doing here? Have you colluded with that imposter? He grabbed Go-chan's shirt, accidentally exposing the book inside, and demanded, What the hell are you saying? He snatched the book from Go-chan's hands. He growled, What is this? Go-chan reached to snatch it back. Wait, that's... He stared eyes wide, peering into the book. On the cover, the title was clearly written. En hiern em letter 1e5c hoa tam fop. Hearing Guard Cam's harsh call, Go-chan trembled in fear. You. Guard Cam roared in anger. What tricks have you been hiding from me? Go-chan turned pale with fright. The 2 servants standing nearby also trembled at the terrifying scene. Guard Cam strode ahead. Go-chan was dragged along behind. He clutched Go-chan's shirt and yanked him violently to the door of Mok Jeong-woon's room. He kicked the door to his room open. He frowned, his face full of murderous intent, and swung his arm. Hearing the commotion, he turned and saw Go-chan being hurled into the center of the room. Go-chan lay motionless on the floor, his face smeared with blood. He looked at Guard Cam and greeted him. Mok Jeong-woon tracked the figure standing at the door with his eyes. The air around him felt utterly bleak, matching his mood. Guard Cam. Guard Cam snarled angrily, explain yourself clearly to me. Damn it. He watched Mok Jeong-woon calmly resting his chin in thought, and just seeing that expression ignited his rage. Explain what the hell. He hurriedly slammed the door shut. I don't have time to play word games with you. Hearing that, he merely smiled serenely. Stepping over Go-chan toward him, thinking to himself, why do I feel so tense and jittery? Damn it, I told you everything from the start. Without hesitation, he lunged and squeezed his neck, pressing him hard against the wall. Guard Cam's eyes bulged, displaying a menacing ferocity. If you intend to pull some stunt, I'll send you off, he smiled, brushing off any connection. You really say that? I don't remember a thing. He ground his teeth and glared, that bastard. He continued to shout, interrogating him. What exactly did you do to the second young master's guard? Who, me? Despite shaking with anger, he insisted on denying it. Don't try to fool me. Did you touch him? You know how weak I am while he's a true fighter. He thought to himself, I know, but something still feels off. Mok Jeong-woon smiled faintly and asked again, isn't that so? He seized his wrist and said, how could a third young master who has lost all martial skill like me possibly have killed him? Guard Cam froze, eyes wide in astonishment. He went on, recall his firm assertion in front of the second young master. See, what did he say? The young master lost all martial skill, unable to exert any force at all. He ground his teeth and immediately drew the hidden knife at his side. Knew it. It was him. He swung the knife up, screaming in frenzy. Damn it, this bastard is the one who struck Cho Il-seng. Mok Jeong-woon laughed loudly. What are you going to do to me? Is Guard Cam turning traitor? He laughed harder, his taunting words driving him mad, but the imposter had already killed the second young master's guard. He slashed once at his neck, hot blood sprayed across the man's face. Objects around them were knocked over and scattered everywhere. The room turned chaotic. He leaned against the wall, pressing hard on the wound with his hand while the man knelt on the floor. He suddenly spoke up, 3 years. Guard Cam trembled as he recounted his past. I was an orphan trained to become an assassin. I traded so much time and money just to get here. Finally, I succeeded. 3 long years struggling through any job to survive. He shook violently. My whole life was poured into these 3 years. He looked up at Mok Jeong-woon with eyes full of hatred. But you ruined everything. You not only killed the 3rd young master but also killed the subordinate the 2nd young master prized. He fell silent and listened to his confession. I must kill you. Whether I stay or leave, I'll die sooner or later, so I might as well kill you and flee. There's no other way. He froze as if he just remembered something. He looked up at him and blurted no. Guard Cam crawled quickly toward Mok Jeong-woon. Cho Il-sung is already dead. I can't change that, but there's still something else that can replace him. He pulled a book out from his robe. I don't know why you possess this. You still have the rest of the secret dispatch, right? He pinned his hopes on the secret dispatch like a lifeline. With it, I can pin the blame on that dead Cho Il-sung. Answer me quickly. Mok Jeong-woon replied coolly, I don't know. Don't you understand your situation right now? Guard Cam grabbed his head, pressing the tip of his knife to his throat in threat. If anything happens to me, you'll die with me. But maybe I'll change my mind if you hand over the remaining part of the dispatch. He raised the cold blade, adding, if you keep stubbornly lying, I'll let you die in excruciating pain. Understand? While I'm still patient, hand it over now. Mok Jeong-woon fell silent for a moment, then sighed in agreement. Fine, I'll give it to you. He released his grip on his head, a smug look on his face. Your life is hanging by a thread. You can't pretend to be dangerous anymore. You should have said it sooner and avoided this suffering. Guard Cam spread his hand toward him, ordering him to hand it over. He placed his hand on the man's, taking him by surprise. The man barked angrily, but he answered calmly. What are you doing? Aren't I giving it to you? The dispatch. Mok Jeong-woon smiled challengingly. It's already in my head. He used the man's arm to pull himself up, ignoring the man's shock at that claim. What's, oh, and one more thing. He suddenly squeezed Guard Cam's hand tight, staring at their hands touching as streams of malevolent energy began to radiate. Thanks, Guard Cam. The man stared in horror at his held hand. The first technique. Guard Cam watched the surge of malevolent energy erupt from there as his own efforts were siphoned dry by him. Twist the seal, he screamed in terror while he laughed with glee. I was wondering who would be the guinea pig for this move. Mok Jeong-woon delighted. Who knew you'd offer yourself at my door? Too little, too late. He screamed in fear. Let me go, he swung a knife at his hand. Mok Jeong-woon winced slightly from the pain. Guard Cam took advantage and slashed repeatedly, a stab to his flank sending waves of pain through him. In agony, Mok Jeong-woon had to hurriedly let go of his hand. He seized the moment and kicked him, sending him flying across the room. Guard Cam panted heavily. Only a faint trace of malevolent energy remained in his hand. He stared at his hand, unable to sense his inner power anymore, as he sucked it all dry. He staggered to his feet and exclaimed, truly a top-tier martial artist, yet still not enough. The man gaped in horror. Mok Jeong-woon smiled wickedly at him. There's no choice, I'll have to find another trick to send you off. Guard Cam bristled at the mention of finishing him. You think your little tricks can beat me? He shouted confidently, someone like you claimed to defeat me. Guard Cam immediately grabbed his knife and lunged at him like a projectile. He swung the knife and shouted, die. Mok Jeong-woon calmly whispered a name. Demonic monk, a strand of malevolent energy coiled tightly around his arm, stopping the blade from reaching him. He was terrified beyond belief. Did he just block that strike? How could this be? Suddenly the arm hurt so badly he couldn't control it. He screamed, what the hell did you do? Mok Jeong-woon smiled and casually took the knife from his hand. Oh, just playing a bit, give it back so I can show you a trick. Guard Cam stared wide-eyed in shock, unaware that the demonic monk was gripping his arm tightly at that moment. He panicked and yelled, what? Mok Jeong-woon smiled and lunged to counter. I'll return the favor right now. Mok Jeong-woon raised the knife and said coldly, I'll take both your inner power and this knife. He plunged the knife into Guard Cam's chest, making him howl in terrible pain. Mok Jeong-woon glanced at him and said indifferently, all yours, after being stabbed. He staggered backward, crying out in agony. Blood poured endlessly. Guard Cam could not stand steady, his body swaying as if about to collapse. He coughed and gagged, feeling utterly cornered. Guard Cam touched the wound that kept bleeding, thinking to himself that this bastard had struck his weak point. If he pulls the knife out wrong, the blood will gush out. What a bastard. He not only stole my inner power but used it offensively. I'm so stupid for choosing someone like him. But seeing Mok Jeong-woon standing there holding his left arm, Guard Cam forced himself to speak. He, in pain, struggled to force out each word. Have you forgotten the poison I gave you? Guard Cam secretly rejoiced. This was why he'd prepared that venom carefully. It seemed the toxin had flared up. Mok Jeong-woon's face went pale. He was silent for a moment, then spoke. Go on. Everything was playing out as Guard Cam had planned. He thought to himself, yes, we'll negotiate, he asked curiously. Negotiate? the man continued. If we keep going like this, both of us lose out. Guard Cam was barely holding on, trembling. I'll give you the antidote and money. Don't you want to get out of here? Guard Cam calculated inwardly that he should play humble for now. He could always kill him later. Suddenly he spat up a mouthful of blood, hurriedly covering his mouth and crying out. He collapsed to his knees, vomiting blood without stop. Mok Jong-woon watched him calmly, while Guard Cam kept retching blood. He cried, staring at his bloodied hands. Why is this happening? I'm still circulating chi through my body. Why isn't it getting better? He was utterly bewildered, not understanding the cause. But as realization dawned, Guard Cam thought of the poison. He screamed. Mok Jeong-woon slowly stepped toward the window, adjusted his clothes, and said, "Being stabbed by that knife didn't wound me badly, but it does sting." Guard Cam's injury worsened. He forced out, What did you do? You. Mok Jeong-woon opened the window, eager, and replied, "It's nothing. When you plunged that knife into me, the blade was already caked with a lot of blood." Guard Cam, not understanding, blinked and asked, "What are you talking about?" Watching Guard Cam kneel in agony on the floor, Mok Jeong-woon said cheerfully, "My blood is very poisonous." He had no idea what that meant. He looked at the terror on the man's face and listed off. Green aconite, puffball fungus, fennel, snail scale herb, dangui root, foxtail herb, pinalea. Aren't these the ingredients of the poison you made me swallow? At that, Guard Cam froze, a cold sweat breaking out. He recalled memories from before. As a child, I'd eaten all kinds of poisonous plants, so my blood has become poisonous. Mok Jeong-woon strolled closer and said, "Do you understand now?" He leaned close to Guard Cam's trembling face and affirmed, "I don't need an antidote." Guard Cam panicked to the extreme, thinking to himself, "That's it, I'm dead for sure." He curled a lip and asked, Why are you shaking so much? Did I open the window so you're cold?" "I did that because I'm afraid you'll catch a cold from the poison." Guard Cam clutched his throat, trembling and speechless. Guard Cam was so terrified he was about to cry. "You'll live a little longer if your body temperature drops. I opened the window to slow the poison's spread." Both of Guard Cam's hands trembled violently. He begged in fear, I beg you." Guard Cam grabbed Mok Jeong-woon's hem, groveling for his life. No, I beg you, I'll be loyal to you." Fear of the gallows overwhelmed him. Guard Cam clung and cried, "I'll be your dog. Tell me to crawl and I'll crawl. Tell me to lick your feet and I'll lick them. Please spare me." He trembled, clutching Mok Jeong-woon's clothes. Seeing that pitiful plea, Mok fell silent in thought. Suddenly he stood and said, "I like you like this." Guard Cam was surprised, crying as he squeezed Mok Jeong-woon's hand tightly. He said excitedly, "Looks entertaining, right? If you're reasonable like this, we could cooperate." Guard Cam brightened, only able to cry out in response. But Mok Jeong-woon's expression shifted. He said, "I'll agree if you'd begged me from the start." Hearing that, Guard Cam blurted out, "What?" Guard Cam's blood spattered Mok Jeong-woon's face. He laughed and said, "You flip sides so easily, don't you?" Then he grabbed the knife lodged in the man's body and said, "So loyal, do you want to protest me?" Guard Cam trembled, coughing up blood. Mok Jeong-woon continued, "Like you. He drove the knife in deeper to finish you off." Guard Cam coughed blood in despair. He let out a startled cry, then his whole body slowly fell backward. Both his hands shook violently, and finally he didn't move at all. Guard Cam croaked with his eyes still wide open, a horrifying sight. Someone like him should never have been so foolish and thus died early. After finishing, Mok Jeong-woon stood up and exhaled in relief. He flexed, stretched, and complained that it still hurt. "The guy really stabbed me. What a waste of a new outfit." He picked up the book and dusted it off. Things resolved quicker than he'd thought. Maybe it's for the best. If that man knew his true identity, he'd have to kill him sooner or later anyway. Mok Jeong-woon pondered something intently. Looking at Go-chan lying on the ground, Mok Jeong-woon wondered if he should finish off this guy too. Mok Jeong-woon felt he still had use. Guard Cam didn't know he'd burned the dispatch, which showed Go-chan could keep his mouth shut. He was still useful. Seeing him motionless, Mok Jeong-woon called out loudly, "Get up." Go-chan suddenly sat up immediately. "Yes." Go-chan asked anxiously, "How did you know?" Mok Jeong-woon replied nonchalantly, "Did you think I wouldn't notice you inching away from the scuffle? I saw you roll aside because you were afraid of being stepped on." Go-chan answered nervously, I did that." Mok Jeong-woon smiled, "You can keep a secret. I like you even more now." Go-chan, worried, scratched his head and said, "Thank you, sir." "We can't leave things this messy," Mok Jeong-woon told Go-chan. "Tell the others nearby to go elsewhere. I need to deal with Guard Cam's body." On hearing the order, he ran off at once. "Yes, young master." The scene was utterly destroyed, blood spattered everywhere. Mok Jeong-woon wondered where to start now. He placed his hand on Guard Cam and unleashed his power. Mok Jeong-woon probed his body. He thought he might sense the heat of inner power, but it was essentially useless. Besides, that wasn't what he wanted to check. It was the freezing energy that had given him goosebumps back in the basement. He guessed it might be the deathly chi exuding from the act of killing. He concentrated his power and checked every nook and cranny more deeply. After a while of searching, Mok Jong-woon was secretly pleased. There it was, exactly that. Unlike ordinary inner power, the cold chi didn't spread outward but was coiled tightly around the body's energy center. That bone-chilling chill was exhilarating, like the moment Mok Jong-woon struck down an enemy. If he wanted this power, would he have to take more lives? Blue Spirit stood watching the whole scene. She exhaled a puff of smoke, the mist curling around her, and then she spoke, "Hey, demonic monk, I understand now why you agreed to let him control you." Blue Spirit watched Mok Jong-woon smiling brightly and thought to herself that he truly was a monster. Elsewhere, at Mok Yun-pyong's manor, Jian Yongpyong spoke up, "Guard Cam, I don't think he's lying." The #1 guard, Jian Yongpyong, seemed to have grasped the whole situation. Mok Yun-pyong had planned in advance. He wiped his sword and replied, "Do you know why he'd lie about such an obvious fact?" Jian Yongpyong asked in surprise. Why, young master?" Admiring the gleaming sword in his hand, Mok Yun-pyong continued, "You see, if you keep being kind to someone, they'll take advantage of you." He kept polishing the blade, his voice cold, "So I must first show him the bitterness of my wrath. If I spare him later, he'll know to be obedient." He glanced slyly. Evil must lead the way so goodness can be highlighted. Jian Yongpyong seemed to understand. He bowed and said, "I understand. Brilliant idea, young master." Mok Yun-pyong chuckled, "You flatter me." "I'm being sincere." Jian Yongpyong thought to himself that Guard Cam was indeed not loyal and needed testing. The young master was skilled at manipulating hearts. This man would certainly be a worthy successor. Suddenly someone burst in, panting and shouting loudly, "There's big news." Mok Yun-pyong calmly asked, "What is it?" Han Sing's face was full of worry. Guard Cam stammered on. Guard Cam wanted to kill the third young master. Jian Yongpyong exclaimed in shock, "What?" Jian Yongpyong stepped forward to press for why. Mok Yun-pyong frowned. If he wanted to prove his innocence that way, it would be foolish. Han Sing anxiously interjected, "No, that's not the point." Han Sing explained the matter clearly. The third young master said that those two were behind this assassination. Mok Yun-pyong went pale. "What?" Angry at being trapped, he plunged the sword into the table, gritting his teeth at Mok Jong-woon. Han Sing fumed, "How dare he? And Guard Cam, what about him?" Guard Cam was soaked in blood, the room a chaotic wreck. Han Sing continued in a terrified voice, "He's missing." The second young master was stunned, unbelieving. Mok Jong-woon. He snatched up the sword. "I will not spare him." Guard Jian Yongpyong hurriedly intervened. "Young master, if you strike the third young master now, you'd be falling into his trap." Mok Yun-pyong remained adamant. "So what? Must I stand by and watch him gloat? I cannot sit idly." Jian Yongpyong flustered then. He continued to restrain him. "Why don't we let someone else handle it for you?" The second young master paused. Jian Yongpyong explained, "The third young master is spreading rumors that Guard Cam wanted to assassinate him. If that's true, things become much easier to deal with. The organization Guard Cam once joined has strict rules and the pride of the assassin world. Failure in a mission is the ultimate taboo with no exceptions. Even retired assassins always find ways to complete their objectives." Jian Yongpyong said sternly, "I will negotiate with the Swift Kill sect, one of the 3 largest assassin groups in the Central Plains." He pondered. The Swift Kill sect. Mok Yun-pyong smiled slyly. "Fine." Mok Jong-woon sat meditating on the bed, Go Chan standing guard outside. He calmed himself and reflected that he had been trying to form an energy core. Just as the secret dispatch instructed, streams of purple chi began to wrap around him. He sighed in frustration. He still failed to control the nearby chi. Whenever he touched it, it dissipated. Where am I going wrong? Mok Jong-woon called guard Go Chan. He replied in surprise, "Yes, young master, any orders?" "I'm trying to create an energy core, but it keeps collapsing." "Do you know why?" Go Chan blinked in confusion. "What?" he thought in embarrassment. "Oh, this kid yesterday knew nothing of martial arts, yet overnight he can sense and manipulate chi." Mok Jong-woon looked puzzled. Go Chan imagined him scolding and hurriedly dismissed the thought. Ridiculous. If he said that, the guy would probably punch his mouth in. He tried to soothe him. "Young master, let me check." Mok Jong-woon, surprised, check. Go Chan gently explained, "It's nothing. I'll just transmit a bit of chi to see why it's dispersing." He thought, must be patient, don't provoke him. Kids are like that, always wanting to seem knowledgeable. Go Chan placed his hands on his shoulders from behind. Never mind me, master, focus on guiding the chi. Mok Jong-woon concentrated and regulated his breath. The purple chi billowed and churned across his body. Go-chan was terrified into silence. He was incredulous. How could the boy do this? His meridians weren't blocked at all. Chi flowed smoothly. To be like this, someone must have been secretly guiding his chi every day by a master of deep inner skill. Could he be a prodigy? He frowned slightly. What is this? There is a strange source of energy, so chillingly cold it terrifies. Both his hands snapped back as if something had shoved them away. He turned and said, it dispersed again. Did you feel that? Mok Jeong-woon asked. Be honest, I'm not able to form an energy core, am I? Go-chan affirmed, yes. He looked at his hands. I feel something strange around your energy core, but I can't tell what it is. Mok Jeong-woon pondered, could that cold energy be the cause? Must I abandon the martial path? Go-chan mused, it's odd, it disperses the chi. I don't think it comes from normal chi circulation. It's as if it's completely the opposite. He wondered opposite how. Go-chan soothed him, it's just my speculation, you needn't worry too much. Mok Jong-woon muttered, opposite how? On second thought, normal chi is warm, while this deathly chi is freezing. Kin Van said, I think you're right. I'll try circulating the chi in the reverse direction. Go-chan panicked. What? He tried to stop him. Young master, no, you'll cause a chi blockage. Suddenly, red streaks appeared behind Go-chan and clamped over his mouth. A woman stepped out of the red streaks and whispered, SHH. Shut up, she laughed loudly. What an idiotic move. That's just courting death. If a spirit touches the host's hand, they'll be harmed. But if the host dies for another reason, the pact between them breaks automatically. Blue Spirit smiled, it seems we'll be free sooner than expected. Demonic monk, wait until you die and your soul leaves the body. I will personally tear you apart. At the same time, at Blessing Flower Hall, a stranger appeared and announced herself to Lady Seok. I am Shuo, a sorcerer from Phoenix Pavilion. Lady Seok couldn't help but be suspicious. The famed sorcerer they knew had already died, yet now they sent someone so young and whose voice hardly sounded like a master. Moreover, why did she bring that strange item? Shuo stepped toward the corpse. This Myo Shin disciple's body will be a useful tool for my ritual. It will help me trace the soul that killed him. Lady Seok was astonished, thinking, a Myo Shin disciple, so her rank is even higher than Myo Shin. She replied, I understand. She turned back and said, but first there's something I must make clear. Lady Seok hurriedly asked, what is it? A strange light flashed in her eyes. The third young master, he will surely die. Lady Seok smiled. Earlier I felt a bit hostile toward you, but now that's different. Shuo continued, very well. She began to perform her magic. The old man's body trembled violently, eyes rolling back, tongue grotesquely lolling out. Shuo chanted on, as the Northern Emperor has given me his command, I use the demon-defeating talisman in his name. She raised the nail in her hand the moment she finished speaking, then drove the sharp object forcefully into Myo Shin's body. A heartrending scream echoed. The two people nearby were shocked by the scene before them. A piercing sound rang out. The main target was the old Myo Shin's neck, which was gradually swelling. From his eyes and mouth, countless grotesque hands crawled out. They joined together into the shape of a snake and lunged toward the intended target. As they drew closer to their mark, Blue Spirit suddenly realized something was hurtling toward them. She turned and watched those bizarre hands whiz past. They madly tried to latch onto Mok Jeong-woon, namely the third young master, Mok Jeong-woon. The demonic monk immediately reached out to block the attack. But the force was so tremendous, it sent the demonic monk staggering backward. Blue Spirit showed surprise. Reverse murder? She hadn't expected it to be reverse murder, meaning every downward stab would make Mok Jeong-woon bear all the pain. Shuo kept unleashing a barrage of strikes, making the demonic power in the hands grow exponentially stronger and more ferocious. Lady Seok looked satisfied, thinking that just imagining it brought immense pleasure. She drove the strikes even more viciously, each downward plunge fueling her uncontrollable excitement further. Stronger. More of those hands were closing in on Mok Jeong-woon. Lady Seok was breathless. Make him suffer more, you vermin. Blue Spirit held a cigarette between her fingers. She channeled her demonic power and shoved the swarm of ghostly hands back directly. Those hands were instantly severed. Blue Spirit snarled in fury. How dare they? On the other side, Shuo's spiritual force continued to feed into the hands. Blue Spirit raged, how dare they touch my prey? She unleashed her full demonic power. Begone. As soon as she finished, her spell cleaved the hands in two. Shuo felt the enemy counterattack but couldn't react in time, which hurled her far away. Lady Seok worried, are you all right? Shuo collapsed to the ground. Her chi channels damaged, blood spilling from the corners of her mouth. Impossible. How? Why could reverse murder be redirected? That thing was no ordinary yellow spirit. She clenched her hand, gritted her teeth. "Madam, I need more silver." The lady panicked. "What, you need more silver?" Shu said coldly. "Yes, at least 1,000 silver nyang." The guard beside the lady couldn't help but interject. 1,000? Are you joking? You've already taken 500, enough to buy a ton of rice, and now you want another 1,000. She replied calmly, "The situation has changed. This money compensates for the fact I'm wagering my life." The lady fretted, "Is it really that dangerous?" Shuo packed her things while explaining, "There's an extremely powerful evil spirit, a yellow spirit that can threaten anyone's life. And this one is even more terrifying than that. No one could imagine anything more dangerous than a yellow spirit. Most exorcists faced with this have no recourse unless they're as skilled as I am." Lady Siak was strung tight with tension. Finally she decided, "Fine, I'll give you another 1,000. The guard beside her was utterly astonished. "Madam," she snapped, losing patience, "by any means necessary you must kill Mok Jong-woon for me." She continued, "Exorcists are ranked much like spirits are." Shuo shrugged off her robe and said, "From highest to lowest, divine, sun, moon, talent, darkness, and porter. Myo Shin is only a porter with 5 basic trainings, and I'm 2 ranks above him. I am a talent-trained exorcist." She was stunned by that claim. So young had she been deceived. Lady Siok's panic was plain to see. Shuo's left hand exuded pitch-black chi. "Besides, I'm one of only 3 exorcists at Phoenix Pavilion who can command a familiar spirit. I stepped out the door, I swear it. The 3rd young master won't survive this night." As certain as nails in wood, Blue Spirit watched him, still circulating his inner chi. She felt annoyed. What a nuisance. Here I am and they dare cause trouble. Blue Spirit thought, if he's killed while circulating chi, it won't be his own doing, and that reflects badly on me. His whole body radiated black and purple chi. She gasped in shock, "Death chi and yin chi." Unbelievable. Blue Spirit was completely stunned. How could a living person absorb death chi? She pondered, this one is indeed not simple. He understood binding rites thoroughly and taught himself chi circulation. Not an exorcist, yet able to gather death chi while very much alive. How? Reluctantly, she had to admit Mok Jong-woon had opened his eyes. He began to sense the currents of chi moving around him. Blue Spirit grew intrigued. He was starting to pique my interest. He insisted he knew right away. The answer was to circulate chi in reverse so it no longer dispersed. Unfortunately, he still couldn't form an energy core because not enough chi had accumulated. Blue Spirit asked Mok Jong-woon, "Mortal, you're actually still alive?" He looked surprised. "Huh." Mok Jong-woon asked back, "Can't you see?" She couldn't believe her eyes, still puzzled how someone returned to life could absorb death chi. His confusion, "What on earth is she talking about?" showed. He wondered, "Why not? Never mind, it's not something you should worry about." He asked, "But Blue Spirit, what happened in the room earlier?" She pointed at him. "Are you asking now?" Mok Jong-woon stepped closer to Go-chan. "Demonic monk, what's going on? Why did guard Go-chan faint?" She ignored it, feigning ignorance. "I know nothing." The demonic monk suddenly came to, then ran off to tattletale to Mok Jong-woon. He looked at Blue Spirit and said, "I get it now, that's why Go-chan." She cried out anxiously, "What an idiotic demonic monk." Blue Spirit struck the demonic monk. "I thought you were on my side." He intervened, "Stop," which only made her angrier. "I was the one who saved you from reverse murder." He was surprised. What is reverse murder? Suddenly a shout rang from outside, freezing him in place. Blue Spirit furrowed her brow in thought. She casually exhaled cigarette smoke. He asked, "What's the matter?" She replied, "You're about to be finished." Mok Jong-woon couldn't help but panic at that. A huge shadow from outside crashed into the room, forcing Mok Jong-woon to instinctively step back. She sneered, "What kind of idiot picked this familiar spirit to summon?" He asked, "What on earth is this?" Blue Spirit explained, "The spirit of the mountain-piercing shelled beast." The Matang, he and she stood watching the reptiles encircle them. The entities on the mountain are called Chime, meaning mountain spirit, while those under the sea are called Morio, meaning sea spirit. For a long time, the people referred to these calamity-causing spirits collectively as Chime Morio. And this is one of them. Mountain-piercing shelled beast. Shu raised her hand and summoned a black demon bird like a crow, but with only one eye, its whole body exuding a thick miasma. She waved and let it soar up into the sky. It was a serpent-tailed bird that specialized in summoning insects to create chaos, an exceedingly venomous creature. It caught in the air as if calling forth the souls of its servants. While Shu stood waiting, the swarm of insects, killers and beetles among them, began crawling and scuttling at her feet with rustling sounds. She stepped forward and spoke, and there was no unity at all among the mages. "Perhaps because we've all danced too close to death, but I feel no sorrow that my disciple has died." Finishing her words, her face hardened. She formed a seal with her hands and her right eye flared. though she wasn't pleased to see a familiar face destroyed by the evil spirit. A buzzing rose as winged insect armies descended. She led them at the front, and they swarmed in greater numbers behind her. Keeping the seal on her hand, she loudly called out a name, Mok Jeong-woon. Mountain-piercing shelled beasts streaked across the sky as a faint whisper covered the courtyard. Become food for my spirits. Mok Jeong-woon stood watching anxiously. Guard Go-chan was asleep on the bed. Suddenly, he slapped the other man hard. Wake up. The slap jolted Guard Go-chan awake. Seeing the room full of insects, he panicked and shouted, "What's going on?" Mok Jeong-woon was smashing the insects with a pillow as she shouted, "Kill these bugs." Suddenly Go-chan grimaced in pain and let out a faint groan. He raised his hand to look at it, his palm covered in insect bites, his body trembling. "What?" he cried in horror. "I only touched them lightly." Continuing her actions, Mok Jeong-woon instructed, "Use your inner energy to protect yourself." Guard Go-chan curled on the bed, flailing and screaming. "How am I supposed to use inner energy?" Mok Jeong-woon worried inwardly. Though small, these creatures in such numbers would soon devour everyone. Blue Spirit sat cross-legged on a shelf, fairly relaxed. She asked, "What are you going to do? At this rate, you'll become their food sooner or later," he answered with no expression. "Probably," he turned to plead. "Blue Spirit, can you help me?" She exhaled a wisp of smoke and asked back, "Why should I help you?" He replied nonchalantly, "You're my familiar spirit. If you don't help me, what are you good for?" Seeing his lord speaking to the air, Guard Go-chan broke into a cold sweat, wondering who he was talking to. Blue Spirit leaned playfully, "I'll consider it if you lend me your body." He turned his head and flatly refused. "Forget it, then the lot of you can all perish." Go-chan shouted, "Oh, too many." The insects surged in. Mok Jeong-woon fought back with a pillow while Blue Spirit flew about the room. Suddenly she spoke up, "All right, then bet on it." He glanced at her, puzzled. "A bet?" "Exactly." She raised the pipe to her mouth, inhaled, and continued. "If you're about to croak, you lose, and then you must hand your body over to me." Her voice echoed through the smoky haze. He fell silent, waiting. She added, "And if you survive, from now on I'll do my utmost to support you." By then she had shifted to sit on the large chair, chin cupped in her hand. Hearing that, Mok Jeong-woon spoke up. Blue Spirit exhaled a long puff of smoke, slightly surprised. Because he had just squashed a centipede and turned to grin at her. "I told you to keep your word." The insects kept increasing. Guard Go-chan cried out in horror. "Master the bugs, what should we do?" Mok Jeong-woon rose and ordered, "Guard Go-chan, find something flammable, we'll burn this place down." Guard Go-chan could not believe his ears. "What?" He glanced at the lantern beside Blue Spirit and calculated that if they set this place alight with that lantern, those things surely wouldn't survive. Go-chan exclaimed in astonishment, "Huh." Though the guard trembled with fear and the distance was far, Mok Jeong-woon extended his hand and focused all his concentration. He murmured an incantation, the bonding ritual activated and mana surged, swirling around his hand. With a whoosh, the lantern was suddenly in Mok Jeong-woon's hand, to Guard Go-chan's utter astonishment. The guard curiously asked if it was teleportation, but Mok Jeong-woon had no time to explain and hurriedly opened the lantern to kindle a flame. He used a flammable cloth to get a spark, while inwardly wondering who masterminded this. Not everyone has the nerve to pull such a stunt. After a moment's thought, he gave a sly smile. It must be Lady Seok, so she's hiding a sorcerer with her. By then Go-chan had fetched the quilt. Mok Jeong-woon brought the tinder close, quietly forming a plan. If they set a fire here, the chaos would be his chance to act. At that thought, a wicked smile appeared on his face. He intended to eliminate the sorcerer. Suddenly Shuo shouted a command, "Mountain-piercing shelled beast." The insects seemed controlled. They merged and surged upward like a massive, flexible serpent, startling Mok Jeong-woon and the guard. They immediately rushed forward and snuffed out the fire on the quilt before either of them could react. In the corridor, Shuo muttered as she walked, "You thought I'd let you get away with those little tricks." Insects swarmed from all directions, but always left a path clear for Shuo. Leading the swarm, she sneered, "How foolish. My right eye, the white eye, can see through things normal people cannot." Shuo's voice echoed throughout Mok Jeong-woon's room, the insects gathering densely both inside the room and outside along the walls. Shuo stepped up and pressed her hand to the wall. "No matter what you do, you can't hide anything from me." Her white eye flared brightly, peering through the wall. "This is." After surveying the world inside, she commanded the mountain-piercing shelled beast to destroy it. A sharp explosion rang out, the wall collapsed with a crash, leaving Guard Go-chan horrified. Huh. Behind the rubble, Shu was already standing there waiting. Seeing the enemy, Mok Jong-woon smiled. Hello, guard Go-chan anxiously whispered, who is that? She was right, eye began to glow. She saw two blood-red threads faintly appearing within Mok Jong-woon's chest. One of the threads led directly to the demonic monk who had rushed up behind Shu, preparing to deliver a finishing blow. She did not flinch and calmly recited an incantation. In the name of the righteous emperor, I use this talisman to repel the evil spirits. Shu shouted the order. Thousands of ghostly arms descended from above, crushing the demonic monk down. She stomped on the demonic monk's head as he was restrained and said nonchalantly, useless. I can see through everything. Facing the intruder, guard Go-chan gritted his teeth, drew his dagger, and charged forward to fulfill his duty. Shuo produced a yellow talisman and chanted to sow chaos. When she shouted the command, a blue bolt from the talisman shot into Go-chan's weapon hand, making him howl in pain and drop his dagger. The dagger flew off to the side. In an instant, Mok Jong-woon snatched it up. Shuo ordered the mountain-piercing shelled beast, kill him. The one-eyed bird shot upward, and with each beat of its wings, countless insects spilled from its body, swarming straight for Mok Jong-woon, who still advanced with the dagger to meet them. Facing the overwhelming number of bugs, Mok Jong-woon began to show signs of worry. Although the bugs were tiny, combined they formed a terrifying force that flung him toward the window. The swarm advanced slowly. Shuo caught the mountain-piercing shelled beast as it landed on her hand and spoke, Third young master, Mok Jong-woon, descend into the netherworld. As she spoke, she watched the insects surround him. The bugs closed in on Mok Jong-woon. They gathered ever more densely. The room lay in ruins, teeming with malevolent chi. The demonic monk was still crushed beneath thousands of hands, while Mok Jong-woon was besieged by insects from all sides. Go-chan lay on the bed, his face contorted in pain. Shuo held out her hand for the crow to perch on, smugly pleased that it was easier than she'd thought. Why did I initially think there was a green spirit here? She stroked the crow's neck. Well done. She lifted her foot and began to leave. Let's go. At this rate, he'll soon be picked clean by those bugs. Suddenly, her eyes widened and she froze. Behind Shuo, a pitch-black aura was spreading in an uncanny manner. The dark shadow quickly took shape. Shuo spun around. Mok Jong-woon stood there with blazing red eyes. At his feet, the disgusting bugs lay scattered about. Holding the dagger, his face had become horrifying. Shuo was stunned, her eyes wide with shock. Qin Van raised the dagger high, grinning with a grotesque smile. He plunged the dagger hard into his own hand. Blood flowed continuously from Mok Jong-woon's hand. He smeared the blood onto a bug. The hot blood dripped down, sticking to the writhing centipedes on the floor. Witnessing the scene, Shuo was so shocked she couldn't speak. She watched in horror as he used his own blood to anoint the bugs. What the? Mok Jong-woon stared straight at her, blood still streaming down. Surprise was written all over Shuo's face. He lunged at her like a bolt. Too bad for you. Mok Jong-woon pointed the dagger at Shuo. My blood is poisonous, your bugs are as good as dead. Shuo dodged aside and fell flat to the ground. She turned to the crow and screamed, mountain-piercing shelled beast. The crow took off, beating its wings fiercely with a harsh flapping. Shuo gritted her teeth, her hands moving swiftly to form seals. Realizing she could no longer kill him with the swarm, she had to seize this moment to curse him at once. Spirit power commanding method. As she unleashed the first technique, Mok Jong-woon's eyes immediately turned red and he quickly counterattacked. The binding ritual was activated. Immediately after, Mok Jong-woon moved like a blur and snatched the bird, his face twisted into utter malice. She stared at him in terror, stammering, what? He let out a long exhale. Mok Jong-woon smiled with satisfaction, one hand wiping the blood from his face while the other gripped the crow's neck until the choking bird finally fell silent. Shuo dashed toward the crow in panic, crying out in astonishment, what? Mountain-piercing shelled beast. At that moment, a red thread suddenly appeared and shot straight into her chest. The red thread pierced through her chest from his hand, making her collapse in agony. A shockwave hit. Shuo gritted her teeth, enduring the tearing pain transmitted from the spirit beast through their connection, her mind racing to understand what on earth was happening. She looked at him in horror. Mok Jong-woon squeezed the crow's neck with his hand, causing demonic chi to erupt violently from it. Demonic chi surged and engulfed his entire body, throwing her into extreme fear. He's absorbing its demonic chi. Impossible. Demonic chi is normally poisonous to the living. It contains only yin chi and death chi. Unbelievable. He looked at the insect cradled in his hand with satisfaction. He had only wanted it to stop moving, but unexpectedly its body was filled with evil energy, and moreover, the amount exceeded even what he'd obtained from killing a person. This was more than enough to form an energy core. Shuo raised a trembling hand toward him, stammering, stop, please stop. She fell into tears, her voice shaking as she begged, if you do this, I'll die. Please stop, I'm begging you. Mok Jeong-woon curled his lip, offering a cold smile. Under the faint moonlight, a group stood at Madame Seok's flower blessing hall. Someone said, "Madam, it's cold tonight." Madame Seok anxiously looked toward the door. When a servant asked why she hadn't gone inside, she replied uneasily, "I'll go in after I see the outcome." Her face revealed guile as she thought to have a contingency plan if things went awry. She had long instructed that sorcerer to do two things. First, kill Mok Jeong-woon. Second, obtain the Nyanmu heart-transforming technique. If she couldn't seize the secret letter, no one else was to lay a hand on it either. She had just turned when a maid reported, "Madam, the sorcerer has returned." She excitedly spun back where a figure entered. She cried out in joy, "Ah, it's a success." Madame Seok smiled smugly. "That Mok Jeong-woon is done for. The secret letter must be right before me now." Her face contorted with malice. "My son will become the manor master." The two servants applauded and praised. "Congratulations, madam, congratulations," they said. She snapped, "Don't be rude." Xiu suddenly stopped, which made Madame Seok puzzled. The three of them looked at her in confusion. She stared at the statue-still woman and pressed, "Why did you stop? Hey, what's going on?" Yushi squeezed her eyes shut. She folded her hands and respectfully addressed Madame Seok. "The Phoenix Pavilion, our people could not kill third young master Mok Jeong-woon." Those words froze the three of them, leaving them dumbstruck. Madame Seok's face went pale. She couldn't believe her ears. "What?" Xiu gritted her teeth, bitter and resentful. "That wicked man, he forced me to do this." Xiu suddenly remembered Mok Jeong-woon's words, "You must expose Madame Seok. What on earth is she thinking?" He crouched down to look at her and continued, "What's wrong? You said you'd do anything to survive. Even if I killed you, she'd just send someone else. The people of Phoenix Pavilion, that's why I made you do it." His eyes gleamed with a crafty smile. Thus, Phoenix Pavilion and Madame Seok officially became enemies. Xiu pressed her lips together in indignation. "Will I become a traitor to Phoenix Pavilion?" But, though full of resentment, Xiu had no other choice. "You said third young master was possessed. You told me to destroy that spirit and kill third young master, but from what I saw with my own eyes, he was perfectly fine." Xiu shouted, "So don't give orders to me or to Phoenix Pavilion anymore." Madame Seok was astonished at the words the woman had just spoken. Suddenly torches along the rows of houses flared to life and whispers rose. "What? Who killed whom?" Madame Seok wanted third young master dead. Orders from the outer hall master. Seize Madame Seok at once. A crowd bearing blazing torches surged forward from behind, making the two servants tremble. "Madam, warriors from the outer hall are rushing in." She was twisted with fear, ignoring the servants' calls. Her mind was filled with hatred, screaming Mok Jeong-woon. A clear voice rang out, "What's going on? Where is third young master?" Mok Jeong-woon asked, "Did you do as I instructed?" She looked up and saw him right there. Third young master was there, wearing a wry, mocking smile as he looked at the crow. Xiu answered yes. Xiu clenched her fists in righteous anger. Finally, everything went his way. Madame Seok and Phoenix Pavilion were now mortal enemies. Madame Seok had become vile in her plot to kill third young master. But Xiu no longer had the energy to care for her. Having betrayed Phoenix Pavilion to save the familiar spirit, they would certainly hunt her down to the death. It was time to leave. Xiu reached out resolutely and said, "Return the familiar spirit to me." Third young master replied, "Before I do that, there is one thing I want to ask you." Xiu asked Mok Jeong-woon in return, "Tell you about Chime and Morio. Is that what you want?" Mok Jeong-woon scoffed, "Yes, I want to know about control spirit users like that demonic monk and this bird-headed fellow, especially about your Phoenix Pavilion." Xiu glanced at him and thought to herself, "Just as I guessed, he's not possessed, he's a familiar spirit. I don't understand how he could tame such a deeply resentful soul as his familiar, moreover. There's one more person." Third young master squeezed the crow's neck, his face cold as he demanded, "You're not going to tell me?" The girl looked helpless and stammered, "I will tell." She began to recount the classification hierarchy of Chime and Morio. There are ominous beasts and strange beasts. Next come mythical beasts, demonic beasts, and sacred beasts. At the top are divine beasts. Even the appearance of a single ominous beast is a minor disaster. At higher tiers, they become unimaginably dangerous. Phoenix Pavilion has 3 people, including me, capable of commanding these creatures as familiar spirits. One of them is Go, the longtime aide to the Hall Master. He controls a mountain monster from Luwu called Gu Diao. I don't know the limits of its power, but it's certainly a catastrophe. The other is the Phoenix Hall Master. I don't know which Chime or Morio the Master possesses, but I'm sure it's of the highest tier. Third young master guessed, so it's probably a sacred beast or a divine beast. Xiu replied at once, "Nah, those only exist in legends. There are only rare tales of anyone taming a sacred beast as a familiar. I think it's more likely a mythical beast or a demonic beast. I have a book that records this, I can lend it to you, guard Go-chan interjected. Classic of mountains and seas, is it? Mok Jeong-woon said. Oh, thanks. He flipped through it and murmured, a divine beast is a white dragon. If the Phoenix Hall master owns a divine beast, it's a white dragon. Even a mountain-piercing shelled beast with such a hard shell contains that much chi. I wish I had a high-tier chime or morio, that would be nice. Then Mok Jeong-woon spoke. All right then, here's your familiar spirit. Shio took back the crow that Mok Jeong-woon returned. Mok Jeong-woon looked at her with disdain. Not going to say thanks, Shio reluctantly replied. Thank you. He added loudly, thank you. Only then did third young master Mok Jeong-woon spare the girl. All right, go, the girl answered curtly. Aha. Guard Go-chan thought helplessly about her temperament. Shio left with a sullen expression. Third young master Mok Jeong-woon thought to himself, what a lucky day. Madame Seok can't touch me for now, she'll be watched by the people here. I've absorbed all the chi from that mountain-piercing shelled beast, enough to form an energy core now. Now, I will be able to cultivate my martial arts and… The guard asked, do you think that's okay? Third young master was startled. What do you mean? He explained, that sorcerer, she might have a grudge against you now. Mok Jeong-woon replied, but I already made a promise. The guard asked, aren't you worried she'll come back for revenge? The third young master pondered. You're right, the third young master continued, but she probably can't do anything to me now. The man was surprised. What? Mok Jeong-woon smiled faintly. Now it's time for you to fulfill your promise. In the silent night, the girl kept walking alone through the deep forest. The crow suddenly cried out in pain. The girl thought to herself, the mountain-piercing shelled beast, alive then dead now, huh? Mok Jeong-woon, I'll retreat for now, but I'll be back soon and… Suddenly, a voice rang out from nowhere. You're planning revenge, are you? A beam of light suddenly shot straight toward the girl. Shio hurriedly dodged the attack. This sensation, it's the reverse murder. I can't, it's unbelievable. How could he have taken in such a vile, vicious creature? Two hands from behind were poised to snatch the girl. They slowly touched Shio's face. Blood seeped from her eye, terrifying her beyond measure. As Shio trembled and looked up, she froze at what she saw. A woman with snow-white hair, clad in deep red, hovered upside down in midair. That was Blue Spirit. Blue Spirit mused, you lose an eye, and yet you're still so pretty, huh? This left Shio stunned. What the heck? She glanced in horror at her remaining eye. I can't breathe. One of the woman's hands slammed down on the table. I'm innocent, Outer Hall Master. Madame Seok continued to protest. That brat slandered me, do you really think I'd harm him? She insisted he and that sorcerer were collaborating to frame her. The Outer Hall Master angrily tapped the table with his finger and shouted, shut up. Seok was so frightened she broke out in a sweat as if she'd been bathed. The Outer Hall Master spoke in a gruff voice. Shut your mouth, Sang Woonbeek asked, and what about yesterday at the carriage? She replied, about that, I forbade everyone from entering the Manor Master's room. The Outer Hall Master frowned, but he saved the Manor Master, didn't he? Or did you intend to kill the Manor Master? Madame Seok retorted loudly, Outer Hall Master. Her eyes widened, her face creased with hatred. And Sang Woonbeek seemed pleased, as if he'd hit her sore spot. The Outer Hall Master declared, I cannot let this go. I will investigate thoroughly. Madame Seok resigned herself in helplessness. Sang Woonbeek continued, don't worry, I won't favor either side. We'll investigate carefully. You second young master and third young master. Time passed slowly. Sang Woonbeek tapped his fingers on the table and mumbled. But why would both second young master and Madame Seok want third young master dead? Are they vying for power? If they were targeting the youngest son beloved by the chief, but third young master can't practice martial arts now and has no backing, there's no reason they'd target him. Or is there some other reason they want him dead that I don't know? Looking back when I interrogated him, something was very odd. He was arrogant toward anyone who showed humility before him. I thought he was just shocked by his near-death experience, or that he was keeping his composure. Something's off, something's wrong. I can't sit still. The Outer Hall Master stood up. I must verify this myself. Mok Jeong-woon was meditating. Behind him, Go-chan was dozing and the demonic monk. The demonic monk heard the noise, turned his head, and caught sight of Blue Spirit emerging from the wall. The demonic monk bowed and clasped his hands to greet her respectfully. Blue Spirit held a pipe, her gaze fixed on the spot where he was meditating. Around him shimmered bands of spiritual energy. Oh, she held a pipe and leaned in to observe. Who knew he could absorb such vast spiritual energy from that mountain-piercing shelled beast? Blue Spirit suddenly recalled when Mok Jeong-woon once explained to her how to create an energy core. He said he'd use death chi to form the core, an intriguing idea, perhaps actually feasible. Like this, she fell silent, staring at him thoughtfully. He slowly opened his eyes, but Blue Spirit had unconsciously leaned her face closer. He opened his eyes at that moment, startling her. On closer inspection, this guy wasn't so bad looking. Mok Jong-woon suddenly opened his eyes, stared at her and asked, "What are you doing?" She hurriedly turned away to avoid him. "No, nothing." Mok Jong-woon smiled teasingly. "Really?" Blue Spirit, embarrassed by his teasing, turned her embarrassment into anger. She spun back and snapped, cheeks flushed. "Don't talk nonsense, focus on circulating chi." Blue Spirit frowned, took a long drag from her pipe and exhaled. "Damn it, why do I have to take this miserable job with this guy? That wretched sorcerer is good for nothing." Mok Jong-woon seemed to remember something and spoke, making her freeze. "Ah, right, one more thing." She watched him place his hand on his belly and asked, "What?" "I need to check whether this is a real energy core." Blue Spirit curled a lip and said, "Sounds like an energy core can form in a day, but if you're persistent, maybe." The moment Mok Jong-woon finished, she widened her eyes in shock. That tiny lump below his navel. He held out his hand to show Blue Spirit his belly glowing with a fierce red light. "Is this an energy core?" She was stunned, eyes fixed on the light, her mind blank and speechless. "Huh?" She scratched her head with her pipe and raised an eyebrow at Mok Jong-woon's belly. "Let me see." A purple light appeared around her hand as she pointed at his belly. "What are you doing?" "I'll place my hand on your energy core and use my fingertip to transmute and sense it." She gritted her teeth. "Brace yourself, it might hurt a bit." Before Mok Jong-woon could react, Blue Spirit pressed her hand against his belly. She suddenly pulled her hand back, making Mok Jong-woon jump in confusion. "What are you doing?" She stared at her hand in bewilderment and exclaimed, "My hand can't pass through, why not?" Blue Spirit smacked his belly repeatedly, then looked puzzled and asked the demonic monk, "How would I know? Come over and try it yourself." Mok Jong-woon found himself surrounded by Blue Spirit and the demonic monk. He was helpless. "Do you know why? I don't either." She frowned at her hand, questioning herself. "Could it be because I'm now a familiar spirit?" She glanced over at Go-chan, who was drooling asleep, and pondered. Curious, Blue Spirit poked Go-chan's belly with a finger, causing him to yelp in pain. "This one's something, huh?" She waved her finger at the now fainted Go-chan. "He always overreacts." She stood shivering, ignoring Go-chan's agony. "It seemed the problem wasn't with me after all. Any other ideas?" No sooner had Blue Spirit finished speaking than a sound rang out. Mok Jong-woon and the demonic monk both heard footsteps. Both he and she turned their eyes toward the door at the same time. A voice called from outside, "Young master, are you asleep?" The speaker continued, "It's Sang Woombik, the outer hall master." Mok Jong-woon tugged at his robe and glanced toward the door. "Outer hall master, this late, what brings him here?" Sang Woombik, the outer hall master, was one of Mok Sword Manor's most loyal retainers, having served through 2 generations. He was extremely steadfast. The elders trusted him implicitly, and there were even rumors that anyone he backed would surely become the next manor master. Because of that, not even Madame Seok could do anything to him. While Mok Jong-woon was still lost in thought, he pushed the door open and entered. "You're still awake." Seated in his chair, Mok Jong-woon looked at Sang Woombik standing before him and asked, "What is it?" First. Suddenly he knelt, surprising him. "I want to apologize. Even though the outer guards were protecting things, ultimately this is my fault." Mok Jong-woon waved him off, though he stubbornly insisted on taking the blame. "It's fine, but still." He smiled at him reassuringly. "I'm all right." Sang Woombik fell silent and bowed his head. Then he suddenly stood up and raised his hand. "Young master." Mok Jong-woon found the hand pointed at his head utterly puzzling. Sang Woombik grinned broadly and gave him a few hearty pats on the shoulder. "Hearing you say that lifts my spirits." After the pats, he turned and rubbed his chin with his hand. "But where is the dagger I gave you?" "The dagger I gave when the manor master fainted. I gave one to each of the 4 young masters." Hearing this, Mok Jong-woon looked toward Go-chan, who was still passed out on the chair. "You lost it." He turned and replied, "Ah, I remember now. I put it in a drawer in my wardrobe." "That's good then." Sang Woombik laughed heartily, making him scratch his head and smile along. "If you lost it, I'd be devastated." Mok Jong-woon interrupted. "But that dagger," the outer hall master cheerfully replied. "Yes, young master." Mok Jong-woon smiled and glanced at him. "I've racked my brain and still can't remember you ever giving it to me." He looked straight at him. "That's because I never gave it to you." No sooner had he said that than he lunged forward as if to strike him. But Mok Jong-woon nimbly leaped aside, evading the attack. Sang Woombik rushed at him, growling, "You've erred in 2 ways." He executed a dim mak that stunned him. First, the 3rd young master is always excessively arrogant when people kowtow to him. He sent Mok Jong-woon flying. Second, after being struck by the 4th young master, at the slightest raise of a hand, the 3rd young master recoiled immediately. He recounted Mok Jong-woon's earlier odd behaviors and concluded, yet you remained unnaturally calm and showed no reflexes. Mok Jeong-woon's body went rigid and was flung aside. I've sealed your acupoints, you're not moving anymore. Sang Woonbik lunged forward, pointed at him, and shouted, "Reveal yourself, where is the real young master?" Mok Jeong-woon curled his lip in a smile. His feet touched the ground. He straightened up, arched backward, a sinister grin spreading across his face and his eyes glowing blood red. He recoiled in horror. What? He leaned back. With a faint smirk he shouted. Blue Spirit, her hand suddenly appeared, plunging straight into Sang Woonbik's left chest. His heart was being squeezed in her palm. Her voice came from behind, making him flinch in terror. How dare you be so eager to die? At that moment, Mok Jeong-woon's whole body was wrapped in a layer of death chi. She said, "Not bad, you lived up to my expectations." Blue Spirit smiled at him. "I get it, life chi and death chi are always opposites. The energy he used to seal your acupoints will naturally be dispersed. Mortal, it seems you've already formed an energy core early on." She showed interest, a body that can resist acupoint strikes without needing a huge reserve of internal force. How intriguing. Held fast by Blue Spirit, Sang Woonbik could only stand rooted, holding his breath to listen to their conversation with no way to react. "You've formed an energy core but were discovered. What now? You can't stay here anymore." "Indeed, I didn't expect to be exposed. I can't silence him. After all, he's the outer hall master." Mok Jeong-woon sneered, rubbing his chin as if he'd hatched a plan. He looked up and said, "Demonic monk, possess Sang Woonbik." Blue Spirit exclaimed at that, while Sang Woonbik, hearing the words, was utterly terrified. "You truly are a devil." He trembled and gritted his teeth, muttering to himself, what is he babbling about? Suddenly, a fierce pain surged through his entire body. He stared wildly, horrified at what was happening. What the hell is this? The man before me is clearly the third young master, so why isn't he sealed? Something is crushing my heart, yet I can't sense its presence at all. Could I have accidentally learned a secret I shouldn't know? At that moment behind him, the demonic monk appeared with countless arms reaching out. "You, who are you?" Mok Jeong-woon glanced coldly and replied, "Where is the third young master of Mok Sword Manor? If Sang Woonbik won't cooperate, don't be surprised if this game flips fast." The sun began to rise over the towering mountain ranges. He strode briskly while musing that something was off. Go Chan clenched his fist as he walked past the line of people, face full of doubt. "When I woke, the room was a wreck. Yet the guards in the hall are unusually respectful today. Yesterday they treated us like criminals." A guard blocked Go Chan's way and bowed. "The young master is waiting for you inside." He was stunned by that attitude but still bowed in return. "Strange, I know something's up. What's really going on?" The door opened a crack, revealing a tall figure standing inside. Go Chan was so astonished he was left speechless. When Go Chan entered, Mok Jeong-woon smiled with Sang Woonbik beside him. He said, "You're here, what the?" He turned to tell him, "Ignore Go Chan standing there like a statue. You may go now." "All right, I'm leaving at once." He turned and walked away, not forgetting to nod a greeting to Go Chan. While Go Chan was still dazed, he said, "Perfect timing, breakfast has just been served. Sit down and eat with me." Go Chan finally came to his senses, pointed at the door, and stammered at Mok Jeong-woon. "Young master, what's going on?" "I'll explain later. Sit down first." Seeing Go Chan seated, he asked, "I have a favor to ask of you." "What is it?" He smiled as he picked up some food. "Could you teach me a few basic moves of Mok Sword Manor's martial arts?" Go Chan was so stunned he dropped his chopsticks. Earlier he tried stomping his foot hard on the ground. Mok Jeong-woon paused. How peculiar. Blue Spirit sat with her legs crossed on the chair, watching him struggle to practice martial techniques without success. She looked at him skeptically. "I followed the manual exactly. Why won't the moves connect?" She exhaled a puff of smoke and said to him, "That's advanced technique. Those moves are for a higher martial realm." This made Mok Jeong-woon wonder, isn't that a good thing? Blue Spirit scolded him, "Are you frozen? If you don't grasp the basics, how can you understand advanced martial arts? Do you know nothing about martial studies? It's an enlightenment to reach the supreme realm, helping a martial artist surpass their own limits by eliminating redundant movements. But that's completely useless for you right now." Mok Jeong-woon recalled Blue Spirit's words and turned to talk with Go Chan. "Without foundational knowledge, it seems I can't comprehend the Ninmu heart transformation technique if I don't start from the roots." Go Chan suddenly stood up, slammed his hand on the table, and snapped, "You want to learn the special secret reserved for the Manor Master? Are you planning to become Manor Master?" "No," he calmly propped his hand on the table. "Then why? I just thought it would be useful." "It's not just useful, it's a supreme technique famed across the Jianghu." "Is that so? But if you learn it, you'll invite big trouble later. I'll keep it secret." "Oh." Go Chan sat down, sighed, and folded his arms solemnly. but I can't teach you the basic martial arts. Why? He slowly explained, because I don't fully know mock sword manners' basic techniques, their secret teachings. I've only observed a few of their training sessions. Those include the 9 mock techniques and the early mock sword techniques, taught only to those of the bloodline. Only people bearing the mock surname are qualified to learn those things. Mock Jong-woon asked, so who knows these techniques? Go-chan replied, V and the other young masters. He put down his chopsticks and asked, really? Yes. Go-chan pondered as he watched him resting his chin. Too bad, he already has grudges with the other young masters, and he's not even a legitimate member of the clan. Mock Jong-woon suddenly stood up, well, nothing to be done. He turned and walked straight to the door, calling to where Go-chan sat, let's go. Go where? Go-chan followed in surprise. Are we going to find someone who can teach me these techniques? Out in the corridor, he lowered his voice. But young master, what if they find you suspicious? If I keep hiding like a turtle, we won't get anywhere. Let's go. But Go-chan hesitated and asked, who are we going to look for? When they arrived, Go-chan was so shocked he turned pale and stood frozen, speechless. Are you kidding me? Mock Jong-woon calmly climbed the steps where a man stood practicing in the training yard. The man had his hair tied up and a rippling, muscular build. Fourth young master, he stood and watched the man from a distance. He smiled, about to call out, but Go-chan hurriedly stopped him. Wait. Go-chan held him back. I told you the 3rd young master once called the 4th young master's mother an inferior bitch and got beaten to a pulp. Why do you want to run headlong into danger? Go-chan gripped his shoulder tightly, his face showing horror as he remembered the past. I still remember that day vividly. That day, screams of pain echoed everywhere. Ah, stop, I apologize. Stop it! Go-chan recalled that scene. 3rd young master Mock Jong-woon truly lay flattened on the ground, beaten by the 4th young master until he was bloodied, his pleas ignored as his legs and ribs were shattered. The 4th young master really hated the 3rd young master. For that reason, and more importantly, he was a monster who reached the pinnacle realm at only 16 years old. Blue Spirit suddenly appeared, exhaling a wisp of smoke before speaking. He's pretty something, did you see that? Both looked at the man in stance ahead. Blue Spirit explained, few of his age carry that kind of presence, calling him a prodigy is right. If I were still alive, I'd surely take him as a disciple. Blue Spirit glanced toward Mock Yu-chun, who had a pipe in his mouth, and warned Mock Jong-woon, be careful, it's the 3-day period, so my strength has weakened somewhat. Mock Jong-woon smiled, pondering quietly. While Go-chan was still wrapped up in his speech, he stepped close enough to make Go-chan jump. Maybe we should find someone else, young master. Mock Yu-chun knit his brows tightly, closed his eyes, sweat pouring down like a shower. He startled and looked over at Mock Jong-woon. His face changed, he glared at him in anger. Mock Jong-woon smiled, motioning for him not to pay attention to Go-chan cowering behind. Hey, Mock Yu-chun ignored him, turned his face away, and chased him off. Aren't you scared? Get lost, or I'll beat you again. He glanced once and became astonished. He stared at the item in his hand. How on earth did you get that? In his hand now was a book. He held the book, smiled at him, and said, weren't you craving this? Sensing Mock Yu-chun's suspicion, Mock Jong-woon tossed the book toward him. How would I know if it's real or not? Check it, he replied as he caught the book. When he opened the book, he was shocked, staring as if glued to the pages inside. He quickly flipped through the following pages to verify. Indeed, it was genuine. These martial training methods were clearly the Manor Master's secret manual. While flipping, he found a section where several pages were torn out. Mock Yu-chun looked at Mock Jong-woon suspiciously and demanded, where did the torn pages go? He smiled enigmatically and pointed a finger straight at his head. He frowned angrily and slammed the book shut. You bastard, where did you get this? Mock Jong-woon smiled, arms folded. Does it matter? The point is you're holding it now. Mock Yu-chun shouted in anger. Then why did you come here to see me? Despite being yelled at, Mock Jong-woon remained calm and smiled, while Go-chan was sweating bullets. Are you saying that now that you're the family head you want me to give up? He hurled the book at him with force, making Go-chan flinch. Get out of here now. He bent to pick up the book and calmly said, it seems you've misunderstood. He bent over to brush the dust off the book and continued, I'm here to discuss something important. I couldn't care less about becoming Manor Master. He frowned, still unable to process what he just said. What did you say? Mock Yu-chun suddenly put his hands on his hips and burst out laughing, face full of puzzlement. Really, you truly don't care about the family head position. Before Mok Jong-woon could finish speaking, a fist shot at him like lightning. What do you know? He lunged forward, gathering all his strength, and landed a powerful punch to his face. Go-chan screamed in horror, "Young master." Mok Yu-chun clenched his fists and growled, "What do you think? Can you believe it?" Spiritual energy surged from his whole body like a roaring tide as he stared down at the man sprawled on the ground. "Perhaps you've forgotten what happened 2 years ago. Let me help you remember." His face was full of murderous intent, so that from now on you would never dare come near me another step. Mok Jong-woon remained silent, wiped the blood away with his hand, and his eyes showed amusement. The pinnacle realm really is something else. He sat up, recalled the masters he'd encountered before, and silently judged that the man with the black sword was likely no longer his match. "I have witnessed the martial skills of other outstanding fighters like Guard Cam and the Outer Hall Master. Now I understand why Go-chan got so worked up," he thought as he watched Mok Yu-chun flare up in front of him. He quietly assessed him as truly a monster. He snorted blood from his nose, telling himself he couldn't rely on luck to face him. His reflexes just couldn't keep up. He wondered if learning martial arts could make him this strong. Could he avenge his father then? Wiping the streak of blood from his face, Mok Jong-woon said, "That punch stung pretty well." Mok Yu-chun looked down with furious incomprehension at the nonsense he was spouting. Amid Go-chan's horror and caution, Mok Yu-chun stepped forward. "My punch was still too light. If I gave you a few more, would you behave better?" Mok Jong-woon brushed off the dust and stood. "It's no wonder you don't believe me." Mok Yu-chun charged forward and grabbed Mok Jong-woon by the collar. His eyes were bloodshot with hatred. He ground his teeth. "Of course, I don't trust a single word from your mouth." Even threatened by his grip on his collar, Mok Jong-woon did not flinch. He even smiled. "Really, what a pity." A mischievous smile flashed in his eyes. "Then I'll just give this manual to Madam Seok or second brother." Those words made Mok Yu-chun startle in alarm. Mok Jong-woon quickly seized Mok Yu-chun's wrist to regain the initiative. "I wonder if Mok Yong-ho or Mok Yoon-pyong became manor master, would they let you live in peace?" He stared into Mok Yu-chun's anxious eyes. "Even if you were the most pampered son." That comment ignited Mok Yu-chun's anger. He shouted, "Are you threatening me?" Opposite his fury, Mok Jong-woon remained calm. "Your life hangs by a thread." Somehow that sounded less like a threat and more like a casual observation, didn't it? Mok Yu-chun fell silent, astonishment clear on his face. He frowned, as if he had just realized something completely different about Mok Jong-woon right before his eyes. He released his grip, to Mok Jong-woon's surprise. Who exactly are you?" He also let go. Immediately after, the two faced each other tensely. Mok Yu-chun looked at him with suspicious eyes. "Is he really Mok Jong-woon?" Guard Go-chan stood behind, anxiously worried the secret might be exposed. Mok Jong-woon silently stared at the person before him, not saying a word. After a long moment, he asked indifferently, "If it's not me, then who else could it be?" Mok Yu-chun frowned in surprise. "What?" He propped one hand on his hip. "You talk as if you know everything about me." Mok Yu-chun snorted coldly. "Do I not know you?" He grinned triumphantly. "I remember 2 years ago you were beaten by me like a dog, too frightened to utter a single word. Every time you saw me, you buried your head and ran. Wasn't that you?" Mok Yu-chun was a bit stunned when Mok Jong-woon suddenly stepped in close. "Right, what else besides that?" With icy eyes and an expressionless face, he demanded, "Aside from the fact we're half-brothers and aside from what happened 2 years ago, what else do you remember about me?" Mok Jong-woon closed in on Mok Yu-chun, forcing him to back away. Mok Jong-woon's gaze was serious. "What I like, what I hate, what I'm thinking, what my nature is, or why I don't want to sit in the manor master's chair. Do you know any of that?" Faced with the rapid-fire questions, Mok Yu-chun froze, unable to reply, only furrowing his brow in anger. He clenched his fist. "So what if I don't?" He snarled, "What do you know about me? You all treated me like a useless, illegitimate brat and always kept your distance." He waved his hand. "Let me ask you, why me? You've never once acknowledged me, so why not try bargaining with someone more capable?" Mok Jong-woon answered calmly, "Simple, because you're the best." Unable to believe he'd just received such affirmation from Mok Jong-woon, Mok Yu-chun was stunned. "What?" He pressed his lips together and fell silent. Childhood memories flooded back, always insulted, shoved to the margins because of humble origins, lonely and isolated. "I had to train so hard for so many years, all just to wait for recognition. And now that person is right here. I never imagined he could acknowledge me." He fell into contemplation. He had expected the man to hate him for what happened 2 years ago. Thinking that, he looked up, reflective, silent for a moment, then told himself maybe he needed to change too. Ignoring guard Go Chan's worry, Mok Yu-chun spoke. "All right," he said seriously, "I'll listen to your conditions." As if he'd achieved his goal. Mok Jong-woon smiled with satisfaction. "Good." Under the clear sky in the training grounds of Mok Sword Manor, he said, "What I want is." A little later, Mok Jeong-woon and guard Go Chan left the training grounds with satisfied looks. Following behind, Go Chan silently marveled inwardly, "So impressive, he's truly a genius." He praised him joyfully, wondering how he had persuaded the fourth young master so smoothly and naturally. Indeed, Mok Jeong-woon must have used quite a few tricks, since he himself had only grasped basic martial skills. Go Chan recalled the negotiation just now when he raised 3 fingers and declared, "I have 3 demands." He presented 3 conditions to Mok Yu-chun. Mok Jeong-woon emphasized, "The most important is you must not lay a hand on me even if you become manor master. Second, I need money for expenses. Can you promise these?" Mok Yu-chun responded decisively, "Fine, just don't cause me trouble and I'll leave you be. So what's the third demand?" Mok Jeong-woon smiled. Guard Go Chan had long since seen through his plan. Kin Van treated the first 2 demands as an excuse. The real goal was to learn the basic martial arts of Mok Sword Manor. Mok Jeong-woon finalized the last demand. "Third, I want to learn the basic martial arts of Mok Sword Manor." Thinking this, Go Chan inwardly sighed. He had feared the fake Mok Jeong-woon's identity would be exposed because his approach was too blunt. But Mok Yu-chun showed no suspicion. Upon hearing the third request, he only sneered. "What, you forgot, that's all it comes down to." Go Chan concluded silently this must have been Mok Jeong-woon's plan from the start, since Mok Yu-chun nodded in agreement. "All right, I can teach you." The guard confirmed to himself that to win Mok Yu-chun's trust, he had cleverly flattered his pride. Because of that, Mok Yu-chun let his guard down and began teaching the basic techniques right there in the training ground. Even a genius like Mok Yu-chun took over 2 hours to memorize the manual. But this imposter learned it by heart after hearing it once. He must be the smartest person alive. At first, Go Chan had been reluctant to go along, but now he felt no regret. Finishing the recollection, Go Chan clasped his hands and offered a flattering smile. "Well done, young master." He praised him non-stop, surprised that his lord could devise such a clever plan. Although slightly regretful about handing the manual to the 4th young master, Mok Jeong-woon replied indifferently, "Who cares? I didn't teach him correctly anyway." Those words froze the smile on Go Chan's face. He asked in astonishment. "What?" Mok Jeong-woon pondered for a moment, then after some hesitation said, "Never mind." Go Chan stood dumbfounded, waiting for the answer. Mok Jeong-woon held up 3 fingers. "What I taught him is completely different from the real manual. I changed about 13 to 14 characters. I even expected to be discovered, but everything went smoothly." Guard Go Chan suddenly realized why he had taught for so long. Recalling that, he panicked. If his lord handed him the wrong manual, the 4th young master could be crippled in martial skill, or worse, die from chaotic chi. Thinking of that sent chills down Go Chan's spine. This guy really is. Mok Jeong-woon tilted his head and asked back, "So what?" 2 words flashed through the guard's mind, "Demon." He paled. Nothing at all. Late at night, quiet at a mountain structure. A masked Taoist sat in meditation among candles. This was the Taoist reflection. Footsteps sounded behind him. The other person struck a staff on the ground and called reflection. It was the Phoenix Pavilion Master. He spoke up. "There's still no news from Xiao." The Phoenix Pavilion Master paced around the altar as she continued. Not only did she fail her mission, she betrayed Madame Siok by exposing her identity, severing our ties with the Siok family. Our reputation has suffered serious damage as a result. The man slammed his staff down and shouted, "My beloved disciple Reflection, reveal the truth to restore my reputation." Reflection raised his head, his right eye glowed blood red. He summoned a demonic bird and replied, "Yes, master." Amid the vast mountains, the wind stirred a blood-stained Twin Peak hat caught on a branch. On the ground lay dried blood and some of Shuo's personal belongings. Seeing the gruesome scene, it seemed Shuo had been torn to pieces. Reflection stood silently in the cold wind. He burned a yellow talisman. While waiting for the talisman to finish burning for the ritual, he thought to himself, Shuo was one of Phoenix Pavilion's 3 strongest mages, yet she was slaughtered like this. Something's off. He interlaced his fingers and began chanting a long incantation. In his mind, he concluded it couldn't be right. Dark chi spread with each syllable. "Advance, imperial decree has granted me the token. Nothing can escape my sight." The wind rose in whirlwinds. Shuo's Twin Peak hat trembled violently. Reflection completed the manhwa and shouted the command. Immediately after, his eye flared bright. Countless fragments of Shuo's memories flooded his mind, images of Madame Siok and the mage Myo Shin. Shuo swung the knife down. Shuo commanded the swarm of insects. Blue spirit dispelled the spell. Shuo activated her white eye. Shuo was attacked by the demonic monk. Shuo used her familiar spirit to direct the insects to besiege Mok Jeong-woon. She taught Mok Jeong-woon how to use poisonous blood to exterminate the insect swarm. She taught Mok Jeong-woon how to capture Shuo's familiar spirit. Shuo bit her lip, clutching the familiar spirit as she fled, murmuring, "I'll retreat for now, but sooner or later I'll return." And the horrifying scene left Reflection horrified. He had witnessed Shuo's tragic end amid a pool of blood. Sweat poured from him, his body went rigid as a pale hand with blood-red nails reached toward him. Reflection felt as if Blue Spirit was standing right behind him. The terror left him completely frozen. He snapped his head around in panic. But there was nothing behind him, only Shuo's hat swinging on a branch. Reflection panted, the fear of that sensation still haunted him. What had just appeared? Among the trees, the wind howled, rustling the leaves. He concluded it must be Blue Spirit. He looked up at the sky. Seeing his demonic bird fly by, he thought to himself he had to prepare meticulously. Then Reflection called out Gudayo. At Mocksword Manor, Blue Spirit held a cigarette and stared in astonishment at what was unfolding before her. In the manual it recorded, "Pivot the right foot to the side." On the training ground, one foot mimicked exactly, pivoting to the side. Those were the basic martial arts moves. On the training ground, Mok Jeong-woon smoothly repeated each movement exactly as the book instructed. From assuming a guarding stance, stepping forward, to sweeping the arm aside. The crane stance on one leg, right leg planted, left knee raised high so the knee touches the left elbow, right hand clenched and placed behind. Mok Jeong-woon imitated the pose perfectly. Not only that, he practiced with utmost seriousness and precision other model moves like the straight right-hand punch. The images in the book began to shift. So did Mok Jeong-woon, completing the routine as if cast in the same mold. Each step was precise, deft, and fluent, like someone who had trained in martial arts for years, prompting Blue Spirit to exclaim, "What the hell is this?" Blue Spirit reasoned that usually when beginners enter a martial art, they must start with the most basic techniques. A series of connected movements forms a basic form, requiring endless repetition to become proficient. Watching Mok Jeong-woon train so earnestly, she was utterly astonished. Apart from the very first move, he hadn't made a single mistake. All he needs now is muscle conditioning, no more technical drilling required. Calling him a genius would not be an exaggeration. She had even hoped he would complain so she'd have an excuse to teach him. Of course, she would never actually teach him properly. But if he humbled himself and begged, she might reconsider. The thought flushed her face bright red for a moment. Then she grabbed her head and screamed, "Oh gods, what the hell is this thought?" Blue Spirit's odd behavior puzzled Mok Jeong-woon. He looked at her with a baffled expression. And guard Go-chan stepped forward. "Young master, I'm here. I heard you called for me." Kin Van turned his head. "Ah, I want to ask you a favor." Hearing that, Go-chan couldn't help widening his eyes in surprise. In Zhengyang County, the promenade bustled, streams of people coming and going without end. In the Eternal Orchid Pavilion area, Go-chan sat in the waiting room. He held a scrap of paper, pondering. The paper in his hand had no clear content, just 3 strokes, 2 parallel horizontal lines, and a slightly diagonal slash. He wondered what on earth it was. He recalled when Mok Jeong-woon assigned the task and he asked what it was. Kin Van only replied that it was what he was seeking and to send the task to the intelligence organization for him. Finishing the recollection, Go-chan thought inwardly that although he'd accepted the order, this was the only intelligence group in the area and the worst one at that. Surely they wouldn't gather much valuable information. Realizing he was overthinking, Go-chan paused and told himself, "Wait, why am I bothering with this? How should I react? Since when did I become such a loyal dog?" He sighed in despair. He muttered complaints outwardly, but inwardly he wasn't actually annoyed. Go-chan began to reflect on his life. He had never had a goal of his own. Childhood memories came back, abandoned by his parents and raised to become an assassin. But lacking talent, he was discarded. Around the same time Cam the guard left the assassin path, the man wasn't exactly kind. He treated Go-chan as nothing more than a tool. Thinking of Mok Jeong-woon, Go-chan told himself, "Well, he only treats me as a tool too, but I don't mind. It's because I'm useless, just scraping by day to day. If I can't help him anymore, I'll surely be cast aside again." Go-chan sat up, sighing that his life still hadn't improved much. The outer household was bustling with chores, yet he was favored with less work. He was only a little uneasy thinking of Mok Jeong-woon's odd antics, worried he'd run about and cause some bizarre trouble. Wait, why was he overthinking again? Go-chan stopped speculating and let it go. Hearing approaching footsteps, he reassured himself to take things as they come. The door was kicked wide open and a pudgy man burst in grinning, leading a laughing girl by the hand. Pavilion owner Guak, the info broker at the Eternal Orchid Pavilion, appeared with a flushed face, clearly drunk, and greeted exuberantly, "Sorry to keep you waiting." Go-chan sighed, thinking he'd heard Guak came from a branch of the House sect, yet was plastered drunk by midday. He said, "It's fine, just handle the task." Looking up, he saw pavilion owner Guak drape his arm over the girl beside him, smirking with self-satisfaction. Go-chan pressed, "What the hell are you doing?" Pavilion owner Guak didn't hide the hungry look in his eyes for the girl and replied with a grin, "This is our new recruit." His hand wandered greedily over her shoulder as he looked to Go-chan and asked, "What do you think? Isn't she a looker?" Ignoring his question, Go-chan said coldly, "This mission is extremely important. Have her leave." Pavilion owner Guak persisted, "Don't worry, she's with us." Guard Go-chan narrowed his eyes dangerously, ordering her out at once. A bit disappointed, pavilion owner Guak let go and ordered the girl, "Go on." The girl obediently nodded in silence. He lingered watching her leave, eyes fixed on one point, a sly smile spreading across his face. He swung his hand as if to spank her and laughed loudly, "Wait for me a bit, I'll teach you properly later." Go-chan couldn't hold back any longer and slammed the table, shouting, "Cut it out!" Then something unbelievable happened. The girl suddenly turned back and slapped pavilion owner Guak hard across the face. Pavilion owner Guak froze in shock, and Go-chan also felt concern for the girl. Immediately, the girl began to pull off her wig. She couldn't hold it in any longer. Pavilion owner Guak clutched his swollen cheek, grinding his teeth. He wanted to take advantage of her being off guard to rush forward and punch her, shouting, "That bitch." But the girl easily grabbed his head, pinned it down, and then sprang up high. With a slight twisting force, she snapped pavilion owner Guak's neck successfully. His head was twisted from front to back, while the girl still hovered above him. She gently landed unharmed, but pavilion owner Guak was not so lucky. He collapsed backward and died on the spot. Only then did Go-chan snap to his senses. He panicked and drew his sword. What? But her movements were even faster than his. She kicked the table hard toward Go-chan to block his view. Seeing the table fly straight at him, he couldn't help but curse. Damn! The girl immediately appeared behind the table, holding long acupuncture needles between her fingers. She smiled, "Long time no see, assassin number 86. The needles were precisely launched into Go-chan's pressure points, rooting him to the spot as if struck by acupuncture. He recoiled in terror. This technique. The girl didn't continue attacking but stepped back, beginning to remove her disguise, and sighed in relief as if a burden had been lifted. She twirled the strange weapon in her hand, a large needle attached to a long cord wrapped around a spindle. She looked at Go-chan and smiled, "I'm disappointed you didn't recognize me." She turned to face Go-chan directly. It was Ha Karen, one of the 4 greatest assassin organization's members and the granddaughter of the Heavenly Flying Assassin sect leader. Recognizing the person before her, Go-chan was both astonished and worried. "Young miss, the only granddaughter. 100 kills, 100 souls in hand. This is the required ritual to become sect leader of the Flying Assassin. Once completed, she will be supported as the clan head and become one of Xinjiang's 4 great assassins. She would also receive a secret weapon upon succeeding as sect leader." Ha Karen held the acupuncture needle in her hand. "Sit still, this is the incense ring needle." She performed acupuncture on Go-chan's body. "ILL Chinese letter the paralysis for you," she said. He thought to himself that her possessing this meant she was currently the sect leader. This couldn't be. Ha Karen was the most likely successor of the Flying Assassin sect and possessed immense talent. However, she had a fatal flaw, an unpredictable temperament. Many rumors said she would never complete the 100 kills. "I remember she used to be arrogant and troublemaking. Since when did she become so mature?" Ha Karen pressed the needle into Go-chan's temple. "It's done." He felt a sharp sting. She put her hand on her hip, repeatedly, "Who would have thought we'd meet again?" He checked his body. Ha Karen walked past Go-chan. "Yes, it's been a long time, sect leader." He blinked in surprise. "Huh." She sat down. "Now I'm the sect leader," she declared. Go-chan thought to himself, "I knew it. Has she really changed?" Ha Karen said coldly, "Have you forgotten your manners? Don't you know how to behave before the sect leader?" Go-chan snapped awake and immediately dropped to his knees. "No, yes, sect leader," she replied haughtily. "You only remember when reminded." This made Go-chan ponder. Has she truly changed? Ha Karen continued, that works out well then. He blinked in confusion and asked what she meant. She went on, I'm waiting for the eldest young master of Mock Sword Manor. Rumor says he's drowning in debauchery, but fine, I'll go with you for now. He was stunned. What did you say? She glanced and said she'd received a report about neutral assassin number 29. He involuntarily trembled in fear. The image that came to mind was that the mentioned assassin was Guard Cam. Ha Karen recounted that he had failed an assassination mission, and by flying assassin sect rules, one must complete the assigned assassination. Ha Karen continued, he usually worked efficiently. I didn't expect him to fail this time. I heard he's gone missing. Being in that situation is basically as good as dead. She demanded, you wonder why I'm here, right? I'm here to take the third young master's life by any means necessary. Go-chan was terrified beyond measure. One afternoon, Blue Spirit was watching everyone train. She shouted, hey, how long do you plan to keep training? Mok Jong-woon looked up at the sky as if pondering something. Seeing that, he said, all right, let's go eat dinner. Blue Spirit brightened at once. She beamed with a satisfied smile. At Mock Sword Manor, Blue Spirit eagerly enjoyed the meal. Mok Jong-woon sat quietly reading. While he read intently, he listened to the sounds of her eating. Full and content, Blue Spirit sighed, phew, I'm stuffed. Mok Jong-woon turned and asked curiously, that good? She wiped her mouth and affirmed with a smug mmm. One of life's greatest pleasures is eating, after all. Blue Spirit said contentedly, you'll understand someday. Mok Jong-woon thought to himself that a few days ago he let her possess a maid to taste the food and she enjoyed it greatly. He should have done this sooner. Suddenly her hand trembled and she dropped the wine jar lid. The maid's body showed bulging veins. Blue Spirit was irritated. She couldn't sustain possession for even 15 minutes. Mok Jong-woon observed and mused that she tried to possess a beautiful maid and nearly strangled her. Perhaps an ordinary body couldn't withstand such a strong spirit, so her soul left the maid's body. Blue Spirit looked at him. You Mok Jong-woon, she said. Huh, he replied. You focus too much on sorcery, she continued. He understood the implication and just hummed in response. Mok Jong-woon flipped through the book in his hands. Well, it's interesting, of the magic books you brought me from that female mage, this is the best. He mused, if the soul of the dead could. Mok Jong-woon read and pondered deeply. When he suddenly turned and looked toward the window, Blue Spirit exclaimed, have your senses really sharpened this much? Mok Jong-woon narrowed his eyes and stared off in another direction, and his room suddenly filled with pitch-black spiritual chi. Go-chan held up the outfit and said it was a maid's uniform. Ha Karen flat-out refused, ugly, these courtesan's clothes are much nicer, leaving him speechless. He gulped down his saliva. This is bad, his gut feeling is right, this is bad. If she's the sect leader, she must have reached at least supreme peak. If she finds out I betrayed Guard Cam, she'll kill me. I need to inform the third young master immediately. Go-chan tried to keep calm. I'll wait outside while you change. Ha Karen teased, why don't you want to watch? Go-chan froze. She added, a rare opportunity, I'm just taking advantage. He couldn't help blushing bright red. Ha Karen burst into laughter. I'm joking, but thanks to you I slipped in so easily, she said. Go-chan scratched his head awkwardly. Don't mention it, I also want to avenge my senior. But in Go-chan's mind he thought if she knew he was loyal to the third young master, she'd definitely flay him alive. People are hard to read. Ha Karen smiled, with you here I feel like I have an army. I know you left the sect, but you're still a real assassin. Her expression suddenly shifted. I trust you. He turned his back and suddenly needles flew straight toward his spine. Go-chan was struck at pressure points and froze like a puppet. Ha Karen grinned slyly. Did you really think I'd trust you? If you did nothing while our fellows died, that proves you've betrayed us. He looked at Ha Karen in terror. She regarded him with contempt. Look at you whining, it's pathetic. You're nothing but useless trash. Go-chan panicked, she knows everything, should have foreseen this. Ha Karen sneered, you haven't changed a bit, still as pitifully stupid as ever. She mocked, don't you understand learning? That's why I call people like you trash. She said viciously he should just die. He trembled as soon as she finished speaking. Go-chan clenched his hands, wondering where he went wrong. Was it because that bastard killed the young master or because I betrayed Senior Cam? The real reason is that I was too weak, which led me to this fate. She drew her weapon. Will you kill the third young master to avenge Assassin Cam and then end your own life? That's the end. Ha Karen attacked from behind. Farewell. Go-chan stood frozen, tears welling. Must I die here? A hand suddenly shot out from the window, shattering 8 techniques, ritual of attachment. That hand stopped her weapon, grasping the weapon firmly within reach. A thunderous kick slammed into the door. Go-chan and Ha-Karen were both stunned. A calm, deep voice rang out, aimed squarely at guard Go-chan. The man grinned. For the first time in my life, I suddenly think this brat looks pretty cool. Mok Jeong-woon stood there, proud and upright like a hero stepped out of legend. Am I late? Suddenly, a rough hand grabbed the back of Go-chan's neck. A cold blade pressed against his throat, and a stern voice rang out, "Stay still. Third young master, be careful. She might act rashly or I'm finished." All 3 of them froze at once, the space seeming to solidify. Go-chan glanced at Ha-Karen and thought, I guess she investigated him thoroughly before showing up here, but she must still be convinced the third young master is weak in martial skill. If she saw him demonstrate those supreme techniques herself, she'd surely be shocked, eyes wide. She still assumed he was just an ordinary fighter. He clenched his teeth, thinking she had no idea that that man was actually a cold-blooded demon. Mok Jeong-woon slowly stepped forward, each footfall emitting a strange gleam. A man who couldn't care less about other people's lives. He held the knife and closed the distance step by step. Go-chan squeezed his eyes shut, his heart heavy. Am I about to die? Mok Jeong-woon suddenly lunged forward. The blade slammed into the floor with tremendous force. Both she and the man were stunned, speechless. Mok Jeong-woon spoke coldly and released him. Ha-Karen and Go-chan couldn't believe their eyes. The same thought ran through both. What did he say? Let him go, I'll let you keep this small life. Pardon, you must value him a lot, Mok Jeong-woon replied nonchalantly. It was just a passing thought. After all, his death wouldn't bring me any benefit, so I'm giving you a chance to survive, cherish it. Go-chan was perplexed, his head full of questions. Did that demon really want to save me? The 3 in the room stood and stared at one another. She sneered, let him go. Ha-Karen's face flushed with anger. How dare he do that? I am the sect leader of the Flying Assassin. She pressed the sword close to his neck. If you truly want to save him, kneel and beg me, then I'll spare him a path of life. Ha-Karen smiled dangerously at Mok Jeong-woon, while he remained oddly composed. Then he sighed softly, as if preparing to kneel. She and Go-chan were stunned. Really? No way he'll actually kneel just for a mere guard. He lowered his center of gravity, a posture like he was about to prostrate. Mok Jeong-woon bowed his head, then glanced in another direction. His body moved like lightning, his nimble hand snatching the knife. And then he lunged straight toward the 2 of them. Ha-Karen laughed loudly. I knew it. You couldn't bear to kneel just to save such a failure like him. She suddenly froze. Wait, what is he looking at? While she was still fixated on Mok Jeong-woon, a hand suddenly appeared behind her back. And then countless other hands rose up simultaneously from every nook and cranny. Those hands waited to touch Ha-Karen's hair. Even beneath her feet, a hand emerged, ready to grab. As those hands were about to reach their target, Ha-Karen managed to twist aside in time to avoid them. Blue Spirit cast a spell, but she reacted too quickly. Ha-Karen was astonished. What? It's gone. Blue Spirit calmly analyzed. As predicted, you're at the Supreme Pinnacle Realm. Those who reach this level can sense the aura of souls. I guess you dodge it, but you forgot one thing. Mok Jeong-woon closed in on Ha-Karen so fast she couldn't react. He knocked her weapon away and snatched back the hostage. Mok Jeong-woon quickly removed the pressure point seal on guard Go-chan. Ha-Karen stood rooted to the spot. What's happening? She stood there as Mok Jeong-woon lunged toward her. I could sense a strange chi behind me, but I can't see anything. What is he up to? But Ha-Karen laughed with a bewitching tone. He's very weak. This guy is unbelievably weak. Judging by that throw, he's certainly no formidable master. Finish him quickly before he pulls another trick. They both rushed at each other. Ha-Karen's hand gripped the weapon hidden behind her back, certain of herself. You're dead for sure. When guard Go-chan saw that weapon, an image flashed through his mind. It was the assassination technique famed among the Flying Assassins. The Flying Death School. She held that weapon with an expression of exhilaration. Mok Jeong-woon used magic. That wasn't a wise move. Ha-Karen retaliated by hurling the weapon straight at him. You're wrong, though it can be used only once. It's enough to send even the highest masters on their way. Mok Jeong-woon lunged at the same time, ritual of binding. Blue Spirit and he were both taken aback. Mok Jeong-woon's body stiffened. He couldn't move a muscle. Ha-Karen's weapon hurtled toward him at wind-tearing speed. Because this weapon is specially made to pierce those with deep internal power, trying to stop it with internal energy is like using an egg to hit a rock. Blue Spirit was stunned, her face showing utter panic. Mortal Ha-Karen triumphantly declared, her tone full of satisfaction. Mok Jeong-woon had no choice and stood frozen in a life-or-death moment. Suddenly Go-chan rushed forward. He used his body as a shield, pushing Mok Jeong-woon away with all his strength. Mok Jeong-woon watched Go-chan's figure in shock. Blue Spirit was deathly silent, witnessing the horrific scene before her. Ha Karen was also surprised by the turn of events that slipped beyond her control. The sharp weapon had closed in right on top of Go-chan. It plunged straight into his body. The impact sent Go-chan crashing to the ground. Mok Jeong-woon shouted in shock, "Guard Go-chan." A long, sharp object pierced through Go-chan's chest, fresh blood immediately gushing out violently. After taking the lethal blow, he collapsed, lying motionless in a half-collapsed posture. Mok Jeong-woon still couldn't make sense of what was actually happening. He was so furious he ground his teeth. His bloodshot eyes blazed with murderous intent. Then Blue Spirit shouted and rushed in to stand beside Mok Jeong-woon. Ha Karen began to show fear, plotting an escape. Mok Jeong-woon used a counter technique, the ritual of attachment. Suddenly blood started pouring endlessly from Mok Jeong-woon's hands. He spread his blood-soaked hand toward Ha Karen, making her cry out in fright. Why is this happening? Countless bloody hands sprouted around Ha Karen's body. Clutching her so fiercely the villain trembled with terror. Blue Spirit spoke in a calm but menacing tone. "You should have died while I was still feeling charitable." Ha Karen's mouth was covered by the bloody hands. She was so terrified tears streamed down her face. Ha Karen wondered, "What is this?" Blue Spirit closed her eyes and looked up. More hands rose from the ground below like a churning pool of blood surging toward her. A voice rang out, "I told you so." Meanwhile, Ha Karen was terrified to the point of despair, tears streaming nonstop. Before Ha Karen now stood Mok Jeong-woon with a stern demeanor. He said calmly, "That was not a wise decision." Ha Karen was enveloped from head to toe by the bloody hands, trembling violently. Suddenly she lost consciousness, her eyes rolled back, the irises gone white. Ha Karen collapsed at the third young master's feet. Mok Jeong-woon was silent, seeming to feel a twinge of remorse for what he'd just done. He hurried over to the wounded Go-chan. He knelt down, his face showing anguish for him. Guard Go-chan's eyes were now wide open, blood pouring from his mouth. Mok Jeong-woon could only feel sorrow, at a loss for words at this moment. "What a pity, I thought you'd stand by my side a little longer." "Why did you do this?" The man answered slowly, "Guard, it was my duty, and you have protected me too. I could never betray you. You are the only one. My whole life I've been abandoned, and in the end only you saved me." Go-chan murmured as consciousness slipped away. He continued, "I'm satisfied." Blood kept flowing from his nose and mouth, soaking the floor. His eyes were full of tangled thoughts. Kin Van seemed to want to do one last thing for Guard Go-chan. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind Mok Jeong-woon. "Is he dead?" "That's Ha Karen." Mok Jeong-woon froze for a moment. He demanded, "Did you eat her?" Ha Karen merely gave a strange, slight smile. Blue Spirit, having entered Ha Karen, commented, "Not bad, this fresh, lively body tastes pretty good." She let out a triumphant laugh. Blue Spirit laughed arrogantly, but something odd was stirring on her face. Suddenly Blue Spirit shouted, "Damn it. This body won't hold out for long either. What a pity. He shouldn't have been like that." She continued, "He didn't turn into a vengeful spirit either, probably because he had no regrets left. He was strangely at peace before, wasn't he?" Mok Jeong-woon's expression was left with nothing but an indescribable sorrow. Mok Jeong-woon suddenly spoke up, according to the six-person spirit summoning technique. Blue Spirit looked surprised. "What?" The young man explained, "True, vengeful spirits usually arise from murderous hatred, but they can also form when someone dies in an area saturated with death chi. Because my energy core is itself death chi." Hearing Mok Jeong-woon's words, Blue Spirit was shocked and fearful. He continued, "I can create a vengeful spirit." Blue Spirit was astonished at Mok Jeong-woon's action. How could that be possible? Mok Jeong-woon began chanting, "Buddha's law imparts the true nature of rebirth, the seed of golden heaven, original moon's first yielding. The spirit of this wheel assists me, relinquish the craving that becomes my spirit, the pure image of spirit's chastity, the divine essence to multiply the righteous core's principle." A brilliant light enveloped Guard Go-chan's body. The deathly radiance from which all things are undone detaches the self, reborn beyond the bounds, trampling the upper cravings of the earthly realm. The light began to flare intensely. A gem slowly rose from within Go-chan's body. A red radiance was streaming straight toward that gem. Blue Spirit wondered if it was all over. She was full of surprise when she heard about a familiar spirit. Mok Jeong-woon explained that if he used his own death chi, that person would become his familiar spirit. However, because the energy source is so weak, he would immediately dissipate for lack of a suitable vessel. Mok Jeong-woon replied calmly, "Then, we must find a vessel." Blue Spirit pressed, resigned, "But where are we supposed to find one now?" Suddenly Blue Spirit broke into a cold sweat as a bad premonition rose. She trembled and stammered, What are you planning to do?" In the boundless void, Guard Go-chan felt as if he were sinking into water. Am I dead? His consciousness faded gradually, utterly helpless. Why did I have to go this far? Why did I have to try so hard? Suddenly, a voice pierced Go Chan's scattered thoughts, yet he still wondered. Strangely, it didn't feel entirely unpleasant. Another call rang out. Guard Go Chan, he startled and asked, "What is that master's voice?" Mok Jong-woon continued to call Guard Go Chan calmly. The guard cried in astonishment, "What? I'm still alive." He then explained, "Listen to me. I used my deathly chi to tether you to the mortal realm, so you will become my familiar spirit. But because your energy is too weak, I'm afraid you'll dissipate." Guard Go Chan still seemed to be catching up. "What are you talking about?" Mok Jeong-woon continued, "So I was forced to let your soul enter a mortal body. That body is Ha Karen's, but the soul inside is Guard Go Chan's." "What?" Mok Jeong-woon replied. "I only see this one body here, so I had no choice but to let you possess her." Guard Go Chan was utterly stunned when he saw himself inside Ha Karen's body. From a distance, we could still hear Go Chan, the guard, screaming desperately for his young master. The guard with a girl's face panicked and begged desperately, "Please let me go. Why is my soul trapped in a woman's body like this?" While fiddling with the door, Mok Jeong-woon replied calmly, "But if I do that, you'll disappear forever. If I swap bodies for you now, I'll have to kill again." Hearing that, Go Chan couldn't help but recoil in horror. He could only tear at his hair, trying to regain his composure. He knew the man's words were true, but there was a more pressing problem. What if the flying assassin sect discovered their sect leader had been wiped out? Was he to be stuck in this girl's body forever? Just then, Blue Spirit appeared from behind, a cigarette in hand, and quipped, "You're actually pretty lucky," making Go Chan turn his head to look back. Blue Spirit, all seductive, manifested. A blood-tinged aura rolled out and enveloped Go Chan. She added that even she couldn't squeeze into that body. The pressure left the poor guard trembling with terror. Go Chan was terrified, thinking he'd never met her before, but since becoming a soul, he could clearly feel that terror. His fear was so great that his male spirit also manifested, wearing the same stunned expression. He imagined himself sinking in an endless sea of blood with Blue Spirit. The gap in power was vast enough to fill an entire crimson ocean. Go Chan glanced warily at Mok Jeong-woon. Who was this kid who could stay beside such a terrifying entity all this time? Under the guard's suspicious gaze, Mok Jeong-woon could only look baffled. Seeing the guard so frightened he was in tears, Blue Spirit said, "Why the face? You should be grateful for a new body, shouldn't you?" Go Chan retorted bitterly, "But I'm a man." She scolded angrily, "Typical foolish mortal. Why aren't you happy to have skyrocketed in cultivation like this?" Her words left Go Chan frozen in stupefaction. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Shall we test it then?" making the guard startle and pay attention. Immediately, a wind-splitting kick from Mok Jeong-woon hurtled straight toward Go Chan's face. Just as Mok Jeong-woon's kick was about to land, Go Chan nimbly stepped back and dodged with practiced ease. Even he didn't understand how he managed it. Seeing this, Mok Jeong-woon said, "You've really changed," which jolted Go Chan into recognizing the difference. The guard gradually sensed an extraordinary change in his body, wondering how he could dodge that kick. It was a skill only true ascended masters possess. Blue Spirit smugly asked, "Satisfied now?" But Go Chan bashfully replied, "Not yet, because I'm still a man." She smirked, teasing that it was nice to have something pretty to look at when bored. Go Chan tried to object, but Mok Jeong-woon cut in, promising he'd switch bodies back for him when possible. Hearing that, Go Chan was overjoyed, while Mok Jeong-woon merely murmured an okay. At that moment, hurried footsteps were approaching the three of them's room. A voice called from outside, "Is the young master in there?" "This is Bok Hyung from the inner mansion." Mok Jeong-woon opened the door and asked Bok Hyung what was going on. Bok Hyung excitedly announced there was great news. When Mok Jeong-woon asked, Bok Hyung explained the whole situation in detail. The manor master had finally awakened. This shocking news left all three people present astonished. In another development, on a precarious cliff, Taoist Master Gu of the Ghastly Spirit Pavilion sat solemnly observing with his hands forming a seal. He watched and deduced, so the Mock Sword Manor from Shuo's memories is this place. He was sure it would take considerable effort to infiltrate this place. Before him appeared a ghost, will domain enveloping the entire city. Gu calculated silently. He was observing Mock Sword Manor through Gu Daio's eye, but unexpectedly this ghost will domain was a strict defensive barrier. Any approach would immediately reveal him. Unsure what to do, he suddenly noticed something that made him exclaim in surprise. Through the circle formed by two fingers he peered and saw a group standing before the city gate. Among them a man vomiting, two maids, and two guards. The two worried maids fussed over the drunken young master, none other than eldest son Mok Yong-ho. Gu realized this was his chance to separate Blue Spirit from Mok Jeong-woon using a familiar spirit, then strike him down the moment he went to meet the manor master. Sensing ill omens, Mok Jeong-woon suddenly went blank and the guard had to prod him. He recovered his composure, thinking the scramble for position was already a nuisance. He had planned to flee after learning martial arts, but the manor master's awakening ruined all his plans. Guard Bak Hyung relayed the manor master's order that all the young masters must be present. Although anxious about being unable to escape, Mok Jeong-woon agreed to go. Before leaving, Mok Jeong-woon tasked Go-chan with cleaning up the mess here, which made him jump. Go-chan quickly caught on and agreed. Mok Jeong-woon said nothing more. The young man and Blue Spirit set off to visit the manor master. Go-chan quietly shut the door and sighed in exasperation. Looking at his old corpse, he lamented the cruel fate of having to tidy up his former body. He wondered where his future would lead. Go-chan glanced at the chest in the new body, puzzled why he was stuck in this form with such troublesome issues. Vague thoughts began to crowd his mind. He then started turning around to inspect himself. A lecherous expression appeared. Deciding he couldn't wear these clothes forever, he tried changing. His hand began sliding the garment off his shoulder as odd thoughts ran through his head, and he muttered about the inconvenience. Suddenly, Blue Spirit peered through the door with a mysterious smirk. Go-chan froze in place under Blue Spirit's gaze. She laughed loudly and flew off, leaving the poor guard mortified and wishing he could die on the spot. Outside, Mok Jeong-woon asked where Blue Spirit had been. She casually replied she'd gone to see a fine little performance. From afar, Mok Yu-chun approached and accidentally ran into Mok Jeong-woon, shouting in surprise and drawing the young master's attention. Angrily, he charged straight at the third young master. Seeing the man storm forward, Blue Spirit casually said, "He's still alive." Mok Jeong-woon nodded in agreement. Quite interesting, though he looked a bit off. At least he hadn't gone mad and run off in flames. Mok Jeong-woon greeted him as he drew near, but Mok Yu-chun waved him off and told him not to joke around. He pressed to know whether Mok Jeong-woon had tried practicing those moves. When the other asked back, Mok Yu-chun signaled him to be quiet and demanded a straight answer. Faced with that, Blue Spirit gave a disdainful chuckle, while Mok Jeong-woon smiled and asked if there was a problem. Mok Yu-chun pointed at himself and shouted why Mok Jeong-woon was unscathed after trying those moves. Was his talent inferior? That was impossible. Mok Yu-chun's words left both Mok Jeong-woon and Blue Spirit speechless, unsure what to say next. Blue Spirit smoked and quietly judged that this family head was truly vicious. Suddenly, she sensed a strange aura approaching. She exclaimed, "Is it here?" drawing Mok Jeong-woon's attention. A mysterious smile spread across her lips. With eyes glowing red and full of malice, she declared that anyone daring to step into her ghost-will domain must really be tired of living. Mok Jeong-woon quickly understood and guessed that someone from the ghastly spirit pavilion had come. Blue Spirit immediately flew through the wall, leaving a note that she'd handle it. Mok Jeong-woon let her go, while Mok Yu-chun began to feel something was off. He pressed Mok Jeong-woon about why he was smiling. He replied it was nothing. Though Mok Yu-chun kept probing, Mok Jeong-woon insisted he'd been practicing. Mok Yu-chun then questioned the clothes Mok Jeong-woon was wearing. He reminded them they were about to see their father, but Mok Jeong-woon curtly said he was busy with personal matters and Mok Yu-chun didn't need to know, which infuriated him. At the manor master's residence, everyone, his sons and the lady, had gathered. Mok Yu-chun wouldn't relent, continuing to grill Mok Jeong-woon, catching Mok Yoon-pyong's attention. He wondered why the two of them were together. Nearby, Mok Yong-ho had his face wiped by his mother, Lady Seok, who kept scolding her son. She complained about the strong smell of alcohol on Mok Yong-ho and promised to help him. Mok Yong-ho could only avert his eyes and answer perfunctorily. Once Mok Jeong-woon and Mok Yu-chun settled, Mok Yoon-pyong looked at eldest son Mok Yong-ho with disdain, pitying him inwardly. But their father had summoned all the young masters here. There could be only one reason. He was about to decide who would inherit the manor master position. Mok Yu-chun nursed his own schemes. He didn't care whether the secret letter was real. Once he sat on the heir seat, no one could stop him. Contrary to the tension, Mok Jeong-woon remained remarkably calm. Having heard the manor master was one of the top 10 masters in Manhwa, he couldn't sense it clearly while the man was bedridden, but now he felt this overwhelmingly dominant aura. Energy in the manor master's chamber suddenly surged. At that moment, a guard announced that the young masters had all assembled, and the manor master gave an order. Enter. The great doors immediately swung wide open. The four young masters clasped their hands together in unison and bowed. Father, congratulations on your recovery. Your sons salute you. Mok Jeong-woon also answered with cautious eyes, paying respects to his father. Seated at the center was the manor master, radiating a golden aura, majestic like an immortal in mortal guise. He only responded softly. This was the manor master of Wooden Sword Manor. Mok In-dan, my boy, you're back. Mok Yoon-pyong and Mok Young-ho could only stand there with bowed heads, silent. His gaze flicked briefly to Mok Yu-chun standing beside him, then to the two Mok Yoon-pyong and Mok Young-ho. Still without reproach, he suddenly realized and inwardly understood why everyone cared so much about Mok In-dan's survival. It wasn't just about the manor master's seat. Following that thought, he looked up at Mok In-dan seated above. They were also thirsty for the supreme power he held. He pondered, amazed. Though he had been comatose for a long time, there were no signs of age or exhaustion on him. This formidable man was none other than Manor Master Mok In-dan. He remained silent, but his mind was full of questions. What kind of demonic creature could it possibly be? One that could put someone of his caliber into such a long unconsciousness. Night began to fall. At the orderly Wooden Sword Manor annex of the Outer Chamber Warriors, a trembling hand clenched the broken red wooden staff. A deep, threatening voice rang out, "What did you just say?" Looking at the pile of soldiers' corpses strewn at his feet, he growled and asked again. Manor Master Mok In-dan has awakened. Jo Yoon-gong trembled as he stood up to answer. Yes, a dying soldier who saw the scene hurriedly clamped his mouth to stifle a sound. The two others continued their conversation. He asked suspiciously, "How did you know that?" "I heard the cry of Gu Dio," he questioned. Gu Dio, and the man nodded in confirmation. "It's that terrifying monster from Mount Luwu." Sun Yoon laughed triumphantly. "I see, so some priests meddled. That fellow helped him recover." Jo Yoon-gong then asked his intention. "So what are you going to do now?" He replied coldly. "Do you really have to ask?" He stepped forward just as the wounded soldier was about to speak. He bit down through bone-deep pain to stay silent. He said coldly, "I'll deliver it to him myself." As he passed, the soldier accidentally twitched and was immediately spotted. Well, well. He turned back viciously and threatened, "Sleeping well are we?" The soldier panicked and shouted, "Damn it." Sun Yoon's blade descended with brutal force, spraying fresh blood everywhere. From outside, every doorway was stained a chilling red. He kicked hard, blowing the door off its hinges, and the poor soldier's head flew out with it. He raised the blood-slicked blade high and said hoarsely, "Now go." Immediately, his subordinates leapt and flew toward Mok Sword Manor at their master's command. At Mok Manor, Mok Yoon-pyong, Mok Young-ho, Mok Jeong-woon, and Mok Yu-chun stood solemnly before Manor Master Mok In-dan. He began to break the silence. "So, do you know why I summoned you here at this hour?" All four racked their brains, especially Mok Yoon-pyong and Mok Young-ho, sweat pouring from their brows in anxiety. Unexpectedly, Mok Jeong-woon spoke first. "Is it because father intends to decide who will succeed?" The question made the other three turn to him in surprise. He remained silent. Mok Yu-chun whispered in his ear, "Are you insane?" Inwardly, he thought the boy had truly changed. Could that person's words actually be true? He recalled his conversation with Jang Myongin when he was injured and asked suspiciously, "What? Mok Jeong-woon saved me." The other man honestly confirmed. Yes, the servant reported that he single-handedly stopped the mad priest possessed by a demon. Mok In-dan fell silent upon hearing it. Back in the present, he mused that at first he thought it was coincidence or a lie to win succession. But the child who once never dared meet his gaze now carried himself with an odd calm. What could he have endured while I was comatose? He should be tested a little, he thought, then announced, "Very well, I will hold an examination to choose the most worthy successor. I want to examine carefully whether you are qualified to become Manor Master." Suddenly, he raised a hand to cut him off. "Father, I request permission to abstain." His blunt refusal left everyone in the room gaping in astonishment. The elder asked again in a deep voice. "Are you serious?" He affirmed decisively. "Yes." Mok Yoon-pyong whispered triumphantly to himself. "Good, if he gives up, no one will stand in my way." Mok In-dan pondered for a moment, then began to question him. "Why would you do that? Are you claiming ignorance as an excuse because you lack merit?" He pressed on, "Explain yourself." Mok Yu-chun also wondered inwardly, what the hell, is he serious? He answered calmly, "I still feel very inadequate." The elder asked in surprise. "What?" He continued, "I think I'm lacking far more than my brothers, even compared to the fourth brother. Isn't the future Manor Master supposed to be someone outstanding or who has achieved great deeds? I have none of those things yet." Mok Yoon-pyong was elated to hear this. Finally, he understands his place. Mok Jeong-woon concluded seriously, therefore I no longer wish to become manor master. The room fell into absolute silence. Then suddenly a hearty laugh rang out. He flinched slightly in surprise. The laughter grew more and more exuberant. Mok and Dan nodded, I see. The two looked at each other, puzzled. His expression grew softer. He realized the boy had truly transformed. His saving of me wasn't driven by a lust for power but from the bottom of his heart. He stood there dumbfounded at his father's meaning. Moreover, a once impulsive child now recognized himself and was even willing to yield the position to protect the future of Mok Sword Manor. My son has truly grown up, even beyond my expectations. He unexpectedly removed his outer robe, looked at him, and asked, why do you consider yourself lacking? All four of them widened their eyes in shock. He continued calmly, as if it were obvious. Surely you all know this already. His eyes showed astonishment as he witnessed Mok and Dan now missing an arm. He explained slowly that a few days ago he had been ambushed by a mysterious assailant. According to the servants, that man severed his arm. Thanks to Mok Jeong-woon, I narrowly escaped death. Standing beside him, Mok Yoon-pyong couldn't help feeling jealous. He gave him a meaningful look. Didn't you say only those who achieve great deeds deserve the manor master seat? Then that reason alone is more than sufficient. Mok Yoon-pyong was furious, his face twisted in displeasure. He flushed crimson with anger. He'd heard rumors of trouble in the manor, but hadn't expected the opponent to be so formidable. He watched his back and schemed silently, but this guy. Why until now had he remained so quiet, not saying a single word? Mok Jeong-woon was still lost in memories of that fire tragedy. He stood motionless before the house, now only a pile of charred ruins. In the front yard lay the corpse of his grandfather. He pondered in silence. Everything matched perfectly, not a single detail off. This is exactly what I've been yearning to find all this time. The scar etched on my grandfather's body was that very scar. It was the thing carved into flesh, imprinted across my chest and abdomen. It felt as if that wound were erupting in fierce flames, surely caused by that damn bastard. He let out a cold smile. After everything, at last. A wicked look appeared on his face and a fierce aura flared. I have found it too. The thought echoed ceaselessly in his mind. Found it. He smiled with cunning guile. But suddenly remembering something, his smile flickered out. Sensing eyes watching him, he awkwardly glanced aside. Mok and Dan saw this and said, you are qualified. But then he noticed the oddity in the smile and wondered, huh. His brow knit slightly. Could something sudden be happening? He roared in anger. What's? Mok Yu-chun at his side quickly replied, father. The door to the room was suddenly thrown open. It was a guard. His appearance immediately drew everyone's attention. He hurriedly reported, Manor Master, something's wrong. A razor-sharp blade descended without mercy. Sun Yoon's minions struck with extreme brutality, swarming to attack Mok Manor in overwhelming numbers. Those inside Mok Manor screamed in horror. Ambush. Sun Yoon advanced inside, radiating vicious menace. The guards struggled desperately against the assassin's force. They urged one another to hold the breach, by any cost protect the main gate, trying to hold out until the manor master could appear. The clash of weapons rang out and sprays of fresh blood flew everywhere. They were truly savage in their attack. Sun Yoon strolled out from the chaotic crowd. He walked in as if no one were there. Reaching the great gate of Mok Manor, he lifted his sword high. Sun Yoon unleashed a devastating slash. Is this even called a gate? Everyone standing there was frozen in shock. The sturdy gate crumbled to pieces under that tremendous blow, the scene resembling an earth-shattering explosion. He slowly stepped inside, mumbling now. Sun Yoon's eyes were full of killing intent. He ordered, search, find it, that thing. The priest Gu was using invisibility arts, standing leisurely in a corner observing the situation without saying a word. He began to feel that this matter was truly troublesome. After all the effort I spent luring Blue Spirit out, now with everything in chaos, how can we eliminate Mok Jeong-woon? But at least he won't be captured since he's still maintaining his concealment technique. Suddenly Jo Yoon-gong's silhouette loomed up right behind him. This made him involuntarily tense with a strange sensation. Sensing something wrong, he immediately turned to check his spell. Jo Yoon-gong stepped closer and cast magic, the demon viewing eye, enlightened intellect, dispersing seal. His invisibility art was instantly broken, forcing him to reveal his true form. He cried out in shock, what the hell is this? Has my invisibility been broken? Jo Yoon-gong grabbed the old man by the throat and demanded, you are the one, aren't you? Gu thought in horror, using only one hand to form such a powerful seal. This man must be at least a moon-ranked cultivator. Jo Yoon-gong continued to press, you were the one who saved the manor master. While being throttled nearly to death, Gu silently guessed this was an attack by a hidden organization that possessed a high-level Taoist. He hurriedly explained, it's a misunderstanding. Everything is just a misunderstanding. Then he continued to speculate that perhaps this person belonged to a group of Taoists who had submitted to a martial sect after causing disorder. Zhou Yunggong snapped, "How dare you interfere in the ghastly spirit pavilion's affairs?" The old man's head exploded, blood spraying everywhere. He only managed a pain scream before collapsing. Speaking of the ghastly spirit pavilion, just then Sun Yun approached from behind and asked, "What the hell are you doing?" He replied nonchalantly, "Just exterminating a pest." Sun Yun added, "This must be the master of that Gu Dio thing, find that item quickly." Zhou Yunggong raised the talisman and answered, "Understood." Sun Yun moved toward the main house of Mok Manor and ordered, "Let's go find Manor Master Mok Indan. We must seize back our treasure." At that moment, Mok Indan stood on the roof, watching Mok Manor burn. He gripped his sword, his heart full of resentment and indignation. "What a bunch of ruffians!" He raised his sword and shouted, "Who dares to brazenly invade Mok Manor? Are you all tired of living?" Those below cheered with glee. The Manor Master has appeared." He and his sons leapt up at once. He shouted, "Protect the main hall of Mok Manor with me." The retainers answered in unison, "Yes, Manor Master." Mok Jeong-woon stared intently at the man, but didn't utter a word. Then he suddenly stopped in his track, silently slipping away down another path to leave. When he felt he'd put a safe distance between himself and the chaos, he finally halted. He glanced back at the mess behind him and murmured that things were going very smoothly. Although he didn't fully know what was happening, someone who disappears amid this chaos would draw no suspicion. Bonus. Dramatic exit. He only hadn't had time to ask the Manor Master about it. Should he turn back and give the man a hand? He suddenly looked down in alarm. What is this? An assassin was hiding behind him, raising his blade to strike when he saw him still staring at his hand. With lightning reflexes, he caught the blade barehanded, leaving the attacker stunned. He immediately gave the assassin a sword stroke, sending him off on the spot. Meanwhile, Mok Jeong-woon thought to himself that everything was unfolding exactly as he'd predicted. Outside in Mok Manor's courtyard, the retainers there were falling into a weak position. Heart-wrenching cries rang out amid Mok Manor, which was sinking into a sea of flames. The scene was utterly chaotic, filled with despair and piercing screams. It was the sensation of death itself. That aura was death chi. He lifted his blood-stained hand to his mouth to taste it. His death chi surged powerfully, so abundant he yearned to absorb it all. But circulating chi right here would be extremely dangerous. Go Chan rushed over anxiously and asked, "Young master, are you all right?" He explained that he had been changing clothes when a stranger suddenly burst in and attacked. Mok Jeong-woon propped himself up with one hand and said, "You arrived just in time," leaving Go Chan unable to help but wonder. "What?" Before Go Chan could process it, Mok Jeong-woon sat down and requested, "Can you guard me for a moment? I need to circulate chi a little." This left Go Chan utterly stunned. What? At that moment, a squad of assassins rushed in. Go Chan, barely fending them off, pressed, "You plan to circulate chi right now. What if you get reversed chi?" Go Chan cursed in anger, "Damn it." Meanwhile, Kyung Yun had already begun circulating chi, he quietly sensed. Very good. Death chi was forming from the deaths of dozens around them. The pain, the despair, the regrets, every emotion that meets death was filling the air. This spiritual energy was so pure, far beyond what one absorbs from yakai. I'll certainly become twice as strong. Not 3 times. At the same time, Go Chan swung his sword and cut down an incoming enemy. He thought angrily, damn it, there are too many enemies. Where are the reinforcements? And where did that terrifying witch disappear to? Suddenly Go Chan spotted a figure behind him. It was Sang Woombi. Thank goodness help has arrived. He panted from exhaustion and called out, "Are you Lord Sang Woombeek? Please help me." Go Chan asked in surprise, "What is it?" The man's eyes suddenly darkened. A laugh rang out and then the man's body was split in two. Revealed behind him was Sun Yun, accompanied by a remark. How amusing, seeing that Go Chan could only stare in horror. Sun Yun remarked nonchalantly, "Right in the bloody battlefield." Go Chan worried, "Is he circulating chi now? I definitely can't beat this guy." His whole body had reached its limit. The man before them truly was a grandmaster. Sun Yun stared at Mok Jeong-woon with excitement. Quite an interesting brat. Mok Jeong-woon remained in a calm state of circulating chi, causing Go Chan to panic and frantically call his name. Young master, wake up." Go Chan warned Mok Jeong-woon in fear as Sun Yun strolled closer. Enemies approaching. "Get up now." Go Chan anxiously glanced at Sun Yun and thought, damn, he can't hear a thing. What to do? If I touch him now, he might suffer chi blockage. But how could he face this monster alone? By now Sun Yun stood right before him, shouldering his great blade and smiling arrogantly. Sun Yun swept past Go Chan, quickly closing in on Mok Jeong-woon, who was circulating qi, and said, "Strange. It doesn't look like he's circulating qi in the usual way." Go Chan trembled all over in extreme fear. His speed was too fast, Sun Yun pondered as he observed him. Let's see, this brat's surname is Mok, right? If I touch him now, there'll surely be some entertaining fireworks to watch. Go Chan was so terrified he wanted to cry. He screamed at the top of his lungs. Damn! Suddenly he leapt, kicking the pillar to spring himself upward, drawing Sun Yun's attention. Sun Yun turned and blurted, "Ha!" Go Chan flipped elegantly through the air, thinking he still remembered the flying assassin sex techniques. Using them might buy a little more time for the young master. Go Chan sprang onto a corner of the wall, then launched himself straight at Sun Yun. Flying assassin sect technique, third form. His agility was extraordinary, darting nimbly around Sun Yun and Mok Jeong-woon, leaving them taken aback. Suddenly Go Chan lunged straight at Sun Yun and swung, but the man only smiled with contempt. Go Chan's eyes widened as he saw the great blade closing in on him. He spun hurriedly, narrowing his brow in admiration. Fast, very fast. Go Chan immediately flipped once more in midair, bringing his hand up to shield his face to evade Sun Yun's powerful slash. The destructive force of Sun Yun's blade was such that the adjacent wall crumbled to pieces. Just as Go Chan prepared to land and came level with Sun Yun, the man revealed a smug look and raised his hand. He flicked Go Chan sharply on the forehead, sending him flying backward amid taunts. "Bitch, if you dare block me again, don't blame me for using a lethal hand." Go Chan was slammed with tremendous force, hurled away, and violently slammed into the wall. He collapsed to the ground, his whole body racked with pain and coughing. Sun Yun casually rested the great blade on his shoulder and said nonchalantly, "Now." Sun Yun's gaze turned vicious as he looked down at Mok Jeong-woon. "Your turn now." Go Chan struggled to push himself up to intervene. "Don't." Sun Yun reached out to touch Mok Jeong-woon's head. "Let's see what you're capable of." Suddenly his hand froze halfway. Sweat beginning to bead on his forehead, he clenched his teeth tightly. Yet a cold flash crossed Sun Yun's face. He raised the great blade high, preparing to strike. He knit his brows, ground his teeth, and brought the blade down with a fierce chop. At that moment, a figure streaked in with blinding speed. Mok and Dan arrived just in time, blocking Sun Yun's blade, and shouted, "There you are." Sun Yun and Mok and Dan clashed fiercely, their combined force radiating powerfully outward. Go Chan had to raise both hands to brace against the shockwave, stammering. Mok and Dan stood blocking in front to protect Mok Jeong-woon with a grim expression, while Go Chan on the other side shouted loudly, "Manner Master!" Suddenly Mok and Dan's eyes widened in shock and he unexpectedly spat a mouthful of fresh blood. He coughed up blood and could barely stand. Go Chan was stunned at the horrific sight. Mok and Dan raised a hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. Seeing this, Sun Yun sneered, "That's all it takes and you can't hold up." Sun Yun extended his hand with an arrogant look and loudly declared, "Listen to me. If you don't want to watch your clan collapse, you'd be wise to hand that thing over. The treasure you stole from us." The scene shifted from the edge of the forest toward Mok Manor. A massive blaze engulfed the area. Blue Spirit stood silently in the woods, her gaze fixed on the monster lying motionless on the ground. She folded her arms in puzzlement, a pipe in one hand, thoughtfully considering that a monster had dared invade her territory. Blue Spirit stared at the creature exuding dense dark qi. She thought to herself that she assumed it had been trying to lure her into a trap, yet unexpectedly it died, meaning its master must have been taken out as well. She frowned slightly, raised the pipe to her lips, her suspicion growing. No mortal could possibly slay a sorcerer capable of commanding creatures at this level so quickly. An alarm bell began to ring inside her. It indicated the monster was gradually dissipating. Blue Spirit held her pipe and turned her gaze toward Mok Manor where the fire raged. A gut feeling told her something was wrong. That's Mok Manor over there, right? The flames showed no sign of dying down. Instead, they grew larger, black smoke billowing. Blue Spirit murmured, "I can sense it." Until everything was completely burned away, the fierce fire finally began to subside. Back at Mok Manor, the training ground was packed. In the center, Sun Yun sat with Jo Yoongong and his guards. At that moment, Blue Spirit's dangerously intense aura suddenly rose not far away. As for Mok Jeong-woon, after finishing the process of circulating qi, he slowly opened his eyes. Seeing the ruined scene around him, he wondered in confusion, what the hell is going on? As Mok Jeong-woon was about to stand, he turned his head toward the training ground and noticed something amiss. A gloomy atmosphere hung over the entire ground. Mok Jeong-woon rose and saw Mok Manor's people kneeling, surrounded by Sun Yoon's and Jo Yoon-gong's guards. Sun Yoon's guards held their swords ready, strictly watching over Mok Manor's people. Sun Yoon exuded a thick murderous aura, his cold stare fixed on Mok In-dan, who stood sweating before him. Mok Jeong-woon fell silent and pressed his lips together, thinking, is the battle over already? No wonder the death chi is much less than before. Feeling a bit regretful, Mok Jeong-woon began to slowly approach the training ground. He stepped over to where Go Chan and the demonic monk stood and whispered, "Hey, what's going on? Why is the demonic monk even here?" Go Chan turned to him with a worried expression. "Young master," Go Chan hesitated, then explained, "the manor master has been surrounded." They'd only fought a short while before he realized who his true enemy was. Go Chan recalled the moment Mok In-dan realized something. He thrust his sword into the ground and said, "So that's how it is." Sun Yoon's blade still pressed against Mok In-dan's throat. Mok In-dan said in a low voice, "I surrender, I will hand it over to you." His voice carried unease and caution, "So please spare all of us." Sun Yoon sheathed his sword and sneered, "Was that necessary? I don't get much fun unless others suffer." But Mok In-dan remained extremely solemn. "So be it," he withdrew his blade decisively. Meanwhile, Go Chan, clutching his wound and suppressing the pain, looked at him and said, "All right, I'll take it on my honor." The king of brilliance Sun Yoon, one of the 5 powerful kings of the Heaven-Earth Association. Go Chan's eyes widened in shock. The name the Heaven-Earth Association kept circling in his mind. Back to the present, Mok Jeong-woon asked confusedly what that was. Go Chan supported his injured arm and bowed his head. "It's an extremely dangerous sect. The Heaven-Earth Association is one of the 3 sects whose power dominates all of Xinjiang. They once aspired to unify the martial world and drench the land in blood." Go Chan broke into a cold sweat at the thought. He explained that's why anyone who hears the name trembles. Even though Mok Sword Manor is a large clan, it doesn't compare to the Heaven-Earth Association. Go Chan turned to look at Sun Yoon, who radiated a terrifying presence, and said, "And that person is one of the strongest masters in the martial world, holding the title the King of Brilliance, one of the 5 kings of the Heaven-Earth Association." Sun Yoon. A gloomy atmosphere hung over Mok Jeong-woon. He said, "So that means if he wanted to, he could wipe out all of Mok Manor in the blink of an eye." Go Chan nodded in response. "Exactly, that's why the manor master was forced to reveal where he hid the treasure. His men must be fetching it now. But in fact that treasure is in the apothecary area." Mok Jeong-woon looked at him, and a strange red gleam flashed in his eyes. Sun Yoon stretched out his hand and ordered, "Hurry up and speak." "The hiding place of the manual made from human skin. That is our treasure." Mok Jeong-woon and Go Chan exchanged contemplative looks. Neither of them said a word. Mok Jeong-woon's expression grew increasingly somber. He recalled the book wrapped in human skin, surrounded by a protective sealing circle. Go Chan was still clutching the wound on his right arm. He turned to warn Mok Jeong-woon, "We'd better keep quiet." But before he could finish, Go Chan suddenly noticed something and blurted, "Huh." Panic showed on his face when he saw Mok Jeong-woon heading toward Mok In-dan, causing the latter to look up in surprise. He spoke to reassure and admonish him, "You're injured and supposed to be sitting to circulate qi. Why are you out here? Go rest, don't get involved in this." But Mok Jeong-woon seemed unconcerned and slowly asked his father. Mok In-dan frowned, looking at Mok Jeong-woon with puzzlement. Mok Jeong-woon suddenly remembered the scar on Mok In-dan's waist and mentioned it. He asked thoughtfully, "How did you get that scar, father?" Mok In-dan answered abruptly, "Why would you bring this up now?" At that moment, one of Sun Yoon's underlings hurriedly brought over a box, respectfully presenting it as everyone turned to look. "Found it." Seeing the box, Sun Yoon showed obvious excitement and reached out to take his prize. Mok In-dan looked tense and said, "This isn't the time to discuss that, I'll tell you later." But Mok Jeong-woon calmly replied, "You must tell me now." While the elder was still bewildered, he explained that this was an exchange. Sun Yoon's face brimmed with gloating as he held the box. He was so thrilled he practically burst into cheer, opening the box and exclaiming with delight, "Finally this treasure has returned to us." At that moment, Mok Jeong-woon suddenly declared, "I'll settle this." Mok In-dan, full of unease, said, "What?" But before he could finish, he was cut off because suddenly Sun Yoon erupted in fury, a dense murderous aura flaring violently before Mok Jeong-woon could finish his sentence. This terrified Mok In-dan beyond measure. He turned his head with a cold, murderous gaze and growled, "Manor master." Mok Jeong-woon's voice rang out icy and sharp, striking Mok In-dan like a heavy blow. there's nothing under the apothecary. Sun Yun's power radiated and dominated the space, a suffocating aura weighing heavily. Mok Yu-chun and Mok Yun-pyong standing nearby also felt a chill run through them. Mok Yun-pyong blurted, "What the hell is going on?" Madame Seok observed the scene. She seemed to realize something and thought to herself, could Mok Jeong-woon have already swiped that manual? If I tell the truth now, then I will. Madame Seok widened her eyes, staring ahead in shock, the pair of earrings reflecting clearly in her gaze. Sun Yoon held up the earring, puzzled, and said, "What is this?" Both Madame Seok and Mok In-dan were stunned, eyes wide with horror at the unexpected turn. It was the piece of jewelry the manor master had personally bestowed on her. Madame Seok gritted her teeth as she sensed something was wrong. She quickly turned to look at Mok Jeong-woon and thought, could it be him? Sensing Madame Seok's gaze fixed on him, Mok Jeong-woon curled a faint, knowing smile. Suddenly, he burst into manic laughter and shouted, "Isn't that Madame's earring?" Hearing that, Mok In-dan couldn't help but tense up and blurt out in shock. What? Madame's face went pale with panic, sweat beginning to pour down. Sun Yoon crushed the jewelry with one hand, fury erupting. "So you finally chose the path of punishment, did you?" Mok In-dan, panicked, turned to order Mok Jeong-woon to stop, but he pretended not to hear, nonchalantly propping a hand on his hip and continuing, "Why are you making that face? But I know for sure those earrings belong to you. At this point, you're still going to play innocent." With a terrifying expression, he shouted mockingly, truly shameless. Madame Seok panicked and hurriedly looked to Sun Yoon to explain. "This is a complete misunderstanding. Please believe me, calm down. If I stole it, why would I clumsily drop my own jewelry like that? Someone must have set me up." Before he could finish, Mok In-dan lunged toward Madame Seok. He threw his full strength to intercept Sun Yoon's blade as it aimed straight for her head. Mok In-dan was hurled aside by the force of Sun Yoon's sword. The blade in his hand bent and flew toward Madame Seok, forcing her to raise a hand to shield herself. Mok In-dan's body collapsed at Mok Jeong-woon's feet. Sun Yoon coldly stepped past Madame Seok, voice threatening, "So even you don't know where that treasure is hidden?" A vicious glint flashed in his eyes as he raised his blade and snarled, "If that's the case, what's the point of keeping you alive?" Sun Yoon immediately ordered his men, "Raise Mok Manor." The underlings shouted in unison as he advanced, "Yes sir, yes sir, yes sir." Mok Jeong-woon smirked and asked, "Now are you ready to tell me, father?" The question left Mok In-dan speechless. Sun Yoon approached a doomed man, blade raised with murderous intent. "A single Mok Manor dares toy with the Heaven-Earth Association?" The man could only scream in terror. He delivered a fatal blow that flattened the man, then roared in fury, "And you dared hide the manual." Witnessing the horror, those nearby went bloodless. He lifted the bloodied sword and continued, "I will not allow you to humiliate me again." Meanwhile, Mok In-dan, frantic, pleaded with Mok Jeong-woon, "I told you I'd tell you later." But Mok Jeong-woon only closed his eyes and coldly refused, "No, that's not acceptable." Sun Yoon wildly swung the blade at the others, roaring threats. "Today I will not let a single one of you leave alive." Seeing the massacre before him, Mok In-dan angrily screamed, "Do you intend to have everyone die to satisfy you?" Mok Jeong-woon merely tilted his mouth and said coolly, "Don't make me repeat myself. How bad does it have to get before you finally speak up, father?" Suddenly H-Wang called out to Sun Yoon, "I have something to tell you." Madame Seok frowned, surprised, softly calling, "H-Wang." H-Wang shouted, pointing straight at Mok In-dan's children, "Someone will benefit if Madame comes to harm, and he's standing right here." Mok Yu-chun asked, bewildered, "What?" Mok Yun-pyong beside him also demanded, "What nonsense are you spouting?" H-Wang's next words stunned everyone. Only Mok Jeong-woon kept his face expressionless as he watched. Someone sneaked into the manual's hiding place. He used Madame's earrings to mess up the manual. The hiding place for that treasure was also where the manor master's secret letter was kept. Hearing this, both Mok Yun-pyong and Mok Yu-chun froze as a memory suddenly surfaced in their minds. Mok Yun-pyong recalled the moment Go-chan handed him a book. Meanwhile, Mok Yu-chun remembered that at the training yard it was Mok Jeong-woon who gave him that book. At the time, Go-chan said it was sent by the third young master, and Mok Jeong-woon laughed and said, "Keep it when you become manor master, it will be extremely useful." Back in the present, an oddly strange smile appeared on Mok Jeong-woon's face. Over by H-Wang, now possessed by the demonic monk, she bellowed in a terrifying voice that the one holding the secret letter was the culprit. "Quickly restrain him." Mok Yun-pyong panicked and protested that it was ridiculous. Mok Yu-chun also shouted irritably, "It's all lies." Sun Yoon turned to look at them, making everyone tremble with fear. Perfect, those were the ones who spoke up. Sun Yoon licked his lips, his gaze full of brutality. Should I deal with you first? Where are they? Bring me their bodies. Mok and Dan ground his teeth. The tension had reached its peak. Finally, he blurted out in panic, Ghost Blade. His name is Ghost Blade. The one who left this scar on me is from 6 heavens and 8 stars, Ghost Blade. Are you satisfied now? Mok Jeong-woon smirked in delight at getting the needed information. Meanwhile, Mok and Dan, anxious, ordered, hand over the manual immediately. His face darkened as he recalled the person who had harmed his grandfather. At last, Ghost Blade finally revealed himself. Suddenly, bells rang out, echoing through the space. The sound snapped Mok Jeong-woon out of his thoughts. He opened his eyes wide and stared ahead. Immediately, grotesque arms crawled out of Chwang's mouth, and she screamed in agonizing pain. A figure standing on the building behind Mok Jeong-woon suddenly called out, "Looks like there's a mouse here." All eyes turned to Jo Yoon-gong. He continued, sneering that someone had been secretly hiding here. Sun Yoon smiled, looked toward Jo Yoon-gong, and called out the Taoist Jo's name. Jo Yoon-gong jumped down from above and landed lightly on the ground. Mok Jeong-woon silently observed the red aura radiating around Jo Yoon-gong, warning himself mentally that this man was truly dangerous. Suddenly, Jo Yoon-gong raised his hand and spoke in a cold voice, "I will cleanse the evil for you." Jo Yoon-gong began forming long, decisive hand seals. Immediately, the demonic monk's form manifested distinctly from within his body. He kept his eyes fixed, watching, while everyone around was shaken by the demonic monk's might. He said in a low voice, "Those evil spirits returning from the void, how foolish." A man in black rushed forward to block the hidden weapon and snarled, "How dare you?" They all aimed at him at once. How daring is he? Such recklessness. The one who had launched those hidden weapons was none other than Mok Jeong-woon. Jo Yoon-gong's loud laugh made the two men in black exclaim in surprise, "A Taoist." He snorted coldly and took measured steps toward him. Mok Jeong-woon remained silent, watching his opponent's smallest movements. Jo Yoon-gong began, "So you can see it too." He stepped closer and said with implication, "So you can see it as well." He replied casually that he didn't understand what the old man meant, though inwardly he thought he acted only to avoid wasting the demonic monk. Seems he had been a bit impatient this time. He felt clearly that the figure before him was a formidable monster, by no means inferior to that Sun Yoon. Jo Yoon-gong produced a talisman-like weapon and said coldly, "If you don't know, then I'll personally send this evil spirit off." The demonic monk hiding inside the guard's body screamed in agony. He went on to taunt that those present didn't even know what they were facing. Madame Seok, terrified, cried out, "Guard." He fell silent, eyes coldly fixed on the old man. People say you need talent to become a fighter, but those born with the fate of a Taoist are far rarer. He pointed to his eyes, asserting that among a Taoist's innate talents, the eye of insight is the greatest. Other skills can be trained, but an eye that sees through all cannot be gained by practice. In other words, from birth you were destined to become a gifted Taoist. Even someone like him did not possess that eye of insight, so you may take pride in your talent, he replied coldly. I truly don't understand what you're talking about. Jo Yoon-gong began forming hand seals. Still want to deny it? Fine, I'll change the question. He muttered an incantation, Bin Chin Zai Lo Tu Fuang Koa Lien Thuet. His eyes flashed with questioning. Why did you intervene against me? A beam of blazing golden light shot straight toward the demonic monk. Witnessing that earth-shattering scene, everyone stood stunned, speechless. Jo Yoon-gong intoned that evil spirits never follow the living. Yet this one seemed to move entirely at his will. The demonic monk was now completely trapped within the formation. He growled and pressed the question, "How could you do that? Speak quickly. If that's the case, I'll release it entirely." He immediately clasped his hands and swiftly performed a series of talismanic seals. His lips murmured the incantation, Bin Chin Zai Lo. Seeing his decisive action, Jo Yoon-gong could not help but exclaim in surprise, "What?" At that moment, the demonic monk became shrouded in a brilliant azure light, the 4-point binding chains. The blue light intensified, seeming to tear apart the old man's golden beam. It let out a heartrending wail. Jo Yoon-gong watched the confrontation and praised aloud, unexpected that he would dare use the old man's own magic to respond. He wondered when the young man had learned such arts. He was a bit surprised and asked back, "Isn't this something you only learn if someone teaches you?" He was shaken to the core, thinking to himself that this guy had copied him after a single glance. The 4-point binding chains is an advanced secret technique that only true Taoists can wield. Moreover, he could tweak the formula to execute it while another Taoist spell was being cast. He had displayed a supremely advanced skill in a mere instant. Those eyes were certainly not the only innate gift he possessed. He flinched and murmured in horror. Suddenly Jo Yoon-gong burst into loud, delighted laughter. Then he swung his hand toward the demonic monk and formed a talismanic seal. After that, Jo Yoon-gong pointed at him and told the renowned Blade King that he didn't care about the others, but at least leave this child to him. He asked in surprise, "What?" Everyone was utterly shocked by that request, from Mok In-dan to Madame Seok. Even the guard Go-chan, trapped in another's body, couldn't hide his astonishment, and the other brothers present were equally dumbstruck. Sun Yoon heard this and replied nonchalantly, "Old man, you're at it with nonsense again." Jo Yoon-gong immediately retorted, "I have the right to demand it." In the end he relented. "Fine, but I'll finish off everyone else," he replied coldly. "Do as you wish." Mok In-dan started, anxiously glancing at him. He sighed softly, reminding himself that after all he had already promised. The others were miserably begging, "Please spare our lives." A voice suddenly rang out. The man froze as cold eyes swept toward the sound source. The man said, "What?" Mok Jeong-woon immediately answered, "I possess what you've been seeking. Stop right now." Sun Yoon threatened, "If you dare lie, I'll tear you to pieces. Regardless of that Taoist's orders, where is it?" Mok Jeong-woon tapped his head. "Right here. In my mind, that manual has already been burned by me." The old man was aghast at those words. Sun Yoon fell silent upon hearing it. Then he suddenly laughed out loud with glee. He sneered at Mok Jeong-woon. "Are all you righteous sect people a bunch of frauds and liars?" Mok Jeong-woon calmly shot back, "Why do you assume I'm lying?" Sun Yoon glared in astonishment, for he knew well that the book could not be destroyed. Mok Jeong-woon looked him straight in the eye and said slowly, "Unfortunately, its cover cannot be burned or crushed. It seems to be protected by some mysterious force." His expression turned fierce. "It is what you have been trying to find. If you lie to me another inch, you'd better prepare to meet the king of hell." Sun Yoon suddenly faltered. Mok Jeong-woon stood motionless. The cover truly couldn't burn, but the blood-written pages had long since turned to dust. He was stunned. What? He knew the book was written in blood. Sun Yoon tried to threaten, "If you keep lying," but he was cut off before finishing. "Why would I lie?" Mok Jeong-woon thought to himself. "This is a truth even those with supreme power might not know." Sun Yoon couldn't hide his panic upon hearing that. "You actually saw the contents? Unbelievable. Everyone who ever saw that book ended up dead. But if he's speaking the truth." Suddenly, another voice ordered in his mind, "Bring it to me." He pressed insistently, "Then tell me what is written in that book. You claim to have memorized it. Let's see if you dare read it aloud now to prove you're not lying." The space fell into a suffocating silence. Mok Jeong-woon calculated inwardly that he could fabricate something, but if the other truly knew the content, it would be troublesome. He decided to recite just a line or two to test his reaction, then agree. "All right." A fresh pool of blood suddenly appeared at his feet. "There you go." Then he was utterly terrified, looking down to see nothing but blood at his feet, when a voice called out, "Mortal!" A graceful figure stood silently on the roof. Mok Jeong-woon turned his head to look back. Blue Spirit appeared and said coldly, "The moment you speak those lines, you will die." Mok Jeong-woon stood rooted to the spot. "I understand now. This is the wrath. The blood beneath your feet keeps spreading. A surging sea of blood capable of swallowing the entire manor. This fury is so deep and terrible that..." Her eyes filled with bloody tears. "I even see this vision. And that wrath is pointing straight at them." At the Heaven-Earth Association, the full moon shone round and bright across the sky. Mok Jeong-woon stood between the crowd, pondering the reason, but Blue Spirit clearly hated them to the bone. And her preventing him from revealing the manual's contents proved she would loathe them terribly if they learned it. Even so, Sun Yoon hefted his giant sword and called out, "Hey, why are you silent?" Mok Jeong-woon looked at the gleaming blade and said thoughtfully, "If I speak, I'll die, and you won't be spared either. Can't you see that? Too bad for you, Blue Spirits. Until I've avenged Grandpa, I have no intention of dying easily like that." Mok Jeong-woon glanced backward. Blue Spirit spoke, "I know what you're worried about." Mok Jeong-woon kept a cold expression and kept his gaze to the rear. Blue Spirit continued with a suggestion, "Mortal, imitate my words and posture exactly." Mok Jeong-woon wondered, does she expect me to change the wording? What if they catch me and learn the manual's contents? He looked at Blue Spirit in the distance. She said calmly, "Place your trust in me." He squeezed his eyes shut and thought things over. The sword wielder urged again, "Hey, spit it out already." Whoosh! He suddenly snatched the guard's sword. "Give it to me." Taken by surprise, the guard could only stare as his weapon left his hand. The man turned to look at Sun Yoon and received only a murderous, icy glare. Mok Jeong-woon squeezed his eyes shut tightly. Blue Spirit slowly removed the hairpin from her hair. Then she placed it over her chest. Mok Jong-woon also drew his sword from its scabbard, then set the blade into the exact same stance as Blue Spirit's. Both Blue Spirit and Mok Jong-woon simultaneously raised their weapons before them and squeezed their eyes shut. Under the enchanted moonlight, Mok Jong-woon stood there radiating an awe-inspiring presence. They opened their eyes together, an embodiment of the full moon, heralding tales of demons. He swung his sword. A powerful surge of momentum shot straight at Sun Yoon. He staggered, losing his footing for a moment. Blue Spirit leapt down, the boundary between life and death. The laws of nature. Like a blazing red sun, she cleaved off the heretic's head. Sun Yoon curled his lip into a mocking, defiant smile. Mok Jong-woon sprang up, moving in perfect harmony with Blue Spirit to produce an enchanting duet of blades, truly sublime. Not a single one of his movements revealed a gap. Both graceful and noble, an unparalleled sword stance appeared before everyone's eyes. Like an invincible swordsman, no weakness could be found on him. By now there was no doubt left. This was the sword script of the moon vein that had been missing for 100 years. Around Mok Jong-woon, green and red auras now interwove like lotus petals. He shut his eyes tight. Who would have believed the sword script of the moon vein would be restored in this way? He whispered that in heaven, evil has always existed, and when no one yields, someone will inevitably fall. He widened his eyes in amazement. It's truly deadly. If these sword forms fell into the hands of unorthodox men, big trouble would follow. Before Mok Jong-woon could carry out his next move, Sun Yoon quickly stopped him, ordering a halt. He calmly lowered his sword. Do you believe me now? Sun Yoon stretched his hand forward, assuming a tight defensive posture, inwardly chiding himself. Damn, I've been lost in thought and didn't see this sooner. But another problem arose. This sword technique is a secret skill that cannot be learned at will without permission. So by the rules, I must erase his memory and eliminate him immediately. A man with a covered face spoke up, the renowned Blade King. He shook his head, signaling not to act rashly. Sun Yoon stared at Mok Jong-woon, thinking that he seemed to want to keep the kid. He himself was concerned about the boy, since the boy had accomplished what no one in the sect had. Those peerless sword forms were not something achievable at the current level. Truly an extraordinary talent. Alas, how should I decide the fate of this kid? Mok Jong-woon's face remained calm as ever. Suddenly, he took the sword and sliced it straight across his own neck. Sun Yoon was stunned by that sight. He lunged forward, knocked the sword away, and shouted, "What are you doing?" Everyone present was left horrified by the incident. He wiped the blood smear from his neck with his hand and said calmly, "Judging by your reaction and that of the others, I understand. This manual must be extremely valuable." Sun Yoon froze, speechless. If I hadn't stopped him, he'd have cut off his own head. What kind of madman is this? He sat down hard. So now I know how priceless the information in my head is, and I won't be opening my mouth easily. He rose and picked his sword back up. Do whatever you lot want. Madame Siak and the others all gaped in astonishment, the corner of Sun Yoon's mouth curling into a wicked little grin. You just said you'd willingly go to the Heaven-Earth Association. Mok Jong-woon smiled with amusement. He must have seen through my plan that mere torture couldn't force me to reveal the secret. They can't take my life, so I'll use them to my advantage. He wiped blood from the corner of his mouth. Exactly, just to get out of here. Mock Sword Manor, the full moon hung bright over the hill. Suddenly, the carriage jammed fast and wouldn't budge. The entire party had to stop to deal with the problem. A group of masked men suddenly surrounded the litter. Then Mok Jong-woon was seized. He bowed his head and curled up in a corner while the others were tightly bound. They were taken to the Heaven-Earth Association as hostages. But what does that have to do with me? The escort caravan marched on until midnight. They decided to make camp and rest. One of the group called out, "We'll stop here for about half an hour. Anyone with private business, go now." They all responded in unison to the order. Inside the holding place with Mok Jong-woon and Mok Yu-chun was seething. Damn it all. Why did I also get taken as a hostage like this? 4 hours earlier, the renowned Blade King had knocked Mok Jong-woon unconscious and demanded the remaining debts be paid. If they don't pay, wait until tomorrow to receive news that Mok Manor has been razed. The consequence of stealing the Heaven-Earth Association's treasure is not something he can take lightly. The renowned Blade King made 2 demands. 1, Mok Sword Manor must close its doors for 10 years. 2, he would take the heir as a hostage. To the Heaven-Earth Association, which worships power, the heir is synonymous with the strongest. So because I was the most outstanding among the brothers, I was chosen as the target. Bound and blinded, Mok Yu-chun could only feel bitter. He never expected to be considered the heir in such a mocking way. Damn, what kind of binding is this that it's so tight, and it even seals so I can't circulate my internal energy. They didn't knock me out like they did Mok Jeong-woon, but I'd rather be knocked out than be a hostage like this. Just this morning I was dreaming of becoming manor master, and now I'm a hostage. What will become of my fate? Suddenly, a strange sound made Mok Yu-chun wonder. Someone's coming, who could it be? Supposedly only Mok Jeong-woon and I are here, and he's been immobilized and unconscious. So who is it? Before he could collect himself, Mok Yu-chun's blindfold was pulled off, leaving him stunned. Even more surprising, the person standing there was Mok Jeong-woon, and he couldn't help exclaiming. Huh? He was about to ask why you were here when Mok Jeong-woon signaled him to be silent. He lowered his voice and asked, "How did you do that?" Mok Jeong-woon glanced toward the window to probe, then replied, "I have my ways, just answer one question for me and I'll loosen the bindings." Mok Yu-chun was puzzled. What question? Mok Jeong-woon stared straight at him. Answer me, who is the phantom sword of 6 heavens and 8 stars? Mok Jeong-woon couldn't hide his surprise at Mok Yu-chun's answer. What? So the phantom sword is actually right there? Mok Yu-chun replied, yeah, but it's only a rumor, albeit a very credible one. Mok Jeong-woon felt the situation growing stranger. He hadn't expected it all to originate here. Suddenly, a sound from outside drifted in, indicating the guards had been quietly dealt with, which caught Mok Jeong-woon's attention. Mok Jeong-woon then loosened the bindings and told Mok Yu-chun, "I'll keep my word, stay put and I'll help you get out." The other man panicked. Wait, you plan to escape? No, if you flee, they'll make things hard for Mok Sword Manor. Mok Jeong-woon replied calmly. So what? If you don't want to go, stay here. Mok Yu-chun was stunned, and before he could say another word, Mok Jeong-woon struck the back of his neck. He let out a yell and passed out. A different voice called from outside, "What are you still doing there? Move it." Mok Jeong-woon answered, "Yeah, I'm coming out now." Leaving Mok Yu-chun unconscious, Mok Jeong-woon thought to himself that indeed, sealing someone's energy made them much easier to handle. Outside, Blue Spirit had personally taken out all the soldiers. She told Mok Jeong-woon, "I've cleared the way, move quickly before that Taoist returns." Mok Jeong-woon replied, all right, all right." Mok Jeong-woon prepared to step down from the carriage, when suddenly he felt a powerful pressure that made him freeze in place. Blue Spirit noticed and asked, "What's wrong?" Mok Jeong-woon didn't answer, only wondering to himself what that thing had been earlier. After stepping down at Blue Spirit's urging, he finally spoke. "It's nothing," Blue Spirit said coldly, "then hurry up." On the way, she asked Mok Jeong-woon, "This is your first time using lightness skill, right? You sure you're okay?" Mok Jeong-woon warmed up as he walked and replied, "I think so." Then Mok Jeong-woon closed his eyes and focused on coordinating his energy. He slowly opened his eyes and immediately shot off using lightness skill. Gliding forward as fast as a lightning bolt, he soared up into the air, weaving nimbly between the treetops. As he moved, he thought how much faster this was than running. His body felt far more agile and light. Looks like I can leave this place earlier than planned. Mok Jeong-woon and Blue Spirit continued to cut through the forest, their speed never faltering. The two of them moved swiftly, one after the other, until he suddenly noticed something unusual. Mok Jeong-woon's gaze slid around subtly. Then Mok Jeong-woon quickly stopped. Blue Spirit also noticed. She turned back, curious. "Hey, what's wrong?" Mok Jeong-woon said. "We're going in circles." Blue Spirit blinked in confusion. Huh. Mok Jeong-woon pointed. "That tree there. We've seen it a total of 4 times already." He was certain we were walking in circles inside a formation. Blue Spirit asked, "You mean we've fallen into a formation?" Mok Jeong-woon replied, "Probably so." She retorted, "You must be mistaken. If there was a formation, I would have detected it long ago. Seems you're just overly tense. Hurry up then." He suddenly said, "Wait, my leg feels cramped, probably because I'm not used to using lightness skill yet. I need to sort this out before we go on." Blue Spirit put a hand on her hip, annoyed. "What an idiot. Put your leg here and I'll straighten it out." Mok Jeong-woon replied, "Thanks." She began circulating chi to check the tight joint in Mok Jeong-woon's leg. The atmosphere suddenly tensed when he unexpectedly called her name. Blue Spirit answered, "Yes, what is it?" But then Mok Jeong-woon's arms suddenly clamped around her throat and she cried out in pain. Mok Jeong-woon stared coldly. "Who are you?" Blue Spirit panicked. "What are you doing? Let me go." Mok Jeong-woon only said, "Than Lin is truly strong enough to escape my grip." "You chose the wrong target to imitate, didn't you?" The fake Blue Spirit's face began to crack under the pressure of Mok Jeong-woon's chi. That face curled into a sneering smile. "You should have done better than that. It turned out to be nothing but a decoy doll." Mok Jeong-woon clasped his hands and began chanting a spell. Hoahon Union Technique Heartless Seal. Heaven and earth return to original form. Sun and moon cycle seal. Maintain yin-yang balance. Sun and moon unite, yang spirit, divine artifact and soul convert. Come forth, spirit wisdom, traverse 1,000 years and 10,000, great elder transcendent. Instantly, the surrounding formation began to crack and shatter. It fell apart, revealing the mastermind, who was utterly astonished. He wondered if the spirit training technique was a high-level art that made opponents mistake the decoy for an acquaintance, and that this fellow had taken less than a moment to break it. Suddenly he blurted out, "Become my disciple." Mok Jeong-woon heard and looked down, his mind calculating swiftly. The air between them grew more oppressive. He gauged the distance and murmured, "We're 10 steps apart. No one else around," before the man could act. Mok Jeong-woon began to advance slowly. Instantly, a sharp object whizzed past his face. A scratch appeared on Mok Jeong-woon's cheek, and he immediately sensed the danger. A strange golden formation appeared, surprising him. Jo Yoon-gong taunted, "You thought you could play tricks because there's no one around." He explained, "I've already set up a barrier. If you try to escape, it will tear you to pieces. You must be well prepared to survive in this harsh world. That's the first thing I teach." But Mok Jeong-woon blankly replied, "I never agreed to be your disciple." Suddenly, Jo Yoon-gong tossed a doll toward him and said, "You lack determination." Looking at the doll in his hand, Mok Jeong-woon thought to himself, "Demonic monk, I can't sense any energy from it. How did he do that?" At that, Jo Yoon-gong turned his back. "Let me give you one piece of advice. In the Heaven-Earth Association, if a senior decides you could die any time, it's very hard to survive if you don't become my disciple." Mok Jeong-woon pondered the offer. Without hesitation, Mok Jeong-woon decided. "Fine." His quick answer stunned Jo Yoon-gong. "What?" But Mok Jeong-woon added, "But with one condition." Jo Yoon-gong asked, "What condition?" With a serious expression, Mok Jeong-woon held up the demonic monk doll. "I can't sense any energy from this. What technique did you use to hide it? Teach it to me, and I'll become your disciple." Jo Yoon-gong laughed with satisfaction. "It seems I should persuade you by demonstrating my arts." Immediately, he tossed a bracelet to Mok Jeong-woon. "All right, I intended to teach you anyway. It's not hard. First, I need you to swear an oath." Mok Jeong-woon took the bracelet and replied. "What oath?" Mok Jeong-woon examined the bracelet as Jo Yoon-gong spoke. "Put this on and say, Mok Jeong-woon, son of Mok In-dan, will become the disciple of Jo Yoon-gong." Mok Jeong-woon wondered what would happen. He explained plainly, "You won't be able to harm me. I can't trust someone who tried to kill me and ran off, can I?" Mok Jeong-woon quietly slipped the demonic monk into his inner pocket, then pondered for a moment. But in the end, Mok Jeong-woon agreed to put on the bracelets. Fine. The bracelet began to glow as Mok Jeong-woon swore. Mok Jeong-woon, son of Mok In-dan, will become the disciple of Jo Yoon-gong. Jo Yoon-gong stood silent after Mok Jeong-woon's oath finished, watching the bracelet on Mok Jeong-woon's wrist continue to shine. The oath bracelet once sworn, you will never be able to disobey the one you pledged to. Jo Yoon-gong was the sort of man who had to possess what he wanted. This was his method whenever he took a disciple. After a moment, he tossed a book to Mok Jeong-woon. "This is the secret of the CH letter 1EDBT. I wrote it myself. The techniques you want are in there too. Memorize everything and return it to me." Mok Jeong-woon clasped his hands and bowed. "Thank you, master." However, a golden barrier still surrounded Mok Jeong-woon, and he asked coldly, "Aren't you going to remove the barrier? I can't leave." Jo Yoon-gong replied as he walked away, "You can learn to remove the barrier from that book. I'll give you 2 hours. It will be painful if you don't get out within those 2 hours." Mok Jeong-woon could only remain silent at the absurdity of the man as he departed. Mok Jeong-woon smiled, finding it amusing, and began flipping through the book. "He's starting to teach me already." At that moment, Blue Spirit flew down from above and said, "Finally, that sorcerer is gone." Suddenly, Mok Jeong-woon reached out as if to dash toward her, but with nimble reflexes, she lightly sidestepped. "What?" Blue Spirit asked Mok Jeong-woon in puzzlement. "What were you going to do?" Mok Jeong-woon nonchalantly replied, "Just checking." She still looked baffled. "What?" Then she recalled the image of Mok Jeong-woon caught in the illusion, laughing loudly as she watched him run around in it alone. "How funny, you should keep going." Blue Spirit looked down at the bracelet on Mok Jeong-woon's wrist, puzzled. "But mortal, that bracelet is quite potent. Why would you swear that oath?" Mok Jeong-woon straightforwardly held up the book and replied, "To get this." Seeing that, Blue Spirit wondered, "You swore an oath just to get that? That's not like you at all." At that moment, Mok Jeong-woon slipped the bracelet off, which surprised Blue Spirit but didn't faze him. Blue Spirit, about to ask why, watched as Mok Jeong-woon toyed with the bracelet and said, I should have used my real name to swear. Mok Jeong-woon smiled and explained, but my real name isn't Mok Jeong-woon and my father isn't Mok In-dan. Behind the tree, the two continued talking. So you plan to run away? Mok Jeong-woon answered honestly. I did, but I changed my mind. Mok Jeong-woon put the bracelet back on and said excitedly, I'll become his disciple. Blue Spirit was once again taken aback. What? She, incredulous, questioned him. Mok Jeong-woon, what are you saying? You're going to join the Heaven-Earth Association. When the bracelet was back on Mok Jeong-woon's wrist, it suddenly began to glow. Mok Jeong-woon also looked serious and told her, I heard something. Hearing that, Blue Spirit wondered what it was. Mok Jeong-woon recalled his conversation with fourth young master Mok Yu-chun. Perhaps the Phantom Sword was in the Heaven-Earth Association. Mok Yu-chun still kept a wary look as he answered. The term 6 heavens and 8 stars brought to Mok Yu-chun's mind the image of a strapping young man. It refers to the strongest people in the martial world. Those whose martial skills reach heavenly heights are the 6 heavens, and those not quite so formidable but still at humanity's peak are the 8 stars. The 8 stars specifically denote 8 individuals who are almost absolute in power and can shake everything. As he spoke, Mok Yu-chun unexpectedly broke into a sweat, but he continued. Phantom Sword is one of those 8 stars, and Phantom Sword was most famous 17 years ago. He slew a succession of orthodox masters, so people guessed Phantom Sword must come from the Royal Palace or the Heaven-Earth Association. Mok Jeong-woon smiled inwardly and thought, well, I could meet him if I go to the Heaven-Earth Association. Back in reality, Mok Jeong-woon answered Blue Spirit with a wicked look, saying that when that sorcerer told him to be his disciple, he thought he could infiltrate the Heaven-Earth Association by becoming that man's disciple. Under the quiet moonlit night, only the rustle of the Lei Tower breeze could be heard. Blue Spirit then spoke, what a coincidence, which caught Mok Jeong-woon's attention. Smoke from her pipe rose up as her gaze grew sharper. Fate really does toy with people. Since the moment we met, perhaps you were destined to come to the Heaven-Earth Association with me. Mok Jeong-woon still didn't fully understand what Blue Spirit meant. He was about to ask, what do you mean, when she cut him off. Mortal Blue Spirit then turned to Mok Jeong-woon and made an offer. Become my disciple. Bear my karmic burden and avenge me. Mok Jeong-woon's face remained calm and unchanging as he considered it. Recalling the image of Blue Spirit furious with bloodshot eyes, Mok Jeong-woon vaguely realized something. Now that he thought about it, her anger was aimed at the Heaven-Earth Association. Staring at Blue Spirit, Mok Jeong-woon said, revenge. You have some connection to the Heaven-Earth Association. But Mok Jeong-woon still had a question, so he asked her, but it's been so long, don't you think time has already avenged you? She answered him only with a cold tone. Would you wait for time to avenge you? Not for me. I cannot forgive that bastard's bloodline still existing and the truth being buried. Even if an eternity passes, even if he is ground to dust by time, the fury carved into my soul will not vanish. I want it gone even if I must stain the whole world with blood. At that moment, Mok Jeong-woon was submerged in a sea of blood, but he did not panic. He remained calm and thoughtful. Mok Jeong-woon gradually sank deeper and deeper. Watching the space grow ever darker below, he still did not know when he would hit the bottom. How deep the illusion born from Blue Spirit's fury was so cold and foggy. She harbored a grudge that couldn't be released even after 100 years. How lonely. Blue Spirit's life had been a string of days obsessed with vengeance. Unexpectedly, Mok Jeong-woon spoke up. Very well, I'll become your disciple. This left Blue Spirit stunned. She couldn't believe her ears, thinking the man's words were a dream. Blue Spirit drew a long puff from her pipe. After exhaling smoke, she kept a calm face and replied, of course, but Mok Jeong-woon cut in, only on one condition. Tell me why you want revenge. I don't want to be tangled in something I don't fully understand. Blue Spirit pondered for a moment, then coldly met his gaze. Under the bright moon above, she began to speak. Very well, I'll reveal a secret to you. Images of 3 towering headquarters rose in Blue Spirit's mind. She said, the Heaven-Earth Association is divided into 3 parts, one of which is the Moon Division. Mok Jeong-woon asked, were you ever part of it? His direct question made her go silent. He quietly guessed he might have found his own answer. What exactly happened? What was so terrible she hesitated to mention it? Suddenly, Mok Jeong-woon clasped his hands toward Blue Spirit. I am Mok Jeong-woon. Seeing the brief look of surprise on her face, he told himself he'd find out sooner or later. In the golden moonlit night, Mok Jeong-woon's voice rang out. I will inherit your will and continue the Moon Division as your disciple. In the blowing wind, her hair fluttered, adding to her beauty. Blue Spirit was wholly pleased with his declaration. Beneath the full moon amid the trees, Mok Jeong-woon clasped his hands, looking at the hovering Blue Spirit, and solemnly said, "I will become Blue Spirit's disciple." She exhaled smoke and replied leisurely, "Good, then from now on I'm your master." But Mok Jeong-woon still protested, hands on hips. "That's the second condition. I'll forego formal titles like master and disciple." Hearing this, Blue Spirit snapped, "What? Why didn't you just call that Taoist your master?" Mok Jeong-woon pulled out a wooden doll and said, "She's my familiar spirit, but do you ever hear her call me master? The demonic monk calls me master all the time." The wooden doll chimed in, "Master," mouth blocked. Blue Spirit could only scowl in annoyance. She turned away angrily. "Fine, rude fellow." Mok Jeong-woon behind her praised contentedly, "Well done, demonic monk." The wooden doll obediently repeated, "Master." Blue Spirit, irritated, turned and asked, "What's so funny?" Mok Jeong-woon shrugged nonchalantly. "Oh, nothing." He regained a serious expression, put the wooden doll away, formed a hand seal, and asked, "Now can I leave?" On the horizon, dawn's first light began to glimmer. Jo Yoon-gong clasped his hands behind his back, packing as he watched the dawn at the horizon. He thought to himself that the boy had taken longer than he expected. He assumed the boy would escape in time. Perhaps this was too much for him. "There was no choice, I'd have to go free him myself." As he was about to move, he saw someone approaching the carriage. Jo Yoon-gong glanced over, slightly surprised. The retainers were stunned to see Mok Jeong-woon still alive. "Huh. What?" Jo Yoon-gong thought inwardly, pleased and triumphant. He stood there, quietly praising himself. The kid really did it. Mok Jeong-woon stepped forward and bowed. "I'm back." He obediently lowered his head. Master Jo Yoon-gong silently judged him the most talented person he'd ever seen, and that he'd already brought him under his control. He ordered Mok Jeong-woon, "Good, go rest, we'll be departing soon." Mok Jeong-woon replied, "Yes, sir." Jo Yoon-gong commanded, "We've put some distance between us and them, speed up." The retainers responded in unison. Inside the carriage, Mok Jeong-woon sat down beside Mok Yu-chun, who was dazed and unconscious. He sighed heavily. Then Mok Jeong-woon smiled to himself, thinking it seemed we weren't captured. Something stirred in his chest. A voice rang out in the air. "Who would have thought I'd end up possessing a doll someday?" With a rustle, a wooden puppet popped out from Mok Jeong-woon's sleeve, much to his delight. Mok Jeong-woon picked up the doll. Turns out Blue Spirit was inside. He warned carefully, "There's another crack here." Blue Spirit inside the doll anxiously asked, "What should I do? It feels like I'll shatter with the slightest move." Mok Jeong-woon reassured her, "I'll find you a better vessel later, so be patient." Blue Spirit could only snort in annoyance. He stepped up, opened the carriage window to greet the dawn, and set Blue Spirit on the sill. Who would have guessed he could break free of the spell so quickly and even manage soul transfer into a doll? If that Taoist heard it, he'd faint. Leaning against the carriage window, Mok Jeong-woon smiled, "Let's go." The carriage clattered and rolled forward. The sun rose behind the mountains as a crowd flowed in one direction. He set the destination of the journey, the Heaven-Earth Association. Time flew. Half a month had already passed. The carriage wheels clacked and rolled slowly along the road. As the convoy passed through a valley, a figure peeked down from the mountainside. The person pursed his lips and cursed under his breath. "Damn it, it's the guard Go-chan inside Ha Karen's body." He hid behind a rock and wondered, "Why am I doing this?" He looked down at the red thread appearing at the center of this body's chest, his face slightly flushed, and guessed, "Is it because that strange thread linked to him after I became his familiar spirit? I began to worry. If we were separated, instinct tells me I'd die if he dies. I have to stick to him at all costs. How can I infiltrate that place?" Who knew he'd become a hostage of the Heaven-Earth Association? It's not hard to guess his location since I'm already his familiar spirit. But I don't have the guts to break into a terrifying place like the Heaven-Earth Association. Right, Ha Karen used to be with the Flying Assassin sect. She should have techniques to help me slip into the enemy's territory. Okay, let's rummage through her memories. Infiltrate, infiltrate, I am so sleepy. Suddenly an image of a red bodice, short pants, and exquisite makeup popped into Go-chan's head and stunned him. He wondered if it was a trap. Thinking of that rather unclean image, he frantically tried to erase it from his mind and shouted, "I wouldn't do that, you know." The loud noise made the guard below turn his head to check. Seeing this, Go-chan quickly hid behind the rocks. He clamped a hand over his mouth and peered down, sighing. He was almost caught. But something was strange. Why didn't they go straight to the Heaven-Earth Association after getting what they wanted, instead of taking a detour? Gathering all these children together. Something's not right. Inside the carriage, Mok Jeong-woon sat absorbed in reading a book. Suddenly an announcement caught his attention. "We've arrived." The carriage stopped. The kids stared in bewilderment at the scene before them. It seemed the journey had ended. Mok Jeong-woon poked his head out the window, so that's... Before the group stood a massive main gate, towering buildings packed close together. Mok Jeong-woon appraised it as the Heaven-Earth Association. The carriage began to roll again toward the enormous golden main gate. Sun Yoon sighed at the grandeur. The great gate was truly a spectacle to behold. From above, the Heaven-Earth Association sprawled overwhelmingly, a maze of varied architecture. The crowd below looked like tiny ants in this vast space. The crowd buzzed and stirred as they moved forward. Blue Spirit's voice rang from the wooden doll. "Are you worried?" Mok Jeong-woon only replied lightly. Blue Spirit also showed unease, no longer able to keep her usual indifferent demeanor. Worry was warranted. "You're only a top rookie for now. Even with your unbelievable progress, half a month ago you were third rank. Honestly, you still have a long way to go." The procession continued. Mok Jeong-woon leaned by the carriage window and asked in surprise, "Don't I just need to absorb death chi like I did at Mok Manor? I feel like I could get powerful instantly." Blue Spirit inside the doll answered, "Do you think that's that easy? From the celestial level on, you need enlightenment. Advancing merely by corpse chi is not simple. Best to stay alert." Mok Jeong-woon suddenly noticed something strange. But Blue Spirit seemed oblivious, still basking in confidence that she could protect her disciple. "At least I'm here." Mok Jeong-woon had to cut in. "Wait," Blue Spirit asked, "what is it?" Mok Jeong-woon looked out the window and replied, "Something's very odd." Blue Spirit was bewildered. "How so?" He propped his arms on the carriage sill, scanned around, and concluded, "We're not heading toward the main gate, but are turning down another path." Jo Yoon-gong suddenly opened the trunk door, climbed in, and announced loudly, "Everything's gone off course." Mok Jeong-woon turned, puzzled. "Master." He hurriedly hid Blue Spirit's doll behind his back and asked curiously, "What do you mean? What's actually happening?" Jo Yoon-gong rushed over, rummaging in his robe. There was no time for explanations. He grabbed Mok Jeong-woon's hand and pressed an object into it that left him astonished. Jo Yoon-gong himself was only holding this. "If you wear it, you can perform spells without a guardian talisman." Kin Van hesitated. "How could I?" Jo Yoon-gong now lamented helplessly. "How could such an absurd thing happen? I thought it wouldn't because you were a hostage." "Damn it." Mok Jeong-woon flustered. "I don't understand what you're saying." Priest Jo Yoon-gong held his head in anguish. The leader of the Heaven-Earth Association, saying that. An image formed in his mind of a powerful man seated behind a red curtain. The image shifted to another place, buildings clinging to sheer cliff faces, and he finished in a strained voice, "He declared he would send you two to Bloodied Corpse Valley." Mok Jeong-woon asked in full confusion, "Bloodied Corpse Valley?" An image popped into his head of his own face, stained red with blood. Before him were corpses piled everywhere, washed ashore and trapped among the crags. Recalling the red threads and the white talismans strewn between the two cliffs, Jo Yoon-gong explained, "It was a deathly, trial-filled area. The chance of survival there is less than 10%. In his mind appeared the image of unlucky people being shoved over the cliff. In an instant, Mok Jeong-woon seemed to feel the warm, metallic tang of blood on his face. He stared wide-eyed in horror. Before him were countless blood-soaked corpses. Jo Yoon-gong's voice echoed back. "You must hold on." Mok Jeong-woon was completely immersed in the sensation of being surrounded by corpses. Behind, ahead, left and right were bodies strewn everywhere. Jo Yoon-gong clenched his fists, trembling. "I will urgently ask the leader to get you out of. You must survive at all costs." From outside the carriage, a guard spoke coldly. "That's enough." The two inside the carriage jerked and looked out. Unbeknownst to them, a group of red belt guards had surrounded them. The leader barked, "This area is off-limits to everyone except those taking the test." He stared at Mok Jeong-woon. "Hey, you." Mok Jeong-woon answered with a silent look. By the time they reached Bloodied Corpse Valley, it was late at night, the full moon shining brightly. Here a long suspension bridge stretched across two peaks. The guards shouted, urging the line of people to hurry across the bridge. "Hurry up!" Mok Yu-chun was also among them, rubbing his sore shoulders from being twisted painfully while unconscious. "Damn it, finally arrived after 2 weeks in a coma, but what kind of backward place is this?" He looked around in surprise and saw Mok Jeong-woon a few people ahead walking in front of him. Mok Yu-chun hurriedly pushed the person in front, trying to squeeze forward. "Hey," but immediately a guard struck Mok Yu-chun hard across the back with a club. "Move," making him cry out in pain. Murmurs rose everywhere. Someone asked anxiously, "Where on earth are they taking us?" The person beside him, both puzzled and frightened, replied, "Don't know." Mok Yu-chun snorted, rubbing his struck back. "Bastards, they even blocked our inner power. Can't they at least speak properly?" Mok Yu-chun grumbled, "Heaven-Earth Association treats prisoners like this." Mok Jeong-woon walked ahead, quietly glancing at his fourth brother. Mok Jeong-woon silently assessed the situation, looking at the neck of the person in front. Forbidden pathlock. Are these needles meant to stop the circulation of inner energy? Not only Mok Yu-chun and I, but everyone here is restrained like this. What on earth do they intend to do? Thinking that, Mok Jeong-woon bowed his head and whispered, "Blue Spirit, you really don't know what's happening." Blue Spirit. The puppet crawled out from Mok Jeong-woon's sleeve, looked around, and replied, "How am I to grasp the workings of the Heaven-Earth Association now? The only thing I'm sure of is we never used to do things like this." Blue Spirit warned warily, "Mortal, be careful. I have a bad feeling about this." After walking a bit further, flames flared up, making Mok Jeong-woon look over in surprise. At that moment, the group was brought to a stream bed lying between the ravines. Giant oil lamps were set upright here, with guards standing rigidly in 2 neat rows on either side. In the darkness, the flames made the place glaringly bright. A high platform stood in the middle of the courtyard, and the people were quickly gathered there. Mok Jeong-woon looked around and noticed unfamiliar faces. He thought to himself that it seemed they had captured more people along the way and brought them here. The crowd stared at each other in confusion, wondering, what is going on? A man wearing a demon mask spoke up, "This place is where you will be tested." Hearing the man on the high platform declare that, those below were momentarily stunned. Mok Yu-chun was no exception. He frowned in alarm. The masked demon continued, "You will have to take a test. This is a jewel. A jewel like the one lying in the valley below. Those who cannot find a jewel within the allotted time will be eliminated." Someone below raised a hand to ask in confusion. "Wait a moment," the person frowned in objection. "We come from different sects and families to take an exam. But if the test is simply to find a jewel without a clear explanation, then I—" Before his words finished, the round jewel shot straight into his nose. The force of the launch sent him sprawling backward, fresh blood spurting everywhere. It was the masked demon who had fired that jewel. Now his hands held nothing. He said, "Rank or inner power means nothing here. The only thing that matters is obedience. If you do not obey, you will die. If you question an order, you will die. And if you fail the test, of course you will die." The masked demon growled through his teeth. "You are welcome to Bloodied Corpse Valley." In a room, someone paced anxiously without stop. It was Jo Yoon-gong. He shouted in anger, "Damn it, why didn't you tell him that I took him as my disciple?" Sun Yoon sat calmly beside him, hands clasped in front, replying, "It won't help." Has the leader ever withdrawn an order once issued? The question left Jo Yoon-gong speechless. Sun Yoon frowned in fury. "The leader's orders are absolute. We have no choice but to comply." Jo Yoon-gong hurriedly replied, "I can't just sit and wait. I must see the leader and beg for him to be released. I can't lose a talent who just became my disciple." Sun Yoon could only sigh. He was more than merely talented. Recalling what he had witnessed, Sun Yoon thought to himself that this man had achieved what no one in the sect had. He restored the lunar veins sword technique, a skill believed lost for 100 years. "I keep pondering and still can't understand why we're doing this in Bloodied Corpse Valley." A notion suddenly flashed through his mind, making him pale with alarm. Sun Yoon spoke up to stop Jo Yoon-gong. "Wait." Jo Yoon-gong turned to him, puzzled. Could they be testing him? Back at Bloodied Corpse Valley, an incense stick was lit, and an order thundered out. At once the crowd lunged like mad toward the stream. Some gritted their teeth in resolve, others showed clear fear, but no one stopped moving. On the high platform, the masked demon with platinum hair spoke. "This incense will burn for half an hour. There are fewer jewels than people here, so you'd best hurry." Shouts rose up. People screamed and scrambled for jewels in the stream. Mok Yu-chun gritted his teeth and followed the crowd, but he was briefly surprised when he glanced at Mok Jeong-woon. Seeing Mok Jeong-woon standing motionless at the stream's edge, Mok Yu-chun thought to himself that Mok Jeong-woon, why is he just standing there? Thinking of the grim outcome, Mok Yu-chun had no time to hesitate. He dove into the stream thinking, "Damn it, I'll die if I don't find a jewel." Time slowly passed, the incense grew shorter. The water wasn't deep, everyone could easily fumble for jewels among the pebbles. It was just that the darkness limited vision, and there were complaints as they searched. "Damn it, how are we supposed to find anything in this mess?" Amid the frantic searching, a young man in a brown shirt discovered something. He gleefully held the jewel aloft and shouted, "I found it." Everyone around immediately turned their astonished eyes that way. He laughed triumphantly and rushed up the bank. "I did it." As he ran, he smugly thought, "I'm so lucky, just trying to survive, and I'm the first to find one. This will surely make a good impression." Suddenly, from behind, a burly young man in blue barreled forward and punched the brown-shirted youth in the back, bellowing, "Give it to me, lucky bastard." He dodged and fled quickly. The big guy roared in fury, "You bastard, stop right there so I can catch you, I'll beat you half to death." Escaping his pursuer, the brown-shirted youth panted and smirked. "You think I'll just hand it over to you?" Behind him, the big man kept chasing and yelling. The bastard in brown halted when he saw someone blocking the path ahead. The one blocking the way was Mok Jeong-woon. He exuded a deathly aura that made the brown-shirted youth recoil in startled fear. He clenched the jewel in his hand, thinking, "What the hell is this? Since when was he waiting here? How long has he been standing here?" In the distance, the masked demon had witnessed Mok Jeong-woon calmly blocking the orange-shirted youth. He watched silently, his eyes lighting up with a fiendish gleam. No one could tell what he was plotting. In the stream, the burly man was right on his heels. "Stop right there!" Trapped in a pincer, the brown-shirted youth was frantic. He gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath, "Damn it! There's no other way!" The brown-shirted youth desperately shoved the jewel into his mouth and shouted, "I won't let you take it." The big guy behind him flinched at that sight. That madman, the brown-shirted youth, had great difficulty swallowing the jewel down his throat. Suddenly, Mok Jeong-woon stepped forward and grabbed his neck. The move shocked the blue-shirted big man and the crowd in the stream. His hand tightened around the throat. Mok Jeong-woon groped for the jewel in the back of his throat with one hand while the other pressed on his shoulder, muttering, "My God, the guy's being strangled so hard he can't breathe." Mok Jeong-woon stared at him like death looking at a doomed man, a wicked smile spreading across his face. "You're a nuisance." His sudden squeeze made the man gasp and cry tears from the effort to breathe. The people in the stream were stunned by the sight. The masked guard stood silently watching without intervening. The masked demon also silently followed the events that unfolded. There was a soft ripping sound, and fresh blood spurted everywhere. Mok Jeong-woon had successfully torn open the man's throat. His hands were not only covered in blood but also smeared with the victim's neck skin. He released his grip, blood gushed from the neck, dyeing the surroundings a deep red. Watching the unfortunate man collapse, the people in the stream stood frozen in shock. The big guy who had been trying to snatch the jewel was so terrified he fell to the ground. He trembled as he watched Mok Jeong-woon extract the jewel, stuck in the layer of throat skin of the brown-shirted youth. The brown-shirted youth's body convulsed on the ground from massive blood loss. Mok Jeong-woon turned toward the masked man on the high platform, paying no heed to the victim behind him. He held the jewel up before the masked man as proof. The other remained silent for a long moment. In Mok Jeong-woon's sleeve, blue spirit manipulated the wooden puppet to peek its head up and look. The masked man before him still said nothing, but when he saw Mok Jeong-woon still holding the jewel out, he let a faint smile cross his face. Inside, the wooden puppet blue spirit also smiled. Someone who shouldn't be here had appeared. The masked man spoke, giving his approval. Holding the jewel, Mok Jeong-woon smiled triumphantly like a victor. The master of Bloodied Corpse Valley told Mok Jeong-woon, "Your number is 63. He tossed the jewel to him. Mok Jeong-woon silently reached out and caught it. Holding the jewel, Mok Jeong-woon examined it carefully. Letters were already engraved on it. He continued, "There are different numbers on the jewels. That number will be your name here. Remember it." Mok Jeong-woon replied. "I understand." The master of Bloodied Corpse Valley went on, "The silver plate I just gave you proves you were first. Keep it and the jewel safe." He smiled and tucked it carefully into his robe, then answered, "I understand." A servant came to lead Mok Jeong-woon to another place to rest. He said, "Come rest here." The master of Bloodied Corpse Valley remained full of questions. He thought to himself, "A child from a proper clan. I'm still wondering why the chief sent that brat here. I thought the Lord only wanted to torment him before killing him. Does he know it would turn out like this? It's hard to believe he came from a legitimate clan. I'm very curious to see how he'll perform." Holding the silver plate in his hand, he fell silent and said nothing more. Mok Jeong-woon said with mild amusement, "First one." He pondered for a moment and then wondered, "So I have to survive while competing against everyone else, in a place where most people can't make it." Mok Jeong-woon realized how brutal this place was. He could only think that the competition here was fierce. On the other side, the incense stick was still burning. The participants were fighting so viciously they were bloodied. Some were stomped in the face and screamed in pain. Others were kicked far away, some were slashed, others choked. Someone shouted, "That bastard's holding the jewel. Seize him!" The man in yellow, cornered, could only run helplessly. Behind him, a crowd pursued relentlessly. He stopped, and in a moment of carelessness, Jin Mogang grabbed him, exclaiming in surprise, "Huh." With only one hand, he slammed the man's head into a rock, making blood spray everywhere. Immediately after, he snatched the jewel with quick hands to the astonishment of the others. "Huh," Jin Mogang smiled smugly as he secured the treasure. Holding the jewel, Jin Mogang arrogantly declared, "Step up here if you want to die." The onlookers whispered among themselves, and someone else added that at last there were some real fighters present. Watching his triumphant face, they speculated about the tattoo. Surely he belonged to Scarlet Death Valley, one of the three most notorious branches of Heaven-Earth Association. They only had about 30 members, but each was extremely dangerous. Across the way, the battle still raged fiercely. The weaker ones could only scream in despair. Mo Wajang moved with terrifying speed. Opponents fell one after another from just a few stones, and they were horrified. "Damn, she's throwing stones." She kept unleashing lethal moves, the Moa clan's chain kill technique. In the blink of an eye, many were down. The servants, seeing her cold demeanor, whispered, "You recognize her? They used to be one of the 4 great assassin groups. They retired and joined Heaven-Earth Association. And that burly guy, is he from the Bikyung sect, famous for close quarters unarmed combat, even more impressive given his inner power is sealed." A few others also looked very promising. Looking at those who still stood, they nodded, "I see," approved. Just then, Yam-ga saw Mok Jeong-woon sitting alone and approached to utter a cowardly taunt. When Mok Jeong-woon ignored him, he snarled, "Hey you," which made Mok Jeong-woon look up as if to ask, "What are you going to say?" "Don't think you'll keep first place in the next challenge. If that happens, I'll personally take your life." Mok Jeong-woon didn't bother, he merely smiled inwardly. Meanwhile, approval calls continued to echo. Mo Wajang officially advanced to the next round. The next person was also called and approved. All those holding jewels were accepted, approved. The incense stick was nearly burned out, yet the battle showed no sign of stopping. Approvals still rang out. The scramble for the jewels grew fiercer. A man was frantically searching, his breaths coming in ragged gasps. Mok Yu-chun looked extremely tense. Time was running out. He told himself, "Damn it, where is it? Time's almost up. Maybe I should beg for mercy before I'm taken down." Suddenly, his gaze fell on the corpse whose head had just been severed. The man still clutched the jewel tightly. Another person had just been killed. The servant who struck spoke up, "I told you not to ask any more questions." Seeing that sight, he broke out in a cold sweat from fear. 2 men stood back watching. "What's going on?" One answered that someone had picked up the jewel-bloodied corpse Valley had tossed earlier. It seemed there was no number on that one. He curled his lip in contempt at the scene. Suddenly, the man seemed to notice something odd. He pointed at Mok Jeong-woon and said, "Hey, is that the guy?" The other replied, "You're right, it's the one who tore that fellow's throat open." But what game was he playing? As for Mok Jeong-woon, he muttered under his breath as murderous intent swelled. Heaven and earth exist in natural balance. The cycles of moon and sun mark the harmony of yin and yang. The sun and moon merge with qi like gods with souls, mind and spirit entwine. Dark currents of qi coiled into a vortex as he used his power to activate the ritual of attachment. Countless inky currents were swiftly drawn toward Mok Jeong-woon. He thought the ritual of attachment didn't require inner power. "Indeed, I can use it. It's coming. The death qi of those who died here is all merging. This qi is even richer than what I gathered at Mok Manor. More of it. Keep the killing coming." Seeing the incense stick nearly burned out, someone announced the remaining time, 1 minute. Mok Yu-chun ground his teeth and scrambled. He fought desperately for the jewel, even using his own fists. Without hesitation, he struck directly at his opponent's face. He pounded frantically and shouted, "Die," leaving the opponent defenseless. The man tried to cry for help but was choking on water. Mok Yu-chun became ferociously determined to seize the jewel and preserve his life. In the end, his opponent was eliminated. He grabbed the jewel, utterly exhausted after the struggle. Holding the jewel, he breathed a sigh of relief. "It's over, I did it." Overjoyed, Dai-chun laughed like a madman for having reclaimed his life. "I did it." At that same moment, the incense burned out. Fortunately, Mok Yu-chun noticed something in time. The master of Bloodied Corpse Valley watched the fight, watching the incense smoke rise straight into the air. He declared coldly, "The trial is over. Kill all the losers." Under the horrified eyes of the survivors, the servants drew their swords and replied respectfully, "Yes, sir." A bloody massacre ensued immediately. In Mok Yu-chun's terrified view, they were cut down one by one. Heart-wrenching screams echoed everywhere. The stream where he stood was soon stained red with foul-smelling blood. Mok Yu-chun stood stunned, horrified by that deep red scene. He stood frozen, waiting for the servant to approach. The servant walked toward him slowly. He tremblingly held the jewel out in his hand. The servant coldly said, "Approved." Then the servant placed a hand on his shoulder as confirmation. Mok Yu-chun was so frightened his whole body was shaking. The servant brushed past him, while Mok Yu-chun stood frozen like a statue. Only after the man had gone did his knees go weak and he collapsed. Mok Yu-chun clutched his head and cried out in panic, "I made it through, I'm still alive." Seeing the blood smeared on his hand, he couldn't help but feel disgusted. Staring at the jewel bought with another's life, Mok Yu-chun writhed in thought. What the hell is this? What did I just do? At that moment a voice rang out, 468 left. Hearing the survival count, Mok Yu-chun flinched. The master of Bloodied Corpse Valley stood high and proclaimed, "About 60%, not bad, congratulations to you." He applauded and continued, "Now." With bloodshot eyes he growled, "We will begin the second challenge." At those words, Mok Yu-chun couldn't help but be stunned. From the stands, the master of Bloodied Corpse Valley looked down at the contestants coldly and clearly. The second challenge begins. The people below were still exhausted. The man with the top knot muttered, "Already?" The guy with the green headband frowned, "I'm still drained from the last round." Mok Yu-chun opened his eyes wide in shock, thinking he'd only just survived the first trial. Suddenly, the master of Bloodied Corpse Valley clapped, drawing everyone's attention in silence. Those below held their breath and looked up at the stand where he stood. He went on to say the second challenge was very simple. He pointed straight ahead, "From now until dawn. Survive on that mountain." Everyone, including Mok Jeong-woon, turned to follow the master's pointing toward the mountain range behind them. They looked toward the gloomy, hazard-strewn mountain in the distance. The crowd below murmured, "Just survive. Isn't that too easy?" Suddenly the master spoke again, piquing everyone's curiosity. "Of course that's not all." Those nearby looked on in astonishment. "There are 40 flags planted across the mountain. When the sun rises, you must be near a flag. Each flag is for only 8 people." Below, the contestants widened their eyes, unable to believe what they'd just heard. His voice turned icy and warning, "No more, no less. Exactly 8 people. If you don't meet that condition, you will be eliminated." The master of Bloodied Corpse Valley spoke menacingly. Mok Yu-chun panicked and kept telling himself, 40 flags total. He hurried away from the lake toward the gathering crowd, computing frantically in his head. About 500 people now, meaning only 320 of us will survive this trial. It seemed people were beginning to grasp the brutality. They understood they'd have to kill each other, and this was truly miserable. The master of Bloodied Corpse Valley continued issuing orders, and the warriors began to move. Mok Yu-chun's gaze hardened as he looked ahead, imagining a battle where we'd seize others' flags while defending our own. Beneath the grotesque red mask, the master's cold voice rang out, "Good luck." In the forest, lights began to appear where contestants were gathering densely near the water. Many started calling for teams, while Jin Mogang stood quietly. "You want to form a team? Fine by me." Suddenly, a guy with a garlic bun topknot stepped up behind him. "Hey, you're from Scarlet Death Valley, right? Want to join our team?" Jin Mogang studied the man thoughtfully. "I don't remember him." He slapped his hip and looked haughty. "Get lost," he thought, calculating that the man must have performed poorly in the first challenge. No need to team up with a useless person. The key to this trial is teamwork. It's advantageous to ally with those who excelled in the first round, whether by skill or strength. Jin Mogang curled his lip and approached the burly top-knot man. "Hey, you're from the Baekhyun sect, right?" He held out his hand confidently. "I'll get straight to the point. Let's form a team. As you know, this challenge requires cooperation. It's best to work with capable people." The burly man stared at him in silence. He rubbed his head. "Yeah, you're right." Jin Mogang folded his arms and smiled, "Of course." Before he could finish, the burly man flatly refused, leaving Jin Mogang wide-eyed in astonishment. "What?" The burly man tossed his shoulder and walked off, finding a flag first. He can think later. He had his own plan. Sooner or later he'd face this guy, so better to hide his secret skills. Jin Mogang seethed, veins bulging on his face. "You'll regret this." But the burly man waved casually, seemingly unfazed by the threat. "We'll see." Jin Mogang folded his arms and looked at Moa Jang. "Moa, which you again?" Moa Jang cut him off. "Beat it." He was so angry veins bulged on his face as he ground his teeth and cursed silently. "Those bastards!" Suddenly Mok Jeong-woon appeared behind him, startling him to spin around. He held out his hand and asked, "Do you want to join my team?" Jin Mogang looked at him in puzzlement, full of suspicion. He didn't expect this guy to approach first. Did he think the same as I do? Honestly, it's a good opportunity since he ranked first in the previous round. But Mok Jeong-woon smiled amicably. Though his face was still stained with blood, he extended his hand toward Jin Mogang. Jin Mogang turned away and refused outright, his mind filled with caution. He had a very bad feeling about this guy. Blue spirit in his inner pocket chimed, "You've been rejected." Mok Jeong-woon watched his retreating back with a hint of regret. "Oh well." She sneered at Mok Jeong-woon. "I think the shock from what you just did is pretty big. No one wants to team up with you." He smiled and straightened his collar as she warned, "Easy there." But Mok Jeong-woon thought otherwise. What a pity, I had planned to kill him first. Suddenly another man stepped up and called to Mok Jeong-woon. "Hey, wanna join our team? We're just one short, what do you think?" Mok Jeong-woon glanced toward that group and saw Soa sitting on a rocky ledge waving at him. He smirked with obvious amusement. "All right," Mok Jeong-woon stepped toward Soa's team, thinking to himself that the other guy already had his own team. "I'm certain he can handle himself. I've already joined a team too. I must survive and get out of here at all costs." Suddenly drums beat rapidly with a sharp announcement. The second challenge officially begins. The contestants obeyed at once, trampling the corpses strewn across the stream as they advanced toward the designated mountain range. The masked guards watched and whispered pityingly, "Poor things, they'll soon realize the first trial was merciful. Let's hope they hold on to their lives." Everyone strode forward, brimming with momentum toward the gloomy mountain range. Mok Jeong-woon's footsteps rang steadily as he waded slowly through the river of corpses. A hooded man watched Mok Jeong-woon intently, silently tracking his every move without a word. The hooded man turned to the girl beside him and asked, "Soa, are you sure about letting a guy like him join the team?" The short-locked man chipped in while the others continued to ignore him. "We put him on the team like you wanted, but—" Soa suddenly laughed mockingly. "What, you scared of him too?" The short-locked man hurried to counter. "What are you saying?" She reassured the group. "Don't worry, trust me." The others had wanted to leave him be, but then realized someone like him could be useful. With him on the team, no one would dare touch them. They'll use him when needed and then dispose of him at sunrise as planned. Soa had already laid out the scheme. They told that guy to follow at a distance, so when Mok Jeong-woon was killed, the group would reach the required 8 members. He's alone while they have 7, and his meridians are sealed. What can he possibly do? Soa looked at him, proud of her perfect plan. She studied Mok Jeong-woon thoughtfully. It'd be a shame to let a face like that go to waste. Soa moved in close, thinking she should try flirting. She purred seductively. "You were impressive in the first challenge. Where are you from?" Soa told herself men always fall for it, her voice getting even sweeter. "Tell me I like you." Her actions made the men on the team openly jealous. Soa narrowed her eyes in a sly smile, confident he couldn't escape her web once she made her move. "I'll make those idiots jealous to secure their loyalty." At that, Mok Jeong-woon slung an arm around her shoulders and grinned. "I like you too." Soa's face flushed. She thought he was audacious. He smiled back. "I really like you. I like how you and those in front of you are all offering yourselves up to me like this." With that, he boldly tossed Soa's body aside, leaving the others stunned and terrified. The crowd shrieked in rage. "This lunatic, he killed Soa." Mok Jeong-woon spread his arms, his eyes wild and driving them to be on guard. The atmosphere turned eerie. He announced, "Time to eat." Everyone froze, horrified by the gruesome scene they'd just witnessed. His voice rang out as his eyes glowed crimson and he gave a sinister smile. "Thanks for the meal." The crowd screamed in fury. "Bastard, I'll kill you." Another man hurriedly held them back. "Stop, calm down." He heeded that warning. They whispered to one another to stay calm. "He's trying to provoke us. Even though Soa's dead, we still have 6 people. We still have the advantage." The man breathed a sigh of relief. He almost fell into the trap. "Thanks." The lanky, long-haired man gritted his teeth and charged together with the others to kill him and make him pay for daring to kill Soa. With that, the 6 remaining decided to form a battle formation and surround Mok Jeong-woon. He appeared amused, which made the long-haired man wonder. Mok Jeong-woon sneered. "I thought you'd lose your nerve after losing your leader. Surprisingly, you're calmer than I expected." One of them shouted, "You bastard, already bruised up. Let's see how loudmouthed you stay now." Unbidden, a ghostly smile appeared at the corner of Mok Jeong-woon's mouth. In an instant, his hand snatched that man's face. He gripped his face and dashed through the crowd, leaving them stunned. A few sliding steps forward threw them into utter confusion. Mok Jeong-woon slammed that man hard into a tree. Blood sprayed everywhere and the trunk even cracked. Seeing their comrade gruesomely killed, the remaining men couldn't help but panic. The 5 remaining screamed, "Damn it. Seize him." The lot rushed forward together to attack Mok Jeong-woon. One of them swung a fist at him, but he easily dodged to the side. Mok Jeong-woon grabbed the leg of one man in the crowd. His face was incredibly calm, not a hint of fear. He spun and hurled that man into another who was charging, causing both to collide violently as blood splattered everywhere. He used their comrades' bodies as weapons. The man struck collapsed in agony, yet the others pressed on without mercy. One man leaped up and punched straight at his arm. Although Mok blocked it, he inadvertently exposed a brief opening. Those behind saw it and shouted, "Opportunity, grab him." The group surrounded Mok Jeong-woon, unleashing a barrage of vicious attacks. The chubby man landed a punch and felt triumphant, thinking, "Good, I'm gaining the upper hand at this rate." The others kept attacking, but he simply assumed a defensive stance, avoiding strikes to vital spots on his body. Waiting for a chance, Mok Jeong-woon's eyes turned cold. "You're too weak." Before one man could finish forming the thought. What a powerful punch was thrown. Mok Jeong-woon struck his head off angle, killing him on the spot. A single punch had taken a life. The crowd around them was terrified. Mok Jeong-woon continued to pivot and deliver strikes. He kicked straight into the next man's leg, snapping it. He howled in pain. That man clutched his mangled leg and lay moaning on the ground. Now only one remained. Mok Jeong-woon glanced over and the last man froze in terror, unable to move. He trembled as he looked at Mok Jeong-woon and realized they couldn't win. His combat skill had already reached second-tier fighter level. This is a monster. That man panicked and cried out loudly, then immediately turned and fled at full speed to save his own life. The man with the injured leg gritted his teeth watching his comrades escape. He cursed that bastard inwardly, but Mok Jeong-woon calmly raised a hand. Mok Jeong-woon began chanting. From his palms, currents of black chi billowed forth. Sun and moon in harmony, gods and spirits converging, mind and soul blazing as one. The man was still headlong in blind panic, unaware that death was close at hand. From behind, a black smoke suddenly coiled tightly around his legs, causing him to tumble and scream in agony. He manipulated that black smoke with his energy, roughly dragging the man back. With an impassive face and a triumphant, arrogant smile, he revealed his true power. Curse. The fleeing man clawed at the ground so hard his fingertips bled. He wailed in despair, "Help me, I don't want to die first." Mok Jeong-woon cast a spell and yanked him back. The man could only scream helplessly in terror. The long-haired man standing nearby witnessed everything. Horror rendered him speechless. When the prey was pulled close, all that remained was a desiccated corpse. He casually put his foot on the corpse's face. The long-haired man trembled, tears streaming, full of regret. "I should have stopped Soa when she insisted on letting him join the group. We should never have tangled with this man." At that moment he fell silent, brooding without a word. Mok Jeong-woon stood before the last man in silence for a moment, then abruptly turned his head away and spoke coldly. "The last little rat." In the deep forest, somewhere a person had been fleeing half-dead for who knows how long. The long-haired man suddenly realized this was the person Soa had been hiding on purpose. Mok Jeong-woon was rummaging through something. The man beside him looked at him with calculating eyes. "Go run and tell them what's happening." Mok Jeong-woon produced a doll with talismans attached. The long-haired man screamed inwardly, "Run, go tell everyone, anyone will do." Suddenly he smiled eerily, intoning deadly curses, unveiling mysteries, deep truths, and ancient origins. Black smoke gradually enveloped the wooden puppet. At his feet, black winds spiraled violently, like a death formation taking shape. The long-haired man, witnessing the grotesque sight, trembled until he cried. He only wanted to warn the others that there were demons here. Immediately after, Mok Jeong-woon moved to finish off the unlucky long-haired man. From afar, hurried footsteps still echoed without cease. A figure burst through the thick woods, breathing hard from the harrowing escape. He was utterly terrified. "This is bad, so bad. A demon, he is a demon. I have to warn the others, gather as many people as possible to kill him." Suddenly a chill ran down his spine. Instinctively he turned to look back. What's causing this unease? From afar, a terrifying shadow hurtled toward him at breakneck speed. Countless ghostly hands appeared, slithering through the trunks of the forest. The demonic monk appeared in a feral rage, lunging to seize the prey. He opened his eyes wide in panic, and only managed a single, terrified shriek. Too frightened to stay upright, he fell to the ground. Following was a heart-wrenching scream as he helplessly watched the demonic monk pounce on him. A short while later, Mok Jeong-woon pressed his hand onto the corpses of the men. Blue Spirit slowly stepped forward and asked, "I wonder why you did something you don't even like. Was this your plan from the start?" Mok Jeong-woon, casually sucking death chi from the bodies, replied, "It's a good opportunity." Suddenly she noticed someone. Seeing the unfamiliar man with a dazed look, she couldn't help but be curious. Blue Spirit realized something and asked about the demonic monk. "What? You didn't kill him and take the body?" But he cut her off. "You did that so I could more easily absorb the death chi, right?" The demonic monk nodded, his soul leaving his body. Mok Jeong-woon replied with satisfaction, "Thanks, you know exactly what I need." Blue Spirit beside him also praised him. "Well done." The demonic monk nodded happily as if he'd achieved a great feat. But Blue Spirit wasn't impressed. She lunged forward and peppered the demonic monk with blows. "You that happy, are you? while he focused solely on absorbing death chi. He felt the death chi pooling in his belly, growing denser by the moment, and he calculated with delight. I love this feeling, the satisfaction as the energy becomes abundant. Suddenly, a group of people spotted him and looked puzzled. Mok Jeong-woon, his face smeared with blood, turned and smiled at them. As if I'm enjoying a feast, this mountain is my banquet. I'll clean it out, leaving leftovers is rude to the food. By the rules, I only need to leave 7 alive. In the wild night, an owl took off and flew across the sky. It silently landed on a branch in the dark ancient woods. The owl's eyes glowed like divine lights, watching the unlucky prey below. Far off, a group of people appeared in the darkness, their torches flickering. They carried torches straight into the cave. All wore red masks, their faces familiar as if they'd long since claimed this territory, and they walked in. Inside the cave, a stranger stepped out. "You're here, master of Bloodied Corpse Valley." He nodded in acknowledgement as if he'd known beforehand. He was an old blind man, yet he seemed to see through everything. He cheered, "This flame is bright indeed." The master of Bloodied Corpse Valley ordered coldly, "Wait here." The subordinates behind him answered in unison, obeying in the cave's thick darkness. Only those two continued deeper into the cavern. Inside, a monster seemed to awaken at the sound of footsteps. He asked, "Is everything prepared?" The blind old man replied, "Of course." The master of Bloodied Corpse Valley said, "Rumor has it this thing is even more dangerous than last time." The blind old man warned not to get too close. Even restrained, it's extremely dangerous. Even the juveniles are already fearsome beasts. The master of Bloodied Corpse Valley murmured, "Ominous beast." He contemplated entities beyond ordinary animal limits. Suddenly the old man shouted, "A creature that hunts the weak. This is Chime Morio brought back from the northern sea." Immediately the monster roared fiercely. The master of Bloodied Corpse Valley turned and left. "All right, wait for my signal, then release it." As soon as he finished speaking, a surge of black chi rose violently, startling the birds in the forest into a chaotic flight that shattered the night's stillness. There, a tattered flag leaned in the pitch dark, and a voice rang out, astonishing. Mok Jeong-woon sighed with regret, "I found it too early." Another replied, "Indeed." Blue Spirit asked curiously, "So what will you do, carry it off?" He smacked his hip and answered, "No, that would be troublesome. Looking at how it's fixed to the metal block, I'd have to break it to take it. But I have a hunch this flag must remain in its original position to pass the trial." Hearing that, Blue Spirit said calmly, "Then you'd better just break it. Didn't you want to eliminate those people in that group?" He stepped closer to the flag and replied, "True, but I don't need it right now." Mok Jeong-woon bent down as if he discovered something and exclaimed, "What's this?" "There are different characters up here." Blue Spirit looked and showed surprise. Mok Jeong-woon gently read each line aloud. "Three-form sword technique, dual arena where scholars clash in sword dances." Blue Spirit listened intently. He continued reading, "Meditative heart, boundless return beneath the blade, enlightenment and liberation across myriad realms." Than Lin suddenly realized it was the beginning of a sword formation technique. Hearing that, he asked, "Sword formation? You mean like a magic formation?" Than Lin confirmed it, but it seemed to have been interrupted. "If that's all there is, there must be gaps. At the 4 main acupoints Quachai, Shenzhou, Kunlun, and Weizhong, this sword formation wouldn't achieve its purpose. Why write an unfinished technique here?" Mok Jeong-woon fell silent, pondering her words. He voiced a guess, "Perhaps the rest is hidden in the other flags." Blue Spirit added, "I think you're right, that makes sense. It seems they want you to hunt down the other flags." Mok Jeong-woon lightly touched the flagpole in agreement. Indeed, there seems to be a hidden task. He thought to himself that others who find the flag would soon realize this too. Thus, encounters with other opponents while searching for the remaining flags are unavoidable. It seems they want to force us into fighting each other. Mok Jeong-woon broke into an eerie smile. "How interesting, things just got more complicated. I understand the situation here now, that's all I need." The pole was severed cleanly in two. Mok Jeong-woon looked surprised at what he saw. He held the flag and the spear tip emanating white chi. Inside the shaft of the flag, a spell was concealed. Blue Spirit, seeing this, asked, "A spell? Why would that be?" Mok Jeong-woon answered, "No, I don't think so." He mused that it seemed more like a dispelling magic rather than an activated one. Suddenly, a strange noise drew Mok Jeong-woon's attention. An animal charged in at extreme speed. He turned his head toward the sound, guessing another force might be entering this trial. At the same time, a bandit was knocked flying. He screamed in pain. The others looked at the one who struck with fearful eyes. One of them stepped forward and shouted, "Is that all you've got?" Jin Mogang said smugly, "You started the fight. I expected more from you." The man who'd been hit retreated in terror. He clutched his face in pain. "Damn, how are you so strong? You can't be using internal power." Another man added, yeah, he's from Scarlet Death Valley. He stepped closer to the group, growling, what are you waiting for, advance, or do you want me to come to you myself? They glanced at one another, thinking that in this situation they'd all be done for. The group silently agreed and nodded. Then they slowly turned to flee. Jin Mogang looked a bit puzzled, but he had no intention of letting them go. Jin Mogang gave chase, who said you could run. He lunged at the blue-clad man who'd been struck and shouted, you may challenge me, but you're not allowed to run. The man was terrified beyond measure. Jin Mogang laughed with satisfaction. I'll kill every one of you and hang your heads as a warning so no one dares cross me again. So die now, consider it a noble sacrifice. The other man could only grit his teeth and curse, damn it. Suddenly, a dark shape lunged straight at him from the front. The creature surged forward, and the man didn't even have time to react before his life was ended. Fresh blood sprayed everywhere. Jin Mogang stood frozen, dazed. Regardless of the terrified stares from the others, the creature purely focused on devouring its prey. Those around looked at the ominous beast in the distance and trembled, asking, what is that? The ominous beast, its eyes blazing red and fierce, continued to enjoy its meal. All who witnessed it were terrified. That was. Jin Mogang raised a hand to signal them to stop. Feeling that he couldn't confront it without internal power, he warned, back off slowly now. Jin Mogang gritted his teeth, thinking, I can't kill it without internal power. Unfortunately, one man in the group accidentally stepped on a dry branch, making a loud noise. Everyone turned at once to look at the one who had alerted the monster. Jin Mogang looked at him, then fearfully glanced toward the ominous beast. By now it stood right in front of Jin Mogang, mouth open and ready to strike. He managed to react and stepped back, shouting, damn it, run. They panicked and fled, but the ominous beast suddenly froze and let out a loud cry. It seemed to have seen something truly terrifying and just stood there, eyes wide. For its eyes had fallen upon that red flag, like a danger warning signal. That seemed to be a taboo symbol for the ominous beast, stopping it from acting aggressively. Then it turned and left, leaving Jin Mogang dumbfounded. In the dark forest, the creature howled again. They didn't understand what was happening. What the why did it suddenly run off? Someone asked, what's wrong with it? Even Jin Mogang shook his head. How should I know? He guessed, I feel like it saw something behind us, that's why it ran. Jin Mogang seemed to realize and turned to look. Right behind him, a red flag was fluttering in the wind. Jin Mogang looked at the flag in astonishment. The red flag kept fluttering in the breeze. Rapid footsteps sounded, mixed with ragged, haunting breaths through the silent old forest. The scraping of the creature's claws across the dry earth was hair-raising. It screamed madly, its bloodshot eyes streaked with veins and its razor teeth smeared with chunks of fresh flesh, forcing the two to stumble away in sheer panic. The ominous beast suddenly swung a leg and dealt a killing blow, sending one man to his death. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. The sole survivor ran like a madman. He cursed inwardly, damn, he couldn't use lightness skill because his internal power was sealed. What kind of freak is hunting me here? While fleeing desperately, he suddenly ran into a figure ahead. In that life-or-death moment, hope exploded within him as he shouted, save me, there's someone ahead. As he ran, he pleaded urgently for help. His face was drained of blood. Save me, there's a monster right on my tail. Mok Jeong-woon, smeared with blood, glanced at him coldly and replied indifferently, a monster. All that could be seen were clawed feet, sharp talons dripping with the ominous beast's fresh blood, coming closer. Without hesitation, Mok Jeong-woon instantly applied a chokehold to the man. He writhed in pain. But then something strange caught his eye. Mok Jeong-woon turned and faced the ominous beast with icy composure. Its bloodshot eyes locked onto him without wavering. Mok Jeong-woon stared at it calmly and spoke. Through the ring on his hand, Blue Spirit whispered, I've never seen one of these, but from its cry and posture, it seems to be a hunter of the weak. Mok Jeong-woon frowned and asked, a hunter of the weak. She explained further, it's an ominous beast that specializes in eating heads. They usually appear in the northern seas. Mok Jeong-woon kept a wary stance. An ominous beast, you say? No sooner had she finished than the creature lunged at him like a maniac. He nimbly sprang up, dodging the vicious attack. Mok Jeong-woon began forming hand seals, channeling internal energy to bind the ominous beast. A wind-sealing technique was performed. A gust resounded, the creature howled in extreme agony. It was sealed, only able to thrash and twist furiously. Mok Jeong-woon tightened his grip, exerting more force. The ominous beast took blow after powerful blow. Yet suddenly it roared and shattered Mok Jeong-woon's spell. This left him utterly astonished. The ominous beast hurled Mok Jeong-woon aside. He staggered backward, his heels scraping a long trail across the ground. The ominous beast grew increasingly ferocious. The fur along its body stood on end, its sharp teeth lengthening further and further. It had truly become an extremely dangerous entity. One of Mok Jeong-woon's eyes suddenly turned red. The ominous beast's eyes were also blazing blood red. He stared fixedly at it. Suddenly, the ominous beast began acting strangely. It turned and left in a baffling manner. He said in surprise, "It's gone." Blue Spirit replied, "Perhaps it realized you're not someone to be trifled with." He raised a hand to his face and mused, "I didn't expect the talisman to be so easily broken. If it were a feral beast or a weaker species, I would have had it already." She answered, "The hunter of the weak, when mature, is as strong as an ominous beast. Judging by its size, it's likely nearing maturity between the strange beast and mutant beast stages." Mok Jeong-woon scratched his head worriedly. She asked, "What's wrong? Are you afraid because the talisman failed?" "I'm here, what are you worried about?" He touched his face and replied, "No, it's not that. I just have the feeling it'll steal my tasty meal. Perhaps I should hurry before there's nothing left to deal with." In the still late night, the full moon shone, illuminating the forest steeped in darkness. Two men were carrying something. One spoke up, "Do we really have to go this far?" Leading the group was Jin Mogang. The people behind him murmured, "I get it, we need to find another flag, but can't we just break the flag and be done with it?" Jin Mogang replied nonchalantly, "Do as I say. If my theory is correct, you'll be thanking me later." Suddenly, a creature appeared right in front of them and roared fiercely, causing the crowd to recoil in alarm. One man shouted, "Monster!" Jin Mogang raised a hand to signal them to stand still. The ominous beast stared at the group for a moment. Then it quietly walked away, to the astonishment of the onlookers. The people watched in disbelief. One of them said, "Tell the truth, how is that possible?" Jin Mogang forced a smile. "See, I think this flag has the power to repel that thing." The men looked at the red flag in his hand and gave reluctant smiles. Jin Mogang turned to look at the red flag and continued, "But we must hurry. I don't know how many others have noticed this, but surely a few have uncovered that incantation already." And sure enough, there were others. They too were carrying identical red flags, and all of them had understood that spell. He said, "Let's go." One man replied, "All right." Scene shifts to another location. There were many people and horse-drawn carts here. A group was throwing corpses onto the carts with shady looks. One asked, "Done." The other nodded, "Let's go." The carts began to roll. The procession of corpse-laden carts left one after another into the night. An old man snatched a talisman from one of the corpses. He barked, "Throw away anything with talismans, and remember, don't look down when you throw the bodies off the cliff." Having said that, the two soldiers hurled the corpses into the abyss. One rubbed his hands and asked, "Why must we do this instead of just burning them?" The other snapped, "Less talk, do as I say, no more questions." "Sorry, I don't really know either, but it's been the rule for ages. They say this place is where the currents converge." "Currents? Beats me, only that it makes the soil more fertile." "Don't pry, asking too much will only anger the higher-ups. Now go." As he tossed a body, he wondered to himself, what the hell are fertile soil and currents? Do they really dump bodies here every time? Over 100 bodies already. So then, how many more corpses are down there? Suddenly, he glanced into the gorge, and a ghostly blue light caught his eye. Abruptly, a hand landed on his shoulder, making him jolt in fright. Coming back from the hallucination, he realized he'd almost become minced meat. Terrified, he wondered how long he'd been here. An old man had appeared behind him and coldly said, "I warned you not to look down. Remember that, never look down there again, or you'll be haunted." The scene below was eerie, yet oppressively dark and chilling. An ominous beast was gnawing on a corpse hungrily. Mok Yu-chun and his companions were stunned and hurriedly took defensive stances. Someone stammered, "What the hell just happened?" It turned its head and looked toward the group of people. It stared at them for a long while, then suddenly turned its back and walked away, leaving everyone stunned. Mok Yu-chun crouched down on the ground. Someone said, "It's gone, could it be full?" He sighed in relief. He hugged himself, heavy with thought. 2 members of the team had died to get the flag, and now they had to face these disgusting monsters. Would any of them survive to leave this place? However, one odd detail, those killed or eaten by the monsters all had their heads missing. Yet among the corpses, he noticed a few with their necks neatly broken. What the hell is really going on this mountain? Mok Jeong-woon reached out and drew death chi from the corpse, quietly sensing that there wasn't much left. Blue Spirit spoke, "You're talking about death chi?" "Yes, only absorbing from corpses like this, I feel like I'm scavenging someone else's leftovers." He snapped irritably, unable to accept it. Blue Spirit was leaning back now. His expression darkened, the talisman's murderous aura surrounds it. "I have to kill it." Blue Spirit said, "Let me handle it, although you'll struggle without some energy." He grabbed the wooden puppet. "Can you do it for me?" Blue Spirit replied, "Of course, but free me first." Mok Jeong-woon formed seals, cast the spell. Spirit of Origin, 9-fold dispelling talisman. Dark energy surged violently, then gradually dissipated. Blue Spirit slowly manifested. She struck a pose as soon as she emerged, much more comfortable than when trapped, itching with annoyance. He asked, "You'll come back, right?" She answered immediately, "I'll come back, don't be impatient." Blue Spirit shot up into the air. Hovering in the sky, she scanned the area around her, puzzled. Thinking to herself, strange, where is it? It was on the verge of becoming a beast. Could it really be that hard to find? Her eyes widened. Where had it gone? Suddenly Blue Spirit spotted a distant stream of blue light. She froze and smiled wickedly. Not sure who it is, but looks like someone just went mad. She returned to Mok Jeong-woon. Mortal, seeing this, he asked, did you find it? She swooped down. No, I've found something far more interesting. He asked. What? She said, follow me. Mok Jeong-woon was silent. In another corner, he quietly followed Blue Spirit's lead. After who knows how long, she led him to a bridge. Mok Jeong-woon stepped onto that bridge. Midway across, he suddenly noticed scrape marks underfoot. He walked and pondered, these wheel tracks, they must have hauled something up here. Suddenly Mok Jeong-woon snapped awake. A ghostly blue light was emanating from below where he stood. Strange talismans were pasted all over the tree trunks and ropes, as if something very sinister was hidden ahead. Blue Spirit said, mortal, do you know what curse poison is? Mok Jeong-woon turned and replied, how could I not know? She then explained, curse poison is when hundreds of poisonous species are thrown into one big pot. They prey on each other until only one survivor remains. That final survivor becomes a unique, unparalleled poison, that is curse poison. That curse poison is lying dormant down there. His eyes lit up brilliantly. From below came heart-rending screams echoing up from the depths. The wailing of spirits. I don't want to disappear. You bastard, I'll kill you, mother, save me. Mok Jeong-woon wondered about the chains. Blue Spirit answered, it's the same spell you've used to keep souls tethered to the living world. Didn't you use it on Go-chan? He thought to himself that if you gather many talismans to bind souls to one place, you'd create an abyss where the souls must devour one another. Terrifying indeed, curse poison lives up to its name. He looked at her. Perhaps curse poison born here has the potential to become a vengeful spirit on par with Blue Spirit. He licked his lips. Blue Spirit said, now's your chance. The death chi is overflowing. Just reach out and perform the ritual of attachment. Before Blue Spirit could finish, Mok Jeong-woon nimbly leapt over the barrier, startling her into asking, what are you doing? He replied casually, why bother with those useless extras outside? Isn't it far more interesting inside there? Blue Spirit glared at Mok Jeong-woon in fury. Are you tired of living? This is where vengeful souls bite, tear, and mutate. If a flesh and blood being like you steps in there, you'll be nothing more than a tasty morsel swallowed whole. He turned to look at her. Didn't you once insist that in this state I couldn't do anything to the Heaven-Earth Association? She fell silent. Mok Jeong-woon continued, isn't it worth taking a gamble if there's even a 1 in 10 chance to get revenge? She remained mute. He went on. Besides, this place is simply too tempting to ignore, right? Fine, I'm going first then. Blue Spirit snapped at him. The vengeful spirits were taken aback when they saw Mok Jeong-woon jump down. They screamed for flesh, fresh flesh, living beings, souls with breath. He recalled how Jo Yoon-gong once said carrying this would allow the user to cast spells without relying on protective talismans. According to Blue Spirit, this ring contains a cursed malignancy. Mok Jeong-woon began forming seals and projecting. O soldiers, fight. O heroes, unite in form, cast off all barriers. Seek and advance. The resurrection seals of the 9 marks opened a barrier. So this was the barrier. It felt like a shield pushing the feral spirits back. Actually not bad at all. Mok Jeong-woon grinned triumphantly. Well then, time to eat. Mok Jeong-woon hurtled downward at breakneck speed. Around him, a solid layer of barrier formed to block the disgusting monsters waiting to attack. Then he plunged straight into the water, sending up sprays of waves. Mok Jeong-woon suddenly discovered something hidden beneath. He descended down. Below were tens of thousands of ghosts clustered into a mass. Gaunt arms reached up, ready to grab him. He thought to himself. The ghosts' eyes flared bright when they scented prey. They jostled, stretching up to snatch this juicy morsel. Mok Jeong-woon maintained the barrier's strength while calculating. They're desperately closing in on me. Even with the barrier between us, the pressure feels like it's trying to drown me. Come to think of it, the original Yin-Yang sect manual did say water spirits are more dangerous and stubborn than other kinds. Now I understand what that meant. He then called Vajra Finger. Instantly, a surging force poured out, blasting the ghosts back and sending them flying away. On the shore, more ghosts still swarmed, bubbles rising constantly from beneath the water. Suddenly, the water splashed high, provoking violent reactions from the surrounding spirits. Mok Jeong-woon sprang up from the water, then landed on the ground with a soft thud. He turned, ready to exhale. He'd nearly had his life snuffed out. Before he could finish the thought, a ghostly arm shot up from the water, grabbed his leg. Mok Jeong-woon couldn't react in time, tumbled and was dragged away. He cried out in panic, good heavens. At that moment, Blue Spirit appeared from nowhere. She swung her arm in a powerful arc and shouted, you bold little brats. She flew up and sliced the grotesque, ghostly arms clinging to Mok Jeong-woon's legs. he recoiled in shock. Struck by the sudden attack, the ghosts howled in terror. Blue Spirit landed, voice menacing, "How dare you touch what belongs to me?" They still wouldn't let go, massing together and rising even higher. She looked at the water ghosts coldly and said, "This one is mine." Blue Spirit continued her assault, cutting the clustered arms, yelling, "Get out of here!" After she finished, she struck a match for her cigarette, took a drag, then muttered, "This is the end for those who rush in without thinking." Mok Jeong-woon laughed with glee. "You arrived at just the right time." Blue Spirit turned, frowned, and asked, "What?" He continued, "I was sure you'd lend me a hand." Blue Spirit flushed with anger, shouting, "You're something else." She scolded him, "Detestable mortal." Hearing this, Mok Jeong-woon burst out laughing. Suddenly the ghosts reappeared. He watched anxiously and said, "Things aren't as bad as I thought. These spirits dare not come near you. I can't imagine how strong you are. You're truly extraordinary." Blue Spirit closed her eyes and replied, "You think these petty things are why I warned this place is dangerous. Look around." He scanned the surroundings without saying another word. The ghosts stood encircling on the cliff faces, watching the two of them. A grotesque phantom with an especially hideous appearance was also staring at them. On this side, other ghosts spread out around, all standing motionless observing. The water ghosts glared forward with eyes blazing. Blue Spirit turned to them and said, "These vengeful spirits hunger to devour one another, heedless of fear. Even I find it hard to protect you from them, especially at the center of that black vortex. If you step into it, you'll never be able to turn back. So why not retreat?" Before she finished, Mok Jeong-woon cut in, "I think this is enough for me." Suddenly, he took off his outer coat, leaving Blue Spirit stunned. She awkwardly asked, "What the hell are you doing?" He revealed the red pins stuck in his back and said, "The first thing I thought of when this got driven into me was this." Mok Jeong-woon turned his back. Blue Spirit asked, "What?" He replied, "Found it. Forbidden Pathlock, Ritual of Attachment." After pulling the pins out, Mok Jeong-woon breathed a sigh of relief, while Blue Spirit froze, not understanding what had happened. She asked in confusion, "You removed the Forbidden Path lock from yourself without flinching?" Mok Jeong-woon answered, "Yes, I feel much better now." Blue Spirit looked at him, admiration and thought mingling. "It's not only extremely dangerous, but also unbearably painful. Besides, I never imagined anyone could use the ritual of attachment like this. I'm honestly speechless." Mok Jeong-woon removed the remaining pins and said casually, "I'll take the rest off too." She held the cigarette but didn't bring it to her lips, bewildered, then gave a wry smile. Looking at Mok Jeong-woon, Blue Spirit grew even more astonished. She thought to herself, "Look at him. Before I couldn't detect the amount of chi in his body when he was sealed, but now it's much clearer. If he can fully control this power, he could reach early supreme peak. The death chi is so dense that no spirit dares come near. Truly, this plan is entirely feasible." Mok Jeong-woon straightened his clothes and smiled at her. "I feel a lot better now." Blue Spirit asked in surprise, "Why did you wait until now to act?" He replied calmly, "Right, you said martial masters can sense others' chi, so I had to wait for this moment. If done here, they wouldn't be able to detect it." Blue Spirit looked at him, "So you planned this carefully from when you jumped down. Still, it's too risky. Wouldn't it be safer if you cleared everything around first?" He shook his head. "That would take too long. Besides, there's a saying that the fish head is always tastier than the rest. So I had to take the head first." Blue Spirit snapped angrily, "You're crazy." It looked horrific. The two of them stared at the black pit. Mok Jeong-woon implored, "Will you give me a hand?" Blue Spirit hesitated, snapping, "You're shortening your own lifespan, you know." She brought the cigarette to her lips, pondering. "Still, it's not a bad option. If he truly tames it, he could shave years off brutal training." Blue Spirit scratched her head and finally agreed to help Mok Jeong-woon. "I'll draw their attention. You just face forward and go." He looked at her and replied sincerely, "Thanks." She took a drag of her cigarette and cheered, "Do your best." Immediately after, Blue Spirit gently exhaled a thick, viscous red smoke. Her eyes glowed red, began to weep blood, while her mouth kept spewing dense smoke, the blood barrier. A drop of blood fell from the corner of her eye to the ground. Suddenly, from that single drop, countless streams of red chi erupted violently. They swirled, grew larger, and rose high, enveloping beneath Blue Spirit's feet. Demonic will domain. Giant chains appeared and shot toward the black pit. Blue Spirit pointed forward and barked the command, "Go." Mok Jeong-woon cut like lightning and lunged toward the black pit. He skated along the chains at terrifying speed. Chains wrapped around Mok Jeong-woon's body, allowing him to quickly pass through the danger zone. Suddenly, a blue light flared along the chains, making them tremble violently. A large ghost materialized. It opened a mouth full of disgusting teeth and exhaled a freezing breath. Mok Jeong-woon abruptly halted. Before him, now dozens of ghostly faces were rushing in. The streams of specter energy clinging to Mok Jeong-woon kept moaning. as if begging someone not to let them vanish. Mok Jeong-woon kept running headlong, ignoring the ghosts on his tail as the blue breath blasted his face. He hurriedly shielded his eyes with his hand and pressed on. Suddenly, right before him was a pit emitting a dazzling light, surrounded by countless other points of light. Mok Jeong-woon stepped into the pit as dark chi coiled around his body. Once inside, he stared into the void and wondered if he was truly at the center. Suddenly, a huge creature loomed directly behind Mok Jeong-woon. It had just swallowed a ghost whole. He startled and spun around. The monster gaped wide and chewed voraciously, emitting ear-piercing crunches. Mok Jeong-woon looked up and watched its every move in silence. He glanced around. To the right, a pile of corpses was stacked. To the left, countless skulls of the unlucky. The creature had the form of a child, its limbs bound by chains. He blurted out in curiosity, "This is." The chains suddenly lunged forward. They tightened powerfully around the enraged, vengeful spirits. Mok Jeong-woon stood frozen in astonishment. A blue spirit in the shape of a child appeared. Its mouth was torn wide to its ears, revealing malformed teeth. It had no ears and was frenziedly devouring vengeful spirits. Mok Jeong-woon seemed to realize what it was. "This is." It was eating the vengeful spirits alive. Could this be the entity at the center of the vortex? Suddenly it turned its head as if scenting Mok Jeong-woon's presence. Blue Spirit showed surprise, her gaze like a hunter who just found new prey. It growled, opening its mouth, a human voice. Mok Jeong-woon widened his eyes, incredulous that it could speak human language. It curled its lips, baring sharp teeth as it stared at him. Still alive, instantly it lunged to snatch Mok Jeong-woon as if to swallow him whole. The chains quickly tightened around Mok Jeong-woon. Blue Spirit opened her mouth as wide as possible, creating a terrifying suction that pulled Mok Jeong-woon and the surrounding earth inward. As soon as it swallowed him, it clenched its jaws, triumphant. "Foolish idiot, barging in here, I'll crush you and leave no bones." Deep inside Blue Spirit's mouth, Mok Jeong-woon gripped the ring in his hand and said, "We have the same goal." It froze, not understanding what was happening. Mok Jeong-woon activated the ring, creating a whirlwind. He smiled faintly. "I came here to eat you too." Invoking the divine command talisman, borrowing power from the ring. A blinding light burst forth from within Blue Spirit's mouth. It howled in agony. Just as it opened its mouth in pain, Mok Jeong-woon grabbed its teeth and breathed a relieved sigh. With one hand, Mok Jeong-woon hoisted Blue Spirit's jaw up, making it scream in agony. He spoke. "What a pity!" Peering into its throat, Mok Jeong-woon grew excited. "Crawling into your mouth is the fastest way to absorb energy from the grudging spirits." But without mercy, Mok Jeong-woon unleashed a blast of power from his palm, declaring coldly, "It's a deadly mistake, ritual of attachment, absorbing energy from within the body." Being forcibly absorbed sent Blue Spirit into a furious rage. "You dare!" The vengeful spirits lunged at Mok Jeong-woon. They grabbed and pulled at him. Mok Jeong-woon's actions had enraged Blue Spirit. "A mere human who speaks to me like that, I'll make you regret it. I'll swallow you whole." Mok Jeong-woon gritted his teeth and clung to its throat. But the surface was too slippery. He couldn't hold on and his hands slipped as he fell. He looked at his hands and fell silent, speechless. The space around him suddenly became a void, pure darkness, with a single shaft of light illuminating where he stood. Mok Jeong-woon glanced around, wondering, is this the past of someone appearing behind Mok Jeong-woon? A father was telling his two children, "The remaining heirs of the 5 kings have agreed." He was surprised as the father continued, "This serves the greater purpose of the organization, so I expect you to cooperate." The eldest son replied, "I understand." Mok Jeong-woon watched, pensive. "I see." Mok Jeong-woon saw the two sons talking. The younger cheerfully said, "I'll always be by your side." Mok Jeong-woon realized, "This is the past." The younger added, "I'll support the family as your right hand." At Bloodied Corpse Valley, chaotic scenes unfolded, blades clashing, lamenting screams and anguish echoing across the place. It was heartbreaking. The elder hurriedly produced a jade, his voice urgent and pleading, "Take it quickly." Facing a life-or-death situation, the younger asked anxiously, "Brother, what about you?" The elder replied curtly, "I'll find another way, you go ahead." Holding the jade, the younger hesitated. The elder snapped, "There's no time, leave now before the enemy strikes you." Hearing that, the younger dashed off, the elder's voice ringing after him, "I'll catch up with you." "Hurry up!" In the icy, bitter water, the elder fumbled desperately for the jade. Mok Jeong-woon thought, a stern father and a loving elder brother, yet both ended up dying in this accursed place. But the elder's body was drenched in blood. His trembling hands forced him up as he demanded, "Why? Why treat me this way?" On one side, the younger held the stone stained with his brother's blood, his face twisted in hatred. The elder, unable to understand his brother's actions while mortally wounded, weakly called, "Wind." The younger sneered cruelly, "You bastard, if you die everything will be mine. You always pity me just because you were given everything you wanted. The only thing you have over me is that you were born first." The elder tried to reach out. "Weakly, I only wanted." Not letting his brother finish, he coldly raised the stone high over his head. He slammed the stone down hard, shouting in fury, "Die, die." The younger's face showed no trace of remorse. Instead, he looked delighted and kept shouting. "Die!" Fresh blood gushed out. The elder brother only had time to think. "I only wanted." He was slain by the very younger brother he loved dearly. The bodies were piled onto carts and hauled away. Mok Jeong-woon watched it all, thinking to himself that the man never noticed the burning jealousy in his brother, and so he met a bitter end at the hands of his closest kin. The elder's corpse was thrown into the abyss. His soul sank into the void, besieged and torn apart by circling vengeful spirits. He curled up amid the piled corpses, isolated in the choking stench. The elder clutched his head, his face full of sorrow. He thought to himself, "I'm dead, so why must I still endure this torment?" Suddenly, the vengeful spirits surged up, screaming wildly. "If I want to live, I'd starve to death." He painfully wondered why, even in death, his soul had to be eaten alive like this. "Is this my fate? No, I reject this destiny." He roared that if fate meant being devoured even after death, he would rise up and fight them all. "From now on, I will be the one who devours them all. All the souls here, including you, everything. No one will be able to devour me." The vengeful spirits launched a simultaneous attack on him. Mok Jeong-woon was engulfed by a blaze of resentment. He felt 10,000 emotions from the vengeful spirits flood his mind like a torrent. Regret, attachment, rage, despair. Decades of negative emotions fused into a raging storm. He also came to understand the feelings of those vengeful spirits that had devoured everything, just like himself in this moment. It was the emotion of converging revenge. Mok Jeong-woon squeezed his eyes shut, trying to keep calm. He slowly channeled power from his palm. A violent surge of chi rose up, ruffling his hair and blowing it back. He moved his lips, chanting an incantation, the 8-form Mindbreaker. "No love, steadfast heart, forgive form, prior void, all perceive form." A brilliant flash of light ignited. Blue Spirit, who was connected to Mok Jeong-woon, suddenly appeared there. She couldn't hide her surprise at being pulled into this space. A pink aperture opened, exposing the trembling tether attached to Blue Spirit. She cried out in confusion, "What's happening? Our connection is destabilizing." Could Blue Spirit be worried? "Mortal, have you failed?" Blue Spirit flew upward, trying to keep distance from the thick black chi surging out. Seeing the tether to Mok Jeong-woon grow thinner, she muttered in annoyance. Staring at the dense chi steaming from his eyes, Blue Spirit fumed. "How arrogant, how dare someone so young cause chaos? Hand over that mortal or vanish forever." Suddenly, dozens of chains shot out around her, catching her off guard. The chains surrounded her, siphoning away the surrounding grudging souls and making them scream in terror. Blue Spirit tried to evade them, thinking incredulously that even Green Spirit, level spiritual energy, was being absorbed. Could the goo poison be nearly complete already? The vengeful spirits writhed in excruciating pain, screaming hoarsely. "Run, run now. Save me, it's coming, we're doomed." A vast entity bearing deep despair and wickedness was gradually being born. Blue Spirit widened her eyes, staring tensely at that entity as the grudging souls continued to wail. It was a terrifying force radiating from within. The power from the circle was horrifying. The vengeful spirits hissed in fury. Blue Spirit landed and slowly approached where the black smoke was thickest. A shadowy figure stood there, taking slow, measured steps forward. Blue Spirit recognized who stood there and exclaimed in surprise. "Mortal!" Mok Jeong-woon emitted an invisible pressure and strode straight toward her. Blue Spirit frowned, observing and thinking that this energy felt different from before. Had he been taken over by the goo poison? She clicked her tongue. "How foolish, you've been swallowed, haven't you?" Mok Jeong-woon calmly denied it, startling her. "Oh, I'm not swallowed. In fact, I'm the one who swallows everything." His declaration left Blue Spirit horrified and stunned. Blue Spirit hesitated. "You really ate all of that?" Mok Jeong-woon raised both hands to display them and replied, "As you can see." Blue Spirit, astonished, lifted her pipe, thinking to herself that she couldn't believe he actually dared to do it. Unbelievable, he'd completely absorbed a Blue Spirit. The energy radiating from his body was truly terrifying. He suddenly spoke, startling her. "My stomach feels like it's about to burst. Maybe I overdid the eating a bit." Blue Spirit suddenly remembered he's only human and panicked, ordering, "Mortal, expel that energy immediately." Mok Jeong-woon asked confusedly. She patiently explained, "A mortal body is merely a container with fixed limits. Therefore, you must expand that container's limits through enlightenment. Before reaching that realm, accumulating too much chi becomes poison to the body. Too much or too little is bad, so expel it at once." Suddenly he leaped into the air. "Then I'll transfer the excess energy elsewhere." Blue Spirit blinked in shock. "What?" Blue Spirit flew to where Mok Jeong-woon was landing. "What do you mean?" she asked. He was busy searching through the pile of skulls. It must be somewhere around here. Mok Jong-woon picked up a skull with a talisman stuck to it and said, "Found it." Blue Spirit stared at the skull, puzzled, and asked, "Is this?" Mok Jong-woon, unconcerned, merely dusted off the skull. He then channeled chi into it, which left Blue Spirit astonished. She asked, "What are you going to do? Why infuse your chi into that thing?" The skull absorbed Mok Jong-woon's chi, transforming it to reconstruct a body. Gradually, human skin began to wrap around the skeletal frame inside. Blue Spirit watched as Mok Jong-woon continued to push chi around the skull to aid the resurrection process. She spoke, "Is this the skull of the thing at the center of that flow?" Mok Jong-woon confirmed, "Yes." That skull originally lay within the current, serving as the nexus connecting the body's channels. The body within the current had now fully regenerated. Inside it, a human form appeared, still shrouded by the stream of chi. Blue Spirit stared at the newly restored person and blurted, "What, a girl?" Mok Jong-woon nodded, strange and quite young too. The white-haired figure's name was Soha. He suddenly sprang up and angrily shouted, "What do you mean, a girl?" Soha proudly pointed at himself and clarified, "I am a man." Soha's remark silenced them both. The atmosphere went suddenly quiet. A voice suddenly rang out, "What?" Soha swept his hair aside, brow knitted in anger. Blue Spirit retorted, "You're not a woman." Hearing that, he erupted in a fury and shouted. Blue Spirit turned to Mok Jong-woon. "Mortal, why did you resurrect him? You should have sent him on his way. His mind is unstable." Mok Jong-woon replied, "I thought he'd be useful. He wasn't like this before." Soha screamed in anger, "How dare you talk about me like that when I'm standing right here?" Blue Spirit suddenly reached out and grabbed his throat, leaving him no time to react. Her eyes burning red as she threatened with deadly intent. "How dare you? You dare raise your voice at me? Want to die right now?" Soha broke into a sweat, averting his gaze fearfully, stammering his reply. Mok Jong-woon suddenly spoke, "You wonder why I resurrected him, right?" He produced the skull with the talisman attached, and those nearby gasped in shock. He curled his lip and crushed it in his hand to everyone's amazement. "It's for this." After the skull was destroyed, Soha crumpled, crying out in pain. Blue Spirit sneered, enjoying the destruction of her root. "Probably excruciating, right?" Soha's moans grew faint. She continued, "You resurrected him just to torment him like this. You really are." Mok Jong-woon collected the remaining fragments of the skull. He raised them to his mouth and swallowed them before the horrified eyes of Soha and Blue Spirit. Mok Jong-woon swallowed, then slowly opened his eyes. Soha was still in shock when suddenly a strange red cord appeared on his chest. He cried out in fear, "What did you just do?" He widened his eyes to follow the other end of the red cord, leading to Mok Jong-woon. Soha was stunned to realize another cord was connecting Blue Spirit to him. He reached out to touch the cord, unable to believe his eyes. "No, this can't be." Blue Spirit pondered the cord in her hand, thinking that a familiar spirit's tether was how he turned a soul into his familiar spirit. How ridiculous, she recalled when this cord first appeared, so her becoming his familiar spirit wasn't accidental after all. She wondered to herself what exactly this mortal was. Mok Jong-woon gripped the cord, a satisfied smile curling his lips. "It's done." Soha looked at him with tear-filled, pitiful eyes. In a multi-story building in the stillness of night. In the silent space, an old cultivator sat meditating, surrounded by countless candles. The old man sat quietly with his eyes closed in the room, none other than the master of the underworld assassin pavilion, in Cook. Suddenly a candle flickered out, jolting in Cook awake. He sensed something amiss, he thought. Could it be? He hurried down the corridor. Cook shoved the door open and stormed into the room. He froze at the sight of the shattered jar inside. In the center of the room, the broken jar lay, blue ceramic shards and iron chains strewn across the floor. Cook trembled as he picked up the chains, unable to believe his eyes. No way, the divine spirit insect. And the poison art had been completely destroyed. Night at the tower. Jo Yoon-gong sat silently dazed. Suddenly Cook appeared, startling Jo Yoon-gong to his feet. Cook looked very urgent. He strode off quickly. Jo Yoon-gong followed hesitantly and asked, "Master, without reporting to the lords, are you going to stop the trial?" "He's a very useful child. I can't let him die like that," Cook replied tensely. "Now's not the time to discuss this," Jo Yoon-gong said in surprise. "What?" Cook said angrily, "My divine spirit insect and my poison art were destroyed, which shocked Yui Gong. I don't know who would be bold enough to do that." He paced and spoke, "A strange beast must have passed by and done it." Jo Yoon-gong was half convinced, half doubtful. "Impossible, that barrier was set up by you yourself." Cook quickened his pace. "That means the other must be at least a mythical beast." Jo Yoon-gong went silent for a moment, then curiously called after him, "A mythical beast?" Cook waved them to follow, telling them to prepare everything and come with him. "We need to go to Bloodied Corpse Valley immediately." Zhou Yunggong still wondered why the lords were in such a hurry. Zhou Yunggong thought to himself, understood, whatever the reason, an important trial is happening at Bloodied Corpse Valley, and the appearance of a mythical beast is truly an emergency. That's fine too, we can use this excuse to temporarily halt the trial. Over on the other side, Soha muttered gloomily, it was hard to believe this had happened, while Blue Spirit just stood by watching. Seeing the other person dazed, she casually spoke up, I am a familiar spirit, what do you intend to do? Mok Jong-woon stepped forward and asked, what's your name? But the other scowled angrily and retorted, do I really have to tell you my name? Mok Jong-woon wasn't exactly gentle either. He angrily cast a coercive spell to force the name out. Soha had no choice but to grit his teeth and answer. Ah, my name is Jayu Soha, my lord master. He said this while banging his head on the ground. Blue Spirit hadn't expected him to abase himself so much. She looked at Mok Jong-woon with satisfaction. Mok Jong-woon sat down and asked, Soha, can you be my loyal dog? Soha immediately showed delight and barked. Blue Spirit suddenly broke into a sweat at how odd he was, thinking silently that he was even worse than that demonic monk. After all, she hadn't expected him to reveal his name so quickly. Vengeful spirits rarely want to give their real names. A green spirit almost becoming Blue Spirit would hardly reveal identity so readily. Could it be that his death chi was denser? Blue Spirit suddenly realized Mok Jong-woon's power seemed very different. Blue Spirit looked at Mok Jong-woon and asked, there's something odd, mortal, why do I feel your energy is split in two? Mok Jong-woon stayed silent, waiting for her to finish. He stood up and asked, you see it too? See what? Blue Spirit asked in surprise. Mok Jong-woon grinned slyly. I just remembered a new technique in the Shattering 8 techniques. Blue Spirit was startled and alarmed to hear that. Her heart stirred. What? Mok Jong-woon continued. Shattering 8 techniques inherited and lodged in the form of death. Shattering 8 techniques. Blood without second, without limit. The horse's hearted code appears before my eyes, no resentment, no hatred, eternal extreme, not forgetting sorrow. I've never heard of this. Demonic monk. Blue Spirit thought uneasily, the 5 desires are completely eliminated. Mok Jong-woon added, I can now divide energy between my central danshin and my lower danshin. Normally, a martial artist must break through to a new realm to do this. Blue Spirit stared at Mok Jong-woon in astonishment. That mortal has surpassed that limit by using the Shattering 8 techniques. His realm is now at the supreme peak, which means he possesses double the internal power compared to other martial artists of the same level. In other words, he's twice as strong as them. A voice suddenly rang out, there isn't much time left. What a pity, I intended to kill them all except 7, but now I have no choice. I'll eliminate anyone I meet on the way. Elsewhere, shouts and laughter echoed through the forest. 2 groups faced off, the hunters giggling wouldn't stop. One side was completely outmatched by their opponents. Mok Yu-chun barked angrily, why do you want to steal our flag? You already have one. Jin Mogang toyed with the stake in his hand, replying it was just for fun. His teammates joined in the jeering. He sneered, Mo Wajang, you refuse to cooperate with me yet choose to stay with this bunch of losers. She snapped angrily, shut up. Mok Yu-chun worried, thinking, damn, does he intend to eliminate rival competitors? I don't get why he'd risk that. Dawn was coming. Turning to his teammates, Mok Yu-chun said, just hold on a bit longer. He thought to himself that when the sun rose, the trial would end. Jin Mogang tapped his shoulder with the wooden stake and laughed, you think you'll last until sunrise? Fine. Try it, Jin Mogang's gang shouted loudly as if giving a signal. Mok Yu-chun's group asked in surprise. What? His teammate wondered why were they shouting like that. Even Mok Yu-chun was baffled. Suddenly he realized and thought, could it be? Mok Yu-chun cried out in panic, don't stop. Something was hurtling toward them at breakneck speed. Mo Wajang looked back alert, what was that? Mok Yu-chun jerked his head around. Suddenly his eyes went wide, his expression full of fear. Dai Chun's group anxiously watched the direction of the unceasing roar racing toward them. The monster drew closer and closer, destroying everything in its path. Mok Yu-chun feared it was getting bigger and bigger. His group panicked when they recognized the beast. Someone cried out, it's that monster from before. Damn. Run! Mo Wajang glanced at Jin Mogang's group and saw they weren't afraid at all but stood frozen, which caught her attention. She was stunned, they weren't running, they were clinging to the flag. Mo Wajang's teammates screamed in fear, why is it running this way? Mo Wajang suddenly realized something and shouted, the flag, grab the flag now. Someone asked the flag, she urged immediately, don't think. Do it. In no time the monster had charged toward them. Mo Wajang was at the back, about to be struck by the beast. It raked its sharp claws across Mo Wajang's back, making her cry out in pain. The impact sent Mo Wajang tumbling down. Mok Yu-chun spun and anxiously called her name. From afar, Jin Mo-gang shouted excitedly, "Look at you, don't be too sad, you loser." Seeing her injured, they jeered, "This is how the contest goes. Goodbye." Mo Wajang writhed in pain, unable to move. The monster opened its jaws wide and closed in on Mo Wajang. It stared at its prey. She could only sit helplessly and await death. She trembled and prayed, wishing the sun would rise soon. While Mo Wajang was in despair, her teammates did not flee. They threw stones at the monster to give Mok Yu-chun a chance to save her. "Hey monster, look over here, look at me." Mok Yu-chun sprinted toward her. Mo Wajang remained utterly desperate. The monster bared its sharp teeth at Mo Wajang. She sat still as if resigned to her fate. "Am I going to die like this?" Mok Yu-chun shouted in fear. "No." At that moment, Mok Jong-woon appeared from the shadows. "Bring it here." Chains flew straight toward the monster. They quickly swept past and coiled tightly around its body. The monster was bound by dozens of gleaming chains and could not move. Only then did Mok Jong-woon stroll up casually. He praised Soha, "Good job." Everyone present was extremely surprised by Mok Jong-woon's appearance. Jin Mo-gang panicked, "Who is that?" But Mok Jong-woon replied coldly, "I don't have time." Mok Yu-chun said in astonishment, "You." Mo Wajang looked at the chains and thought that it was. She fell into contemplation. Mok Jong-woon, on the other hand, smiled nonchalantly. "I've gathered all the necessary things, what a relief." The ominous beast, though tightly bound, continued to roar ferociously. Jin Mo-gang shouted bloodily, "Hey you stupid monster, what are you doing just standing there?" He ordered, "Kill her." "What the hell are you doing? Kill her now," he shouted. The monster only continued to roar wildly. Mok Yu-chun looked at the ominous beast and wondered why it was immobile. "Wait, now's not the time to worry about that." He quickly ran over and helped her up. "Mo Wajang, are you okay?" She gritted her teeth and answered through the pain, "Do you see it?" Mok Yu-chun supported Mo Wajang, but she still managed to say there was a girl chained up. Hearing that, he snapped, "Are you hallucinating? Wake up, blacking out here is a death sentence." He struggled to help her step by step as Mo Wajang's body was soaked in blood. "I'm trying," Mok Yu-chun urged, "then hurry up." Soha stood at a distance holding the chain, his eyes showing astonishment. The others hurriedly reached out to help. "Over here, quick." He turned and said to Mok Jong-woon, "Master, it seems that woman can see me." Upon hearing this, he gave a faint, pleased smile. Really? At that moment, the ominous beast began to grow more ferocious. It tried to use its sharp jaws to crush the chains. Jin Mo-gang was thrilled, seeing it move. "Kill them for us." But where did he come from? He lightly delivered a kick to its head that slammed the monster face first into the ground. The whole crowd was stunned at the horrifying sight. The ominous beast was thus felled by Mok Jong-woon amid the group's extreme confusion. He pried its mouth open with his hands. "Now then, you will pay dearly for daring to touch what belongs to me." The ominous beast felt bone-deep pain and roared in fury. Mok Jong-woon continued to force its jaws open, despite the monster's incessant, pained howls. Jin Mo-gang watched the scene and felt chills down his spine. The ominous beast could only stare blankly as blood spurted from its mouth in all directions. With blood-red eyes full of interest, he shoved the upper jaw hard with his hands, sending blood spraying everywhere. Mok Yu-chun and Mo Wajang were both stunned by the sight before them. The monster's upper jaw was casually tossed aside by Mok Jong-woon. Blood splattered everywhere, Jin Mo-gang's body smeared with fresh blood from the ominous beast's corpse. Jin Mo-gang stood trembling under the rain of blood, looking at the scene. He stammered in fear, "We have to get out of here right now." Across from them, Mok Jong-woon suddenly smiled dangerously. He panicked even more when he heard the man's voice. We're all going to die here." Jin Mo-gang turned to inform the people around him. "Run," he sneered, glancing at them. "Round them all up for me." A flurry of chains came flying out of nowhere. They swiftly wrapped tightly around everyone. Even Mok Yu-chun's and Mo Wajang's groups were no exception. Everyone was chained together, unable to move. One annoyed guy shouted, "What's going on? What kind of damn thing is stopping us from moving?" Mok Jong-woon murmured, "All right." Jin Mo-gang turned back, his eyes full of horror. Under the glaring moonlight, Mok Jong-woon smiled terrifyingly. "Let's take a look at these flags." He stepped forward slowly. The crowd panicked, wanting to run but helpless. "What the hell is this? Why can't we move?" He ground his teeth and hissed, "Damn it, really damn it." Jin Mo-gang wondered what the hell he'd done. Mok Jong-woon walked past him, sliding by in a way that left Jin Mo-gang stunned. He silently examined the flag. Mok Yu-chun asked, "Hey, what the hell are you going to do now?" But the man remained focused on inspecting the flag. Losing interest, he replied, "No difference at all." Without hesitation, he snapped the flag in two, leaving everyone around in continuous shock. Oh. Then Mok Jong-woon turned his back and walked away, which further panicked the crowd. One man shouted, "You bastard, what the hell are you doing?" They looked at each other in confusion. "What do we do now?" Mok Jeong-woon approached Jin Mogang, who hurriedly asked, "Are you going to destroy our flag too?" Jin Mogang prodded, "You're looking for a different kind of flag, right? Ours is the same as theirs, it's useless. However, I know clearly what is written on the other flags." Hearing that, he froze. He seized the opportunity to propose, "I'll tell you, negotiate, join my team." Those around heard this in shock. What? But he continued, "Anyway, you need a team, right?" The people behind Jin Mogang panicked and intervened. "Are you crazy? We already have enough people." He roared angrily, "Shut up, or do you want to all die together?" Jin Mogang continued bargaining with Mok Jeong-woon. "I'll kick one of them out." "How about it? Do you want that?" Mok Jeong-woon pondered. He suddenly glanced back at his subordinates. "It's there already," which made the other guy jump. Jin Mogang panicked to himself. "Damn, I didn't remember to let it go, and now it's come back to bite us," he coughed in alarm. Jin Mogang hurriedly explained, "Yes, it's there, I'll give it to you." But Mok Jeong-woon blinked in confusion and asked, "Huh?" He didn't understand and grew annoyed. "Huh? What do you mean, huh?" He just smiled, took the flag, and replied, "This is already mine." That made Jin Mogang so angry he cursed it under his breath. Mok Jeong-woon even took his flag and continued, "This flag belongs to me too. I don't know what nonsense you're talking about. You seem panicked because you're about to fail this trial." Hearing that, he couldn't hold back his anger and cursed inwardly. "That bastard!" Mok Yu-chun suddenly shouted. "Mok Jeong-woon, don't trust him, he'll stab you in the back. We have the flag Moajang brought back, so come with us." Jin Mogang snapped, "Shut up, the flag he's holding is ours, you lot can't do anything." He insulted them back. "All you do is exploit monsters for profit like cowards. Mok Jeong-woon, don't listen to him." He kept pleading with him. "Mok Jeong-woon, right? I'll repay you if you help me here. It'll be beneficial when I owe you, since I'm from Scarlet Death Valley." The group around them began to argue. "Don't listen to him, even if we're half-brothers. What are you saying? Are you betraying us?" "Betray what? Without me, you'd have been torn apart by that monster long ago." "Mok Jeong-woon, you don't have time. Join our side. We have another flag too. Don't listen to that bald guy." "Bald guy, where did you crawl out from?" "Mok Jeong-woon, listen to me. Come here and wait." He clapped decisively to halt the quarrel. The action silenced everyone, their gazes shifting to Mok Jeong-woon. Standing amid the crowd, Mok Jeong-woon spoke, his tone full of mock gratitude. "I'm truly touched. Are you all so desperate for my presence?" Mok Jeong-woon feigned hesitation and continued, "I would love to travel with all of you, but the rules simply don't allow it." Those words made Mok Yu-chun and Jin Mogang look at him in shocked terror. He went on, "If I choose this side over the other, it wouldn't be fair at all. So let's settle it like this." Mok Jeong-woon unfastened the gleaming chains binding the group. Jin Mogang, seeing this, couldn't help but panic. "Huh, I can move again." He stood between the two sides and made an offer to everyone's astonishment. "Fight each other until you die." Jin Mogang went blank upon hearing that. Mok Jeong-woon continued, his eyes bloodshot. "Huh, I'll pick the 7 survivors as my teammates." Everyone around looked at Mok Jeong-woon with utter dread. A punch tore through the air. A voice rang out, "Die, you garlic bun hair villain." He threw a direct punch to the opponent's face, spraying blood across the ground. The brawl erupted, screams echoing across the sky. Another man was throttled until he stopped breathing, only managing a gurgle before dying. After killing someone, Jin Mogang also panted and walked away. Suddenly, a voice said, "Well done." He froze, turned his head toward the sound with a puzzled expression. Mok Jeong-woon was leaning against the flagpole watching him. He smiled with satisfaction. "Very good." Jin Mogang broke into a cold sweat, looking at him with a face both determined and overtly murderous. He ground his teeth, thinking to himself, "Horrific, truly horrific. How dare he humiliate me like that?" He clenched his fist, staring at Mok Jeong-woon, then vowed to himself, "Mok Jeong-woon, at all costs I will take your life." In the distance, the sun slowly rose over the mountain peak as 3 hooded figures approached, stunned by the chaotic scene. They announced, "We are here to declare that the trial has ended." But what greeted their eyes was Ma Sang crazily smashing a rock against the ground. "Die, die, die." Mok Yu-chun rushed forward to stop him, gripping Ma Sang's hand. "Stop, Ma Sang." But Ma Sang wouldn't listen. He screamed, "Let me go, we have to survive this trial." Mok Yu-chun tried desperately to hold him back. "He's dead already." "He's not dead yet." Jin Mogang knelt nearby, silently watching. The 3 hooded figures stood before the strange tableau. On the left was Jin Mogang, ragged from battle. In the middle, Mok Jeong-woon sat leisurely on a rock holding the flag. On the right, Ma Sang struggled in Mok Yu-chun's grasp. "I must kill him, I must kill him." The master of Bloodied Corpse Valley appeared, thinking of more was he. He remained silent and said nothing further. The old man beside him suddenly asked, "Huh?" They stood before the corpse of the ominous beast, which had been wiped out swiftly. The old man said, "Just as I predicted, the hunter of the weak has finally matured." The master of Bloodied Corpse Valley remained silent. He asked the red-masked subordinate behind him, "And what about the forbidden pathlock?" The subordinate looked blank. "Pardon?" He continued, "I'm asking whether the one who defeated that beast had his internal energy sealed." The red-masked man was drenched in sweat at that question. They turned to look at Mok Jeong-woon, who was having his shoulders massaged by a cloaked man. After a moment, the man answered, "Yes." Upon hearing this, the master of Bloodied Corpse Valley fell silent. He turned and began to walk away, ordering his subordinate, "All right, let's go." The subordinate asked blankly, "Pardon?" He replied coldly, "Is there anything else worth watching here?" Realizing he'd overstepped, the man hurriedly said, "Yes, sir." Mok Jong-woon quietly watched their backs as they faded into the distance. He murmured, "They didn't capture us. My middle dantian is still open." Blue Spirit beside him spoke up, "The sealing needle can't reach the middle dantian." Odd other mortals would be furious to learn this, when someone defeats a hunter of the weak so easily. Blue Spirit added a warning, "Don't let your guard down." Mok Jong-woon was momentarily surprised. The master of Bloodied Corpse Valley suddenly turned back. Under his fixed gaze, she spoke, "The man over there is a very strong martial artist." He fully turned, hands clasped behind his back, greenish smoke and the silhouette of a hulking fighter appearing around him. Blue Spirit's voice floated, "That man is a very strong martial artist. He can rival the king of brilliance." Mok Jong-woon and Jin Mogang exchanged glances. Blue Spirit continued, "Standing out so much will attract unwanted attention, so be careful, you'll bring trouble on yourself if you're not cautious." The master of Bloodied Corpse Valley turned his head back. The eyes behind his mask looked more terrifying than ever. Mok Jong-woon scratched his head and agreed, "All right, I'll think about it." Time passed swiftly and the trial ended. Of the 259 people, 59 who failed to find a flag were eliminated. Of the remaining 200, those holding martial techniques listed on their flags were separated from the rest. In the end, only 80 passed the trial. The others were deemed failures and assigned low-ranking membership. The crowd breathed a non-stop sigh of relief. "We did it. After all, we're just low-ranked, right? Lucky they didn't kill us." Meanwhile, others were miserable at being stuck as low-ranked. One guy complained to his mates, "Damn it, how am I supposed to explain this to my father?" Jin Mogang glanced over and sneered, "You idiot, you underestimated this trial." He sat down thinking to himself, "But that's not my concern. What happens later matters more, and that will be decided soon enough." "Mok Jong-woon, I'll show you I'm superior to you," he vowed silently. The master of Bloodied Corpse Valley spoke up, "Now, I will decide who leads this trial." Jin Mogang grinned triumphantly, "It's time." He walked slowly, "How will I decide? Who memorized the techniques from the flags? Where are the two who performed best?" As he browsed the crowd, something drew his attention. A hand raised far off, cutting him off. He turned to see what it was, and only saw Jin Mogang standing up with his hand raised high. Jin Mogang's voice was full of confidence. "I can answer any question you pose about that martial technique." Every gaze around, including Mok Jong-woon's, turned to Jin Mogang. The master of Bloodied Corpse Valley looked intrigued. "Fine, then explain that martial technique to me." A satisfied curl formed at Jin Mogang's mouth. He clenched his fist and proclaimed loudly, "It's a sword style focused on lightness and speed, adaptable to many situations. It targets the body's three most vital points." The master of Bloodied Corpse Valley stroked his chin with a look of fascination. He said, "You can grasp quite a lot under such circumstances." "Not bad at all. It's impressive you gleaned so much from the flags while still having to survive the trial." He smiled smugly, thinking to himself. "I did it." He glanced at Mok Jong-woon and wondered, "How's that? You humiliated me with those weird tricks during the trial, but when it comes to martial skill, you can't compare to me. This is a wall of talent, despair at your bleak future. From now on you'll bow to me. I am the one who leads this trial." The master of Bloodied Corpse Valley lifted the badge, so the victor of this trial. Before he could finish, another hand went up. "It's not just a sword style. It's a sword formation, isn't it?" The crowd around gasped in shock at the answer. Jin Mogang couldn't hide his astonishment either, thinking, "What? It can't be." The master of Bloodied Corpse Valley suddenly asked, "What leads you to that conclusion?" The question captured his full attention. Mok Jong-woon replied calmly, "The moves align perfectly with the fundamentals, and each strike is calculated to avoid overlap or crossing." Hearing this, Jin Mogang stared at him in amazement. Astonishment rose in Jin Mogang's mind. No way could this really be a sword formation. Even if so, to see through it you'd need a perception on par with a supreme master. A sword formation is a complex technique requiring dozens of swordsmen to coordinate. Recognizing it as a sword array from mere verbal description shows the person saw through the movements of dozens with a few strokes, an ability not common to ordinary people, unless they are extraordinarily outstanding. Or rather, he is an overwhelming genius, a person who can perceive everything without needing to learn it. The master of Bloodied Corpse Valley thought to himself, should I test him further? Then he spoke, how many swordsmen are needed for optimal effect? Mok Jong-woon answered without hesitation. 8. The answer surprised the master of Bloodied Corpse Valley. Mok Jong-woon calmly added that it could be 16 or even up to 32 people. If it exceeds that number, the swordsmen's positions would begin to overlap. The master of Bloodied Corpse Valley fell silent for a moment, then cleared his throat. Suddenly he laughed out loud. The reaction left everyone's faces present looking baffled. He held the badge up before everyone. With extreme satisfaction at his answer, he said, you deserve to hold the leading position in this trial. Despite the praise, Mok Jong-woon remained composed and calm. Hearing the verdict, those around could not help but be astonished. As for Jin Mogang, he could only stand there helplessly. He ground his teeth as the master of Bloodied Corpse Valley announced before the crowd, you deserve to be the top trainee in this trial. Mok Yu-chun and Manhwa Jang simultaneously turned to look in the same direction. Even the crowd redirected their gazes that way. He tossed the badge into his hand with a congratulatory, congratulations. He reached out and gently caught it. Mok Jong-woon looked at the badge and murmured thanks to Blue Spirit. The girl inside him beamed with smug satisfaction. Everyone around stared at Mok Jong-woon in surprise, while Jin Mogang still grit his teeth in anger. A murderous gleam flared in his eyes. The master of Bloodied Corpse Valley stepped onto the high platform and said, congratulations to the 80 people who passed the second trial. Your outlook is very different now. You have earned the right to become mid-level martial artists. The crowd began to stammer in disbelief. Mid-level? Are we really mid-level martial artists now? The atmosphere below grew noisy. I did it. The master of Bloodied Corpse Valley now clasped his hands behind his back and said in a measured tone, now, a piece of information will be announced that astonishes everyone. Let me explain the third trial. Heaven and Earth 8 Inscriptions Formation. That is the name of the sword formations written on the flags. It operates based on the transformations of the 8 trigrams created by the former leader of the Heaven-Earth Association, requiring a minimum of 8 people and up to 32. I expect the clever ones have already realized this. Those below whispered and debated. It wasn't over yet. What? Everyone's faces tensed. He continued, the third trial requires a team of 8 people to coordinate and successfully execute this sword formation. Those chosen as team leader will automatically pass the trial regardless of the outcome. Upon hearing this, the entire hall exclaimed, what? He turned and walked away while saying, you will have 1 day to rest. Use that time to pick your teams and elect team leaders. Those with ability listened earnestly to the instructions. From the high platform, the master of Bloodied Corpse Valley reminded them that from now on, killing is strictly forbidden. The crowd buzzed again. Form teams without killing each other. This is trickier than I thought. Of course, everyone will want to be team leader. Suddenly he stopped and added, oh, one more thing. The remark made everyone turn their heads. He gently announced, I will lift the forbidden path lock. Hearing that, Jin Mogang's brows slightly furrowed. Those below relaxed and began to chatter, finally free. Thank the heavens, what a relief, truly a weight off their shoulders. Jin Mogang seemed freed from his shackles, curling his lip in a smile. Finally, Mok Jong-woon, no matter how talented you are or what strange abilities you possess, it will all mean nothing once I can wield internal energy. Just you wait and see. Seeing Mok Jong-woon's calm face, Jin Mogang couldn't help but snarl. Soon you'll be crawling at my feet. In a small town with a bustling marketplace, a peripheral branch of the Heaven-Earth Association stood. A lively, upscale, wealthy street came into view, the Red Favor Pavilion. Inside were blazing red lanterns and an unceasing din, blended with the bright lute and the alluring singing of the courtesans. Go-chan in Ha Karen's body slammed the brush down on the table. She exhaled wearily, thinking to herself that all she wanted was to find Mok Jong-woon. But why on earth did I have to end up in this place? She recalled standing at the gate yesterday, trying to break into the Heaven-Earth Association, but the guards were impossibly strict. She hid in a corner fuming, damn it. That was also why she tried to bribe a guard. The guard took the purse and asked, oh really? He tested Go-chan, who was trying to act the part. Because you're of marrying age, you want me to get you into the Heaven-Earth sect to find a mate? She hurriedly nodded to play along while mentally screaming. Damn it, despite using the most heartfelt pleas, the guard calmly pocketed the money and refused. Sorry, but if I help you, I'll lose my life, she pleaded. But the guard cleared his throat and pretended to say, but I can show you another way in. She looked surprised. He asked, do you know the Red Favor Pavilion? She blinked and asked back, the Red Favor Pavilion. Her gaze drifted elsewhere as if accepting her fate. And so, I had to wander into this brothel. She remembered the guard's words, it's where high-ranking figures of the Heaven-Earth Association often go. With your looks, they'll surely welcome you. She sighed helplessly. She'd been recruited here thanks to her skill with the fiddle. Go-chan fell silent and lightly touched the red cord at her chest. The cord fluttered gently in the breeze. Go-chan gritted her teeth. Damn it, there's no turning back now. No matter what, I have to infiltrate the Heaven-Earth Association. Suddenly, the ant in a pink dress approached and asked, are you ready? Go-chan turned in a panic at that. The ant in red sipped her tea and wondered, why the delay? You were already pretty, no need for much makeup. Go-chan replied, I'll be done soon. She glanced at the ant in red and couldn't help but think the woman resembled someone as if kin to Madame Siak. With that appearance, you'll surely be chosen as the lover of some powerful man. At the thought, Go-chan shrank with fear. Go-chan imagined an official clutching her incessantly, shocked into silence. A lover, or should I try to infiltrate the Heaven-Earth Association instead? Cut to the Heaven-Earth Association, a vast place with countless majestic buildings stretching on. In the distance, a towering black mansion rose up. A hand set down a pair of chopsticks. Jin Mogang twisted his body. He bowed low and exhaled. Jin Mogang, feeling refreshed, mused to himself, should I keep going or not? Thinking of his plan as he looked at Mok Jeong-woon, he calculated that once the forbidden pathlock was lifted, his chi would only be on par with a first-rate martial artist. But I have reached true peak. I vastly surpass him. I admit your swordsmanship isn't bad, but my internal power is far superior. I'd like to sit and circulate chi like the others, but you're probably resting now. So this is my chance. Anyway, anything goes, as long as you don't die, that's fine. But the moment the door opened, there stood Mok Jeong-woon waiting for him. A flash of interest crossed Mok Jeong-woon's eyes. He thought, looks like we had the same idea, how surprising. Suddenly, Mok Jeong-woon slapped him hard across the face, making Jin Mogang cry out in surprise. Both Mok Jeong-woon and Jin Mogang charged straight into the dining room. The door slammed shut with a resounding bang. Mok Jeong-woon and Jin Mogang hurried to the rear, accompanied by his shout which left the others stunned. He gripped Mok Jeong-woon's hand tightly, thinking angrily, damn it, I have to go back. Suddenly, his chi began to dissipate the moment it touched Mok Jeong-woon's hand. He stared at him in astonishment as his chi vanished, and Jin Mogang couldn't help but shout, what the hell? Mok Jeong-woon replied calmly, you're weaker than I thought. Hearing that, he angrily cursed, you bastard. Mok Jeong-woon tightened his grip so hard that blood spurted from his face in a stream. Mok Jeong-woon swung his arm, and the man in the yellow robe beside them could only cry out in fear, while the other wailed helplessly. Let me go. By now his face was splattered with blood and he begged in pain. Mok Jeong-woon paused and said, I'll take you into my group, despite your weakness. A gleam of pleasure showed in Mok Jeong-woon's eyes at tormenting Jin Mogang, very satisfying. Since we think alike, won't we be a perfect match? The entire witnessed the scene. Jin Mogang was beaten to a pulp. Mok Jeong-woon grabbed his leg and dragged him down the stairs. The lodgers whispered excitedly. Could he be from Scarlet Death Valley? He just defeated someone from the 3 strongest martial clans without injury. He also topped the first 2 trial rounds. What the hell is that guy really? Mok Jeong-woon wiped the blood clean from his face. He looked at Jin Mogang. He was even weaker than I imagined. I thought he'd be at true peak. Blue Spirit in the puppet matter-of-factly said, that's because you've become stronger. You don't sense it because your way of growing stronger isn't conventional, Mok Jeong-woon asked. Is that so? Blue Spirit replied, yes, but your methods are messy. I should tell you about the ranks of martial cultivation. The lowest is 3rd rate, above that is 2nd rate, then 1st rate, where many martial artists stop. But those with potential will surpass that limit and reach early peak. Within early peak there are 3 tiers, early peak, true peak, and ultimate peak. If one passes further they reach supreme peak, which is the realm the Mok Sword Manor master achieved. However, not all people of the same realm are equal. The gap between early supreme peak and ultimate supreme peak is immense. People like the King of Brilliance and the Master of Bloodied Corpse Valley have reached ultimate supreme peak. That is a realm only genius martial artists can touch. Mok Jeong-woon asked. There's an even higher realm, right? Blue Spirit replied, yes, it's the evolutionary realm. A realm that transcends all human limits, a realm of transcendence that can cleave seas and mountains. Mok Jeong-woon nodded as if he understood. Blue Spirit continued, that loudmouth there is true peak while you are ultimate peak. Both fall under peak, but the gap between true peak and ultimate peak is huge. That's why he seemed weak in front of you, Mok Jeong-woon asked. So what realm are you? Blue Spirit fell silent. I am not telling. You'll learn someday. Mok Jeong-woon opened the door. You still won't talk about your past. Mok Jeong-woon dropped his leg. Well, Mok Jeong-woon kicked him. Enough, let's get going. Mok Jeong-woon sat down and looked at him. Recruitment, get up. Jin Mogang's body was bruised all over. Mok Jeong-woon shouted, get up, jolting him awake. When he opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was Mok Jeong-woon. Mok Jeong-woon slowly approached. You're awake. Jin Mogang recoiled in panic. You bastard. How dare you use energy-dissipating poison like a coward? Mok Jeong-woon asked in confusion. Energy-dissipating poison? Blue Spirit answered at once. It's a toxin that disperses your internal power. Your chi acted similarly, so he probably thought you used it. Mok Jeong-woon exclaimed. There is such a poison, how interesting. He brushed it off. Don't play dumb when I tried to circulate internal energy. Mok Jeong-woon cut in. I don't care what you think. Have you considered my offer? Jin Mogang stared blankly. He recalled Mok Jeong-woon's words. I'll take you into my team no matter how weak you are. And Jin Mogang finally realized. He at last understood. I see this guy isn't someone to get tangled with. Though it hurts to admit, he is stronger than me. But, Jin Mogang said, get lost. Mok Jeong-woon was taken aback by his words. Jin Mogang continued, I'd rather croak than join your team. He thought, I won't be your subordinate. Mok Jeong-woon remained calm. Then he clapped, praising the determination. He sneered inwardly, what a nuisance. Mok Jeong-woon said, what a pity, it would be better to have someone on the team. He tried to stand. I'm leaving now. Jin Mogang thought, I don't want to share a room with him a moment longer. Let's go. He can't kill me. Mok Jeong-woon placed his hand on Jin Mogang's shoulder and asked, where do you think you're going? Mok Jeong-woon looked at him with a cold gaze. You think I'll let you go after daring to refuse my offer? Jin Mogang turned around to look in fear. What? He tried to explain to him. Don't you know killing is banned now? He was cut off. Jin Mogang's hidden true nature surfaced, deep-rooted truth unraveling. His body writhed in unbearable pain. Jin Mogang tried to brace himself. A strange stream of energy suddenly seized his body. He had to find a way to expel it. He delivered a blow to his abdomen, causing Jin Mogang more agony. He muttered, you bastard. Mok Jeong-woon replied, don't you understand how deeply your refusal hurt me? So hand your body over to me. Jin Mogang writhed in unbearable pain. You bastard, countless hands began to invade his body. He looked at Jin Mogang and smiled with satisfaction. Suddenly he noticed something strange. The demonic monk was gradually absorbing his body. Mok Jeong-woon watched intently. He stared at the door, which had closed tight, and fell silent. Mok Jeong-woon called out, anyone there? A voice answered from behind the door. It was Moa Jang. He thought to himself. Moa Jang. Mok Jeong-woon glanced subtly at the demonic monk. By now the demonic monk had almost fully possessed the other's body. It only needed to restore the warped parts of the body back to normal to be complete. The demonic monk rearranged the joints. It looked at him and gave a slight nod. Mok Jeong-woon answered. Come in. She stepped inside. Moa Jang froze. That was. The demonic monk bowed slightly as if to greet her. He explained he wanted to join our team. Moa Jang rejected it. He's too strange. Mok Jeong-woon couldn't help but be surprised upon hearing that. She asserted firmly that this was not Jin Mogang. A tense atmosphere enveloped the three of them, he thought to himself. At that time Soha mentioned, Master, I think that woman can see me. Mok Jeong-woon wore a sinister smile. Moa Jang flinched when she saw his expression. She immediately assumed a defensive stance. He said, I knew it, you can see them. Mok Jeong-woon chanted an incantation, revealing hidden truths, deep-rooted truths unraveling. Just as he finished, she suddenly jerked back. A purple chain was about to lunge at Moa Jang. Sensing the danger, she tried to distract the chain. He said, now it's beyond saving. Soha appeared behind Mok Jeong-woon with the chains. He continued, since you saw me, I have no choice but to silence you. She struggled to find a way to break free. Soha said happily, Master, lend me this woman's body. Blue Spirit retorted, first you insisted you were male, and now you want to use a woman's body. The boy tried to explain, that's a different matter. Moa Jang was already surrounded by chains. She said, wait, I don't want to fight you, you're stepping closer, so why should I trust you? Moa Jang replied, I only came to check, to confirm whether what I saw was real. Mok Jeong-woon sneered, is that what you want? The price to see it isn't cheap. She smiled and said, yes, I'm certain. I'm willing to pay the price. He was surprised by Mo Wajang's declaration. Behind him, Jin Mogang was clutching a knife. She continued, I need that power, help me. He was taken aback upon hearing Mo Wajang's plea. Mok Jong-woon asked, you want me to lend you my power? She answered bluntly, no need to think, yes. Mo Wajang placed her hand on her chest as if to show sincerity. You said you wanted to take my body, right? I'll give it to you. In exchange, lend me the power from that unseen entity. Mok Jong-woon scratched his ear, guessing she could hear other voices. Blue Spirit replied, her third eye must have awakened. Perhaps it happened when she was near death. However, those eyes aren't like your noble patrons, nor are they related to the spirit realm, since she can't see me. Mok Jeong-woon glanced at Soha hiding behind him. He recalled what had been explained before. Among all innate talents of a Taoist, the greatest is the eyes. Mok Jeong-woon thought to himself. Eyes, he asked, you said you need my help, right? Mo Wajang didn't hesitate to answer, yes. Mok Jong-woon said in a way that made her uneasy, why should I help you? To be frank, I could easily take your body right now. What reason do I have to bother doing that for you? Mo Wajang fell silent, then quickly drew a knife. She replied coldly, you've underestimated me. Blue Spirit hurriedly warned, step back. Mortal Mok Jeong-woon was surprised. What? Suddenly something brushed past, slicing his face and drawing blood. He hastily stepped back to guard himself. Around Mok Jeong-woon were threads being manipulated by Mo Wajang. He was astonished. Threads. Do you understand? She said. I can end you whenever I want. Mok Jeong-woon touched the wound and replied, so you were hiding an ace too? She threw those dagger threads. The demonic monk is dangerous. Stay still. Blue Spirit said, just as I thought. I wondered why those throwing daggers felt familiar. It turns out you're the heir of the Death King's lineage. He touched a thread with his finger, causing it to cut his hand and bleed. The Death King's lineage, huh? Mo Wajang asked, who are you? He fell silent, inscrutable. She continued to question, how do you know about the Death King? Blue Spirit answered. Isn't it only natural to think of the Death King after witnessing consecutive death and the art of keen shadow flying daggers with your own eyes? Mok Jong-woon repeated verbatim what Blue Spirit had said. At those words, Mo Wajang was stunned, unable to believe her ears. The Death King, the founder and war god of our sect. Secret techniques like consecutive death are traditionally passed down only orally. And only the sect leader and the successor have the privilege to comprehend them. How could he know that? Mo Wajang snarled with lethal intent. Things have changed now. You must confess the origin of this secret, or I won't hesitate to use torture. Mok Jong-woon calmly stepped forward, channeling all his internal power into his leg and stomping hard on the floor, creating a large hole. She was horrified by that overwhelming force. Damn it. Mok Jong-woon flashed close to Mo Wajang. She launched 3 darts, but he easily dodged them. His hand was poised to grab Mo Wajang's head, but missed because she had leapt up in time. Mo Wajang clung to the door, knife ready in an attack stance. As the blade neared the back of Mok Jeong-woon's head, he said coldly, you're pretty fast. He tilted his face up, faster than Jin Mogang, at least that's how it looks to me. Mok Jeong-woon bit down hard on the blade with his teeth. She was stunned by this unimaginable turn of events. He grabbed Mo Wajang by the throat, then casually lifted her up into the air, while his teeth remained clamped on the knife. The dagger clattered to the ground. A thread tightened around Mok Jeong-woon's neck. He said, since when have you been pulling tricks like this? Mo Wajang gripped the thread and replied with difficulty, I warned you, never underestimate me. If I add just a bit more force, your neck will be severed at once, so you'd better confess before my patience runs out, understand? Mok Jong-woon used his finger to burn through the thread at his throat. Mo Wajang stood there stunned, realizing the hidden chi in the thread had completely dissipated. Mok Jong-woon delivered a powerful punch to her waist. Mo Wajang collapsed, clutching her stomach. You speak as if you seem rather useful. You've passed the test already. The remark left Mo Wajang bewildered. What? He wiped the blood from his face. I was going to hand you over to Soha, but now I've decided to keep you and use you myself. She asked, what are you planning to do? Before she could finish, Mok Jong-woon's hand plunged straight into Mo Wajang's mouth. She clearly felt herself swallowing something, some kind of poison. Mo Wajang struggled to vomit it out. This wasn't ordinary poison, but a deadly toxin. I must immediately circulate my chi through my body. Mok Jong-woon replied calmly, what I want is very simple. He kicked her, sending her flying onto her back. From now on you'll be my loyal dog. Mok Jong-woon said coldly, then I'll consider lending you a bit of my power. Mo Wajang replied, you didn't have to go that far. He said, I don't trust anyone by nature. Didn't you say so yourself? That you are willing to pay any price? Mo Wajang fell silent, watching Mok Jong-woon radiate a towering murderous aura. She suddenly recalled a memory and breathed softly. What is that, father? Mo Wajang's father answered. It's a rare innate nature among thousands. Those who possess it are the embodiment of death and destruction. It is the supreme quality of a true assassin. Mo Wajang asked, such ruthlessness called a talent. Her father nodded because they never hesitate to kill or toy with lives. They even derive pleasure from such acts. Therefore, they are never shaken by any negative emotion when they strike. An incarnation of evil. So remember this well, if you encounter someone with such an aura, never linger. Flee immediately. Mo Wajang stared wide-eyed, and she pondered inwardly. What has that person done now? Mok Jeong-woon, face red with killing intent, stepped forward and the surrounding crowd began to murmur. Everyone was utterly astonished. What on earth is happening? Am I seeing things? Has the entire Moa clan and Scarlet Death Valley really sworn fealty to that guy? No way, who on earth is he? Mok Yu-chun quietly watched from the rear and let out a sigh of relief, remembering Mok Jeong-woon's horrific expression at the time. Mok Jeong-woon had once told him to just kill each other off. He replied in disbelief. Hey, what the heck are you doing? He hadn't expected him to mean it. Mok Jeong-woon, face streaked with blood, gave a faint, cold smile. Mok Yu-chun clenched his fist in anger, thinking to himself, does he really not care whether I live or die? Even if he hates me, he never used to be this cruel. What could have changed him so completely? He stood stunned for a moment. Forget it, if he no longer cares whether I live or die, I have no reason to bother about him anymore. Mok Yu-chun, with a serious expression, waved his hand. From now on, I will only focus on preserving my own life. I used to think I alone had reached the peak of internal skill here, until they all unleashed their power at once, and I realized there are far too many hidden masters at this level. This world is much larger than I imagined. I must become stronger if I want to survive. And while he was lost in thought, someone suddenly appeared and spoke. I had long suspected it, so he really is from Mok Sword Manor. Mok Yu-chun flinched and cried out in alarm. Ma Sang. The other party immediately questioned him. Mok Yu-chun, are you the Manor Master's descendant? Ma Sang slightly frowned, scrutinizing. And you, what is an orthodox like you doing in Bloodied Corpse Valley? Mok Yu-chun fell silent and only thought to himself. Ma Sang was a comrade who had once lent me a hand. We survived countless life or death trials together. But how could Ma Sang, being from the Heaven-Earth Association, recognize the martial art of Mok Sword Manor? The atmosphere instantly grew extremely tense. Mok Yu-chun, looking confused, pressed, how did you know that? Ma Sang stepped forward one pace and replied coldly, is that detail so important? What's important now is why an orthodox like you has appeared here. Has Mok Sword Manor betrayed the righteous path? Mok Yu-chun was terrified, unable to help but scream in fear. Ma Sang pressed on, didn't you come here to become part of the Heaven-Earth Association? Hearing that, Mok Yu-chun asked blankly, what nonsense are you spouting? Ma Sang suddenly paused, don't tell me you're completely ignorant of the information, Once one reaches the final trial in Bloodied Corpse Valley, they seize the golden opportunity to become a true disciple of one of the 5 kings of the Heaven-Earth Association, or of the 3 illustrious patriarchs. This news left Mok Yu-chun utterly stunned. So that's it, at last he understood everything. So this is the true source of it all. This is the deep-rooted reason behind everything. Why were all of them willing to bet their lives to overcome these deadly trials? A once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity to leap straight to the top. If one were fortunate enough to be taken as a disciple by the leaders of the Heaven-Earth Association, their future would surely shake the entire martial world. He fell into despair and cursed inwardly, damn it, my life and death journey is actually pushing me closer to becoming the enemy's leader. Ma Sang stepped closer. You really don't know anything, how did you get in here? Mok Yu-chun replied bitterly, I was brought here as a hostage. Ma Sang was surprised. A hostage? Why would they bring a hostage here? Mok Yu-chun answered bewildered, if I knew it would be better, life is cruel. Just as Mok Yu-chun was about to ask why you were, he was immediately shushed by Ma Sang. Hush, be quiet. Ma Sang quickly moved over, shut the window, and spoke. Sorry, at first I couldn't trust you, even knowing Mok Sword Manor is a reputable orthodox sect. Mok Yu-chun still didn't get it. What nonsense are you babbling? Ma Sang's face turned grave. He lowered his voice dangerously. Listen carefully. Actually, I'm a spy for the Orthodox Alliance's hidden force. Mok Yu-chun was stunned, astonished to the point of being speechless. Orthodox Alliance. It is a pillar of the Orthodox side, one of the 3 most powerful forces in the martial world, on par with the Heaven-Earth Association and the Unorthodox Alliance. The Orthodox Alliance consists of 4 core organizations, and the hidden force handles covert missions and assassinations. Yet the Alliance always denies their existence, so this group has long existed only in rumors. Mok Yu-chun thought to himself, so the rumors were true, they really do exist. He asked worriedly, but is it safe for you to reveal this to me? Ma Sang slowly pulled out a chair and explained, The situation now is hanging by a thread. Mok Yu-chun panicked. What? Ma Sang sat down and began to explain. Including me, a total of 15 people managed to infiltrate Bloodied Corpse Valley. But far more people have fallen than I expected. Although everyone passed the first gate, 11 people died at the second trial. For that reason, I desperately hope you can lend us a hand. Mok Yu-chun asked curiously, because of that monster? Ma Sang replied, yes, that's part of it. But I'm sure you already understand the issue yourself. Mok Yu-chun's heart filled with worry. Could he be referring to? Ma Sang ground his teeth in anger. That bastard is the toughest puzzle of all. That madman Mok Jeong-woon mercilessly killed 9 of our people. Hearing this, Mok Yu-chun could only sigh in dismay. Ma Sang continued, I feared you might side with him since you both share the Mok name, but seeing him coldly force your group to slaughter each other, I realized I was wrong. I'll be frank with you, after all, you and he are half-brothers. Once again, Mok Yu-chun was shocked by this earth-shaking news. What? I will definitely destroy Mok Jeong-woon. The situation is so urgent that we must rely on your help. We have no way out and will clear every obstacle in our path. Mok Yu-chun worried, wait, he's very strange. Ma Sang only smiled slightly. Don't worry, I know just how crazy that guy is. I admit he's mad. But our side has a madman no less than him. Just then, a girl sauntered in with a sly stride. Ma Sang continued, introducing her as part of the hidden guard within the Orthodox Alliance. Members of this unit are usually given a special nickname, monsters. Part of the reason they're called that is their extraordinary strength, but there's another reason. They're not quite like ordinary people, exemplified by the one sent to meet him tonight. Blue Spirit curiously asked, hey mortal, aren't you going to rest? Mok Jeong-woon replied calmly, I'll have plenty of time to rest after I'm dead. The answer left Blue Spirit speechless. She suddenly remembered something. Oh right, I told the demonic monk and Moa Jang to gather more people. At that moment the door suddenly burst open. Mok Jeong-woon asked in surprise, who are you? The girl retorted, you are Mok Jeong-woon, aren't you? She spoke up, saying she wanted to chat with him. Mok Jeong-woon couldn't help but be curious. Chat? Ma Sang was still briefing Mok Yu-chun when she, a woman whose body no longer felt pain after enduring countless forbidden spells and brutal experiments, began stripping and said, exactly, and because of that her personality became extremely strained. She then stripped off her clothes and said she wanted to chat with that beautiful body. What she enjoyed most was making others suffer pain while sinking into pleasure. Whatever kind of chat that was, afterwards she ended up with one eye bruised black and unconscious. Mok Jeong-woon covered her naked body with a blanket. Soha asked curiously, why is she here? Mok Jeong-woon calmly explained, she suddenly stripped and lunged at me, so I immediately restrained her. Blue Spirit suddenly spoke up, isn't she here to demand mating with you? Soha blushed in embarrassment, while Mok Jeong-woon replied calmly, your wording is delightfully blunt. Blue Spirit remained nonchalant, why pretend to be innocent and naive? Meanwhile Soha was crimson, covering his mouth and whispering, mating huh. Mok Jeong-woon kept a serious face and said, anyway this is a bit troublesome. Maybe I should wake her to ask the real reason she sneaked here. Soha suddenly grew excited, that's up to you. His hands began rubbing together, accompanied by a lecherous grin. At that moment 2 figures were hastily running down the corridor. They were none other than Mok Yu-chun and Ma Sang. They ran anxiously. Damn it, I hope we're not too late. Mok Yu-chun's mind kept circling the name Mok Jeong-woon. He recalled bowing to Ma Sang in the past and pleading, please be merciful and forgive him this time. I don't like that guy either, but I absolutely cannot stand by and watch my brother be completely destroyed. Ma Sang felt awkward and put a hand to his head upon hearing Mok Yu-chun's plea. I'll do my best to persuade him, I'm begging you, he mumbled. What a bloody mess. Ma Sang stood up and said, there's no other choice, stop her before it's too late. Mok Yu-chun looked up gratefully, thank you. As he pushed the door open, Ma Sang warned, I truly can't stand that brat, but because I trust you as an upright person I'm giving you this chance, you must convince him. Back in the present, Mok Yu-chun remained lost in thought. No matter how much he has changed, his origins are still orthodox. He will surely find his way back if I try hard to persuade him. At that moment, the path ahead of them was suddenly blocked by a large crowd. Ma Sang asked suspiciously, what's going on? It looks like someone is being dragged out squelching. Ma Sang ground his teeth in anger, damn it. Who on earth is being dragged out there? It's one of our own. Mok Yu-chun was stunned. Could it really be someone from the hidden guard? Just then, a mysterious man wearing a hood stepped forward and patted Mok Jeong-woon on the shoulder. Hwa-sing silently trailed behind as he praised, well done, who would have thought you'd unmask the spy hiding among our ranks. Mok Yu-chun guessed to himself, could the true identity actually be Mok Jeong-woon? To that praise, Mok Jeong-woon kept a calm face and replied briefly, all thanks to you. A little earlier, in the sealed room, Mok Jeong-woon said coldly, "What do you mean? You were planted here as a spy by the hidden guard of the Orthodox Alliance, treating us as sworn enemies, right?" She did not dodge and calmly admitted it. Yes, that's right. It turned out Soha had entered her body to answer Mok Jeong-woon on her behalf. From probing the woman's memories, it seemed a total of 4 moles had slipped in here, including the one standing before them. Blue Spirit sneered, "Those spies are naive to reveal their identities to one another." Mok Jeong-woon responded, "You're not wrong, but still splitting into orthodox and unorthodox based on values and then tearing each other apart like this is a terribly foolish way to do things." Blue Spirit shot back immediately, "Exactly, it's useless, but nothing is more terrifying than that in this world." While Mok Jeong-woon was still puzzled, Blue Spirit added, "Because everyone carries a proud ego, always thinking they're right. That drives them into reckless situations. It's not just about love or hate, it chews away at people's minds and strength to the bone." Mok Jeong-woon closed his eyes slightly as if he had realized something. "I see, I get your point." His gaze fell on Soha, who was changing clothes, thinking, "At Mok Sword Manor, people like this are really troublesome. I suppose they're the cause of many of my problems." Blue Spirit spoke up, "So what do you plan to do next? It seems they're trying to eliminate you. The thorn in their side has become too big." He calmly closed his eyes and replied, "That's not a bad idea." After preparing, Soha stepped closer to Mok Jeong-woon and offered, "Would you like me to take them out one by one?" He began to ponder. Seeming to have a plan, he said, "No need for such messy work." Mok Jeong-woon pushed the door and stepped outside with a knowing smile. "I've just come up with a very interesting plan." Back in the present, a strong pat on the shoulder rang out. "Well done." The hooded man lavishly praised Mok Jeong-woon for exposing the cowardly rats in our midst. "This credit is entirely yours." Mok Jeong-woon modestly replied, "Thank you." He added that the reward would be well deserved. Mok Jeong-woon secretly plotted, "No need to waste effort, just take them all out at once. 2 birds with 1 stone." He gave a smug smile and brushed past Hwa-sang. She glanced toward Ma-sang and Mok Yu-chun in astonishment. She pointed at Ma-sang and shouted, "That one is also a member of the hidden guard, right?" Ma-sang flinched, immediately stepping back and taking a defensive stance, ready to flee. He turned on his heel and ran like the wind, muttering under his breath, "Damn it." The leader coldly ordered his men, "Seize him for me." 2 henchmen sliced past Mok Yu-chun like knives. He stood frozen, staring intently in the direction of Mok Jeong-woon. At that moment, Mok Jeong-woon was wearing an extremely satisfied smile. Mok Yu-chun glared angrily, "Mok Jeong-woon." He lunged forward and grabbed Mok Jeong-woon's shoulder, growling, "We need to have a proper talk." Mok Jeong-woon replied nonchalantly, "About what?" Mok Yu-chun shouted right in his face, "Do you know what your actions just now mean? You've officially betrayed the Orthodox sect." He answered calmly. "How childish!" Mok Yu-chun ground his teeth, clenching his fists. "What?" Mok Jeong-woon continued. "Everything is plain as day on your face, or do you want to be treated like a spy and dragged out to be dealt with?" He seemed to realize something terrible. "You mean," Mok Jeong-woon cut in, "are you really naive enough to think the head of Bloodied Corpse Valley wouldn't know about the existence of those spies?" Mok Yu-chun couldn't hide his shock and extreme fear. "From the moment I grasped the identities of the moles, meaning after the second trial ended, the master of Bloodied Corpse Valley has been secretly keeping very close watch on them." These words from Mok Jeong-woon hit Mok Yu-chun like a bolt from the blue, leaving him completely shaken. Mok Jeong-woon added, "Let me give you a piece of sincere advice. If you truly want what's best for Mok Sword Manor, stop doing stupid things. With that limited mindset, you won't last long." Saying that, Mok Jeong-woon decisively turned his back and left. Hwa-sang quickly trailed at his heels, not forgetting to glance back with a mocking grimace. "We're off now." Mok Yu-chun could only stand there, clenching his hands in helplessness. "Wait, do you really know the ultimate purpose of the trials at Bloodied Corpse Valley?" Mok Jeong-woon halted, turning to look at Mok Yu-chun with cold eyes. "Do I need to bother about that?" Mok Yu-chun utterly collapsed inwardly and felt extreme powerlessness at Mok Jeong-woon's indifferent attitude. As Mok Jeong-woon and Hwa-sang's figures receded, Blue Spirit finally spoke up. "You should have just sent him off with those spies to make things easier." He replied calmly, "Not yet. Right now, I still need to keep the label of a member of Mok Sword Manor. If I personally kill him now, it'd only draw suspicion upon myself. Let him live a little longer." Rounding the corner, Kin Van once again encountered the hooded man from earlier. Mok Jeong-woon politely replied, "Yes, is there something you need, sir?" He couldn't help but be surprised when he heard the man's announcement. Valley Head requests to see you immediately. At the solemn hall of the Valley Head, a solitary figure stood pensively before an ancient portrait, when suddenly a respectful voice rang out, breaking the atmosphere. Report, Valley Head, I've brought him here. He silently donned his mask and then ordered, bring him in. The heavy door opened, revealing Mok Jeong-woon and the hooded man outside. The instant Mok Jeong-woon stepped into the room, the Valley Head spoke, sit down. When his gaze drilled into him, his eyes suddenly burned red, radiating a terrifying killing intent. You and I need to have a talk. The two powerful figures, the master of Bloodied Corpse Valley and Mok Jeong-woon, sat facing each other in a tense atmosphere. He leisurely set a teacup down on the table. Mok Jeong-woon, he said. Mok Jeong-woon responded calmly. Yes, Valley Head of Bloodied Corpse Valley said in a deep voice, I know you and Mok Yu-chun were brought here as hostages from Mok Sword Manor, is that correct? He confirmed. Exactly. At once, a cold blade pressed against Mok Jeong-woon's throat, leaving him startled by the sudden turn of events. You two were prisoners to begin with, so why go and rat out the Orthodox Alliance spies? You'd better give an answer that convinces me. Your life is literally hanging on my lip. Mok Jeong-woon stared at the blade, quietly assessing the situation. He's terrifyingly fast, the speed plus that scorching chi flow is absurdly powerful. Now I understand why Blue Spirit said I was far weaker than him. What should I do now? He suddenly glanced down at the humanoid statue. Blue Spirit, the girl, also looked back at him in bewilderment. Blue Spirit watched silently. There was something odd about that sword. She warned him, hey mortal, things might turn out better than I thought. Quickly repeat after me now. The master of Bloodied Corpse Valley began to lose patience and shouted, why are you just standing there dazed? My patience is limited. Blue Spirit and he spoke at the same time. Could the Lee household actually have mastered the secret to control fiery Dawn Chi? As soon as the words left his mouth, he was dumbstruck, astonished to the point of speechlessness. Valley Head stammered awkwardly, how could you know? At that moment, Mok Jeong-woon slowly stood up. He spoke, how is it that I'm so well versed in the Scarlet Flame sword technique? That's what you're wondering, isn't it? He was aghast, as if unable to believe the sounds he was hearing. Inwardly, Valley Head thought, this secret manual, aside from me and the association head, only 4 people know it. Could the association head have sent him here? Is the hostage identity just a perfect cover? Is all of this a test for me? If you can prove your absolute loyalty for life, I will agree to restore the Lee household to its throne. He clenched his fists in fury. Has everything I've contributed still not been enough? Mok Jeong-woon strode out proudly, directly turning the tables. The Lee household has certainly reclaimed its throne, so what else do you cling to in this Bloodied Corpse Valley? Valley Head pressed suspiciously. Was it the association head who sent you here? Answer quickly. He glanced briefly and replied coldly, that is not the answer I want at all. He began to lose his patience and barked, answer me now. But Valley Head was suddenly stunned by an unexpected development. Before him, Mok Jeong-woon was performing a strange movement. Valley Head thought in amazement, could this be the sword art of the fingers? From the stance to the bearing, everything was extraordinarily distinctive. Without him uttering a word, I could clearly sense the trajectory of the technique aimed straight at the 8 major acupoints on my body. A flawless move that revealed not the slightest gap. He thought in horror. The pressure was unbearably real, as if the man had truly launched an attack. He recoiled sharply. This was the martial art he had always remembered and spoken of. Now he stood with one hand pointing to the sky and the other across his abdomen, radiating bold swagger. Valley Head blurted out, Lunar Veins sword art. Mok Jeong-woon replied calmly, you recognize it. I thought at your age you'd be too young to know the name Lee Hwa Moon. He was completely stunned by the unexpected information, thinking to himself that it must be his own name. Memories flooded back. Valley Head recalled the admonition, don't hate her too much. The master I've served half my life is not the cruel traitor you think. Sir, is it true our clan are all traitors? Hearing the question, Lee Hwa Moon pondered for a long moment before speaking slowly. Are you asking that just because of the scar on my face? At that time, Lee Jeon was only 15, his face bruised and a nosebleed running down. Terrible things kept happening whenever I went to the association training hall. I was humiliated and harassed constantly, all because of the label of coming from a traitorous clan. That was the heavy price I had to bear because one of our elders once served Lunar Vein loyally. You said angrily, will this filthy name cling to us forever? Lee Hwa Moon placed a hand on Lee Jeon's shoulder to comfort him. The outcome later on doesn't really matter. As a retainer, I must of course remain loyal to my master until my last breath. but I never understood his reasons. I simply don't want to live forever under contempt. You still aren't satisfied? Wouldn't swearing loyalty to the association head be better for all of us? Li Jiang gritted his teeth in fury. Why must it be this way? It's because of that master that our whole clan has borne the name of traitor for so many years. And because of that, even though he was more powerful than most, he could only bitterly remain a demoted valley head. And yet he stubbornly clung to that loyalty. I truly cannot understand. Seeing the youth turn and run, he could only call after Li Jian. The more I think about it, the more I feel the injustice. I cannot fathom why I must suffer for sins committed by others. He always said it was because we are her retainers. You think I cannot possibly empathize with that? Since then I cut off contact and stopped speaking with him. I buried myself in frenzied martial training. If I didn't find something to obsess over, I feared I wouldn't be able to go on living. Thanks to that recklessness, I broke through to the 5th level of the Guiding Flame art, the foundational internal skill of the Scarlet Flame sword technique. I was the first prodigy in the family to reach that realm before turning 20. Li Jian clenched his fist and vowed to himself, I did it, I surely can do it. In the clan's history, no one had ever completed the Scarlet Flame sword technique. Even he had only reached the 8th great attainment. But I am certain I can go further, break through the 8th, push on to the 9th, then the 10th, and fulfill the burning wish our clan has pursued for generations. Yet that very greed and pride destroyed my life. To be impatient and leap toward the 6th before fully mastering the 5th was foolish. That impatience brought catastrophic consequences at once. Li Jian's screams rang out piercingly before everyone. The more the young master cultivated Guiding Flame art, the stronger the fiery Dawn Qi became. But the cruel problem was it would also burn the user's body, he thought in painful despair. Must my life end in such a searing death? Suddenly Li Jian felt a powerful force shove him out of the blazing fire's embrace. He turned back in bewilderment and saw his grandfather. Was it really him? Li Jian realized in horror that even his grandfather and father could not fully control the fiery Dawn Qi. If his grandfather deliberately absorbed it now, it would be extremely dangerous. Li Hwa Moon still decided to absorb the entire flame into himself. His action stunned the boy with the enormity of the sacrifice. He cried out in despair, No, please stop, grandfather, it's so dangerous. Li Jian screamed through his tears. It had been 4 years. This was the first time I had truly faced him like this. Li Hwa Moon's hand gently reached out toward him. His face remained as gentle as ever as he looked at his little grandson. Li Jian was utterly stunned, frozen to the spot. He could only stand rooted, helplessly watching him slowly wither away in the terrifying blaze. The boy could do nothing but wail in despair. That piercing cry was the utter remorse that tormented his soul. Yet he was forced to watch his beloved grandfather consumed by flame right before his eyes, powerless to save him. That horrific nightmare was forever etched into my heart. I screamed continuously for half a day while the healers treated me. Only when I was exhausted and fainted did I stop. At his somber funeral, I choked out a confession to my father that I was the culprit who caused his death. Li Jian knelt deeply, bowing and sobbing, Please, punish me. Yet no one in the clan blamed me. Li Jian's father comforted him softly, saying his grandfather would never have wanted that to happen. Take this is his final relic, the poem he left for you. He lifted the paper in his hand, struck dumb with solemn emotion. I still remember the quiet footsteps trailing behind that fluttering black sash. No matter how time's wheel turns, those beautiful memories remain intact in my heart. I truly did not know what to do next. At Li Hwa Moon's funeral to the very end, he never wavered in his loyalty. Meanwhile, I once mocked his steadfast belief in loyalty. That was the moment I made the most consequential decision of my life. I crushed the mask in my hand, grandfather, to fulfill his final wish. I resolutely put the mask on. For him, I vowed to walk this thorny path. Even if I must bear shame, endure humiliation for as long as it takes, I will wear this mask to deceive the world, steadfastly awaiting the day I reunite with my true master. He must have thought that's why I knew so much. During his life, he had told stories of her countless times. Valleyhead asked hoarsely, How on earth did you come to know this supreme sword technique? He roared, aiming the cold weapon straight at Mok Jeong-woon. Who exactly are you? Lunar vein dissolved into smoke long ago. No one had the ability to comprehend that final martial manual, and now even it was lost without a trace. So why you? At that moment Mok Jeong-woon's finger slowly pointed to the sky. 1,000 rumors don't compare to seeing it with your own eyes. See for yourself, uncover the truth that has long been concealed. observe the reality rooted at the core of everything. Valleyhead was struck dumb, astonished to the point of dizziness. He had been told many tales about her, a peerless beauty with a crimson jade bead and brows like blood-red arcs. Valleyhead smiled faintly and slowly removed his mask. She possessed strength far beyond anyone in the association and beauty without rival. Immediately he knelt deeply before Mok Jeong-woon and Blue Spirit. I, Lee Jeon, head of the Lee household, respectfully pay homage to Master Lunar Vein. You are the master of the deity. Seeing Lee Jeon, she couldn't help but smile. Blue Spirit murmured, I always believed the Lee household's blood would remain loyal. Then she glanced at Mok Jeong-woon and said, you see. Looking at her, Mok Jeong-woon thought wryly that even turned into a vengeful spirit, she still trusts humanity. How absurd. However, he could not have imagined that the Lee household could keep their faith unshaken for over 100 years straight. He had expected that this time Blue Spirit would taste disappointment, but it seems this outcome isn't so bad after all. Blue Spirit smiled and said, stand up and lift your head. How long has it been? Life and death are fickle, forms are but illusions, life shifts like a hand of cards in an instant. Suddenly, a pulse of aura emanated that startled her. Ha, he ordered in a low voice. Mok Jeong-woon leisurely poured tea. I am her aura master. Hearing those words from Mok Jeong-woon's mouth, the old man could not help but be alarmed. Sipping tea, Mok Jeong-woon secretly calculated. Blue Spirit may trust him, but I don't best to hold the Lee household's inherited loyalty in the palm of my hand. From this moment on, everything will belong to me. With that, he handed the paper to Valleyhead. Here, the old man took the paper and exclaimed in surprise, is this really the completed technique? Valleyhead pondered, our ancestors said the master, and she co-created the guiding flame art, but because of the incident back then, it remained unfinished. The long-cherished aspiration of the Lee household now lies squarely in my hands. Valleyhead could not hide his overwhelming joy. He exclaimed excitedly, from the diaphragm's shoe point to the Yang Link vessel with the fiery Dawn Chi. To resolve this so easily is truly beyond imagination. Blue Spirit, hidden in the puppet body, looked annoyed. Easy my foot, only after death and opening the yin-yang eye can I fully comprehend it. She fumed inwardly, thinking how awful that she, distracted by explaining vows and techniques, had accidentally revealed her deep ties to the Lee household. This is good, Valleyhead will only trust him more. After reading it, Valleyhead spoke up, but it seemed this was not the entire content. Mok Jeong-woon kept a calm expression. You are not wrong, the old man, puzzled, asked. What do you mean? He replied, even if the technique is complete, I must remain cautious. Mok Jeong-woon added, wasn't it your eagerness to restore the clan's status that led you into this situation? I'm just afraid the tragedy will repeat itself. Valleyhead seemed to understand his intention. He was silent, pondering for a moment. Then suddenly he collapsed to his knees. The action surprised Mok Jeong-woon. Kneeling, Valleyhead spoke clearly. I kneel not merely for a set of techniques. Once more I, your servant, vow absolute loyalty. Though you have become a spirit, your heart remains magnanimous. Please accept this from me. Seeing Valleyhead's demeanor, Mok Jeong-woon also fell into thought. Blue Spirit spoke, you see, that is the character of the Lee household. Do not doubt them. You can completely rely on them. I know why you acted so. You haven't given full trust, which is why you only taught half the method, but I trust him. Understanding your caution, I will not interfere further. However, if you harbor intentions to harm the Lee household, I certainly will not side with you. Kneeling on the ground, Valleyhead suddenly asked, Master, if I may be so bold, I have something to inquire. Mok Jeong-woon replied, what is it? He hurriedly continued, please tell me about the great battle of Hyoining back then. He repeated in surprise, the great battle of Hyoining. Valleyhead expressed puzzlement. 100 years ago, it was precisely because of that battle that the master was branded a traitor and met an unjust death. I long to know the true facts of that day. Mok Jeong-woon glanced at the wooden puppet. She snapped irritably, what are you staring at? Go find out yourself, it's fine that way. Right now, I don't want to dredge up the past or confess that you deceived him so I can handle it myself. His words left her stunned with amazement. What do you know? I just want to hear the version the Heaven-Earth Association has been spreading all this time. Blue Spirit was briefly surprised, so he countered a question instead of answering. Valleyhead replied, forgive me, but I cannot be certain I can recount every detail exactly. He remained calm. It's nothing, just tell it. She immediately barked, nothing, how can you say nothing? This is a big matter. Mok Jeong-woon smiled inwardly and thought, Blue Spirit, you should have told me the truth earlier, shouldn't you? Blue Spirit struggled to surface from the puppet to stop that mortal, stop right now. But he quickly pressed her back down. Mok Jong-woon thought to himself, is this how I uncover her past? Blue Spirit, the renowned leader of the Moon Division, along with secrets tied to the Heaven-Earth Association, and even the reason she became a forlorn, vengeful spirit. Valleyhead began to recall. It all started with her rage erupting. Damn that mortal, I'll smash this wooden puppet to pieces. Meanwhile, Mok Jong-woon watched, eager to learn what she had endured. Suddenly, a heavy invisible pressure bore down on them both. By instinct, they both turned their eyes toward the window. Blue Spirit looked distraught. What is this? Why can't I clearly see what's happening from here? Valleyhead sprang to his feet and peered out the window. While the old man was still bewildered, he spoke up. Valleyhead, he hurriedly answered. Yes, master, it probably isn't anything too serious. Mok Jong-woon asked, may I trouble you for a favor? He bowed obediently. Please, master, just give the order. He turned and left a line, I'll be out for a moment, leaving the still dumbfounded Valleyhead standing there, at a strange location where two streams of red and blue aura clashed without cease. At the center, someone was being fiercely pinioned by those two auras. Soho was struggling desperately to find a way to break free. A voice suddenly spoke with implication. So it is indeed so. The old man continued smugly, my insect poison has always been present there. At the center, someone was being painfully squeezed by those two streams of energy. Soha clenched his teeth, unable to suppress groans of unbearable pain. Inseo Ok slammed his staff forcefully into the ground and muttered in a deep voice. As I suspected, my insect poison has been here all this time. Half an hour earlier, a carriage had trudged into the forest. Suddenly, two strangers appeared and blocked the way. Fong Yang, sitting on the driver's seat, had to halt. He jumped down from the carriage and said, I, Fong Yang. He approached Inseo Ok, bowed respectfully. Allow me to present myself to the Underworld Assassin Pavilion Master. The old man glanced at the carriage and questioned, where are you headed? He replied calmly, I'm escorting some spies. Inseo Ok stepped closer to the carriage and peered inside thoughtfully. Fong Yang asked, but why did you appear in Bloodied Corpse Valley? Inseo Ok didn't answer, only coldly asked, did anything happen during the exam, even the smallest thing? He continued, we need to consider suspending the exam immediately. Fong Yang hesitated, not exactly, but there was something rather interesting. He recalled the moment Mok Jong-woon defeated the monster and reported that a participant named Mok Jong-woon had slain the beast with a scream like a pig. Inseo Ok and Roy Eugong were both stunned. He hurriedly asked, Hunter of the Week, is it dead? Jo Yoon-gong cried out in panic, Masters, it's that child, the very child I begged you to disqualify from the exam. He was horrified. What? Inseo Ok pondered, a child less than a month into magic training could send off Hunter of the Week. If true, that's an unbelievable talent. He abruptly decided, I want to meet him. He suddenly ordered anyway, go recover what was lost. Jo Yoon-gong stared blankly. What did you say? At that moment, the talismans on Inseo Ok's staff exploded into the air, and a gigantic magic circle appeared at his feet. Fong Yang shouted, what are you doing? Jo Yoon-gong also panicked. Masters, why? He quietly recognized it as a cursed energy barrier. The talisman strips scattered wildly everywhere. Jo Yoon-gong recalled with alarm that this technique could only be performed by those who reached the moon realm of cursed energy. It rivaled the demonic will domain made by high-level spirits. But why would he? A talisman turned purple-black and shot straight into the carriage. Inseo Ok swung his arm and a pitch-black chain shot out. The chain immediately tightened around Soha's neck and dragged him out. Soha coughed in pain and collapsed to the ground. Inseo Ok slammed his staff down, eyed the streams of spiritual energy swirling around Soha and exclaimed, Indeed. He raised his staff high, letting a golden spiritual force pour into Soha. Inseo Ok triumphantly, so my insect poison has been here all along. Inseo Ok tapped his long staff, turned his back and walked away, leaving those behind. The Underworld Assassin Pavilion Master was a sorcerer scorned as eccentric for his passion for bizarre spells like Divine Spirit Insect, Goo Technique, and Poison Art. At 60, he discovered a cave holding Mount Madsek's secret techniques, said to contain 6 of the one currently existing shamanism arts. Inseo Ok knelt before a bronze demon statue, arms raised, shouting excitedly, Heaven has aided me. Sometime later, Inseo Ok quietly stood before the main gate of the 64 Shaman Pavilion. Inseo Ok assumed a spellcasting stance. However, most of the secret arts in that cave had been banned by the 64 Shaman Pavilion, so Inseo Ok left the sorcery world to join the Heaven-Earth Association. From then on, he became one of the strongest sorcerers. Jo Yoon-gong stepped closer, looked at Soha and asked, "Is this the insect poison you said was lost? Thanks to your cursed energy barrier, I can see it clearly." The old man replied, "Yes, with more time it could have become a blue spirit." Jo Yoon-gong hesitated, but even like this, it's still extremely formidable. Soha was chained tightly by the hands and neck. He gritted his teeth at that man. Seeing in Seok's sly, grinning face, Soha realized it was he who had thrown him into this hell. He thought to himself, I want to send him to his death right now, but he's strong enough to touch the realm of the innate while still in human form. Soha struggled to get up and ran, determined he must inform his master. Jo Yoon-gong declared, I won't let you go. He transformed his essence, identified the enemy, and severed desire. Obeying the command, a firebird launched from his hand straight at Soha. He waved and chanted the incantation. The blazing bird struck Soha's back hard, causing him to scream in pain. He collapsed to the ground, so barked, "You wretched sorcerer, I'll send you to your death." Seok rummaged through his coat as he walked. He sneered, "You're brazen, rude with your tongue, but I'm like a parent to you, you know? Don't worry, soon you'll be obedient like a puppy." He pulled out a talisman and declared, "Because you will become my familiar spirit." Seok used his spiritual power to burn the talisman and said to Jo Yoon-gong, "Watch closely, Jo Yoon-gong, I will subdue this vengeful spirit as my familiar spirit." He issued the birth and death command. The burning talisman flew straight into Soha's chest. In the occult arts, subjugating a vengeful spirit into a guardian spirit is impossible, but in Seok cheerfully thought, if I succeed. Spiritual energy penetrated deep into Soha's body. Excited, Seok said, "I will surely tame that thing, the one always called the Great Calamity." He shouted at Soha, who was slumped on the ground now. He grinned maliciously and said, "Go, from now on I am your master." A sound rang out that made Seok pause. "Shut up." Soha painfully lifted his head and cursed, "Go die, that old man." Seok was astonished. "Ah, has it failed?" He yelled, "How can this be?" From afar, a figure approached. "Sir." Mok Jong-woon stepped forward and demanded, "Old man, what are you doing with someone else's dog?" Soha was overjoyed. Master Seok was stunned. "What?" Mok Jong-woon frowned at Soha's form of address. Jo Yoon-gong immediately shouted, "Master, it's him, the Mok Jong-woon I told you about." Seok was shaken. "What?" Mok Jong-woon murmured. "Master." He introduced Mok Jong-woon. "This is my master." Mok Yu-chun clenched the coin tightly in his palm. He fell silent, coldly observing Mok Jong-woon. The young man performed a ritual bow. "Ah, I see. Greetings, sir." "Wait." Seok gritted his teeth and spoke again. He looked up in puzzlement. He ground his teeth. "You are the master of this thing." Jo Yoon-gong also stared at Seok in astonishment. Mok Jong-woon frowned and remained silent. Spiritual energy surged around him. Seok ordered an immediate answer. Mok Jong-woon thought of the monster and replied, "Yes, I am its master." Jo Yoon-gong shouted, "What? How can that be?" Seok said coldly, "Try commanding it." He turned to Soha, "I don't care what it is, just order that vengeful spirit to do something." Mok Jong-woon casually said, "Soha, come here and respond immediately." "Yes, master." Soha obediently went to him under the horrified gazes of Seok and Jo Yoon-gong. Jo Yoon-gong shouted, "What have you done? Step out at once." Mok Jong-woon smirked, "I don't know, I really did nothing and I'm not obliged to tell you." He waved his hand to cast a spell. "Do you intend to defy my order? No matter, I'll make you speak. Annihilate desire, selfless deity." A magic circle immediately appeared on Mok Jong-woon's left wrist. Seeing that, Seok was utterly astonished. Mok Jong-woon calmly raised his hand to inspect the ring, then pondered. This cursed bead chain turns out to have another form of control. Could this be a sorcery that forces the target to obey every command? He glanced at the two of them and thought to himself, "It won't work because I deliberately gave a false name, so what should I do now?" Mok Jong-woon smirked inwardly. "All right." Immediately after, Mok Jong-woon's body suddenly flipped, causing Soha behind him to panic with anxiety. Seok spoke to Jo Yoon-gong, "So you put that on him then?" He replied, "Yes, as you can see, he still hasn't fully submitted." Seok pondered, "Among the disciples, Jo Yoon-gong is the one most like me, truly very cunning." Then he added, however. He swung his staff and struck the neck of Mok Jong-woon. He cried out in surprise, "Master." Seok ground his teeth. "We must check if the shamanic art really worked." Then he rushed forward and stomped on Mok Jong-woon. Jo Yoon-gong panicked and stopped him. "Master, I think that's enough. It surely has an effect. He has shown it on his honor." Seok planted his foot on Mok Jong-woon's face, but he still showed no reaction. He fell silent and brooded for a long while. Then Seok lifted his foot and ordered, "All right, help him up and ask what happened." Zhou Yunggong replied, yes, master. Zhou Yunggong looked at Mok Jeong-woon and spoke, Mok Jeong-woon, tell us, how did you turn that vengeful spirit into your familiar spirit? Mok Jeong-woon was silent for a moment, then answered, guild leader. Seo Ok and Zhou Yunggong were both stunned simultaneously. He shouted, guild leader, what did you just say? Why mention the guild leader? Mok Jeong-woon only repeated the two words, guild leader. Mok Jeong-woon continued to mutter something. Seo Ok grabbed his hair and angrily shouted, what is he saying? Is the guild leader here? Speaking loudly, Mok Jeong-woon smiled and replied, guild leader. Then he stood up and launched a strike straight into the old man's chest. Mok Jeong-woon's arm pierced through the old man's chest. Mok Jeong-woon laughed maniacally. Of course the guild leader isn't here. Under the horrified gazes of Zhou Yunggong and Seo Ok, Mok Jeong-woon addressed him. Sir. He laughed loudly and asked, impossible, right? Seo Ok gritted his teeth, raised his trembling hand and cried out, Yeonwon. Mok Jeong-woon gripped the old man's hand. Seo Ok muttered, no, this can't be. The old man's blood smeared across his face. Mok Jeong-woon snorted derisively. No matter how powerful an internal burst was, the human body is still frailer than usual. Zhou Yunggong quickly chanted an incantation and shouted, the will of Yeonwon pure, pure, why won't it be sealed? He squeezed his hands, broke the spell, and blamed himself. Why is this my fault? I was blinded by his talent, thinking I could control him. Then he stamped and jumped backward. He threw out two wooden puppets with talismans attached, drew a magic circle in the air. As Zhou Yunggong began reciting, the five swords' majesty and his form stabilized the flow of internal power immediately. The wooden puppet grew larger and transformed into a Asura. Zhou Yunggong continued chanting. The Five Mountains Elder urgently invoked the sect rules. He gritted his teeth, you rebel, the illusory body completed, and the two wooden puppets became two phantom god forms behind him. Zhou Yunggong loudly commanded to release his master. Mok Jeong-woon looked at him and asked, what spell art is that? Indeed, I still have much to learn. Master Zhou Yunggong ground his teeth. Shut up, have you ever truly regarded me as your master? He let go of Seo Ok and answered slowly, one day a master for life. Mok Jeong-woon thought to himself, these puppets, he sensed. Their vital energy is stronger than I thought, and I also have to face my master. Alone I'm not enough. Right now I can't even use Chungryong, all because of that Blood Song Lord incident. Mok Jeong-woon smiled coldly and silently decided to call out, Master. He said, I have a gift for you. Zhou Yunggong froze in surprise. What? Mok Jeong-woon withdrew his hand from Seo Ok's chest. Then with his other hand, he plunged it in again hard. When he pulled his hand out, Seo Ok immediately collapsed to the ground. Zhou Yunggong shouted, you brat, you called your master. He sneered and asked, are you really going to toss away the chance your disciple is offering? He asked in astonishment. What are you talking about? Mok Jeong-woon smiled lightly. Right now, the master's seats are vacant, aren't they? Zhou Yunggong immediately realized with horror. He clenched his hand and demanded, so, after the master dies, that empty seat is meant for me to sit in. Zhou Yunggong stepped forward and said, of course I bear no affection for the old man, but as a disciple, failing to protect a master is another matter. If I return without keeping him alive, who will acknowledge me as leader? He continued, on the contrary, because of this situation my position is shaking violently. Mok Jeong-woon grasped Seo Ok's blood-soaked body and said, you won't lose out. He began to chant the wandering sword technique promised as immortal, a step turning into 100 leagues. He inwardly marveled, that is. Mok Jeong-woon poured Seo Ok's blood straight into the old man's mouth. Zhou Yunggong recognized the Six Spirits summoning art. He recalled teaching Mok Jeong-woon the Six Spirits summoning art, a forbidden technique that creates spirit souls by nurturing them with the blood heart of the dead, gathering grudges to summon them back to the world. He thought a forbidden art abolished for being too evil. The problem is that to control one corpse requires countless sacrifices. The amount of grudges needed is a mad number. Seo Ok's body slowly stood up. He pondered that even killing everyone here would hardly succeed. Zhou Yunggong was astonished. How on earth did he manage it? Mok Jeong-woon looked at the old man and said, this is my offer. I give you control over the spirit souls, and you merely sit on the sect leader's throne like a puppet. He asked, you still don't want to seize this opportunity now? Zhou Yunggong bowed his head and sighed. I just had an ill-omened dream. Then he raised his head and said, very well, tell me. Mok Jeong-woon smiled at him. He reached his right hand back towards Soha, watching the black chi coiling on his palm. Soha understood and immediately smiled. Zhou Yunggong suddenly spoke up. First, I need 3 conditions. Mok Jeong-woon said to go ahead, he began to ask. First, why did the oath shackles have no effect? Second, how did the six spirits summoning art succeed? He continued, finally, my safety. Mok Jeong-woon spun the bead chain on his wrist and replied, fine, I have a way to ensure that. He tossed the chain to Jo Yoon-gong and said, in a way meant to reassure his master. Jo Yoon-gong took the ring, murmuring in astonishment, oath shackles, impossible. Mok Jeong-woon smiled brightly and explained, put it on and swear allegiance to me. If you become my dog master, then I have no reason to harm you anymore, right? Jo Yoon-gong clenched the ring in silence. Mok Jeong-woon calmly waited for him. He furrowed his brow, his hand tightening on the bead chain, an intent to kill aura surging fiercely toward Mok Jeong-woon. He nonchalantly glanced at Jo Yoon-gong. Jo Yoon-gong gripped the chain and shouted, I can control you completely and torture you to death. He loudly declared, don't forget I can force you to wear it again at any time. Mok Jeong-woon only responded with a mocking smile. Jo Yoon-gong swung his arms to control the two wooden puppets and shouted, Phantom God form. As they closed in, Mok Jeong-woon said, about the first condition, let me tell you why the oath shackles didn't work. He deftly dodged the attack from the wooden puppet. Then he smiled and explained, my real name isn't Mok Jeong-woon, it's Jeong. Remember that when you swear to me. Jo Yoon-gong pulled out a talisman and retorted, you speak as if victory is already in your hands. He thought to himself that he hadn't expected to fall for such a simple trick. First, he must focus on restraining him. Watching Mok Jeong-woon spring up to evade the puppet's strike, Yoon-gong thought silently that he couldn't break the illusory form by brute force alone. Mok Jeong-woon repeatedly avoided the puppet's thrusts. Yoon-gong calculated inwardly that the poison on his neck had drained too much spirit power and was no longer a threat. I'll use Phantom God form to suppress him, then finish the fight quickly. The wooden puppet raised its leg and kicked straight at Mok Jeong-woon. He was flung far away. Mok Jeong-woon quickly regained his balance and landed. Suddenly, he heard Jo Yoon-gong's voice chant the killing spell, Thunder Call. A barrage of lightning struck down at Mok Jeong-woon's position. At the same time, the two puppets lunged forward. Jo Yoon-gong raised the talisman high and declared the end. Mok Jeong-woon lifted his hand and quietly summoned Soha. He smiled and gave an order. A chain suddenly appeared. It quickly clamped around Jo Yoon-gong's arm and body. Soha stood behind and laughed loudly, leaving him stunned. No way, he'd recovered his spirit energy without absorbing grudges. Soha shouted excitedly, you slipped up. Jo Yoon-gong was flung and slammed hard into a tree. He fumed, oh my balance. The wooden puppet hit by the lightning gradually disintegrated. Mok Jeong-woon stepped forward, smashed the puppet's remnants and spoke, now for the second condition. A large explosion sounded behind him. Mok Jeong-woon calmly continued, the reason the six spirits summoning art succeeded. He shrugged and explained, my danchin is essentially a crystallization of grudges. He added, I don't need to kill a bunch to absorb it. Jo Yoon-gong, dazzled against the tree, was stunned to hear that. Impossible, he looked at Mok Jeong-woon in panic. His real name isn't real, and his danchin formed from grudges. He picked up the bead chain and questioned, so will you swear now? Jo Yoon-gong immediately answered, ridiculous, don't ruin this. He suddenly froze. Before him, Mok Jeong-woon smiled cheerfully, blood streaks from Ncook still on his cheek. He trembled, thinking that look was as if he were waiting for him to resist. Then he put the chain on and said, ah, Jo Yoon-gong. Before the golden ring of light, he bowed his head and pledged to follow Mok Jeong-woon's will. Jo Yoon-gong thought to himself, did my master really go this far for a disciple? Mok Jeong-woon spread his arms, I really don't know what to say. He inwardly marveled, feeling as if he'd just recruited a demon king as a disciple. In the great forest, Jo Yoon-gong walked ahead and Ncook followed behind. Though soaked in blood, the old man still forced himself to drag his feet. Jo Yoon-gong remained silent. He bowed his head and wondered how things had come to this. As he walked, he pondered, something's off. Someone else might be deceived, but not him. It's not that easy. Jo Yoon-gong trembled, thinking of someone, young but reached the sun level, with two spirit beasts as familiar spirits, truly a prodigy mage, senior brother Jo Taechung. He told himself he'd warned Mok Jeong-woon. He recalled Mok Jeong-woon's earlier words, must I do everything for you? If successful, you'll become Pavilion Master, so at least do it yourself. Jo Yoon-gong clenched his fist. Pavilion Master, yes, now success or failure rests here. He resolved inwardly, he may see through me, but his talent is real. If he succeeds, I'll both command the strongest mage and become Pavilion Master. Jo Yoon-gong hesitated, but then he looked up at a bird circling in the distance, sensing an ominous premonition approaching. Then he bowed his head to look at a rabbit curled in the bushes, feeling as if he had unintentionally forgotten something extremely important. Jo Yoon-gong questioned himself, what after all was that thing? Elsewhere, Mok Jeong-woon was leisurely sipping a cup of tea, thinking he hadn't expected the seal's power to be so astonishing. He gave a satisfied little smile. The seal even made him completely forget his own name. Recalling the laughing and crying scene just now, Mok Jeong-woon had only intended to test it by ordering him to forget his name, the name Mok Jeong-woon, but he hadn't expected the magic to work so effectively beyond his hopes. Mok Jeong-woon asked if he could take more. Jo Yoon-gong could only bow his head and reply that although he wanted to, he couldn't. He explained that the treasure was made by Gold Supreme Myung Ryul, one of the 6 divine shamans. There are only 4 in total, and the other 3 are still scattered outside. His master received this one as a gift when attending the conference of the 64 Shaman Pavilion. Jo Yoon-gong lifted his hand to look at the chain and said wistfully that someone had spent over 10 years researching to make another, but ultimately failed to decode the deep secrets within. Mok Jeong-woon propped his chin and sighed with regret, yet he still held hope of finding the other 3 out there. Mok Jeong-woon fell silent, sinking into his private thoughts. Just then, the master of Bloodied Corpse Valley approached. Kin Van looked up and asked if perhaps he had been waiting for something. He looked the man straight in the eye and suggested they continue the conversation they had left unfinished. A smile crossed his lips as he thought of Blue Spirit's mysterious past. Then he asked about the great battle of Hyoining. The master of Bloodied Corpse Valley was taken aback, pondered for a moment, then asked where he should begin the story. Suddenly a call rang out, "Hey mortal," but Kin Van ignored it, causing the caller to call again. When called immortal, he merely smiled and replied that he was currently busy. Blue Spirit's voice sounded in his ear again. She pleaded earnestly that he not ask now and that he would learn everything when the time was ripe. She also promised that if he obeyed, she would teach him one of the Shattering 8 techniques. Hearing this, Mok Jeong-woon couldn't help but feel secretly astonished. He thought with suspicion, since she gave no clues yet insisted he figure it out himself. Recalling Blue Spirit's challenge, Mok Jeong-woon crossed his arms and wondered if she truly wanted to hide her past that badly. The wooden puppet spoke in Blue Spirit's voice, asking him to signal with his finger if he agreed to follow her, but Mok Jeong-woon chose to remain silent. He smiled thoughtfully, regardless of Blue Spirit's current situation. He told himself that one technique was not enough, so he casually raised 2 fingers to bargain. Blue Spirit erupted in fury, eyes flashing, shouting that he had no morals for demanding 2 techniques. But Mok Jeong-woon calmly replied that he wouldn't agree unless there was benefit. He tilted his head to ask her final decision, which made the puppet only scream at him, calling him a crafty bastard. In the end, Blue Spirit grit her teeth and accepted the demand. Mok Jeong-woon smirked inwardly. The plan had succeeded at the first step. He stood, bowed to the host, and promised to hear the story another time, secretly delighted to have secured 2 of the Shattering 8 techniques. Blue Spirit puffed her pipe and thought angrily that each technique had countless variations, so learning at the wrong time would be a huge waste. She had intended to teach him when appropriate, but didn't expect this jerk to trick her. She turned and told herself she hated him, knowing her past even more. Blue Spirit gazed into the distance with sorrowful eyes. Perhaps she simply didn't want him to hear her past from someone else. The master of Bloodied Corpse Valley still had questions and was about to ask more, but Mok Jeong-woon abruptly cut him off, saying they'd leave it for another time, leaving him dumbfounded as he repeated his question about when would be appropriate. Stepping out onto the balcony, Mok Jeong-woon suddenly questioned his current martial realm. The master of Bloodied Corpse Valley was momentarily stunned by the question about his realm, but he immediately asked Mok Jeong-woon to give his most honest assessment. He fell into thought to offer the most accurate evaluation he could. Then he judged that, judging by internal strength alone, he seemed to have reached top tier. This made Kin Van frown and repeat it skeptically. He rolled his wrist and pondered. Blue Spirit once said his internal skill had reached its peak, yet no one seemed able to see his true power. Could it be that they can't sense the chi within him? At that moment, Blue Spirit answered that his chi was death chi, something the vast majority cannot perceive. Hearing that, Kin Van suddenly paused. He thought to himself that if even top masters couldn't measure his strength, that would be a huge advantage. Just then, the master of Bloodied Corpse Valley abruptly asked whether he was hiding his true power. He smiled and replied that it was simply in his nature, secretly pleased that from now on he could easily conceal his real strength. The man fell silent in astonishment. Seeing his expression, Mok Jeong-woon asked if he was disappointed, which made him immediately bow his head in apology. He calmly said he understood that feeling. Indeed, he hadn't met his expectations, but in reality, he'd only taken over this body about 2 weeks ago. He added that at that time, the former owner of this body hadn't even reached 3rd tier. The master of Bloodied Corpse Valley was stunned and exclaimed in shock, while Mok Jeong-woon just smiled and asked if he could believe that. He explained that he understood the man's high expectations, but he was essentially restarting from zero with this body. Hearing this, the master of Bloodied Corpse Valley expressed understanding and was even more impressed than before. He clenched his fist, secretly admiring that it took him merely 2 weeks to advance to top tier. Then he curiously asked how long Mok Jeong-woon estimated it would take to restore the peak realm he had in his previous life. Mok Jeong-woon put a hand to his chin, thinking about his former realm. He realized Blue Spirit had never mentioned it. Though he sensed she was very strong, the specifics remained a mystery. He told himself he must become strong to eliminate the common enemies of both him and Blue Spirit. 10 years to accomplish a grand revenge still seemed acceptable to him. He understood inwardly that the remark implied patience until the perfect opportunity ripened. He gave a faint smile, thinking that 10 years really was quite a long time in grand terms. Then he raised his hand to signal a number that made the master of Bloodied Corpse Valley's eyes widen in horror. The man blurted out that such a period was far too short and simply couldn't be done. But Mok Jeong-woon only smiled confidently. He asserted firmly that no, and Blue Spirit was also shocked, asking if he had gone mad. She couldn't believe he wanted to reach the evolutionary realm in just 2 short years, yet Mok Jeong-woon maintained that arrogant smile. The evolutionary realm is attained only by successfully fusing 3 flowers on the summit, creating a perfect balance between body, chi, and spirit, while also achieving the 5 prime weapons, harmonizing the 5 core life chi of a person. Rumor has it only the 6 heavens and 8 stars across the world have brushed that threshold. Faced with his grand ambition, the master of Bloodied Corpse Valley couldn't help but shed tears of emotion. Than Lin huffed and declared it impossible. If he could do it, she would be amazed, and she even vowed that if he succeeded, she'd call him master for life and serve him like a household retainer. He smiled and thought to himself to remember that promise from today. Elsewhere, Mok Yu-chun held a small copper piece in his hand. He stared at the object with a pensive expression. Mok Yu-chun recalled the moment Hwa-seng pointed directly at Ma-sang and exposed him as a spy, sending everyone around into shock. Ma-sang ground his teeth in panic, trying to flee while spitting angry curses. He cursed wildly and brushed past Mok Yu-chun, then suddenly called Mok Yu-chun's name in a loaded way. Mok Yu-chun was stunned when Ma-sang thrust the copper piece toward him. In astonishment, he mouthed the other man's name. In his head, Ma-sang's final words still echoed, telling him to keep this item. Mok Yu-chun clenched the copper piece tightly in his palm. He suddenly threw a fierce punch at the wall. Mok Yu-chun gritted his teeth and thought, "You should be hatting me, not." He blamed himself for pushing Ma-sang into danger just to save the others. Yet instead of resentment, Ma-sang had given him absolute trust. Mok Yu-chun looked at the empty bed and asked himself, in the end, what am I? He suddenly remembered Mok Jeong-woon's remark, could I just be a disposable pawn? Rage flared and he clenched his teeth. Mok Jeong-woon. Mok Yu-chun went mad with anger, hammering the wall with a flurry of punches. He recalled Mok Jeong-woon's blood-smeared face and that crazed, ghostly grin. What are you waiting for? Kill each other quickly. If you don't strike others, you'll die yourselves. He kept pounding the wall, each blow echoing the name Mok Jeong-woon with hatred. Mok Jeong-woon, Mok Jeong-woon. He screamed like a madman while relentlessly striking the rock wall. Only after the wall bore a few dents did Mok Yu-chun stop. He tightened his brows slightly. Then suddenly, he slammed his head hard against the wall. A moment later, Mok Yu-chun quietly realized, no, actually I understand now, the one at fault was me. He sat on the bed and told himself, as Mok Jeong-woon said, I was too weak and complacent to see reality clearly. He clenched his fist, recalling how he had naively believed that merely surviving would return him to a normal life. How foolish, whether at home or here, strength is what decides everything. He frowned, just wishing to survive. What a ridiculous joke. From this moment on, I'll cast off that vain complacency. Mere existence won't do. Mok Yu-chun vowed to himself, I will become stronger at any cost. Suddenly, his whole body radiated blood-red spiritual energy. He thought, I must be so strong that everyone kneels before me, Yeonmok Fire Heart technique. Meanwhile, Mok Jeong-woon confidently asserted that he would reach the evolutionary realm in just 2 short years. Blue Spirit retorted angrily, say something more realistic, go ahead and try. If you pull it off, I'll be convinced and call you master. Mok Jeong-woon scratched his head and replied, You seem a bit impatient, don't you? Blue Spirit reminded him, even I took 20 years to reach that realm and you haven't even begun enlightenment. It's not something that happens just by talking. Mok Jong-woon gave a wry smile and countered, how will you know the result without trying? My grandfather always taught that. Mok Jong-woon recalled that without trying you can't know. The same applies to the very nature of things. Suddenly his step faltered. Mok Jong-woon clutched his head in unbearable pain. Seeing this, the master of Bloodied Corpse Valley hurried over, shouting in alarm, Master. He anxiously asked Han, are you all right? Han replied that he was fine, but Mok Jong-woon's heart swelled with astonishment. What's happening here? How could I possibly forget something so important? He gritted his teeth and questioned himself. Clearly, I'm only trying to recall the image of my grandfather, yet it feels like some hand is tearing my brain apart. Even the wooden puppet in his chest worriedly asked, what's wrong, disciple? He pictured an ancient temple sealed deep within the mountain, something like that. Mok Jong-woon guessed that something had been sealed by human hands. He froze in horror as he suddenly realized, could this be related to my grandfather? Valley Head called out again, Master. Mok Jong-woon reassured him, don't worry, I'm just a little tired. What's important is I have a few questions. He respectfully replied, yes, please ask. He asked curiously, do you know anyone named Gyujeom? At the name, the man froze in shock. Meanwhile, Mok Jong-woon thought, all right, set aside what I can't remember for now. Focus on the urgent matter at hand. Valley Head asked, do you mean the 6008 stars sword demon? Mok Jong-woon, holding a teapot, spoke, yes. He suddenly remembered the moment he held his grandfather tight. This deep debt must be repaid. Mok Jong-woon pictured again the brutal demon sword that had taken his grandfather's life. He smiled wryly to himself, isn't this why I came to the Chinjai Association? Then he added, I'm not very well versed in the current state of the martial world. Valley Head sat opposite and said gently, that's understandable, I see. First of all, the name Gyujeom carries a rather bad reputation. He asked in surprise, bad, and the man confirmed it. Yes, because no one has kept their life after facing him. He exclaimed in astonishment, no one survived. He continued, saying it didn't stop there. The whereabouts and true identity of the man remained a great mystery. One day he suddenly appeared and issued death challenges to a string of top masters from both righteous and evil camps. From then on his name became notorious everywhere. Mok Jong-woon pondered, something about this was odd. The senior's side wound, he had insisted, was a mark left by Gyujeom. Valley Head poured tea into a cup and continued, there is one more person. He recounted a rather famous anecdote. Among the 5 kings of our association, there was one hailed as the Venom King, Beek Saha. He related that before Gyujeom vanished, he had exchanged a few moves with Beek Saha. Mok Jong-woon remained silent. He asked himself, wasn't he the sect leader? More importantly, did that man really fight Gyujeom? Valley Head affirmed it. Yes, is there a problem? Mok Jong-woon replied, no, it's just I vaguely heard that Gyujeom might be an anonymous master of the Chinjai Association. He fell into thought. Mok Yu-chun had once said Gyujeom might be a master from the Chinjai Association. Could my assumption have been off? Valley Head suddenly spoke up. Indeed, there were such rumors, because the sole survivor was a member of the Chinjai Association. Some even rumored he was one of the association head's trusted bodyguards. He exclaimed in surprise, a trusted bodyguard, so they still maintain that system. Blue Spirit immediately added, those people always stand guard to protect the association head. Mok Jong-woon replied, I understand. Then he concluded that in any case, Gyujeom's true identity still hadn't been revealed, right? Valley Head answered, yes, but perhaps the Venom King knows this well. Mok Jong-woon frowned slightly and then spoke. I understand, he continued. I have another question. The man immediately bowed respectfully. Yes, please ask, he then demanded. What is the true purpose of Bloodied Corpse Valley? Over on the other side, the stream of spiritual energy continued flowing into Mok Yu-chun's body. He gritted his teeth to endure the ripping pain. Valley Head explained that it was to distinguish rough stone from precious jade. Kin Van repeated skeptically, precious jade and rough stone. He answered, yes, we need to test who is qualified to become a warrior of the organization. If someone passes the final trial, they will have the chance to become a true disciple of the elders. Mok Jong-woon pondered, a disciple, the 5 kings, and even the Venom King. After understanding everything, he gave a faint smile. Valley Head bowed and apologized. I sincerely apologize for the rudeness earlier. You didn't actually need to participate in this trial. I'll have you removed from it at once. Mok Jong-woon replied, no need, it's understandable since you don't know the situation well. he continued. There's no need to remove me from the list. Let's make full use of this opportunity. Valleyhead asked in surprise, what do you mean? Mok Jeong-woon answered, didn't you say that if one passes the final round, they qualify to become a disciple of the elders? He smiled meaningfully and then asked, a festering wound from deep within would surely hurt many times more, wouldn't it? At that, the man was so stunned he went speechless. As for Mok Yu-chun, he was struggling to steady his breathing. He gritted his teeth, thinking that although he had to pause due to some unwanted side effects, he had to admit that power was terrifying. This was the only path to break through strength in a short time. Mok Yu-chun glared in fury, silently calling Mok Jeong-woon's name. Mok Jeong-woon calmly calculated that if the cards were on the table, he would become the Venom King's disciple to gather information about Gyeojeom. He smirked to himself, thinking that all he had to do was pass this final gate right. Mok Yu-chun clenched his teeth in determination. The one who strides out with pride will be me, not you. The next day arrived. The crowd around Mok Jeong-woon fell silent, uneasy. He glanced over them and remarked casually that it seemed there was one person too many. He wondered what's going on, isn't the maximum limit 8 people? Moa Jang hurried to explain, because I went separately with Jin Mogang, I accidentally recruited one extra. Mok Jeong-woon immediately questioned, you even make such a basic mistake. She could only bow and accept the blame. Jin Mogang, standing beside her, was also flustered and speechless. Mok Jeong-woon waved his hand in exasperation. Nothing said now would change the situation. He ordered, the team needs only 5 people. One of you should volunteer to leave. A hulking man in blue strode forward, roaring angrily, what the hell? I've put up with it long enough. Who are you to decide who stays and who goes? Mok Jeong-woon could only exclaim in surprise, while Moa Jang remained silent. He ground his teeth and asked, damn it, I joined because of Jin Mogang and now some pale-faced pretty boy shows up acting like the boss? Hey, calm down, seriously, why should I obey you? Do you think you're all that? Another man anxiously intervened, hey, don't you see, he's actually very formidable. Someone else chimed in, that's right, he even beat Jin Mogang to a pulp. The blue-clad man immediately waved it off, cut the nonsense, look at his face, does it look like someone who just survived a brutal fight? Another man voiced suspicion, you might be right, I don't see a scratch on him, the blue-clad one added. I heard he was given special treatment beforehand, there's definitely some arrangement here. Maybe he bribed Jin Mogang. He sneered sarcastically. Maybe he used that handsome face to charm Jin Mogang. Jin Mogang was stunned. Mok Jeong-woon only gave a faint smile and said, don't cause a commotion, I understand why you're suspicious. Then he retorted, so how should I prove myself to you all? A duel, perhaps? The blue-clad man growled, fine, a fight then. He replied decisively, deal right now. Mok Jeong-woon quickly activated his armor fitting. He lunged forward, his hand like a pair of pincers clamping around the man's face. Then he forcefully slammed his head down onto the ground. Those standing around who witnessed it were left horrified and stunned. Mok Jeong-woon grabbed his hair and exclaimed, is that all you've got? How dull! He scanned the faces in the room, thinking the guy was too weak to warrant his effort. And just now, it surely wasn't it? No, probably not. He then released the blue-clad man's hair and asked if anyone else wanted to test him. The crowd immediately shook their heads, refusing. Mok Jeong-woon declared, very well, if there are no more objections and the team is complete, shall we begin? One man hesitantly asked, begin what? At that moment, the blue-clad man staggered to his feet, clutching his head, still not understanding what had happened. Mok Jeong-woon stepped forward and, before he could regain his composure, delivered a thunderous kick to his leg. The blue-clad man collapsed, clutching his broken leg and wailing in agony. A pink-clad man cried out in horror, what the hell are you doing? Why attack someone who can no longer resist? Mok Jeong-woon coldly replied, why are you so surprised? He smiled faintly with hidden meaning, this won't stop with just him. The pink-clad man froze, what do you mean? Mok Jeong-woon smiled dangerously. We have a lot of work ahead. Before entering the trial, everyone not on this team will have their arms and legs broken. Everyone around stood paralyzed with fear. Weird crashing sounds continued echoing from inside the room. Outside, a man had heard everything. He turned to his roommate and asked, hey, did you hear some weird noise? The other, dazed, replied, what noise? In another room, Mok Jeong-woon kicked the door open and strode in. He marched in and closed the door behind him, making one person inside hesitate. Who are you? One shouted, here to find teammates, get lost, we've got enough people. He silently counted, 1, 2, 3, 4. Mok Jeong-woon suddenly exclaimed, wonderful. Another man flailed his leg defiantly, so what, will never take you. Mok Jeong-woon lunged and stomped straight on the boastful man's leg, then casually continued counting. The man collapsed to the ground, screaming in pain. Another man shouted, "What are you doing? Just because we won't accept you into the team, you attack us." Mok Jong-woon twisted his wrist and replied, "My team is full. Our purpose here is simply to break a few arms and legs." The man cried out in horror, "What?" Mok Jong-woon strode boldly into the center of the room and coldly snapped a man's arm, then continued counting. 2. Kin Van swept a leg, sending another man crashing down, then nonchalantly counted. 3. Another man scrambled back in panic. But Mok Jong-woon quickly grabbed his arm. He twisted the wrist and warned, "Stay still if you don't want to lose this hand." Then he smiled savagely and counted. 4. The room echoed with cries of pain and complaints. "My leg, my arm." Mok Jong-woon snapped coldly, "Shut up." After a while he strolled out of the room. Mok Jong-woon wiped the blood from his face and muttered calculations. "Let's see, 4 were taken away as suspected spies. I just dealt with 4 more, so besides my team there are still 64 others. If I have to handle all 64, that's going to be busy work." Blue Spirit took a drag of her pipe and remarked, "You're truly a strange one." From morning to afternoon, the tower was filled with rips of screaming sounds. Mok Yu-chun, in the middle of circulating his chi, flinched and froze. He whispered, "It seems I just heard something." He glanced toward the door and asked warily, "Someone there?" A figure pushed the door open, making Mok Yu-chun startle. "Is it you?" When the man entered, Mok Yu-chun blurted out, "Wajing medicine." The man waved in nonchalance. He tilted his head with amusement. "I didn't expect you'd still remember me." Mok Yu-chun immediately affirmed, "Of course, how could I forget my benefactor?" He recalled that during the trial he had once been in grave danger and separated from his teammates, and it was then that Wajing medicine had come to his rescue. Mok Yu-chun wondered why he was here. Wajing scratched his head and explained, "Well, there were some minor troubles." Mok Yu-chun pressed, "What troubles?" He explained, "My teammate never showed up, so when I checked the room I found his leg broken. It seems someone is plotting to eliminate all rivals." He added, "I heard the culprit is the one who obtained the 2 high-ranking badges." Mok Yu-chun was stunned with shock. He clenched his fist, already suspecting the name Mok Jong-woon. Wajing said, "That's why I came to propose a mutually beneficial deal." He asked suspiciously, "What deal?" He went straight to the point. "Do you want to join my team?" Wajing persuaded. "Your friend was taken away under suspicion of being a spy, right? I don't suspect you, but you clearly need teammates to pass this trial, so work with me to stop that guy." Mok Yu-chun hesitated. "You really trust me?" he affirmed. "Absolutely. If you hadn't had a team then, I would have invited you from the start." He asked once more, "So can I take that as a yes?" Mok Yu-chun frowned and considered. "Yes, I need a strong team to go far. Alone I can't carry it all." The face of Mok Jong-woon flashed in his mind as he quietly calculated how to restrain him. Then he broke the tension aloud. "All right. I accept the offer." He grasped Wajing's hand firmly and thanked him. Wajing replied politely, "Not at all. Recruiting a powerful master like you is a great bargain. You're the one who should be thanking me." A surge of powerful spiritual energy suddenly stirred, heading straight toward Mok Yu-chun's group. He silently judged that this guy's strength might even be more formidable than his own. Mok Yu-chun murmured under his breath, "Just as I predicted, you're truly strong." He remarked. Wajing shot back, "You're the same." Deep down he knew the other was by no means weak. Then Wajing went straight to the point. "Anyway, do you have any clever plan to stop that guy?" Mok Yu-chun hesitated slightly at the question, and gave a faint smile. He replied confidently, "I have a way. 3 days will fly by quickly." Valley Head announced crisply that the leader for the 3rd trial was, just as Wajing raised the card in his hand, Captain Wajing Medicine. He and Mok Yu-chun excitedly slapped hands. He exclaimed with satisfaction, "That settles it." Blue Spirit, watching the whole charade from behind the puppet, spoke up. Indeed, she turned to Mok Jong-woon with a sarcastic tone. "How does it feel to be stabbed in the back like that?" He only curled his lips slightly and gave a cold smile before replying. "Very good." The words made both Mok Yu-chun and Wajing falter. Mok Jong-woon glanced around and smiled with hidden meaning. "Truly interesting." Blue Spirit's teasing voice rang out again. "The head of Gate 3 is Captain Mu Jangyak." At that news, Mok Jong-woon kept a calm face and simply said, "Uh-huh." She looked utterly amused watching his expression. "First time tasting betrayal, how's that? Need a little comfort?" Suddenly a cold smile crossed his lips. "Never mind," Blue Spirit chuckled along. "Quite entertaining, huh?" The scene rewound to 3 days earlier, inside a room where a dim lamp still burned. Mok Jong-woon pushed the door and walked in at a leisurely pace. He did a few neck and shoulder stretches while murmuring, "So only 8 remain. I hope the others are all right." Hearing that, Blue Spirit frowned and cursed inwardly. "That wicked brat." From outside came a hurried call, "Mok Jong-woon." Mo Wajang rushed in, his face showing obvious panic as he announced, something happened, something extremely serious. Mok Jeong-woon tilted his head slightly and looked at her with a questioning gaze. What is it? Right after the question, a group of people bound hand and foot were shoved into his room. The men behind them stormed into the room as well. Mok Jeong-woon leisurely picked at his ear and looked down at them arrogantly. Aren't these our teammates? He said their skill levels hadn't yet reached the top tier, so he suggested they stick together. So what happened after all? Mok Yu-chun now wore a stern expression, staring fixedly at him. A surprised smile flickered across his face. Mok Jeong-woon began to feel annoyed. He rubbed his temple and said, "Explain clearly to me." The bound men below answered guiltily, "Sorry, it seems they discovered our plan, so we were ambushed." Hearing this, Mok Jeong-woon was taken aback. Ambushed? His eyes suddenly darkened. They knew we intended to break people's arms and legs. It's possible, but there's no reason to keep them as hostages. Mok Yu-chun casually leaned against the door and sneered, "Mok Jeong-woon, are you really this terrible? This gate is completely different from the previous rounds. You don't need to overdo it like that." Mok Jeong-woon stayed calm and fired back, asking where exactly the problem was. He looked puzzled when he heard it. "What?" Mok Jeong-woon chuckled softly and continued, "It's just eliminating rivals, the same thing you people are doing." Mok Yu-chun knitted his brows, watching him warily. "Do you think everyone has your heart? We only take hostages to avoid wasting strength." "How can I believe that? Have you ever considered that?" Mok Jeong-woon explained slowly. "This test requires a group of 8 to perform a swordsmanship assessment. Put simply, if our teams eliminate everyone else and only 8 remain, we automatically pass this round." As soon as he finished, veins bulged on his face with anger. "You really are. Enough. Arguing with you is just a waste of time. But we're no pushovers either. Our countermeasures are all ready." He shrugged off his outer robe and called Mu Jangyak's name. Immediately, Mok Jeong-woon's whole team gaped in astonishment. Wajang grinned triumphantly and pulled out cold, sharp needles. "This is a cartilage needle, our clan's secret technique. If not removed properly within half a day, the stabbed person will limp for 10 days. We've already stabbed these needles into your teammates, and into some of our own teammates as well. If you don't agree to cooperate, I'm afraid both teams will be eliminated together." Mo Wajang watched the play stunned, thinking it a clever move. Even if Mok Jeong-woon's plan succeeded, at least 5 people would still end up crippled. Looks like even Mok Jeong-woon is stuck this time. "Do you understand the problem now? You're trapped, Mok Jeong-woon." But suddenly a very strange smile spread across Mok Jeong-woon's face. That smile grew louder and wilder, becoming more and more terrifying. The bizarre laughter immediately made Mok Yu-chun uneasy and suspicious. Next, Mu Jangyak began to sweat in fear. Mo Wajang beside him couldn't hide his horror as he looked at him. Even Mu Jangyak's chubby subordinate was trembling with fear. Mok Yu-chun suddenly noticed faint wisps of smoke emanating from Mok Jeong-woon's body. "What's this?" Mok Jeong-woon smiled coldly and silently called the name Mok Yu-chun. "Should I send you off right now?" Irritation surged as Mok Jeong-woon stared at Mok Yu-chun, the one who dared block his way. With that negative emotion, the atmosphere around them seemed to freeze, thickening until it was hard to breathe. In Mok Jeong-woon's eyes now, Mok Yu-chun had officially become an enemy to be eliminated. As the two sides faced off tensely, cracks began to show outwardly. At that moment, he could have killed Mok Yu-chun to pass the round if only 8 remained. However, he wasn't sure if Mu Jangyak would cooperate to remove the needles. Mok Jeong-woon calmly reigned in his explosive momentum. In the end, Mok Jeong-woon decided not to take further risks. He offered a mocking, insincere smile and said, "Fine, let's end this here. I accept this compromise, but we'll keep 4 of your people and exchange them tomorrow morning." Hearing that, Mu Jangyak could finally breathe a sigh of relief. "All right," Mok Yu-chun replied, but he cast a look full of malice at him. Mok Jeong-woon looked back at him calmly as if the earlier quarrel had never happened. The truce was officially set. The next morning, both sides returned the hostages as promised. Each team would have 3 days to train for the swordsmanship test. After the assessment, although both teams performed excellently, Mu Jangyak's team showed slightly better refinement, so Captain Mu Jangyak personally won the highest medal. Seeing that only 16 people had passed the challenge, Valleyhead clearly hesitated. Valleyhead sighed softly, "Sir, perhaps you should have gone a bit easier. However, since all the promising talents have advanced smoothly, it's not too big a problem." Immediately after, the next gate officially began. Gate 4 is a test of avoiding traps in the dark and finding the exit. To succeed, you must finish before 1/3 of the incense burns out. The winners will earn recognition from the leadership candidates. The battle ended with only 6 names standing firm, including Yeon Myung, Mok Yu-chun, Mo Wajang, Mu Jangyak, and finally Jin Mogang. The sound of Mok Jeong-woon's footsteps rang slowly as he stepped outside, and Mok Jeong-woon alone claimed the top title at this fourth gate. All curious gazes turned to him, for he completed the challenge in less than 1/6 of the incense, moving as lightly as on level ground, setting an unprecedented record. Mu Jangyak couldn't help but grow wary as he looked toward Mok Jeong-woon. He suddenly smiled confidently to himself and thought, honestly, I didn't expect he'd be faster than me at that moment. Recalling the past, Mok Jeong-woon had smiled and said, "Then I'll see you tomorrow." At that time, not a single member of Mu Jangyak's team dared to step forward to stop him. He raised his hands and examined each gap between his fingers intently. Cold sweat had soaked his palms without him noticing. I had assumed these peers were all pretty ordinary. But that guy is truly a huge difference. It's the first time I've seen this. Mok Yu-chun, you've really got a troublesome older brother there. The body had long since issued a warning. If he becomes an enemy, it will be an unfathomable disaster. Right now, Mok Jeong-woon, standing nearby, was also silently thinking about Mu Jangyak, nurturing the idea of ending him to prevent future trouble. Gate 4 officially closed, and now only the final challenge remained. Valley Head observed the elite faces who had just passed this round and spoke first, before stepping to the final gate. I congratulate the 6 talents who have stood firm to the final trial. From this moment, you are qualified to become potential leaders of the Chinjai Association. Mok Jeong-woon smiled as he looked at the round medal in his hand. He fully understood that these gifts certainly weren't free. Valley Head explained the reward rules. Anyone who wins a top medal will gain access to the organization's secret, the Chinji Pill, a premium prize. One swallow grants inner power equivalent to 10 to 15 years of hard training. This precious reward would be given to Mok Jeong-woon and Mu Jangyak. Now for the reward for the person who obtains the 2 highest medals. That person will be granted special access into the Blood Trial Vault to choose any martial art they desire. Mok Yu-chun couldn't help but mutter in surprise. Blood Trial Vault? Mu Jangyak pondered with concern. I've heard tales that the Blood Trial preserves countless copies of high-tier techniques and supreme martial manuals, truly a rare opportunity. Blue Spirit watched the scene and teased, seems everyone's turning green with envy. Too bad, I'm curious too, the more secret arts the better, right? She added a reminder, studying many martial arts won't make you stronger overnight, but the more experience you have, the broader your perspective becomes. He thought to himself, broaden my perspective, huh? Valley Head continued, and it's been a very long time since anyone has won 3 top medals. The reward for clinching 3 top medals the first time in 8 years is, you may request direct instruction from one of the 10 council members, or from Oeng, Samjong-ju, or even Sagok-ju. Mok Jeong-woon looked skeptically at Mo Wajang and asked, is that really that good? She froze and then shouted, what? Are you talking nonsense? Among the 5 kings there are 3 from the 6 heavens and 8 stars, and all the 8 stars are masters who have reached the Hwang-gyeong level. He heard that and couldn't help but be astonished and recall the past. 6 heavens and 8 stars warriors with the deepest martial skill in the world. Even Blue Spirit is said to have once touched Hwang-gyeong level. If the 8 stars are all at Hwang-gyeong level, that means the so-called Blade God also possesses similar power. Blue Spirit squinted and explained further. Just 100 years ago, there wasn't a single Hwang-gyeong master among the leadership. Their level has truly leapt forward since then. Mok Jeong-woon fell into thoughtful reflection. If that's the case, Valley Head turned to leave. All right, everyone rest before entering the final gate. He suddenly raised his hand and asked, I have a question. What reward is given to the one who wins all 4 top medals? Valley Head was stunned as he looked at Mok Jeong-woon, then fell silent. Meanwhile, Mok Jeong-woon kept his arm raised, his expression perfectly calm. Valley Head slowly announced the prize. One of the Yukshin from the Yukshin 8 stars, you will receive instruction personally from the sect leader. The whole area fell utterly silent the moment everyone heard this earth-shattering reward. He paid no mind to the astonished looks. Yukshin is a realm even beyond the 8 stars. Blue Spirit inhaled a long drag of smoke and felt irritated. The leader is at Yukshin level, so that's the might of Yukshin. Mok Jeong-woon gave a faint smile. Demonic monk, Blue Spirit, our path of revenge just got a lot more complicated. The scene began to shift. At that moment, a man in a black robe respectfully clasped his hands and reported, Master of the Blood Trial Vault Guac Monkey, greetings leader Yang Mu-won. Very well. He glanced at Mok Jeong-woon, who had just stepped in, and asked, so he's the one who won the 3 top medals. Pleased to meet you, I am Yang Mu-won. You hold the secrets of the martial vault. I will guide you immediately, follow me. Guac Monkey replied respectfully. My subordinates will go down and wait there. Yang Muon slowly led Mok Jeong-woon into a pitch-dark cave. After walking a long way, he saw the entrance of the cavern appear. This is the entrance. He held the lamp ahead and reminded him, inside you will find martial manuals, but you may only take out a single volume. Even then, you must copy it by hand while still here, so consider carefully and choose wisely. Mok Jeong-woon asked Yang Muon for more details. How many volumes may I browse freely? He answered cheerfully, of course you may look through as many as you like, after all, you only need to choose one. Hearing that, Mok Jeong-woon broke into a mysterious smile. If that's the case then, that's wonderful. Suddenly, Yang Muon seemed to remember something and hurriedly spoke up. I almost forgot to tell you one important thing. There's a room inside marked by a red line. You must absolutely not set foot in that place, or you'll see things that make your skin crawl and your spine chill. Yang Muon's warning didn't faze Mok Jeong-woon. He only asked with mild surprise, what could be so frightening? The man waved his hand and recounted, something like that happened some time ago, just remember what I said. Mok Jeong-woon was silent for a moment, then nodded in agreement. All right, I understand you. But let's set that aside for now. Let's get started. Once inside, Mok Jeong-woon raised his guard, walking cautiously while scanning his surroundings. His footsteps echoed in the gloomy, silent space. Mok Jeong-woon's face wore a contemplative expression. He muttered to himself that he hadn't expected so many manuals to be stored here. It'd be hard to absorb them all in just 2 hours. Everything here is basically junk. Can you tell that just from a quick glance? Blue Spirit hesitated a moment, then spoke. That's part of the reason. But she suggested to him that he should first go up to the upper floor and take a look. Standing guard outside, Yang Muon looked surprised as he watched Mok Jeong-woon's direction. He chuckled inwardly, going straight up there. What, could you really be that familiar with this place? As he moved, Mok Jeong-woon kept analyzing. From the layout, it looked like a storage archive of the main headquarters. However, all these manuals were copies. So what's the purpose of building a place like this? Blue Spirit hesitated before answering. Maybe it's a backup in case the main base is assaulted or catches fire. Storing copies in the rock like this is extremely safe. No one knows who came up with the idea, but it's a very clever strategy. They even used formations to conceal it. It seems to be like that. Mok Jeong-woon asked curiously, where should I start? Blue Spirit reminded him to take the book on the right. He followed immediately, quickly flipped open the book and checked. All right. Then an eerie silence fell over the room. Blue Spirit suddenly froze as she saw streams of chi continuously emanating around them. What is this? She glanced around, but the bookshelves lay still as if nothing had happened. Blue Spirit broke into a cold sweat, thinking to herself, the bastard. Could it be that he's actually comprehending it correctly? Mok Jeong-woon remained unfazed, calmly put the book away and asked which book was next. She could only helplessly reply, the bottom left one, but honestly, how could anyone remember everything when flipping pages that fast? He skimmed the pages quickly while insisting that he was, of course, memorizing them. Blue Spirit stared at him in shock. What? Mok Jeong-woon smiled confidently and closed the second book. He explained to her that as long as he didn't force himself to understand immediately, he could remember everything just by observing. Hearing that, Blue Spirit was so stunned she was left speechless. She watched his retreating figure with a vague fear. She knew he was smart, but reaching this level was truly unimaginable. You are only allowed to stay here for 2 hours. If he truly uses that brain to absorb all the manuals in such a short time, that's terrifying. Mok Jeong-woon continued folding the book and asked for the next one. While Blue Spirit was still reeling from shock, no one could say how strong he would become later on. The scene now shifts to the outside. Quack Monkey was standing guard when he suddenly heard footsteps approaching. He watched the two figures gradually come into view with suspicion. What's going on? It was a young man accompanied by a girl. Quack Monkey immediately took a defensive stance, quickly drew his sword and ordered them back. This is the blood trial vault if you don't step back then. Before he could finish, a hand as fast as a cut snatched the hilt of his sword. The person was utterly calm, nonchalantly pressing Quack Monkey's blade back into its sheath. He was so stunned his eyes widened. The speed was insane. The stranger slowly reassured him. Judging by your clothes, you must be a warrior of Bloodied Corpse Valley. Calm down. Quack Monkey remained full of doubt. Who exactly are you? The man simply smiled softly. Me. He calmly produced another token. Quack Monkey recognized it at once. This was the token of the Dark Blade King. That meant the man smiled faintly and replied, I'm a disciple of the Dark Blade King. The imposing image of the Dark Blade King began to arise. He declared confidently, I am Yop Waisan, disciple of the Dark Blade King Sun Yun. The scene returns once more to the inside of the cavern. Mok Jong-woon flipped through the pages like the wind, signaling Blue Spirit each time he was about to finish. Next one. Go on, keep going. What's the next book? Blue Spirit was truly dazed now, her head spinning. Right, the next book is, wait, why is this item here? Mok Jong-woon pointed to a book and asked, this one? She quickly confirmed that it was indeed the one. He opened it with some doubt. The Pure Black Kick technique is a martial art passed down by the brilliant Pure Kick sect. They joined the Heaven and Earth Association in its early days. Blue Spirit immediately added that with some refinement it could be rated among the divine grade works of martial arts. Mok Jong-woon was astonished. Divine grade. He recalled her earlier words that high-level martial arts approach the pinnacle realm, while divine grade works go far beyond that boundary, containing profoundly deep principles. Back in the present, Blue Spirit suggested he cultivate this art. Mok Jong-woon, pleased, began turning the pages. All right. He continued to stride forward. Blue Spirit checked once more and exclaimed, even this is here. Mok Jong-woon asked suspiciously, could it be a set of techniques like the Pure Black Kick technique? Blue Spirit revealed the truth and said, not exactly. This is Taiji Gentle Palm, a chief palm art of the Wudang sect, but I advise you not to practice it. Mok Jong-woon grew curious. Why is that? She snuffed her pipe and explained, because this is the pinnacle of Taoist martial arts, focusing heavily on cultivating the balance of internal qi. If practiced incorrectly, it's extremely easy to cause conflicts with the body's true qi. Mok Jong-woon's face remained expressionless as he replied, I see. In any case, I'll memorize it. Blue Spirit muttered under her breath, memorize it. Mok Jong-woon suddenly wore a mischievous smile. Might come in handy later. You once said you can tell a sect by looking at a scar, so conversely, I can use it to impersonate others. Blue Spirit could only sigh and look at him. No one can match your imagination at that rate. Suddenly Mok Jong-woon stopped, flipped the book back, and called out loudly. Blue Spirit, puzzled, crawled out. What's the matter? Mok Jong-woon silently examined the book in his hands and asked, didn't they say this place only kept copies? She fell silent for a moment before speaking. They did say that, but for some reason. This book looks exactly like an original. The two began to discuss, could they have simply wanted to make a nicer copy to replace the old one? And would that be reason enough to rearrange things? No, she explained that originals carry very particular meanings. Didn't I say something like that? The traces are. Suddenly he finished her thought, martial arts. I get it now, I can penetrate the originals penned by the founders. Every stroke contains their habits. In other words, the structure of the technique is embedded in each brushstroke. Blue Spirit stepped back a few paces and looked at him in amazement. This guy was saying things only those at the pinnacle could sense. Not only his memory, but even his capacity to comprehend had reached an extraordinary level. Seeing her silence, Mok Jong-woon asked suspiciously, did I say something wrong? She sighed, no, you've understood completely. He smiled, pleased with the answer, so I guessed correctly. So all the meaning is contained in those strokes. If I can sense the habits of the one who wrote this book, then when I internalize it, I should maintain that same mindset. Right, mindset. His face brightened as he linked those images together. He felt as if he were standing before a great god swinging a massive mace toward him. Mok Jong-woon was stunned and quickly sensed a strange qi enveloping his body. He calmly closed the book in his hands, realizing he just glimpsed a mystical image. The silhouette of the author directly performing the pattern technique right before his eyes. Suddenly Blue Spirit's call pulled him back to reality. You, Mok Jong-woon wondered inwardly, could my reading speed have slowed down? She answered that he had indeed touched the engulfed state. He looked astonished. Engulfed state? Than Lin continued to explain. It's when the mind enters such deep concentration that the whole body is forgotten. She advised him not to force control, but to let things happen naturally, that way you gain the most. Indeed, he had just realized something important. These are not copies taken from the main vault, but were all relocated here intact. Everything present here is the authentic originals. Mok Jong-woon said nothing, quietly studying the book in his hands. Blue Spirit showed delight, muttering that if so, the book must be nearby. She directed him to the third shelf from the right opposite their current spot. He asked curiously, there? After a moment, the two continued climbing to higher levels. Mok Jong-woon slowly read aloud the title on the crimson cover, Fierce Lord Sword Technique. She smiled and recounted that she had personally placed that book here, telling him to open the folded paper inside. Mok Jeong-woon looked puzzled when he saw a small piece of paper hidden within. "What is this?" Moonless void sword wanting moonward sword. Blue Spirit appeared with a mysterious air and teased that today must be his lucky day, for the sword arts of the moon she created originally came from this very place. Mok Jeong-woon's eyes flew wide in astonishment as every subtle vein of this sword technique now appeared vividly before him. This was one of the 5 legendary great sword arts, once a signature of the old martial world. It had vanished without a trace until today. These were the final surviving moves of the moonless void sword, but unusually this swordplay had reached an entirely different realm. Suddenly black smoke began to emanate from his body, mysterious and dense. Blue Spirit couldn't help but be horrified at the transformation. His chi kept wavering and then gradually took shape. The stabilized flow was so real it was as if she were watching a supreme martial art being practiced before her eyes. You've truly completely immersed yourself in the true state of no self. At that moment, Mok Jeong-woon paid no heed to anything else. All his attention was fixed on the page. Blue Spirit sighed softly, praying nothing abrupt would occur so he could devote himself fully to realizing the truth. The scene shifts outside, where Yang Mu-won saw unfamiliar guests approaching. He asked their identity with suspicion. Yop Wai-san replied with a question, wanting to confirm whether Yang Mu-won was in charge of this repository. He quickly introduced himself as Yop Wai-san, disciple of the renowned Blade King. Yang Mu-won was shaken, disciple of the renowned Blade King. Indeed, the rumors that Oang's disciples were masters proved true. Though very young, he'd reached an astonishing level worthy to be that man's successor. The youngster inquired whether they could enter, but Yang Mu-won raised a hand to stop him. By strict rules, even Oang's disciples may not set foot in the vault. Yop Wai-san smiled arrogantly and countered, "Do you know who stands beside him?" Yang Mu-won remained firm in his answer. That rules apply no matter who it is. But at that moment, the companion produced a token card. Seeing it, Yang Mu-won was instantly horrified, sweating as if bathed. He hastily clasped his hands and performed a solemn bow before Miss Yang. She quietly ordered him to remain silent. She explained they were only here to discreetly retrieve an item and would leave immediately. Yang Mu-won's vigilance spiked. Given that token, this was indeed the powerful woman of long-standing rumor. Even witnessing her, he couldn't measure her true realm. Though he'd heard of her for years, he hadn't expected such terrifying power, a master surpassing the ultimate peak like himself. She asked about entry. Yang Mu-won hurriedly apologized but informed them someone was still inside. Yop Wai-san grew impatient, saying he'd heard a disciple had just won the 3 highest medals at Bloodied Corp Valley, right? He felt making the lady wait for such a disciple was unreasonable. The old man hesitated to say, "I understand, but..." Yop Wai-san waved to cut him off, insisting they wouldn't meddle with that disciple, only take what they needed and leave. "Don't worry," Mugun sighed and agreed. All right, come in." He silently hoped nothing untoward would happen. Yop Wai-san slowly stepped into the inner chamber. As he walked, he glanced around, nodding the arrangement matched the main vault exactly. The girl with him calmly confirmed it. Suddenly, Yop Wai-san looked up toward where Mok Jeong-woon stood. He immediately recognized his identity, guessing this was the top disciple being spoken of. The girl behind also spoke up, saying that winning 3 gold medals at Bloodied Corp Valley proved he was certainly no ordinary person. Yop Wai-san wiped his sweat and waved, saying that if they intended to recruit him as a 5-direction disciple, this level was only natural and he was highly likely to be chosen. The girl reminded him that befriending such a genius early would be a wise move. Yop Wai-san clicked his tongue inwardly, surprised she cared so much about that person. However, on closer inspection, he suddenly broke into a triumphant smile and suggested the lady wait here. He promised he'd bring that person to her right away, but the girl said there was no need for such trouble. Yop Wai-san smiled and sprang up to the spot beside him, thinking a mediocre disciple didn't deserve her personal attention. All right then, he landed right next to him. Yop Wai-san brimmed with confidence, inwardly amused that even standing so close, the man showed no reaction. Indeed, he had truly entered the realm of no self. He thought that if he touched him now, at best he'd wake him, at worst he'd drive him mad. But he wasn't worried. He was only following orders to escort him to the lady. "So don't blame me, you're just unlucky." Just as his hand was about to touch the man's shoulder, Mok Jeong-woon suddenly spun around, eyes cold and piercing as he stared at him. Yop Wai-san was petrified by the sudden turn of events. Mok Jeong-woon calmly snapped the book shut and said in a deep voice, "You. What the hell do you think you're doing?" For a moment, time seemed to roll back to a past instant. Blue Spirit stood guard beside Mok Jeong-woon, silently wondering whether he had learned it correctly. Suddenly, she noticed Yop Wai-san approaching. Blue Spirit immediately went on alert, wondering who this newcomer could be. Was he planning to make a move on this mortal? Sensing something amiss, she hurried to wake him. "Mortal, wake up now, mortal." Mortal, her urgent calls were followed by the black chi reappearing once more. She breathed a sigh of relief as she saw the death chi being drawn back into his body. So that's it, he had come out of his trance and truly realized the way. Blue Spirit urgently warned aloud, "Mortal, look to your right." Mok Jeong-woon immediately turned his gaze to the right. Mok Jeong-woon decisively snapped the book shut. "What exactly do you intend to do?" Blue Spirit, clearly irritated, said he was trying to interrupt him. He asked in puzzlement, "Interrupt me?" She hurriedly explained. Abruptly interrupting someone in deep meditation can cause total blockage of their meridians, and that's certainly his cowardly scheme. Mok Jeong-woon was silent for a moment, then said in a low voice, "I've heard that interrupting someone in trance can cause meridian blockage, is that right?" Yop Wai-san paled slightly at the direct question. Mok Jeong-woon calmly tucked the book into his robes. "So you understand." He immediately unleashed a powerful punch aimed at his chest. Mok Jeong-woon wore a wild grin. "No need for more words. You're going to pay dearly for that act." His 1,000-pound strike sent Yop Wai-san flying. He gritted his teeth in bitterness, thinking, "Damn it, he hit my throat. I can't breathe first. I need to quickly create some distance." Mok Jeong-woon lightly landed, steadying himself on the tip of his sword, then gathered all his strength and sprang backward. With that thrust, he spun his body and unleashed the exquisite footwork technique. Fluid, mysterious footwork. This was the fourth move. Blue Spirit's eyes widened in astonishment at the display. It was him. Yop Wai-san hurriedly used his sword to parry the flurry of invisible kicks from Mok Jeong-woon. The attack shook him so hard he coughed up blood. Both of them fell as if gravity had vanished, tumbling downward. Yop Wai-san, furious, immediately spun the pommel of his sword with force. "You'd better stay away from me, you drifting life." Third move, single line cleaver. The power of that strike sliced the sturdy bookshelf clean in half. Yop Wai-san began to feel regret. All the books were ruined. The owner will definitely send me to my death. All this chaos is his fault. Mok Jeong-woon merely smiled faintly and fixed a piercing gaze on him. Suddenly, Yop Wai-san stabbed his sword down into the ground. When he released his grip, streams of blue energy quickly surged and flowed across his hands. The spirit sword cried out in alarm. This was Qin Chi. Qin Chi cannot be achieved through mere training. It comes only when one truly comprehends the truth and attains a firm, ultimate peak. That means he is entirely different from ordinary mortals like us. He had truly reached the genuine supreme realm. Yop Wai-san lunged forward confidently to attack. "I'll surely send you off to death." Mok Jeong-woon remained utterly calm, quietly channeling his chi into his hands. This action left Yop Wai-san stunned. Even Blue Spirit turned her head to look at him in disbelief. Yop Wai-san shouted in amazement, "Qin Chi." Blue Spirit now wore a proud smile. He's combining Qin Chi with fluid, mysterious footwork, so that's it. He truly realized the way right here. Before, he'd only reached ultimate peak in internal force. But now, he had officially stepped into the supreme realm. He screamed in horror, "So you've been hiding your true strength all this time. But no matter what, it won't change this outcome. Go to hell." Life technique, drifting life. Second move, fatal harm of the fault technique. Mok Jeong-woon's face didn't change as he silently watched the deathly colored energies hurtling toward him. He thought to himself, "I've seen it clearly." He thoroughly understood the outcome of the opponent's move, and also saw through its vital weak point. Mok Jeong-woon seized the opportunity at once, turning into a perfectly timed counterattack stance. Moonless Void Sword. Yop Wai-san's technique was shattered by him in an instant. He stared in terror as Mok Jeong-woon closed in rapidly. What the? Mok Jeong-woon's arm flashed out with killing intent, aiming straight for the opponent's heart. Suddenly a voice rang out. "Enough!" The strange girl cut between them. Her intervention made Yop Wai-san panic. The young lady didn't bother to look at him and smiled as she commented on him. "You can withstand my third mastery chi." Mok Jeong-woon lowered his eyes slightly to regard the woman. She laughed with interest. "Stronger than I expected." He also silently judged her as stronger than he'd thought. Those delicate-looking hands hide terrifying power. Hearing that, Yop Wai-san shouted, "You bastard, how dare you!" She grew impatient, grabbed his arm firmly, and lifted him up in silence. "Your foolish action has put me in a difficult position. If you open your mouth again, I'll end you right here. Understand?" Yop Wai-san felt ashamed and hung his head. The girl said, "I apologize for earlier. This one is overly loyal and sometimes does stupid things. Mok Jeong-woon asked curiously, and who are you? She smiled and replied, Why Soyeon, the third disciple of the Heaven-Earth Association's leader. The answer made his eyes widen in shock. Mok Jeong-woon thought to himself that heaven and earth, he hadn't expected to run into the association leader's disciple here. Oh no, his expression suddenly stiffened, followed by an unmistakable look of astonishment. Blue Spirit also widened her eyes in amazement. Impossible, Mok Jeong-woon thought. She looks exactly like Blue Spirit. Blue Spirit herself could hardly believe the sight before her. It's me, the blonde girl introduced. I am Wai Soyeon, the leader's third disciple. As she was about to continue, Mok Jeong-woon raised a hand to signal, wait. Then he hurriedly ran to a hidden corner, making the girl tilt her head in puzzlement. Mok Jeong-woon took out a wooden puppet and whispered, Blue Spirit, could you have offspring? Are you married? She angrily retorted. If I were married, you'd be the one to question me. Who keeps repeating not the time to dodge the past? What can I do about it? Blue Spirit crossed her arms and affirmed, Don't talk about children. I've never even experienced marriage, so she's definitely not my descendant. Mok Jeong-woon stepped back to Wai Soyeon's side, contemplative. But how can someone look exactly like her, like twin sisters? He compared their faces and noted that if he had to point out a difference, it would be their aura. Blue Spirit is icy, while this girl radiates brilliance. Mok Jeong-woon sighed to himself. Come to think of it, I used to look exactly like Mok Jeong-woon, so this coincidence isn't entirely impossible. Wai Soyeon teased with a smile, What are you staring at? Enchanted by my beauty? Mok Jeong-woon replied at once, Of course not. She immediately pouted petulantly. Mok Jeong-woon suddenly clasped his hands. Sorry for not introducing myself earlier. I was recently nominated as the branch leader's successor. He smiled and added, My name is Mok Jeong-woon. Mok Jeong-woon repeated once more, I am Mok Jeong-woon. Wai Soyeon propped her chin and pondered. She studied Mok Jeong-woon's face and thought to herself, quite handsome. She mused inwardly that beyond his looks, his martial skill was the real concern. Under 17 and already at this level, recruiting him wouldn't be bad at all. Just as Wai Soyeon was about to speak, Mok Jeong-woon cut her off. Before you tell me, I have 2 conditions. She replied, Say them. He bowed his head, grateful for her generosity. Mok Jeong-woon said, First, I can only stay here for exactly 2 watches. Wai Soyeon waved her hand, Don't worry, I've arranged everything. He responded, touched by her thoughtfulness. Mok Jeong-woon pointed at Yop Wai-sun hiding behind her. Second, I nearly lost my life because of this guy. He continued, so I want compensation. She was surprised, compensation. Mok Jeong-woon smiled thinly. Since I almost died, I want his life as compensation. Both people opposite him were astonished at his proposal. He added, but if you kill him, you'll lose a loyal retainer, so I'd like compensation of equivalent value. Wai Soyeon looked at him and thought to herself, daring to demand compensation at a moment like this, seems this one isn't just skilled in martial arts. She smiled with calculation. Wai Soyeon answered, Do it. Mok Jeong-woon was stunned. What? Amid Yop Wai-sun's shock, she repeated, You want his life, right? Then kill him. He gaped in terror. Mok Jeong-woon was equally surprised. Yop Wai-sun continued, I've apologized and I broke his arm. If that's not enough, so be it, but I won't be responsible for what happens afterward. Mok Jeong-woon questioned, Not be responsible. She smiled and explained, He's Yop Wai-sun, a disciple of the renowned Blade King. He thought of Sun Yoon and glanced at Yop Wai-sun. Mok Jeong-woon found his tongue. If I'm not mistaken, you mean. This is nothing less than a warning that I'll regret this later. Wai Soyeon inwardly smiled thinly, admiring his earlier guts, but if he backs down now, he'll just be all talk. So, what do you choose? After a moment, Mok Jeong-woon sighed, I have no choice left. Out of respect for the renowned Blade King, I'll step back to avoid future trouble. Yop Wai-sun felt a burden lift and breathed a sigh of relief. Wai Soyeon thought disappointedly, so that's it. Suddenly Mok Jeong-woon darted past her. Not giving the other time to react, Mok Jeong-woon swung his arm. He laughed loudly and landed a punch straight into the man's face. Yop Wai-sun clutched his face as he sat up, screaming in fury, Bastard, what the hell are you doing? Mok Jeong-woon suddenly spoke up. You just opened your mouth, didn't you? Yop Wai-sun held his face, his expression showing clear astonishment. What? He reminded him, She warned you, if you dare utter half a word, you'll be executed on the spot. Mok Jeong-woon sneered, and yet you still dared to speak. Yop Wai-sun gritted his teeth, his face full of panic. Wai Soyeon also turned her head to look at him. Mok Jeong-woon said calmly, What a pity, at first I only intended to teach you a lesson and let you go, but now you must die for sure. Wai Soyeon smiled with delight. She looked him over, judging inwardly, Using me as a blade to kill? You're exploiting me to avoid the renowned Blade King's wrath, shameless. Yop Waisan panicked and yelled, "Miss, if you kill me, master will definitely." Mok Jeong-woon scoffed, "How pathetic." Yop Waisan glared at him with hatred. "What's, Mok Jeong-woon, planning to use your master's name to force your lord to back down?" He laughed and said, "Don't sully your master's reputation any further, just die and settle the debt." Yop Waisan gritted his teeth and spat, "You bastard." Wai Soyin curled her lip into a smile. She suddenly burst out laughing aloud. Tilting her head to look at Mok Jeong-woon, she thought to herself that coming up with this trick in the blink of an eye was impressive. "I thought you were all talk," she added. Then she continued, "But here's something you didn't foresee. If I finish you, everything will be buried with your corpse." Mok Jeong-woon pondered. He smiled faintly and asked, "How do you plan to do that?" She silently judged him bold and daring indeed. Wai Soyin ruffled through her robe and said, "You suit me. I'm convinced you're someone I need to recruit." She tossed him a bronze token and said, "Take it." Yop Waisan screamed, "Miss, that's." Mok Jeong-woon took the coin engraved with her name. Wai Soyin explained, "It's my identity token. It means I'll grant any request made by whoever holds this token." Mok Jeong-woon asked, "Why give it to me?" She answered, "It's the price for Yop Waisan since you said you wanted equivalent compensation." Mok Jeong-woon slipped the token into his pocket thinking, "I expected you'd kill your retainer or go back on your word. Looks like you're not that foolish after all." He said, "I accept and thank you for your generosity." Wai Soyin said, "Don't thank me yet, consider it an investment." He wondered, "An investment?" She put a hand on her hip and proposed that Mok Jeong-woon, the chosen future branch chief, join her faction. A blaze of red flame-like aura suddenly enveloped her as Wai Soyin continued, "You probably guessed, I intend to become the next association head. To reach that goal, I need many talents." She went on, "I'll offer generous rewards, take my hand." Mok Jeong-woon remained silent. After a moment he bowed his head and replied, "Sorry, but I must decline. I don't fond of conflict." She smoothed her hair mockingly, finding it ridiculous. "You just don't want to be tied to the weakest side. Unfortunately, your seniors have already been recruited by stronger factions. No one will treat you better than I will." She tilted her head and asked, "And ultimately the moment of choice will come. Do you think that decision will bring you opportunity?" Mok Jeong-woon answered, "Yes." She paused. He smiled and said, "If by then I'm still someone you desire to have." Wai Soyin stood frozen. She thought inwardly about that look. She stared straight into Mok Jeong-woon's eyes and told herself, "You're truly sincere. Still very worth desiring." Then she laughed and said, "Since I began recruiting talents, this is the first time I've had to leave empty-handed." She walked past him and remarked, "You are truly arrogant." Yop Waisan hurried after the miss. "Wait for me, your sword too." Wai Soyin added, "Let's see if things turn out as you claimed." "I'll be watching." Mok Jeong-woon declared, "I won't let you down." A moment later, Blue Spirit asked Mok Jeong-woon, "Why didn't you follow my orders?" He closed the book and gave a faint smile. "Whether she's sincere or not, you at least should have pretended to bow to that woman." She frowned in protest. "Do you think chances like this are easy to come by?" Mok Jeong-woon smiled and asked, "You sound disappointed. Are you upset about missing the chance to take over a perfect body like before?" Blue Spirit fell silent for a moment and then said, "Never mind." She explained, "That's the disciple of the sect leader's body. If we take it, my plan will accelerate a lot." He took out another book and apologized, saying that without a sure win the risk was too great. Mok Jeong-woon recalled Valleyhead's words that Na Yul Liang was currently the frontrunner for the next sect leader. He pondered. He'd secured the support of 40% of the factions. Indeed, there was no reason to pick a strong enemy for no reason. As Mok Jeong-woon stepped down the stairs he said, "Well, it's in the past now so." Blue Spirit wondered, "Why are you acting so strange?" Mok Jeong-woon replied, "I only noticed when I got closer." He looked toward a door and said, "Over there." From that side, a swirl of black chi was billowing out from the door. Monstrous chi was spilling forth. The black energy kept spreading everywhere. Blue Spirit hesitated. She remembered the man's warning that there was a room deep inside marked with a red line that must never be approached. From a distance, Mok Jeong-woon saw the cursed energy surrounding a large wooden box inside. He wondered what on earth that could be. He inspected the box and guessed that the monstrous chi was overflowing from that wooden chest. Mok Jeong-woon tilted his head, thinking how odd. Suddenly a scream rang out from among the bookshelves. A man clutching torn papers kept muttering over the secret manuals. He cried aloud, "How many secret manuals are there in this lifetime? Mok Jong-woon fell quietly into thought. Then he stepped past the door and walked straight into the room full of evil energy. A voice sounded Mok Jong-woon. He immediately froze. That voice, the cloud of cursed chi around the box writhed like a long snake. It coaxed Mok Jong-woon over here. It's so suffocating in here. The wooden box slowly reshaped into his grandfather. The man pleaded, begging this poor old man for help. Mok Jong-woon ground his teeth in astonishment. Grandfather. Blue Spirit called out. Mok Jong-woon, are you all right? He asked in surprise. You don't see it, Blue Spirit. She asked. See what? He laughed. Then it's definitely a hallucination. She asked in disbelief. Are you really going to let those hallucinations fool you? Mok Jong-woon replied coldly. Of course not. He frowned and thought, I thought so too, but pretending to be my grandfather is just too insulting. Suddenly the box howled. Lowly ghost, like you dare disturb me. Blue Spirit, furious, shouted, what lowly ghost, how dare you? Mok Jong-woon pondered, staring intently at the box. A crack suddenly appeared on the lid of the wooden box, radiating a beguiling evil energy, as if whispering seductively. Human, open this wooden box. Mok Jong-woon remained silent and did not answer. That evil energy continued to speak. If you do as I say, the one who holds the power of the whisk will grant you any wish you desire. Mok Jong-woon folded his arms and gave a sly smile. So now you've revealed your slippery nature, haven't you? Blue Spirit sneered, sarcastically amused. You're barely able to take care of yourself, yet you promise wishes to others. The box howled. What the heck is this? Mok Jong-woon wondered. Right, but what exactly is inside that thing? Blue Spirit guessed it looked like a sealed lowly ghost. This wooden box must be so rotten that sound can leak out of it. The box suddenly spoke. I thought one would have to be very lucky to hear my noble voice, yet you brought along a wild spirit. You must be a Taoist then. Mok Jong-woon smirked and replied, if you must call me something, consider me someone who captures wandering souls. It exclaimed in surprise, you capture wandering souls. It shouted, probably the same kind as that three-eyed who came here before. Mok Jong-woon frowned, three-eyed. What is that? Hidden weapon gradually transformed into a being with 3 bloodshot eyes. The box explained, you don't know, three-eyed means demon-eyed, a freakish creature born from a human womb. It continued, people believe they bring misfortune, so they're often exterminated right after birth. Mok Jong-woon fell into thought, three-eyed. The box slowly vanished and then reappeared. It sighed anyway, ever since that guy came, no one can sense my existence anymore, as if I never existed at all. Blue Spirit shouted, what? Impossible. Erasing others' awareness is against the laws of nature. The box replied, just a wild lowly ghost knowing too much, huh? She furiously growled while the monster remained calm. Mok Jong-woon said, control yourself. Blue Spirit turned wide-eyed. You tell me to control myself right now? He smiled, because I have a better way. Blue Spirit suddenly realized, right, you're great at creating familiar spirits, but to swallow one you first have to weaken it. He raised his hand and replied, that's my plan too. Just as he was about to act, the box sneered, human, you dare belittle me just because I'm imprisoned? I am the master of the whisk. What then? Mok Jong-woon froze at the provocation. Don't you want to see your grandfather again? His face darkened as he silently stared toward the box. After a moment he said, you want to be released, right? Fine, I'll grant you that. The box hurried, good, then hurry up. As he prepared to open the box, Mok Jong-woon suddenly stopped. Wait. He reached out and said, you have excess energy, share some with me. With that, he immediately activated the soul-swallowing ritual. The box shrieked, you dare, stop right there. Mok Jong-woon replied, too late. As he absorbed the energy from the box, he thought, you have more strength than I expected. I've only taken a little so far. He laughed aloud, calculating that this amount of energy equaled that of 50 people combined. The box screamed, what, my energy, my power, stop. Mok Jong-woon frowned, questioning himself, what exactly are you? Something's not right. Blue Spirit praised, good Mok Jong-woon, you've absorbed enough evil energy. It's weakened, turn it into a familiar spirit. Mok Jong-woon nodded but inwardly whispered, I feel uneasy somehow. He channeled all his spiritual power and fired it straight into the box. However, it did not shatter. Instead, it quickly swallowed the arrow whole. Mok Jong-woon muttered in astonishment, what the heck? The crack on the box kept widening. Mok Jong-woon stood frozen. Blue Spirit was also panicked. Monstrous chi swirled and enveloped the box, and a surge of celestial spiritual energy began to pour out. The wooden shard on Mok Jong-woon's chest also trembled in resonance. The spirit exchange inside the box thrashed wildly, shouting, I knew it, you are a human who can manipulate death chi, possessing enough energy to break a seal made from sacred spiritual force. I can't believe a mere mortal like you has such power. The spirit exchange laughed loudly. Indeed, you really are a lucky one. Mok Jeong-woon frowned. I've been tricked. The box shattered and a scroll shot up into the air. Mok Jeong-woon thought to himself, was this whole imprisonment just an act from the start? The scroll suddenly unfurled, startling him. Mok Jeong-woon cautiously examined the exquisitely painted landscape hidden inside. Monstrous chi instantly exploded around the painting. A man stepped out of the painting. Mok Jeong-woon was silent. An entity like this. He put one foot out. Blue Spirit screamed in terror. This is absurd. How is this possible? Mok Jeong-woon, this is not something you can face. Mok Jeong-woon sensed an immense concentration of evil energy converging at a point. In the Shanghai Jiang, which records monster legends across the central plan, this was mentioned, that among the myriad fiends there exist high-level entities one must absolutely not approach. These entities have existed since the chaotic birth of the world. Blue Spirit gritted her teeth, her face full of fear. An old man with white hair and golden eyes emerged, spirit chi coalescing behind him into a monster's head. Blue Spirit recalled this was a mythical beast-class monster. She trembled while the old man questioned Mok Jeong-woon, "Are you trembling?" He furrowed his brow and stared fixedly at that monster. Mok Jeong-woon recalled these were beings who had reached the highest realms among spirits and demons. There were ominous beasts like black crows, demonic beasts with white scales, a magic beast like a Kilin, spirit beasts, and various sacred beasts and divine beasts. Mok Jeong-woon remembered Shuo's words. These are creatures that have stepped into legend, truly mythic existences. His body felt heavy as if weighed down by lead. He remembered clearly Shuo's warning, merely facing them numbs the flesh. Even lifting your head is hard, and Blue Spirit only dared to watch silently. Mok Jeong-woon remained on high alert. That spirit beast was right before his eyes. He told himself this was truly a world far beyond comprehension, a calamity not explainable by reason. The old man pointed a single finger at the ground, and Mok Jeong-woon was immediately suppressed, collapsing to his knees, his head forced down hard against the earth. The spirit beast raised a hand and murmured, "I was going to crush you until you were completely dead." Mok Jeong-woon ground out, "You're certainly strong, even after being sealed before." The spirit beast's eyes flashed. He growled angrily, "How dare you speak of spiritual power before me? Though weakened after millennia of imprisonment, a little worm like you dares to judge me." Though his body was crushed until he could hardly breathe, Mok Jeong-woon still forced a faint, defiant smile. "You worm, the gap in strength is obvious. This is your idea of being weak." The spirit beast curled its lip in mockery, waggling a finger. "Indeed, you really are a strange one." His spirit energy was continuously drawn toward the enemy. The spirit beast continued sarcastically, "A resurrected being paired with wandering souls, truly an absurd combination." Blue Spirit shouted, "Master, right now." She was struck by a torrent of powerful spirit chi. She sprang out, swift as a blade, snatching up the wooden puppet that had been flung aside. The spirit beast glanced at Blue Spirit and exclaimed, "Not bad at all." A stream of black chi shot from the old man straight at her. The vicious spirit beast said, "I'm hungry, eating you might just fill the gap." The cords of spirit energy began to tighten around Blue Spirit's body. She screamed in agonized despair. The spirit beast roared, "I am the king of death, an entity forged from accumulated resentment and delusion. Hand over your spirit power to my master at once." At that moment, Mok Jeong-woon leapt up and charged straight at the enemy. Though the old man was still engrossed in siphoning Blue Spirit's spirit chi, one of his arms flicked up and beckoned toward Mok Jeong-woon. He was instantly crushed under a terrifying pressure. His whole body slammed hard onto the unyielding ground. Mok Jeong-woon coughed and choked in pain. The spirit beast swept its hand sideways, the fingertips subtly directing roiling monstrous chi. Mok Jeong-woon's body completely lost control, battered by monstrous chi from all directions. He gritted his teeth, enduring bone-deep pain. Zoha appeared, shouting anxiously, "Master." He controlled the chains that shot out, wrapping tightly around the spirit beast, and yelled. Yet the old man easily shattered the chains. The spirit beast turned and said, "You're a troublesome spirit too," causing Soha to cry out in shock. "What?" The spirit beast snapped its fingers arrogantly. "You will pay for daring to touch my body." Both of Soha's arms suddenly were severed from his body. He screamed in unbearable pain. Mok Jeong-woon forced himself up. The spirit beast stood motionless, casually watching the three as they struggled for breath. Blue Spirit painfully lifted her head to look up. Mok Jeong-woon's body was covered in wounds. He muttered with a smile, "This really is the worst-case scenario." The spirit beast swooped to his face and taunted, still able to smile. How amusing, now I'm even more eager to see your terror-stricken expression. A man standing outside the chamber suddenly appeared and shouted, "What's the hell is going on here?" He growled, "Who are you?" The spirit beast turned to look at the newcomer. "Oh, it's you." The old man reached out toward him. "I've wanted to swallow you for a long time." The man recoiled in panic. The spirit beast immediately cast a spell, yet the man remained unharmed. The spirit beast stared at its hands in astonishment. What's going on? He pondered, could it be because of that thread? What did that guy do? The spirit beast suddenly clicked its tongue. "That's enough, pull back." Meanwhile, the man panicked and fled. The spirit beast immediately gave chase, but the moment it touched the red line on the ground, it was slammed back inward by an invisible barrier. He screamed in panic, "What the hell is this?" Mok Jong-woon squinted, quickly catching the crucial point. He shouted to Soha and Blue Spirit, "Get out of here." Mok Jong-woon forced himself toward the barrier. Soha and Blue Spirit also hurriedly sprinted away. The spirit beast stretched out a hand and howled, "You think you can escape?" The instant Soha and Blue Spirit cleared the room, the beast yanked Mok Jeong-woon back. Blue Spirit shouted Mok Jeong-woon. Soha also screamed his name, "Young Master." Black chains coiled tightly around his body. The spirit beast sneered, "Not bad, taking advantage of such a brief gap." Mok Jeong-woon replied with difficulty, "You're really troublesome." The old beast gritted his teeth, "I'm the one who's troubled, never expected someone not yet saint level to possess such formidable power." Mok Jeong-woon suddenly brought up his earlier proposal again. He smiled, "You promised if I released you, you'd grant me a wish, does that still stand?" The spirit beast pondered, "A wish?" He answered, "Yes, for I am the one who unsealed you, right?" A crafty gleam flashed in the beast's eyes. "Don't make me laugh, you're just chasing your own greed." Mok Jeong-woon growled, "All those years of theater, enough, I'm in a good mood today." The spirit beast asked in surprise, "Strange, you're not afraid, or is it?" The chain tightened around Mok Jeong-woon. The beast challenged, "You think you won't die?" Mok Jeong-woon smiled, "At least I can say I'm not an ordinary person." The old beast looked up at him, "You endure better than I thought, I'll try tearing your leg off then." He retorted, "Do what you want, but if I die, you won't be able to leave here either." The spirit beast stroked his beard and asked, "So if I spare you, you'll release me?" He said that, "Yet aren't you also very afraid of death?" Mok Jeong-woon replied coldly, "I'm not someone who clings to life, everyone dies eventually." The beast wondered, "Then why beg to live?" He growled, eyes wide, "Because there is still one who must die by my hand." The spirit beast's eyes flashed, "Revenge, huh?" He turned, intrigued, "So what you want is merely to keep your life?" Mok Jeong-woon answered, "I have no face to ask for more." The beast nodded in approving acknowledgement. The spirit beast snapped his fingers and Mok Jeong-woon fell to the ground. "All right," he said, "I'm in a good mood, I'll humor you a bit." Mok Jeong-woon sat up. He examined the arm with the chain tightened to the joint, then let out a breath. Mok Jeong-woon gritted his teeth and used his left hand to realign the joint of his right arm. The spirit beast laughed loudly, "Look at this kid." Mok Jeong-woon murmured, "This arm probably won't be usable for a while." He glanced toward Blue Spirit and Soha, who were safely standing at a distance. Mok Jeong-woon thought to himself there was only one chance left, even if just a fleeting moment. The spirit beast suddenly spoke, but listened carefully. "Mortal," the strands of monstrous chi began to coil around him. The spirit beast scoffed, questioning, "Do I really have to make a deal with you?" He declared he could seize this body. Mok Jeong-woon glanced at the enemy's sinister face and frowned in wonder. Everything is just too deceptive. Mok Jeong-woon watched the spirit beast sneer maliciously, thinking to himself he never trusted people, but this creature was even less trustworthy. Perhaps from living so long, it never showed the slightest weakness. He frowned, telling himself this time he must prepare for the worst. "Grandpa, I'm afraid I can no longer avenge you." A golden yellow gleam flashed in the spirit beast's eyes as he spoke. But now, mortal, the strands of monstrous chi suddenly coiled tightly around Mok Jeong-woon's body. Blue Spirit cried out in alarm, "Mok Jeong-woon." Soha also shouted anxiously, "Master." The spirit beast sneered, snarling, "Do I really have to cut a bargain with you?" He gritted his teeth, eyes flashing as he looked the beast over. The spirit beast laughed loudly and arrogantly said, "I could take your body myself right now." Mok Jeong-woon gave a bitter chuckle, thinking, what a nuisance. He watched and pondered. He distrusted humans, yet this spirit beast was even more suspect. Maybe living too long made it ruthless even about trivial things. He told himself he must steal his mind this time. Mok Jeong-woon sadly blamed himself. "Grandpa, I'm afraid I can't avenge you anymore." Blue Spirit and Soha stared at Mok Jeong-woon with worried eyes. Mok Jeong-woon glanced at Blue Spirit and Soha, forcing a smile to reassure them. Blood soaked his face and he managed a strained laugh. He looked at them and asked himself, why did I ever think I could get revenge? Even after death, Blue Spirit and Soha carried resentment, becoming vengeful wandering souls. So what about me? Mok Jong-woon raised his hand, thinking inwardly, is my hatred less than theirs? He clenched his teeth. Mok Jong-woon clenched his fist and grabbed the drifting black chi. He told himself. No way. The spirit beast was stunned to see its monstrous chi sharpened by Mok Jong-woon. It barked, you bastard, what are you doing? The monstrous chi gathered at his right arm. Mok Jong-woon gritted his teeth, screaming inwardly, more and more. More and more, the hatred down to his marrow erupted violently from deep within his heart. Blue Spirit cried out in surprise. She felt this aura was terrifyingly dense. The monstrous chi gradually transformed into a long spear connected to Mok Jong-woon's arm. Blue Spirit thought in astonishment that people say only those who reach ultimate enlightenment can wield such spirit weaponry. She froze, wondering, but what's with that color? Mok Jong-woon. Mok Jong-woon's eyes flashed red as he swung his arm, and the spear's blade slashed straight toward the spirit beast, its force like a cut tearing through the void. The spirit chains loosened, and Mok Jong-woon dropped to the ground. He then lunged at the spirit beast again, making the creature mutter in horror. It's him again. How can a reincarnate handle death chi this proficiently? It spread spirit power across its hands and roared, weird, utterly weird. Mok Jong-woon stared at it and immediately froze. Beside the spirit beast, a giant hand made of spirit energy suddenly appeared. He exclaimed, very interesting. He ground his teeth and declared, I'll cut you open to find the answers. Mok Jong-woon thought angrily that he couldn't even plug the smallest gap yet. He charged straight at his opponent. Suddenly, blazing red spirit hands appeared around him to assist. Blue Spirit thought to herself, use this move. The blood-red hands kept latching onto the spirit beast. He roared in anger, you wandering spirit brat. Mok Jong-woon looked up in surprise and suddenly saw a figure flash by. Blue Spirit rushed in, pouring all her strength into supporting Mok Jong-woon. Seeing the dense streams of spirit energy attacking with her silhouette, he froze for a moment. Blue Spirit gritted her teeth and called his name, Mok Jong-woon. She shouted and ran off. Mok Jong-woon stood dumbfounded watching her. Then he immediately turned and dashed toward the exit. He turned his head back wondering why. He thought even a wandering spirit that scavenges for food wouldn't risk their life like this. Could she think she'd avenge her own sake? Impossible, he asked himself, so why did she help him so much? The spirit beast was now choking Blue Spirit. He sneered. I thought it was just a stray ghost, but it isn't. He opened his mouth and drained her spirit energy, feeling satisfied. That's enough to soothe my hunger for now. Mok Jong-woon froze and turned to look at Blue Spirit, his eyes full of questions. Why? Blue Spirit tilted her head to look at him. She tried to signal him with her mouth. Go now. Mok Jong-woon's eyes widened in horror. He clenched his teeth and turned back around. Mok Jong-woon stopped in his tracks. The spirit beast, seeing him halt, was visibly astonished. Mok Jong-woon raised 2 fingers, and death chi immediately condensed into a razor-sharp blade atop his fingertip. The spirit beast asked in surprise, what are you doing? He lifted his hand and pointed the blade straight into the air. Then Mok Jong-woon plunged the blade straight into his own chest. Blue Spirit opened her eyes in shock. The spirit beast was stunned, not understanding what was happening. At that moment, Mok Jong-woon vomited a mouthful of fresh blood. Blood kept flowing from the corners of his mouth. Mok Jong-woon suddenly spoke, Elder. He raised his head to look at the spirit beast and declared, you will be imprisoned here forever. The beast released Blue Spirit's throat, ran over to the slumped Mok Jong-woon and shouted loudly. He lunged forward to seize Mok Jong-woon's body. He grabbed his hair and screamed, you're insane. The spirit beast thought through gritted teeth that if this guy died, everything would end and it could never escape this place, if he died. Suddenly, Mok Jong-woon reached out and seized the beast's arm. Mok Jong-woon looked up with a sardonic smile. Hey, you're really not easy to cooperate with. Mok Jong-woon began to perform a spell, causing the spirit beast to realize in shock. It wondered to itself, could this guy really be doing this for real? Without hesitation, Mok Jong-woon used the swallowing ritual, forcefully siphoning the opponent's spirit energy. He inwardly smirked, just as I predicted, it's trying to dodge this ritual for fear of disrupting its control over spirit power. It's a life-or-death gamble, but I won in the end. Seeing the spirit beast's unwilling face, he thought coldly, you won't be able to leave this place without my presence. The spirit beast grabbed Mok Jong-woon's head with its hand and snarled, you vermin dare pull tricks. Stop right there. With that, it slammed Mok Jong-woon's head hard onto the ground. Mok Jong-woon showed no fear. The more brutal the beast's blows, the more he smiled arrogantly. The spirit beast roared, I'll tear you limb from limb. Before it could finish, Blue Spirit's spirit energy surrounded it. Blue's spirit lunged like a lightning bolt. The furious beast shouted, "You damned ghost." She knit her brows sternly, "Don't underestimate me." Mok Jeong-woon suddenly burst into a refreshing laugh that made the spirit beast falter. He laughed like a madman. The spirit beast, frightened, froze in place. It glanced over and met Mok Jeong-woon's bone-deep, vengeful gaze. The spirit beast stood speechless, horrified, and paralyzed. A thought echoed in its mind, "I'm so exalted." Its spirit energy gradually drained. It lamented inwardly, "Aren't I the king of death, one of the six greats, and yet reduced to this?" The spirit beast looked at Mok Jeong-woon's manic grin and wondered, "Must I bow to an ordinary human?" A creeping fear made it recoil. "Am I feeling fear?" Mok Jeong-woon kept laughing aloud. The spirit beast gritted its teeth, thinking, "The king of death, one of the six demonic commanders, brought low like this." It looked at Mok Jeong-woon's crazed face and bitterly thought, all because of such a pathetic human. The extreme terror panicked it into asking itself, could it be that it was truly afraid? The spirit beast growled, "Impossible." It bellowed, "I've lived for thousands of years, I've sown terror among countless beings, and now I'm afraid of an ordinary human." Spirit energy erupted from its whole body as it screamed, "You're asking for death." A brilliant blue surge of spirit force shot straight at Mok Jeong-woon. Blue spirit cried out in surprise, could it be an astral form? The energy pierced Mok Jeong-woon. He screamed in pain as a pale blue light flickered in his eyes and at the corners of his mouth, eerily. Blue spirit panicked, "Not good, this is astral projection, it's trying to seize Mok Jeong-woon's body. Even Mok Jeong-woon can't fight the spirit beast in this state." At that moment, Mok Jeong-woon suddenly remembered the sensor and the talisman sealing the door. He immediately regained consciousness, causing the spirit beast's soul to be flung back out. It suffered a backlash, screaming in desperate pain. It stammered, "You, who exactly are you?" Mok Jeong-woon stared at it, and the spirit beast yelled again. Inside the beast, the image of the talisman appeared, pressing directly into its mind. The spirit beast clutched its head in agony. "That thing, what is that?" Mok Jeong-woon looked up, his voice hardening. "What are you doing?" The spirit beast snarled, "You bastard." He immediately spat blood. He flung Mok Jeong-woon's arm away and screamed wildly. "You!" Mok Jeong-woon's eyes widened in shock. The spirit beast's body began to shift, its screams continuing without pause. "How dare you do this?" Blue spirit and Mok Jeong-woon froze in unison as the spirit beast cried out, full of rage. Before them, a giant golden eye opened. A monster appeared, roaring, "You forced me to reveal my true form." It bellowed, "I'll kill you." Suddenly the spirit beast froze. It looked at Mok Jeong-woon's hand, wondering, what? The energy was being drained just a moment ago. It glanced toward where the spirit force was being pulled and questioned itself. But where did it come from? The wooden box was frantically absorbing the spirit beast's spirit energy. It horrifiedly recognized fragments of the sacred wood. The spirit beast gritted its teeth, it's siphoning energy. "No way, don't tell me that all this time." It screamed to stop immediately. The painting scroll suddenly flew up, spirit energy swirling around it. The painting slowly unfurled. A dazzling light poured forth from within. Spirit energy exploded, continuously constricting the spirit beast's body. Mok Jeong-woon sneered, "Just as I expected. Sealing an entity of this level requires a sacred relic. I guessed correctly that it would reactivate when the evil energy was drained." He smiled. The spirit beast struggled in desperation. This kind of seal is child's play. It meant nothing at all. It suddenly halted. From above, Blue Spirit and Mok Jeong-woon leapt down together. The two of them teamed up and kicked the spirit beast straight toward the unfurling painting. Mok Jeong-woon glanced at it with a look of contempt. The spirit beast screamed in excruciating pain. Blue Spirit frowned, seeing it worked. Mok Jeong-woon's body was smeared with blood, yet he still wore a confident smile. The spirit beast snarled angrily, "Don't let me see you again." With that done, Blue Spirit and Mok Jeong-woon stood watching as the spirit beast was completely sucked into the painting. A flash of light flared, the beast's image appearing clearly on the painting's surface. The scroll immediately rolled back up. The wooden box gradually reformed, its cracks disappearing entirely. The fragments automatically snapped back into a box, which slowly settled onto the wooden table. The cracks faded away, and the excess spirit energy dissipated. Blue Spirit and Mok Jeong-woon silently watched as things returned to their original stillness. He staggered and said, "Finally it's over." Mok Jeong-woon clutched his wound, muttering, "What a hassle." He crouched down on the floor, while Blue Spirit sprawled out beside him. She panted, "Good thing the seal reactivated. What a stroke of luck." When she saw Mok Jeong-woon sit up, Blue Spirit softly called out, then immediately noticed cracks forming on his skin. Mok Jeong-woon's face gradually became lusterless, revealing a faint inner glow of spirit energy. Spirit energy from all directions began to converge around Mok Jeong-woon, leaving Blue Spirit inwardly astonished. Could this be Hwangal-talti? Hwangal-talti is the state when someone awakens beyond the ultimate peak, fully opening both the Ren and Du channels. They can wield vital energy far beyond previous limits. Blue Spirit smiled to herself, thinking that the body's rapid self-regeneration was indeed a Chwangal Talti, usually seen only when one reaches the flowering realm. She watched Mok Jeong-woon's body progressively recover and pondered, yet he still hasn't broken through that wall. His body is evolving to absorb the spirit beast's energy. Strange, he's walking a completely different path. Blue Spirit thought silently, maybe so. The outpouring spirit energy healed Mok Jeong-woon gradually. Blue Spirit felt moved, perhaps we're witnessing the birth of a new kind of high master. After a while his wounds completely vanished. He quietly sat up. He raised his hand and contemplatively watched the remaining threads of spirit energy. Mok Jeong-woon clenched his fist, thinking to himself that his body felt light. This is the true state of transcendence. He pondered, the pain from his wounds had vanished, his fists felt firmer and much stronger. Is this simply luck? He reflected on this newfound strength. Then Mok Jeong-woon fell silent. He recalled the conversation with Jo Yoon-gong about how no one had ever converted a spirit beast into spirit energy. Back then Mok Jeong-woon replied, yes, that's what I've heard. Jo Yoon-gong folded his arms and said, I don't know who told you that, but Jo Yoon-gong continued, it's not impossible. Actually, 2 people have done it. He thought of those 2 and went on, I didn't believe it either, but they exist. Those who manipulate spirit energy and turn spirit beasts into spirit energy are called gods. Jo Yoon-gong concluded they had reached the Bang Shin realm. Then he warned, don't worry about them, they're beings from another world and one of them originally was one. Let's not dwell on it, just know they truly exist. Mok Jeong-woon gave a faint smile, thinking he still had a long way to go. Suddenly Blue Spirit called out, Mok Jeong-woon. He turned his head to look at her and immediately straightened up. On her body, tiny shards began to fall off. A large crack appeared across her neck and face. Mok Jeong-woon stood frozen, stunned into silence. Seeing the blackened cracks spreading over Blue Spirit, Mok Jeong-woon called out, dumbfounded. Mok Jeong-woon hurriedly looked back at Blue Spirit when he heard his name called. His eyes widened in terror. Her body was gradually disintegrating. The spreading cracks had covered that beautiful face. Mok Jeong-woon stood rooted, not knowing what to do. He softly called her name. Blue Spirit weakly replied, transformation, huh, interesting, though you don't look any different on the outside. Mok Jeong-woon spoke gravely, perhaps in the next 2 years you'll truly reach the evolutionary stage. Your energy has already weakened a lot. Hang in there. Blue Spirit waved it off, I'm saving you not out of pity, I'm not doing this for thanks. He asked puzzled, why are you helping me? Blue Spirit smiled teasingly, if you croak, everything ends, are you sad I'm about to disappear? Mok Jeong-woon was silent for a moment, then asked, are you really going to disappear? She answered, there's no hope left for me. Don't be sad, though I suspect you won't be. Just one thing, promise me. Please get revenge for me. Mok Jeong-woon quickly waved it off. We'll deal with that after you recover. She looked at him suspiciously. Huh. Immediately, the black chi flowed rapidly into her body. Blue Spirit stared in shock at Mok Jeong-woon's hand clutching hers. He was sharing his remaining demonic chi with her. The amount was not only large but intensely concentrated, helping her recover quickly. I'm almost at the Navy Spirit realm myself, she said. Soon after, Blue Spirit's body cracked and began to glow. Her wounds closed up rapidly. Regaining vitality, Blue Spirit glanced up at Mok Jeong-woon. She was now able to stand. Blue Spirit looked down at herself in horror, exclaiming, what the? He smiled gently. Looks like I'm not the only one getting lucky. Mok Jeong-woon recalled the yin-yang school texts. Those who reach the Navy Spirit can materialize illusions, far surpassing ordinary phantasms. That power can even rival an ominous beast. Perhaps this is fate. Mok Jeong-woon cut her off, so what did you just say? Blue Spirit hurriedly covered her face, bashfully asking, what do you want me to do? They chatted happily. She laughed, from now on call me Navy Spirit. Mok Jeong-woon replied, just call you Blue Spirit like before, you liked that name. She shouted in annoyance. Nearby, Soha trembled as he called Master. The 2 of them immediately turned toward him. Blue Spirit asked on Soha's behalf, mortal, do you have any demonic chi left? The scene shifted. Soha was transforming into Yang Mu-won form, waving goodbye to him. I'll wait there. Remember to come back for me. Blue Spirit threw up her hands. She was really excited. Mok Jeong-woon smiled. Of course, she just ranked up and got herself a body. In flashback, she was close to reaching Navy Spirit and only needed a bit of demonic chi to break through. Then they defeated Yang Mu-won, who tried to trigger the trap, and let Soha take him over. She seemed very pleased. Mok Jeong-woon smiled and looked back. I think mostly it's because she'll get to study that pile of books. She is a fighter after all, truly something. Let's go. Soho was still engrossed in the stack of books on the shelf. When he noticed the two had vanished, he fell silent. He stepped closer to the seal. Soho thought to himself, beautiful just like before. Immortal wood, could it really hide such terrifying power? Earlier Mok Jeong-woon had said it might be best to leave it here for a while. Then Soha, curious, asked, aren't you taking it? Mok Jeong-woon gently explained. I think bringing it now would only cause harm. Best not to touch it. If anyone sneaks in or comes after it, let me know. Soha rolled his eyes, pondering his master's instructions. But he still wondered why such a dangerous thing was left here. And there's that supposedly immortal three-eyes demonic beast mentioned before. What is his master up to? Suddenly a strange silhouette appeared. Soha fell into thoughtful silence. Then he sighed and walked away. Well, I guess everything will work out in the end. The scene shifts outside. Dusk was beginning to fall. Quack Monkey stood guard outside, thinking to himself that he was late. She said he'd be late, but this is a bit much. I wonder if something happened. Should I go out? Just as he turned, Mok Jeong-woon appeared, startling Quack Monkey. He asked cheerfully, have you been waiting long? Quack Monkey thought in shock, what the hell? Before entering the library, his aura was that of a top-tier expert, but now, I can't sense anything at all. Both his aura and presence were unbelievably weak. Even though he just walked past me, what secret technique did he learn in there to become like this? Mok Jeong-woon smiled and stepped forward. Shall we go? Quack Monkey was still stunned. I really can't figure him out. Who knows how this final trial will play out? The scene shifts to night. The moon had risen high, casting bright light over the world. A lone figure walked silently, the person's body armed to the teeth. It was the Five Kings Lightning Fist King. The Lightning Fist King's eyes silently scanned the surroundings. He thought to himself that the Dark Sect's mansion, one of the three sects, always exuded a terrifying, unsettling air. No matter how many times you come here, it's the same. Suddenly a strange, mocking laugh came from behind. You're here. We last met at the contest 2 months ago, right? Lightning Fist King calmly glanced back. Long time no see. It was the Dark Sect's leader, one of the most powerful forces among the three sects. Lightning Fist King asked with disdain, you still keep that disguise on? He only smiled slyly. That's the rule. He frowned and replied, I know the Dark Sect specializes in intelligence and records, so only the sect leader knows his real face and gender. I get that, but it still feels off to look at. Lightning Fist King quietly observed the elaborately made-up figure before him. The sect leader spoke first, so why have you come? Well then. Lightning Fist King produced a flask of wine and offered it. Take it. This is Top Scholar Red. Top Scholar Red is a renowned celebratory wine, its fame rivaling Daughter in Red. The sect leader asked in surprise why. He replied bluntly, this is a bribe for the challenge in the valley. I need you to help me with a rather difficult matter. The sect leader looked interested as he regarded him. Lightning Fist King began to speak, announcing the upcoming trial at Bloodied Corpse Valley. I need you to help with an extremely thorny task. The sect leader let out a knowing smile. Are you asking me to give up one of my disciples? Then I'd have to refuse, since I have my own interests to protect. Lightning Fist King slightly frowned, his gaze probing as he looked toward him. Suddenly the sect leader continued, however, since I've enjoyed this rare wine, I can't bring myself to ignore your request. If the person you choose isn't the same as my target, I'll agree to your favor. He pondered quietly, seemingly forced to tell the truth. As the petitioner, I have no other choice. To fully master the Secret Gate clan's ultimate technique, that child needs to have a truly sturdy, powerful body. Because the move contains an extremely dangerous action, my previous disciple was completely crippled just from trying to cultivate it. The sect leader replied softly, I see, in that case it's fine. Because the person I'm aiming for is a female child. He immediately realized, a girl? You mean the child Moa Jang? He cheerfully confirmed, yes, that's her. Only then did Lightning Fist King breathe a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, the one I need is a man. The sect leader replied happily, thank you for assisting me with this. It's nothing, Lightning Fist King mused inwardly, so it's Moa's child, what a coincidence. Even the master of Choam Valley covets that child. It seems you'll have to put in quite a bit of effort. Sect leader, I'll take my leave now. The scene abruptly shifted. Moa Jang's ears kept twitching non-stop. She thought to herself, what the heck, why are my ears itching like this? Mok Jeong-woon asked, what's wrong with your ear? She hastily replied, nothing. But why did you want to meet me at this time? And at this late hour of the night, could he possibly mean? Mok Jeong-woon smiled to reassure her, it's nothing big. I just wanted to ask if you'd accept me as your sparring partner. Upon hearing that, Moa Jang blushed, stepped back awkwardly and asked, accept. She thought inwardly that inviting her alone at night and then asking if she'd accept, he must be planning to confess something. The young man quickly clarified, I mean a fight. At that, her face went rigid like a plank as she double-checked. Just for practice? Mok Jeong-woon nodded. Exactly, I want to warm up a bit before tomorrow's exam. Moa Jang sighed in disappointment. So that's it, can't expect anything romantic from someone who apparently doesn't see me as a woman. But even though the sparring was a bit unexpected, I also really want revenge to restore my honor. I've always lost to him because I was too eager to finish my opponent. This time, if I aim for the finishing move precisely, the result will be different. Just wait for him to slip up and... He said, looks like you're pretty willing too. Moa Jang hurriedly interrupted. Standing up on her own authority, she declared clearly, then give it your all and defeat me. If you win, I'll remove the poison for you. She still looked at him suspiciously. Are you serious? Mok Jeong-woon waved his hand decisively. I promise as long as you win. I'll smile. His finger flashed like lightning to press a pressure point on Moa Jang's neck. Just as she surged forward to attack him, her body was instantly pinned in place, unable to move. Moa Jang's eyes widened in shock at his terrifying speed. She fearfully clutched her neck and trembling asked, what just happened? He slowly remarked, too slow. Mok Jeong-woon clenched his hand satisfactorily, then opened his palm again. He gave a faint smile, thinking to himself that the feeling wasn't bad at all. Suddenly Blue Spirit's voice rang out, don't get cocky, though you're no longer a rookie. The gap between threshold of the apex and full mastery is a whole different world. Mok Jeong-woon lowered his eyes slightly. I hope so, but more importantly, I used to treat martial arts solely as a tool for revenge, but my mindset has changed. I truly want to learn about it and study it deeply. Moa Jang also felt the shift in his aura, thinking that not long ago he was on her level, yet now he had risen to a completely different tier. She fell silent, stunned by the atmosphere radiating from him. Moa Jang pondered, this level even makes me feel a strange sort of respect. He was indeed seen change to the next day, the first match of the final trial at Bloodied Corpse Valley. Valleyhead glanced to the side in astonishment. He quickly identified the newcomer's background. Isn't that the Lord of the Dark Sect? Though his appearance was very different from before, it was certainly that sect leader. Why has he come in person? He never attends the trials. Suddenly, someone carrying a lute appeared amid the crowd. Immediately, screeching strings rang out, making everyone clutch their heads in pain. Lightning Fist King clicked his tongue in annoyance. This stun again. Valleyhead muttered toward that direction. Hangyo Rang, the mistress of Choam Valley. Even she bothered to show up. After finishing a piece, Hangyo Rang looked extremely pleased. She smiled with delight, seemingly not yet satisfied. Valleyhead sighed as he watched his subordinates writhing and clutching their ears. Same old habit, won't give up that cruel pastime, huh? She always uses instruments to guide her sonic chi technique, inflicting bone-deep agony on listeners. Even the famously tolerant vice branch leader warned her, but she paid no heed. Hangyo Rang suddenly cried, let me add a bit more rhythm. The people at Bloodied Corpse Valley were in such pain they fled downward. Valleyhead placed his hand on his sword hilt, thinking he had no choice left. Though this might strain relations between parties, Suddenly a powerful voice thundered out, enough of that. Lord Hang of Echo Valley, the one who appeared, was Sun Yoon. He had been standing right behind Hangyo Rang all along. She immediately pulled back her mocking aura. So you do have eyes after all, he merely snorted coldly. Am I not allowed to be here? She replied, of course you are. He then sat down and said, please take a seat. The master of Bloodied Corpse Valley is waiting on you, so the trial can't begin without you. She clicked her tongue in annoyance. Valleyhead recalled old tales. Sun Yoon had once nearly sent her to the next world in a fierce duel. He is truly her eternal nemesis. How amusing, the King of Brilliance has countless talented disciples, yet he still has the leisure to fuss over these petty trials. At that moment, the contestants began to notice something amiss, all turning their gazes in that direction. One of the 5 kings, the Lord of the Dark Sect, and even the Lord of Echo Valley have all gathered. What kind of heavyweight has drawn them here? Valleyhead hurried forward to bow, expressing his honor at hosting Sun Yoon. King of Brilliance politely returned the salute. Long time no see, Master of Bloodied Corpse Valley. Valleyhead couldn't hide his puzzlement. I didn't expect to run into you here. Sun Yoon casually replied that he had his reasons, though Valleyhead pressed on to find out what they were. Facing his question, Sun Yoon kept silent, his face suddenly turning icy. He turned and scanned the contestants standing before him. Suddenly Sun Yoon let out a strange laugh, thinking to himself that, so it was all true. He had been convinced that the kid had long since died in this brutal trial, but he couldn't believe the boy had miraculously survived. Sun Yoon beamed with excitement as he looked toward Mok Jeong-woon. I thought you were dead in Bloodied Corpse Valley. Yet here you are still very much alive. The scene flashes back to the past when Sun Yun was raging, shouting, "What? Who did you just lose to? Say it again." Yop Waisan hurriedly explained he could have won if not for a small mistake. But Sun Yun roared to cut him off. "I don't care about that, bring me the name of him now." The boy trembled as he blurted out the name, Mok Jeong-woon. At that, Sun Yun's expression hardened as memories of him resurfaced, wondering how he could possibly have survived. No matter how skilled in swordsmanship, he couldn't believe the man could hold his ground in bloodied Corpse Valley. He once lamented that that lineage would end here, but apparently heaven still has eyes. "So how did you encounter him?" Yop Waisan sheepishly scratched his head. "I didn't know he was in meditation. I accidentally provoked him, sir." Hearing this, Sun Yun angrily slammed his hand on the table, shattering everything. Immediately followed were Yop Waisan's pitiful cries, "Master, please spare me." Sun Yun's face grew stern. Not only was the one he thought dead alive, but he had brazenly advanced to the final trial. Just as he predicted, that kid was never ordinary. If the boy displays exceptional talent, Sun Yun would gladly take him as a true disciple, regardless of the elders' grumbles about recruiting from outside the sect. Suddenly his gaze drifted and settled on Mok Yu-chun. He was surprised to see him calmly rechecking his armor. Sun Yun was genuinely stunned. Even that fellow survived. He knew the man's martial talent could keep him alive, but he never expected him to come this far. Perhaps enduring so many hardships has sharpened his eyes more than before. "I'm glad I decided to come. This final trial is sure to provide plenty of thrilling moments to look forward to." Scene change. Valleyhead now spoke clearly. "We will now officially begin the final trial." Mok Yu-chun glanced up at the blackboard listing the match pairings. "So that means the content of this round will be." Valleyhead continued. "As many expected, the final challenge of Bloodied Corpse Valley is the martial duel. You have endured countless hardships to prove your strength, and this is the stage to showcase your full potential before the high-ranking figures watching." All the prominent figures present fell silent to listen. In particular, if you win the overall contest, you will earn the privilege to choose an elder. The contestants buzzed. Does this mean a chance to become a disciple or retainer of one of the 5 kings or a grand master? Yes, exactly that. Everyone was speechless at such generous rewards. Valleyhead quickly wrapped up his speech, then good luck to you all. Yeon Myung gave a confident half-smile, so that's how it is. Mu Jangyak also showed obvious excitement. This should be interesting. Meanwhile, Mo Wajang and the others remained silent and contemplative. Mok Yu-chun frowned slightly and thought, "I don't need that silly privilege. My only goal is to defeat you." As for Mok Jeong-woon, he casually stood there scratching his neck with ease. He quietly watched the dais and told himself that the person he wanted wasn't present here. Venom King, Beak Saha Kin Van had planned to learn about the ghost sword from him, so he'll have to change plans. He intended to use 3 high-grade tokens to approach one of the 2-5 kings among the 8 stars. Recalling Valleyhead's words that one could choose a master from the 12 elders, the 5 kings, the 3 masters, or even the 4 lords, Mok Jeong-woon sighed in exasperation. They're hopeless. How boring. Meanwhile, Mok Yu-chun on the other side was sweating as he realized something. The number of participants didn't seem to match. Valleyhead and an attendant brought forward the drawing box. When your name is called, step up and draw a number. First up, Mok Yu-chun and Yeon Myung. Mok Yu-chun did a quick mental calculation. So what does that mean? As expected, it wasn't outside my prediction. Valleyhead announced Mok Yu-chun number 6 is granted an exemption from the first round. What? Exempted from the first round? Yeon Myung snorted in displeasure, but Valleyhead continued. I will now call the numbers of the next contestants. Yeon Myung number 4, Mu Jangyak number 2, Mo Wajang number 3, and next is Mok Jeong-woon. Mok Jeong-woon slowly stepped forward and plunged his hand into the box to draw his lot. He stared thoughtfully at the number he held. Valleyhead crisply declared, Mok Jeong-woon number 1. Mu Jangyak, upon hearing this, jumped and spun to look at him. The announcement continued. Jin Mogang number 5 is also exempt from the first round. Thus the match list was officially finalized. Mok Jeong-woon calmly walked past Mu Jangyak's spot. He looked at his name looming proudly on the match board and could only sigh. Is this how it ends up? Already, he's set to face the toughest opponent right in the opening match. No matter whoever the opponent, I absolutely cannot lose. I still have that trump card up my sleeve. Blue Spirit suddenly spoke. You look a bit discouraged, don't you? Mok Jeong-woon exhaled wearily. I feel the same. Mu Jangyak stepped closer to strike up a conversation. I didn't expect we'd have to face each other so soon. Anyway, let's both fight with all we've got. Who wins in the end doesn't really matter. Mok Jeong-woon, not bothering with formalities, casually replied, that might be a bit difficult. He looked puzzled at what the other meant. He lowered his voice, exuding absolute confidence. If I actually make a move, it'll all be over quickly. Mu Zhangyak ground his teeth and thought inwardly, not bad, you've got quite the nerve with that provocation. Valley Head called out in a clear voice, both of you step onto the stage. Mu Zhangyak went ahead and didn't forget to call back, hey, Mok Jeong-woon. If you're that confident, want to make a bet? He asked curiously. A bet? Mok Jeong-woon gave a sly, meaningful smile and suggested the loser should call the winner Big Brother to settle the hierarchy, right? But if you're trembling and not confident, forget it. Mok Jeong-woon replied boredly. This wager is too petty, raise the stakes. Mu Zhangyak was stunned on the spot. What? Mok Jeong-woon curled his lips in a proud sneer. Not just calling you Big Brother, the loser will have to be a dog. Mu Zhangyak froze, dumbfounded and at a loss for how to respond. He mentally complained that this guy not only knew how to rile people but was genuinely crazy. Mok Jeong-woon goaded on, what, scared of losing? Mu Zhangyak fell silent for a long moment to wrestle with himself, then finally nodded in agreement. Sun Yoon looked visibly astonished as he watched the two of them head toward the fighting platform. Both Hang Yo-rang and the sect leader watched the duel with keen interest. Sun Yoon couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, my heavens, I always wanted to test Mok's strength, but it seems luck isn't on my side today. The Lightning Fist King cried out in alarm, who on earth is that kid? And which sect is Mu Zhangyak from? An attendant trembled as he answered that Mu Zhangyak seemed to be from some obscure minor sect. Even the attendant wasn't sure. The Lightning Fist King muttered anxiously, how surprising, did I make a hasty decision? Meanwhile, Sun Yoon's expression also turned unpleasant. That man had reached the great accomplishment realm and was on the verge of stepping into the transcendent. Valley Head raised his hand and shouted, everyone take your positions. Mu Zhangyak slowly brought his hands into a ready stance. The match began with the referee's decisive shout. The bout officially started. Mu Zhangyak flashed a triumphant grin. Today's loser will definitely have to be the dog, he declared. Mu Zhangyak immediately launched into attack and loudly proclaimed, prepare to be the loser. Mok Jeong-woon remained wearing a confident smile. As Mu Zhangyak roared, you will be the dog. That's exactly what I said earlier, but I'm certain you'll be the one kneeling like a dog. Want to know why? Simply because I'm going to win for sure. Mu Zhangyak was stunned by his terrifying speed. He was too fast. Mu Zhangyak hurriedly focused all his inner energy into his palm and unleashed a powerful strike. Flowing water disturbance. Mok Jeong-woon stayed extremely calm and gently used his hand to stop that fierce attack. He gave a small smile while clenching his other hand into a fist. With only that, it's hard to defend against my move, he seemed to say. As Mok Jeong-woon moved to strike him, the blow was halted in time. All the judges were immediately shaken with astonishment at what they witnessed. The other contestants present also gaped in disbelief. Mu Zhangyak quickly mustered strength to shove him back. Immediately after, he shifted into a new fist form. The hall erupted with chaotic fist power. After that mighty blow, the distance between the two had widened considerably. Everyone around was stunned. Wasn't that the secret technique, right fist left palm? Mu Zhangyak, brimming with triumph, asked, surprised aren't you? Mok Jeong-woon remained silent, calmly observing him. Mu Zhangyak unleashed his full strength and looked unbearably proud. This is my secret technique called right fist left palm. Sun Yoon, seated in the stands, murmured to himself, right fist left palm, did he really say that? Anyone who has painstakingly trained in martial arts would know that performing this move is nearly impossible, because it requires the practitioner to circulate qi while splitting the mind into two completely different directions. It's a dangerous act like tightrope walking. One slip can misalign the body's qi flow with unpredictable consequences. So this is such an odd technique that even great masters would never dare risk trying it. But if one could actually execute it successfully. Mu Zhangyak smiled smugly and explained, one punch with the right and one palm strike with the left. You'd feel like you're facing two masters at once. Sun Yoon frowned in displeasure. To be able to use two people's techniques at the same time, what terrible luck. Of all the geniuses I've met, he just happened to run into the best. This match is basically his already. The two stood motionless facing each other, neither making another move. Suddenly Mok Jeong-woon smiled slightly and asked, right fist left palm. You really do have a few interesting moves. Seeing Mok Jeong-woon not only unafraid but actually amused, he began to feel suspicious. Mu Zhangyak tried to regain his composure and readied his guard. Keep pretending and I'll make you regret it. You'd better stop that ridiculous intimidation right now. Flowing water cloud path, word resisting fist, right fist left palm. "It's really over." Suddenly Mok Jeong-woon thrust both hands forward. And as fast as lightning, he used that very technique, right fist left palm. Mok Jeong-woon's hands swiftly stopped Mu Jangyak's storming attack completely. The two slid past each other in astonishment. At that moment, everyone on the stands rose to their feet in unison. Even the sect leader and Hang Yo-rang gaped in shock. The other contestants were even more shaken, calling it an unbelievable match. Mu Jangyak himself stood stunned, staring at the scene before him. Then the space fell into a short, tense silence. The Lightning Fist King broke into a sweat and blurted, "What the hell just happened?" Sun Yoon, full of suspicion, thought that just now clearly. Could he have merely glanced at right fist left palm once and already copied it instantly? The sect leader also immediately showed great interest. Indeed, true genius has always been present here. Hang Yo-rang was likewise going crazy over him. "It's that kid. I must have him." Mu Jangyak, enraged, charged and roared, "Don't you dare imitate me." Yet Mok Jeong-woon only smiled faintly and launched a counter-strike. His strike immediately collided with Mu Jangyak's with tremendous force. The blow threw him completely off rhythm. Seizing the opportunity, Mok Jeong-woon followed up. His hands swept quickly across the opponent's cheekbones. Mok Jeong-woon, quick as a blade, swung his leg high, and immediately delivered a devastating fluid, mysterious footwork strike straight to Mu Jangyak's face. He was now spitting blood, thinking to himself that even though his leg was injured, this guy's attacks change too quickly and are too sharp. This isn't mere one-off imitation, it's a level far above that. From strength and technique to adaptability and intellect, he completely overwhelms me in every aspect. It feels as if I'm just a tiny insect being crushed by his absolute power. Even Mok Yu-chun gritted his teeth witnessing this, wondering what kind of freakish talent this is. He himself had felt inferior to Mu Jangyak, yet this guy treats Mu Jangyak like a child. Sun Yoon also watched the duel quietly. That kid is calmly displaying skills that would make even peerless masters jealous. Across the history of the Central Plains, he's surely one of the greatest geniuses, no, a monster to be exact. Powerful punches kept raining down on him. Mu Jangyak remained full of resentment. Am I actually losing? Me of all people, he gritted his teeth in fury. Mu Jangyak's fighting spirit suddenly erupted. He stomped the ground so hard the earth split open. It made no sense. The cloud of dust obscured Mok Jeong-woon's vision. Mu Jangyak seized the chance and slipped right behind him. He roared, "The one who has to be the dog is you," but sadly Mu Jangyak's fist couldn't reach him. At that moment, Mok Jeong-woon had time to brace a hand on the ground and narrowly dodge the blow. Mu Jangyak stared dumbfounded at the odd posture. "What the hell is that?" A soft voice suddenly sounded in his ear, "From now on." And then, right before the eyes of the Lightning Fist King and Sun Yoon, and the sect leader and Hang Yo-rang, and everyone else present, accompanied by the horrified expression on Mok Yu-chun's face, Mok Jeong-woon sneered at him bluntly, "Get ready to bark for me." Having said that, Mok Jeong-woon's direct kick flew straight into his opponent's face. The lightning-fast kick left him no time to react and dealt a painful blow. Before sinking into darkness, Mu Jangyak still couldn't understand how he was attacked from such a bizarre stance. His body was instantly flung far away. Mu Jangyak was now unconscious, completely incapable of continuing the fight. Valley Head raised his hand and announced, "The match is over. The victor is." The whole arena fell into a brief silence. Mok Jeong-woon strolled casually toward the fallen Mu Jangyak, and the referee's shout rang out, "Mok Jeong-woon." Valley Head once again affirmed that the match had been decided. Mu Jangyak was quickly carried out of the arena. At the same time, a clear announcement echoed, "The winner is Mok Jeong-woon." The Lightning Fist King observed the scene gravely. He exclaimed, "Sun Yoon, I think I'm the one who should take that child in." Sun Yoon replied with suspicion, "What are you talking about? Didn't you just say you'd choose the child on the side you prefer?" The Lightning Fist King hastily corrected Sun Yoon, "I only said I'm still considering it. I'm sincere. If I let this genius slip away, I'll regret it forever. Besides, you already have a dozen outstanding disciples. Why are you still being greedy?" He slammed his hand down on the armrest in anger. "Who's being greedy, huh?" Sun Yoon sprang to his feet, stepping forward with oppressive force. He clenched his teeth and glared at the Lightning Fist King. "Now you dare call me greedy?" The Lightning Fist King didn't back down and shot back. "Then what do you call this if not greed?" The two masters glared at each other so fiercely that those nearby were terrified. Who would have thought the elders would suddenly squabble like this? Suddenly a voice spoke up from the side. "Excuse me. May I offer a few words? Hey, why are you two arguing so fiercely over this?" Seeing the sect leader approach, the Lightning Fist King hesitated. Sun Yoon quickly withdrew his aggressive stance. The sect leader raised a finger and smiled amiably to soothe them. After all, only the head has the right to choose. Hearing that, both of them fell silent, not knowing what else to say. At that moment, Sun Yoon began to calmly consider. In hindsight, the kid truly is fully capable of taking the top spot. So we were arguing for nothing. Have we been swept away by one outstanding talent? The sect leader continued to diffuse them. For now, just leisurely enjoy the remaining matches. Who knows, maybe other kids are equally talented. Elsewhere, Hang Yo-rang was quietly watching Mok Jeong-woon. He sat pensively on the steps, seemingly lost in thought. She, looking intrigued, lightly pressed a finger to her full red lips. The broadcast cut away and Valley Head's call rang out. Mo Jang and Yeon Muang. Begin. At the signal, Mo Jang immediately lunged to attack Yeon Muang. Mok Jeong-woon stood on the platform, quietly watching the bout between the two. Suddenly a voice echoed in his mind, "Hello there." Mok Jeong-woon hurriedly turned to look. Hang Yo-rang, amused, sent the message. "Looking for me, not so easy to find." Mok Jeong-woon remained silent, his eyes coldly flicking toward the stands, and very quickly he recognized who actually owned that voice. Hang Yo-rang, caught under his stare, understood she had been exposed. She felt a twinge of admiration. She hadn't expected to be found so quickly. "As expected, you're no joke. I must have you at all costs. Not bad at all. You found me with just a single try. Surprised I can talk without opening my mouth. You're really too careless. Alright, consider this a reward. I'll teach you this secret technique. Between your throat and the base of your tongue, there's an acupoint called Yomshinhyol. Gently vibrate it as if touching a layer of soft cotton. With your talent, you'll surely master it immediately." Mok Jeong-woon gave a slight smile and tried out this novel way of communicating right away. "Like this, is it correct?" She smiled with delight. "Exactly, I really didn't misjudge you." He curiously asked about the name of the skill. Hang Yo-rang explained that it's Geonium Ipmil, shortened to Geonium, inaudible to outsiders and perfect for discussing confidential matters. While watching Mo Jang's confrontation, Mok Jeong-woon offered a compliment. "Truly a splendid technique." Hang Yo-rang immediately made a blunt proposal to him. "Why not become my disciple? If you're still wavering between two kings, I must say that's a very foolish choice, because the King of Brilliance already has a chosen successor." The image of the lightning fist king fussing over Yeon Muang suddenly flashed through his mind. "But if you choose to follow me, you'll feel like a monarch amid a harem shadowed by beauties. And if you dare refuse that kid, is he your little brother? I'll take him in as a subordinate. Then I'll toy with him until I'm bored, and then I'll finish him off." Mok Jeong-woon remained calm and coldly cut her off. "Be my guest." She looked at him blankly. "Fine, so what was that supposed to mean?" Mok Jeong-woon repeated the phrase decisively. "Go ahead and toy with him to your heart's content. Consider it the price for teaching me Geonium." Hang Yo-rang felt a chill at those words. This guy, he's serious. Is he out of his mind? Meanwhile, on the arena, the match continued to unfold in intense fashion. On the other side, Mu Jang-yak suddenly regained consciousness after the fainting spell. Seeing him awake, Mok Yu-chun hurriedly and anxiously called out, "Mu Jang-yak." He frantically asked, "Mu Jang-yak, are you all right?" Mu Jang-yak gave no answer, quietly closing his eyes to gather himself. He softly admitted, "I lost." Mok Yu-chun still tried to console him. "You fought with everything you had and did well." Suddenly, Mu Jang-yak sprang to his feet, leaving Mok Yu-chun astonished and puzzled. Mu Jang-yak. Mu Jang-yak looked at his opponent with an expression full of pity. Then Mu Jang-yak strode quickly toward him. He stood towering, his gaze locked on him. And then suddenly Mu Jang-yak dropped to his knees at his feet. "I've been defeated, haven't I? I said I'd be your dog." He shouted decisively, "I lost. I'll serve you loyally as my one and only master." Mok Yu-chun was utterly horrified to see Mu Jang-yak kneeling and kowtowing to Mok Jeong-woon on the ground. He couldn't believe his eyes and shouted, "Master, what the hell are you doing?" At that moment on the arena, Mo Jang had officially defeated Yeon Muang. Valley Head also announced clearly, "You win, Mo Jang." Next match, Mok Yu-chun and immediately step onto the platform. Seeing that, Mok Yu-chun hurriedly called out, "Mo Jang, I don't understand why you accepted following that man, but be careful, he's turning everyone around him into his underlings." She calmly brushed past him and dropped a cold line, "It's too late." Mok Yu-chun froze, unable to believe his ears. "What?" Mo Jang respectfully pressed her hands together in salute to him. "I have returned." Furious, Mok Yu-chun lost control and rushed straight toward Mok Jeong-woon. "What the hell have you done?" Mok Jeong-woon stayed calm and countered, "What are you talking about?" Mok Yu-chun shouted, "Don't play dumb. Why is everyone around here?" Valley Head suddenly cut him off. Mok Yu-chun stepped forward. Hearing the summons, Mok Yu-chun ground his teeth in bitter indignation. He walked on, lost in thought. How did this happen? Where did I go wrong? He's completely different from when he was fencing. I only wanted to bring that lost soul back, but now I can't even see the path. His talent is overwhelmingly strong, making everyone crave Mok Jeong-woon. And so, people are gradually being drawn to him. Compared to him, I'm just like. By now, Mok Yoo-chun had also set foot on the arena platform. His hands clenched so tight the veins stood out. Do I really have what it takes to beat him? Sometime after the match began, Jin Mogang was completely knocked out by Mok Yoo-chun's strike. The final victor had emerged. At this point, Jin Mogang had fallen unconscious and was utterly incapable of continuing the fight. Mok Yoo-chun, panting, looked down at Jin Mogang sprawled on the floor. Just then, an announcement echoed the name, Mok Yoo-chun. Up in the stands, two figures looked extremely pleased with the development. Both were deeply impressed, the Red Blood Division Grand Leader and the Flame Demon Corps Grand Leader, indeed. They quickly offered sharp analysis. That kid Jin Mogang fought with the calm of a seasoned master. Mok Yoo-chun, despite lacking experience, had incredibly keen improvisational ability, pure instinct. I had assumed experience would be the deciding key, yet he transcended all limits to seize glory, truly admirable. Suddenly strange auras began to emanate from Mok Yoo-chun's body. Seeing that, the sect leader's face quickly darkened. Those around them also began to notice this terrifying change. The strange auras surrounding Mok Yoo-chun spread faster and faster. Sun Yoon cried out in horror, "What is that?" His inner power just doubled in an instant. The Lightning Fist King frowned and questioned, "Don't tell me he's mastered dual circulation already." Sun Yun replied, "We must consider the worst case. Quickly prepare to subdue him." Blue Spirit suddenly appeared beside him and explained, based on his current condition, he's nearly fallen into a devil-possessed frenzy. If his chi doesn't flow properly, his meridians could burst and he'll die instantly. Mok Jeong-woon suddenly said calmly, "He's dead." She blinked in confusion and objected, "What? He's still breathing." He recalled the image of the demonic monk. Mok Jeong-woon replied composedly, "No, it certainly isn't him." Blue Spirit suddenly seemed to realize something and exclaimed, "Don't tell me." Valley Head also spoke up, affirming Mok Jeong-woon's premonition that Jin Mogang had indeed croaked. At those words, everyone present fell silent, eyes wide with shock. Even Moa Jang and Ragged Mu Jangyak couldn't hide the shock on their faces. Still, Mok Jeong-woon's expression remained utterly calm, like a mirror-smooth lake. Receiving that declaration, Mok Yoo-chun suddenly went blank, a soul gone forth and scattered. "He's croaked," Valley Head said as he slowly stepped forward and lightly touched Jin Mogang's body to check. He sighed softly, full of concern. This isn't simple, not just an ordinary croak. All the meridians around the impact area were mysteriously torn as if by a hairline. Unbelievable. How could such bizarre wounds exist? Blue Spirit murmured with slight regret, "This is probably what folks call a blind fish biting the bait. Isn't it? I mean, the fake cultivation method you made led to this tragedy." Mok Jeong-woon's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. "A cultivation method, huh?" At that moment, Mok Yoo-chun's face showed deep torment and guilt. His gaze was filled with horror. He's really dead. He began to panic, staggering backward step by step. In his terror, Mok Yoo-chun asked himself, could it all be my fault? Suddenly, torrents of chi began to surge and pour out from his body. Mok Yoo-chun clutched his head in agony and let out a heartrending wail. He gradually lost his sanity, growling a single word over and over, "Kill." Mok Yoo-chun tried to hold his distorting face with his hands, as if that nasty side effect were taking hold. "The first time I circulated according to that mental method, I clearly felt something long suppressed suddenly shatter and vanish. That feeling slowly morphed into a strange pleasure. It was killing intent, isn't it?" Having said that, Mok Yoo-chun threw his head back and laughed out loud in a wild, manic fit. Sun Yoon shouted in alarm, "He's about to fall into full devil possession. Association head, act fast to restrain him." At that moment, something strange suddenly appeared from Mok Yoo-chun's chest. The object fell to the ground, immediately drawing his attention. It looked like a mysterious round talisman. Mok Yoo-chun's pupils involuntarily contracted. An old memory surged back. A vague figure had handed this to him with the instruction, "Go deal with him." Recalling that memory, Mok Yoo-chun bit his lip until it bled. He stomped his foot on the ground in a frenzy. Watching this, Valley Head couldn't help showing astonishment. Even the Lightning Fist King and Sun Yoon were equally stunned. Mok Yoo-chun struggled desperately to suppress the devil possession, roaring, "Stop!" continuously. Sun Yoon silently marveled inwardly. Surprisingly, he still retained a sliver of reason. Inside Mok Yoo-chun's mind, a brutal tug-of-war raged. "Kill! Stop! I tell you to stop. It turned out you were the strongest among them all." After a fierce internal struggle, the demonic chi within him began to settle and quickly dissipated. Having regained control of himself, Mok Yoo-chun vowed silently, "I will definitely bring him back." The Lightning Fist King watched in stunned disbelief. "What the? Even on the brink like this, he can still restrain himself. Can you really continue? That's admirable." Many who fell into this state had long been swallowed by inner demons. Blue Spirit smiled slightly and turned to say, Mok Jeong-woon, it seems the final opponent you must face is that one. Valley Head slowly turned his face back. He cast his eyes toward Mo Wajang to ask about the next match between Mok Jeong-woon and Mo Wajang. She quickly raised her hand and declared, I forfeit. At that decision, Valley Head said nothing further. I understand. At this, Mok Jeong-woon also calmly stepped down from the arena. Sun Yoon clicked his tongue in disgust. He hadn't expected events to unfold this way, everything just for the sect leader's amusement. A harsh duel where brothers of the righteous path must turn on one another, like pot to stew their meat. And it all took place right in the Bloodied Corpse Valley of the Heaven-Earth Association. Valley Head announced crisply, then right now we will begin the final showdown. Mok Yu-chun, Mok Jeong-woon, prepare yourselves. The second disciple of leader Jang Noongak. Among the disciples, he was notorious for his cruelty. But there was an even more terrifying reputation. An obsession to the point of madness, an extreme fixation on others' talents. And at that moment his gaze froze on a blind man. Jang Noongak touched his fan to the other's chest and declared, it's real. Your heartbeat is still calm, he had discovered Mok Jeong-woon. Blue Spirit spoke up, mortal, stay calm, your skill hasn't been revealed yet. Mok Jeong-woon quickly turned his thoughts to find a way to cope. He'd been taught that before. Even facing a fierce tiger, never lose your composure. Jang Noongak lifted his chin in thought, a fierce tiger, huh? That advice isn't bad, but a figure appeared behind Mok Jeong-woon. That person punched him hard without mercy. Jang Noongak reminded him, isn't it only with real ability that one can truly remain calm? You of the 5 winds, Geomopal, I want to see if this person's skill is already clear. Blue Spirit hastily warned, be patient, mortal. The scene shifts to a little later. Bright drops of blood fall onto the green leaves. Geomopal was now pouring his strength into repeated punches to Mok Jeong-woon's face. That person continued with a vicious kick toward him. Everyone still watched the brutal display this afternoon intently. The girl standing next to Jang Noongak, who'd been there for hours, exclaimed, if this continues someone will die. Jang Noongak was also losing interest. Is that all? Even if you lead Bloodied Corpse Valley, it's hard to beat Geomopal, who has reached consummate realm. Jang Noongak had given his orders, but suddenly a figure darted toward him, heartbeat oddly calm. He was surprised. What? Yui Mengchen confidently, let me handle. He smoothly drew his sword from its sheath. Yui Mengchen rushed at him with all his might, regardless that a 3-tiered river lay ahead. You still want to hide your strength? Suddenly Mok Jeong-woon broke into a deep, understated smile. He suddenly said, how amusing. Then Mok Jeong-woon used his hands to stop the simultaneous attacks of both men. This action directly astonished Jang Noongak, while Geomopal stood frozen in shock. What? Mok Jeong-woon calmly twisted Geomopal's arm and said, I'm restraining my power here, and you want to try and take advantage of that. Yui Mengchen wore a stern face and said nothing. On the other side, Jang Noongak quickly applauded in approval. He cheerfully approached Mok Jeong-woon. Excellent, yes, this is the sight I wanted to behold. The leader of Bloodied Corpse Valley, though originally from the Trin sect, someone who reached the superb Wind Realm before 20. The girl beside him was surprised. Supreme Peak, is that true? Yes, but only at an initial stage. Go-chan, upon hearing this, widened his eyes. What did he just say, Supreme Peak? What kind of nonsense is this? That guy only a month ago didn't know a lick of martial arts. A monster has slipped into the Heaven-Earth Association, and no one noticed. Yui Mengchen remained silent, not saying a word. Blue Spirit spoke, that blind guy is indeed a hidden danger. Who would have thought he could hear your heartbeat? Jang Noongak, still excitedly inviting, said bluntly, swear your loyalty to me. Blue Spirit sighed, seeing no other choice. Mortal, you must accept this offer now. Go-chan worried, rightly so, if you draw too much attention it's dangerous. Once your strange ability is revealed, they'll be alert immediately. Mok Jeong-woon put his hands together, apologizing, but no, demonic monk, and Blue Spirit sighed, you really are someone who never listens. Jang Noongak suddenly lowered his voice, now listen carefully to my proposal. He forcefully hurled a spear toward Mok Jeong-woon. Jang Noongak threatened, are you going to ignore me? Go-chan also looked at him in horror. Are you out of your mind? Yui Mengchen quietly wondered too. What on earth is he thinking? Mok Jeong-woon calmly said, if you want to seize control of the dark sect, isn't keeping the status quo the wisest move? This statement directly stunned Jang Noongak and Yui Mengchen. He broke into an excited smile, then happily opened the fan in his hand and gave an order. Keep talking. Mok Jeong-woon smiled faintly when he saw he'd taken the bait. He bowed solemnly and said, even if I could pledge loyalty now, if a righteous person like me suddenly displays a power close to dominance, would the dark sect leader trust it? Jang Noongak cheerfully stated the reality, right, he'll suspect me of being a spy, so I want you to wait. Everyone was skeptical. Wait, what's the benefit of waiting? Just an empty promise. A promise? Mok Jeong-woon continued his act. I've heard you're close to the Supreme. If you wait, the dark sect leader will trust me and I'll gradually take over the dark sect. When the time comes, I'll hand the dark sect over to you." Hearing this, Jang Noongak looked at him with a crazed gaze. He gleefully placed a hand on his shoulder. "Indeed, if you hold him now, the dark sect leader will be full of suspicion. To keep him secure requires patience." "Fine. It's a pity I must step back, so I'll wait gladly. I pray you'll maintain the dark sect leader's trust until we meet again. Let's have a big drink together. Geomopal, let's go." The girl beside him exclaimed in surprise, "Young master, are you really going to withdraw?" Wei Mengchen narrowed his eyes, watching his retreating back, feeling uneasy. To him, Mok Jeong-woon was not only formidable but extremely cunning. He seemed to have grasped his master's tastes and desires, always deftly catering to them smoothly, causing not the slightest disturbance. At that moment, Wei Mengchen was stunned to catch the mad look directed at him. He unconsciously tightened his grip on the sword hilt, instinct telling him Mok Jeong-woon was still hiding something. Mok Jeong-woon calmly turned back, his eyes serene as he faced Wei Mengchen. He spoke softly. Both Blue Spirit and Wei Mengchen fell into thought. He smiled and said that blind. Wei Mengchen resolved that he must eliminate this guy at all costs. Mok Jeong-woon was no less, thinking to himself. He must be dealt with. Transitioning scene. At this point, Blue Spirit spoke up. "Now that I think about it. Mortal, how do you plan to handle him?" he asked curiously. "Who?" Blue Spirit pressed. "The one inhabiting that girl's body." He replied, "You mean Go Chan. I used Geonium Ipmal to order him to teach the second young master and his goons a lesson." She nodded in approval upon hearing that. "Not bad. It seems he doesn't mind living in a woman's body at all. Do you see that? Good heavens." Blue Spirit tilted her head in surprise. "Anyway, you handled that more gently than I expected. Quite impressive." Mok Jeong-woon chuckled softly. After all, someone had been watching. She fell silent and looked toward Seok Jung. "Are you referring to the guard the eunuch sent?" He replied calmly, "Not him." But Mok Jeong-woon didn't bother to say anything more. He turned his head and gave a mysterious smile toward the darkness. Mok Jeong-woon strolled away leisurely. "Let's go." The person hiding behind the wall watched his every step in confusion. It turned out to be Wai Soyeon. She hesitated, thinking, "What should I do now?" The steward beside her reminded, "Miss, isn't that the person you wanted to meet? Why let him leave so easily?" She answered anxiously, "That's exactly what I'm wondering." The steward blinked. "What?" She sighed deeply with concern. "I've heard recently that he came from the righteous sect." "The righteous sect? Really?" "Yes, steward, I even gave him my identification card without knowing. If this gets out, I'll be in big trouble. But he's supposed to be a disciple of the dark sect leader. What should I do?" The steward asked, "Do you think that rumor is true?" She was puzzled. "What rumor?" He replied that he had reached supreme peak. Wai Soyeon suddenly recalled. Thinking back, a few days ago, he was still at ultimate peak. He never gave any sign of hiding his true strength. Yet Jang Noongak isn't the sort to make baseless claims. "I must verify it." The steward was stunned by her decision. Miss Wai Soyeon hurried off. "I can't be sure he's hiding his true power, but if he really is at supreme peak, wait for me. No matter which side he's on, I'll definitely try to win him over. I'll personally confirm it." But how to do that? The scene shifted to night. Mok Jeong-woon stared in surprise at his residence. Blue Spirit marveled. "An entire manor, really? How generous, fitting for an official disciple of the dark sect." "After becoming an official disciple, indeed I'm treated much better." "I was about to say that, but..." Mok Jeong-woon smiled deeply. "All of them here are to keep an eye on me." Seok Jung still quietly stayed right behind him. "There are also guards, but they're just his schoolmates. The household staff are martial folk too. He truly doesn't trust me at all." Blue Spirit muttered. "They're just second and third-rate martial artists, but this many of them makes movement difficult." Mok Jeong-woon suddenly had an idea. "Fine, I'll make it so these tailing fools can't follow me anymore." She was a bit unable to keep up with his train of thoughts. "What are you going to do?" Mok Jeong-woon explained calmly. "I promised the second young master I'd take over the dark sect, so I must keep that promise." After escorting Mok Jeong-woon to his room, Seok Jung bowed in salute. "It's done, I take my leave." The young man quickly called out, "Wait, you're Seok Jung, right? I have something to ask you privately. Do you have the time?" Seok Jung squinted suspiciously, thinking what trick this fellow might be up to. There are spies and watchers all around. He wouldn't be stupid enough to act rashly. "All right, say it. What's the matter?" Mok Jeong-woon was blunt. "Let's get to the point. You're planning to report on me to the dark sect leader, aren't you?" "Don't do that. I don't mind you watching me, but only report what I permit." Seok Jung widened his eyes in astonishment. He didn't expect such frankness. Usually the watched shut their mouths. I'll pretend I heard nothing, Mok Jong-woon said calmly. You'll regret this. Hearing that, he felt extremely annoyed, thinking the other was too arrogant. Daring to threaten someone on surveillance duty? Seems you're overconfident after defeating those schoolmates, huh? You're no more than a pawn the dark sect leader can discard at any time. I only follow orders from above. I don't want to hear any more. Farewell, I'll be sure to report this. Mok Jong-woon calmly reached out towards Seok-jung. Waves of evil energy coiled around the target, performing the ritual of attachment. Seok-jung was overwhelmed by the evil energy, crushed to the ground. Seok-jung panicked and turned to look at him. What is this? At that moment, Mok Jong-woon calmly pointed the tip of his sword at him. Seok-jung screamed wildly, is this madman really going to kill me? Wait. Mok Jong-woon ordered, take this. Seok-jung stared dumbfounded at the scene before him. Scene shift. Seok-jung had just come to from a daze. Mok Jong-woon gently said, I see. You want to marry a female guard, build a small manor in the suburbs, and live together. Dreaming such lofty dreams, aren't you? He trembled as he looked at him. How did you know? Mok Jong-woon smiled and replied, the evil's rule sword has a curious power. It forces the opponent to utter their deepest secret wishes. But if the one you love dies, that wish will vanish like the wind. Seok-jung snarled in anger. You'd better hold your tongue, for now pretend to be loyal to him. Later I'll report to the dark sect leader that he's unworthy of discipleship. Seeing that expression, Mok Jong-woon spread a diabolical smile. Suddenly Seok-jung stared in horror toward the rear, where a butterfly-shaped hairpin sat, making Seok-jung uneasy. Could it be the hairpin I gave her? How did you come by it? Mok Jong-woon gave no answer. He strolled over and casually picked up the hairpin and fastened it on. Mok Jong-woon crushed the hairpin and warned coldly, next time what you receive won't be a hairpin, it's going to be her severed head. Seok-jung stared at the scene in shock. Mok Jong-woon helped Seok-jung to his feet in a friendly manner and instructed him, don't utter a single word to Master about this encounter. Just say I met the second young master and politely declined his invitation. Only say that. Understand? Why do you look like you're about to burst into tears? Mok Jong-woon flashed a wicked smile at him. Demon, I'm not killing anyone. He really is a proper little devil. He said calmly, you may go. The gatekeeper curiously asked, you all right? You don't look so well. How is the young master? Seok-jung asked in return. Already left the room, the two gatekeepers replied in bewilderment. No, I thought you two were still conversing. Seok-jung trembled, holding the hairpin in his hand, mumbling, so then, who exactly brought this hairpin here? Seok-jung left in a daze. Suddenly Mok Jong-woon's voice came from inside. You've been working hard, for we will surely meet many more times in the future. Would you like to join me for tea? They looked at each other in stunned silence for a moment, then replied. All right then. Mok Jong-woon smiled with delight upon hearing that. In that very instant, the room door immediately closed. The scene shifted to another location. Seok-jung was reporting that the second young master and Mok Jong-woon had met. The dark sect leader pressed, so he left after only saying a few words. Seok-jung replied yes. The dark sect leader pondered, then said with a laugh, he surely wants to use Mok Jong-woon to seize the dark sect. I've refused his proposals more than once. But his withdrawal without any aggression was unexpected. Could it be he truly left without causing any conflict at all? Seok-jung bowed his head and answered, yes, though inside I wanted to shout that it wasn't so. I wanted to report that that man is not someone you should accept as a disciple, that he is a devil hiding his true strength. But my throat felt blocked, as if something were watching my every move, and in the end, nothing happened. The dark sect leader was silent for a long while. Then with a cheerful expression he praised, well done. If an incident had occurred, things would have been very complicated. I feel quite relieved. Stand down and rest. The dark sect leader watched Seok-jung leave silently. A flicker of doubt crossed the leader's eyes. When a voice descended from above, dark sect leader, I feel this report is still incomplete. The dark sect leader calmly asked, you think so too? He looked uneasy, his complexion pale. The report was missing some important parts. And the second young master left too easily, as if something had certainly happened to Seok-jung. Send someone to follow Seok-jung closely, and also those aligned with Mok Jong-woon. The guards continued to stand watch quietly outside his room. The dark sect leader said coldly, report back to me. The figure in the shadows vanished quickly. Yes, understood. After issuing the order, the dark sect leader let out a soft sigh, and he opened the cabinet door. Inside was a manual carefully wrapped. The dark sect leader opened it cautiously, revealing pages filled with inscrutable characters, and the dark sect leader laughed with delight. Time slipped by, a week went by in the blink of an eye. And now the dark sect leader was breaking out in a cold sweat at what he was witnessing with his own eyes. The dark sect leader found himself with another new worry. First was Mok Jong-woon's talent. He ordered Mok Jeong-woon to perform the ghost shadow claw technique, and unexpectedly the boy executed it perfectly, as if he'd practiced it for years. When he asked his subordinates, the only answer was that young Master Mok spent his days holed up in his room reading. The only thing they knew was that Mok Jeong-woon seemingly did nothing at all. The dark sect leader was full of doubt. Could someone grasp a supreme skill just by glancing over it? It was hard to believe. He instructed Mok Jeong-woon in another move, and the result was the same. He knew Mok Jeong-woon had genius, but he hadn't expected it to be this terrifying. A prodigy who needs no guidance, truly a frightening thing. So the dark sect leader changed tactics, answering only the questions Mok Jeong-woon raised. But those questions exceeded expectations. The dark sect leader couldn't help but be astonished by his curiosity. What he asked, "I've heard you always wear a mask. How exactly is it made?" This made the dark sect leader uneasy. The boy didn't touch on martial arts at all. Instead, he probed the sect's secret arts. Could it be he's interested in something other than the martial path? This became the second worry. Now the dark sect leader was grilling his subordinates. Is that true? Unbelievable. Teaching the sect's secret arts requires absolute trust. But the dark sect leader hadn't fully placed his trust in Mok Jeong-woon, so he withheld the third move of the flying ghost blade technique and the secret techniques. Instead, he ordered his men to thoroughly investigate Mok's sword manner and Mok Jeong-woon's background going back 3 days. He believed a genius like that must have had formal training, but no, according to the reports. His martial skill stopped at 3rd rank only. The dark sect leader was stunned. His only conjecture was that Mok Jeong-woon might be resentful of his low status in the family. He waved his hand wearily, telling himself these clues weren't enough to conclude anything, and ordered further investigation. Then came the third concern, which was what made him most uneasy. How should he handle this? He had dispatched people to tail Mok Jeong-woon, but strangely enough, there was absolutely nothing unusual. Mok Jeong-woon spent his days only training, eating, cultivating, and reading, never stepping a single measure outside that dull routine. Everything happened too regularly, too normal. Could he be subtly threatening those tailing him? The dark sect leader grew ever more suspicious, but even after rotating the tailing teams constantly, the results remained the same. That could prove the reports true, yet ironically it was that very perfection that made him feel even more doubtful. I knew it, he had discovered it long ago. With that keen sense, the sect master had finally seen through it. He had rotated 18 tailors. There's no way he could have threatened or bribed them all. But Mok Jeong-woon's talent wasn't limited to martial skill. He must have known for some time that he was being watched. Maybe he deliberately acted normal to make me drop my guard, and in doing so I only made him more cautious. Whatever. The dark sect leader called out for Jade. Jade was a special grade assassin. His martial realm had reached the ultimate peak, and he came from one of the 4 great killing orders, the Soundless Murder sect. He was the dark sect leader's trusted aide and the finest at concealment. Jade stepped forward and asked, "You called me?" The dark sect leader gave his orders. Jade replaced all the servants with ordinary men, keeping only 2 guards. "And from now on, you must personally tail him." Jade slowly vanished into the void. Understood. The dark sect leader lifted his teacup and pondered. If he acted, a special grade stealth assassin like him couldn't be detected even by a supreme peak martial master. "I'll soon make the truth clear. The watched one will certainly hide his secrets, but once he believes no one follows him, the truth will reveal itself." Meanwhile, Jade moved silently through the night. Jade slowly lifted a roof tile to observe below. He watched in silence. The demon skin's eyes trembled slightly. Below, Mok Jeong-woon calmly read, lines about puncturing the liver, form transformation, and refining appearing on the page. One hand was still restraining a man covered in wounds. Mok Jeong-woon slowly said, "Like an immortal herb from the celestial realm, one seed can become hundreds of thousands." Jade quickly leaped down below. A magical gleam flashed in his eyes. Jade slowly reached into his robe. He nimbly moved behind Mok Jeong-woon. He showed no flinch and only smiled lightly. "You're early." Demonic monk. It turned out the demon skin was possessed by demonic monk. Blue Spirit slowly held a cigarette between her lips. She gently exhaled a plume of smoke, thinking back to 3 days ago. A mortal had asked demonic monk and me to investigate the dark sect's strength, and we found that Jade Prowler. He was very good at masking his aura, but that was useless against a soul. So we took him down. We skillfully persuaded or intimidated the rest without leaving a trace. As a result, just 1 week after Mok Jeong-woon joined the dark sect, he had almost taken control of the place. The scene in the darkness was very quiet. Mok Jeong-woon casually toyed with the scroll in his hand. "So, how's the new body, demonic monk? Lucky you. And is this the scroll the dark sect leader examined? What's written on it?" Suddenly Mok Jeong-woon glanced at the person kneeling on the ground. Demonic monk was curious. Are you talking about this man? Mok Jeong-woon replied. He's not a dark sect warrior, to be precise, he is. He was an assassin sent to kill me, Blue Spirit added. He was sent by that blind swordsman I saw earlier. Mok Jeong-woon calmly recalled the face. Wei Meng-chin, the close guard of the second disciple, that's a fake name. I suspected he had some scheme, and I didn't expect he'd actually send this man. Do you know what he said at first? He claimed to be from the Orthodox Alliance's hidden. Demonic monk looked puzzled and didn't understand. Blue Spirit hurried to explain, you don't get it. He targeted you because you're of the righteous path, hoping you'd lower your guard and stay put. Mok Jeong-woon continued. After a bit of light torture, he reluctantly confessed. The assassin then screamed in pain. Wei Meng-chin sent me. Demonic monk silently observed the man's cowardly demeanor. Blue Spirit frowned in annoyance, yet what nerve did that blind man have to send someone here? He could be exposed at any moment. Even I was full of curiosity. Indeed, thinking back, it's strange. He must have known someone like him couldn't simply kill me. Besides, this is where confidential intelligence is handled, one of the most heavily guarded areas in the city. So how could he get in without being detected? No, did he trick me? Blue Spirit asked, perplexed. What are you saying? At that moment, the lanterns outside suddenly flared brightly. Mok Jeong-woon calmly analyzed. He didn't slip in unnoticed. What did the man say at first? Blue Spirit recounted that he initially claimed to be from the Orthodox Alliance. Impossible. Mok Jeong-woon was pleased to see she quickly caught the clue. Indeed, there's no way the security here would be that lax. They deliberately let the intruder in. Most likely this was a trap set by the dark sect to capture the intruder and pry out his true purpose. That blind man used the dark sect's devices, staging it as if a spy from the Orthodox Alliance had contacted the enemy. Just then someone outside called loudly, "Young master, are you all right? There's an intruder, get out there at once." It was the dark sect internal affairs overseer. Wei Meng-chin was watching the whole scene from above. Mok Jeong-woon continued his account. The man's intent wasn't assassination, but from the start he planned to play the role of a spy for the Orthodox Alliance. Two others stood watching the commotion below. Wei Meng-chin inquired, what happened? The other replied, as you said, dark sect fighters gathered at his villa. Wei Meng-chin smiled with satisfaction. Everything unfolded according to plan. I can clearly picture his panic right now. Rewinding to the day before, the assassin asked, at first you told him he was sent by the Orthodox Alliance, and if he was tortured, I'd claim you sent him. Exactly, he would certainly torture you. The assassin remained doubtful. Couldn't I say someone else sent me instead of nomming you? Wei Meng-chin replied, no, he's too clever and would see through that mess. If I said he was one of ours, he wouldn't kill immediately. That would buy me more time, the assassin added. I understand, after I stall, the dark sect warriors will mobilize. Wei Meng-chin was pleased. Right, the assassin confirmed. Afterwards, I'd be accused of being a spy for the Orthodox Alliance. Please take care of my family. Wei Meng-chin nodded with satisfaction. I will not forget this favor. Wei Meng-chin watched in silence. This operation was planned from the start with the willingness to trade lives. Whether he was tortured or not, it was all a scheme to pin the spy charge on him. So I slipped an Orthodox Alliance badge into his clothes. At the same time, I bribed the dark sect internal affairs overseer. This plan was the result of dozens of discussions over the past week. No matter how crafty he was, he couldn't escape. Before long, he'd be declared a spy for the Orthodox Alliance. Then he'd be humiliated, or he'd croak under torture. The scene quickly shifted. By then, Wei Meng-chin had returned home. He quietly sat down in a chair to ponder. I trust my senses. Of all things, nothing is as precise as sound, especially the heartbeat. His heartbeat sounded odd, unchanging in any situation. A rhythm so steady it was strange. A being like that certainly didn't belong here. I suggested the master ambush him, but was brushed off. So I had no choice but to deal with him myself. That thought relieved me considerably. Suddenly, Wei Meng-chin's expression froze. A strange noise came from outside. The sound drew closer and closer to his house. Wei Meng-chin stood silently, hiding behind the door and waiting. He strained his eyes to look out, extremely vigilant. Wei Meng-chin felt a flicker of panic. What is going on? Too quiet. Sensing the unease, Wei Meng-chin immediately seized his sword and hurriedly opened the door to listen. His mind in turmoil. There should have been warriors guarding the mansion, yet I sensed no one. Are they all asleep? No, they're all unconscious. I heard footsteps trampling over them. I heard it only once, but I recognized it. How could that be? That person. How did you get in here? Wasn't he being held in the cell for interrogation? Mok Jeong-woon. Mok Jeong-woon calmly tossed a severed hand toward him. Take this. He hurriedly caught it. Wei Meng-chin quickly recognized the identity of that severed hand. Mok Jeong-woon immediately lunged toward Wei Meng-chin. He calmly swung his sword to strike. I'll give him back to you. Everything you sent to kill me. Wei Meng-chin braced the blade and gritted his teeth. What the hell is going on? During the fight, Mok Jeong-woon still sensed a change within his body and told himself that strange feeling. Everyday life had been harmonious, yet like ripples suddenly spreading across a still pond. An abnormal sensation not like before, that was it. At this point, he succeeded in driving the enemy back. At that moment, Mok Jeong-woon's sword strikes were extremely precise. Wui Meng-chin was beaten until his teeth ground, muttering harshly to himself, what the hell happened? Everything had been perfect. He should have been framed as the dark sect internal affairs leader's spy. How could an unexpected variable appear? And yet that bastard slipped through the plan. What on earth happened? Cut to an hour earlier, just as he arrived at the gate, the commander loudly asked, "Young master, are you all right? There's been an intruder. Please step outside." The visitor was Cho Yum-hoon, the dark sect's internal envoy. He kept calculating, half believing, half doubting that someone had really dared to break in here. Earlier, subordinates had been sent to report to him that Mok Jeong-woon was a spy and someone would come to contact him. Since Mok Jeong-woon was a hostage of the righteous faction, Cho Yum-hoon had long been suspicious. Now the intruder heading straight for his villa only confirmed that suspicion. Perfect, he'd always disliked Mok Jeong-woon, and now with grounds to call him a spy, it was an ideal chance to push him into the abyss. Thinking so, Cho Yum-hoon immediately ordered his men, if the intruder refused to come out, drag him out by force. The nearby subordinate executed the command at once. A moment later, Mok Jeong-woon dragged the intruder in and asked him, "Who is this?" At the sight of him, Cho Yum-hoon couldn't help but be astonished. At that point, Mok Jeong-woon deliberately said to the others, "The steward has arrived. Because you didn't detain the intruder, I thought you were completely unaware." Seeing him toss the captured man toward him, he hurriedly offered an excuse. "How could that be? I only left him to watch and see his true purpose." Mok Jeong-woon, well aware of their trick, replied, "Really? Then I'll trust you once for now." Cho Yum-hoon frowned at him and cursed under his breath. "That bastard, this is the last time you're allowed to be arrogant." With that thought, he spoke plainly to Mok Jeong-woon. "It's strange that he ignored all classified documents and went straight to your villa." He did not hesitate to admit it. Indeed, no matter what torture was applied, he wouldn't speak. I was about to lift him to wake and continue the interrogation. Cho Yum-hoon replied leisurely, "What a nuisance." He acted surprised and asked back, "Is there a problem?" He leaned in and whispered to Mok Jeong-woon, "Maybe he's acting to hide something." At that, Cho Yum-hoon suddenly placed a hand on his shoulder. He looked at Mok Jeong-woon sternly. "If you were the spy yourself, say, trying to contact that young master over there." In Cho Yum-hoon's mind, he was now convinced all evidence pointed to him. "You would surely be tortured to death." Those words plunged Mok Jeong-woon into silence. Then he gave a faint, knowing smile. This puzzled Cho Yum-hoon. He wondered to himself, did he just smile? At this point, the dark sect leader had to speak up. Apparently, a distinguished guest visited last night. The guest's appearance made everyone cry out in shock, "Dark sect leader," and immediately the dark sect leader loudly demanded, "What is the purpose of this visitor's arrival?" Cho Yum-hoon began to flounder, unsure how to answer. Moreover, his men rushed forward to seize the intruder, causing him to roar in irritation. This action left the dark sect leader both puzzled and surprised. Cho Yum-hoon loudly ordered that the man be released. Cho Yum-hoon stepped up in front of him and asked, "Why has this man suddenly gone mad?" The intruder sounded panicked as he stammered, "Sorry, steward." Seeing the other's attitude, he grew more tense and screamed inwardly, "What the?" At this point, he decided to confess to Cho Yum-hoon. "I already told everything to the righteous faction's captive." The confession left him utterly shocked. "What?" The intruder quickly fell to his knees begging, "Please spare my family. Please, I don't even need to keep my own life." Realizing he couldn't escape punishment, Cho Yum-hoon turned to plead with the dark sect leader. "I'm completely falsely accused. I have no reason to know this man. How can you abandon me? Please save me. You all tear your mouth apart." Jade quickly restrained the other and calmly said, "Calm down." Cho Yum-hoon was stunned to see him here, and the steward coldly demanded, "Why are you so agitated? Have you been secretly colluding with him?" Cho Yum-hoon broke out in a cold sweat, frantically denying any collusion. Then Ju spoke, making him turn in surprise. "Is that true?" "Young Master Mok is a good man," Gunwoo agreed as well. "No one can slander him." Immediately, everyone present buzzed with talk. Does the steward's order even include threatening people's families? Cho Yum-hoon stubbornly protested loudly, "No, it's not like that." The dark sect leader remained silent, quietly observing the whole affair. With no way to deny it, he turned to shift the blame. "Dark sect leader, I was only following your orders." Seeing the situation turn against him, Jade pleaded to the dark sect leader, asking permission. "I'll personally restrain the steward." As soon as he finished, the man loudly ordered, "Someone." he kept shouting excuses. It wasn't like that, it wasn't. Jihu quickly urged everyone on. Seize him, Cho Yum-hoon shouted in fear, no. At the same time, the intruder shot him a look full of hatred. However, the dark sect leader launched a sword strike that sent the man skyward. The lightning-fast action left Jihu and Gunwoo exchanging stunned looks. Even Cho Yum-hoon couldn't believe his eyes. Everything happened so quickly that Mok Jong-woon couldn't intervene in time. In an instant, the intruder's head was severed from his neck. The dark sect leader declared coldly that whoever disrupted internal unity in this clan must pay with their life. From now on, no one is to mention this matter again. And so the kill the chicken to scare the monkey tactic worked. Everyone clasped hands and obeyed. A few minutes later, he cast a cold gaze at the severed head. The dark sect leader stared at the intruder without saying a word. A few seconds later, he murmured to himself, "What was it that I sensed from him?" After a while, a sudden flame burst forth. The fire spread quickly, making the dark sect leader start to feel uneasy. With a look of astonishment mixed with confusion, he turned to look at Mok Jong-woon. He merely smiled faintly and met the other's gaze. That smile made the dark sect leader even more unsettled. He unconsciously tightened his grip on the sword, thinking to himself that this was a deviation. The dark sect leader remained standing there, scrutinizing Mok Jong-woon with his eyes. Cut to an hour later during the fight, Mok Jong-woon thought to himself, a sense of wrongness. Yes, it is exactly what I sense from him. A thoroughly wrong feeling. Then he delivered a powerful kick to Wee Mengchen's face. He took the painful blow, flew backward, and slammed into the door, damaging it badly. Wee Mengchen tried to hold on and staggered to his feet on the floor. Seeing Wee Mengchen kneeling at his feet, Mok Jong-woon spoke coldly. "Now I'll give you back everything that you intended to pour on my head." A strange feeling suddenly flared in his heart. Normally, he'd be willing to recruit talent, but this man gave an uneasy premonition, urging him to eliminate him immediately. There's no use in keeping him alive. Right here, I'll see you off. Just then, Blue Spirit appeared and warned Mok Jong-woon to be careful, which took him by surprise. As soon as the warning ended, he suddenly lunged to attack him. Fortunately, Mok Jong-woon quickly stepped back. She whispered in his ear, "That blind man is a level above you." Blue Spirit's remark made Mok Jong-woon ponder. Wee Mengchen continued, "I must admit, you are both strong and cunning, skilled in crafty schemes, but you shouldn't have set foot here." Hearing that, he wiped the blood from his face and calmly replied, "Fine." He threatened Mok Jong-woon, "Because you will die by my hand." He showed no fear, slightly curling his lip in provocation. Interesting. Wee Mengchen had to acknowledge Mok Jong-woon's skill. "I admit, you are strong. To reach a martial level like mine at this age is truly an admirable achievement." Yet inwardly he thought, rapid advancement inevitably brings countless flaws. The next attack from the opponent left him both astonished and puzzled. In a flash, Mok Jong-woon was flung into the adjacent room. At that point, he was completely on the defensive, only able to retreat continuously. Wee Mengchen's steps grew increasingly rapid. He launched move after move, but Mok Jong-woon still managed to parry. The more they fought, the fiercer the techniques became. Then Wee Mengchen suddenly scoffed, though on the same realm, their skills aren't equal. One main reason is internal strength. When you advance your realm too rapidly, it's hard to cultivate deep, steady internal power. That's why I'm overpowering you. Saying that, he privately considered a second reason in his head. Even so, the next move was still blocked by Mok Jong-woon. Wee Mengchen quickly shifted his technique, and thanks to alertness, he still managed to respond in time. But on the second strike, Mok Jong-woon was hit, leaving him unnerved. Having achieved his aim, Wee Mengchen thought to himself about the experience, then bluntly told him, "Just as I suspected, you can't react in time." Mok Jong-woon, bleeding from his wound, hurriedly retreated. Next, Wee Mengchen said casually, "Your sword form is perfect and very precise. But your lack of real combat experience leaves you unable to handle irregular techniques, and your internal power is far inferior." With that, Wee Mengchen prepared to launch a new move. This forced Mok Jong-woon not to let his guard down. As the opponent spoke, the world of battle was brutal yet utterly fair. Those two weaknesses, dazzling Starflower Sword, fourth technique, brave Eternal Flash, instantly sent countless blades hurtling straight at Mok Jong-woon. Following that came Wee Mengchen's confident assertion that these were precisely the reasons for his defeat. Mok Jong-woon glared at the 10,000 swords rushing in, yet privately admired them. In that instant, the beauty of the swordplay nearly froze him. A perfect technique, take this one head on. Facing it directly, he calculated and then threw his full strength into the move. Mok Jong-woon successfully blocked the first sword, and he broke the following blades as well. A rain of swords poured directly onto Mok Jong-woon. Soon after, his entire body was covered in wounds. Mok Jong-woon not only felt no worry but burst into loud laughter, thinking how amusing this was. His laughter grew louder and louder. Inwardly, he told himself how amusing. This truly is a battle with a genuine master. Exhilarating, more so than any duel before. Mok Jeong-woon's attitude made the opponent exclaim, "You can still laugh. You're no ordinary person, but I admit that in 5 years or even 2, I couldn't be sure who would win." With that, Woo Mengchen quickly launched an attack. He struck while insulting him, "But you're utterly foolish." Mok Jeong-woon suddenly froze. Woo Mengchen spoke, "It is your arrogance. That has led you straight to your own death." Seeing Woo Mengchen unleash his ultimate move, Blue Spirit screamed in alarm. She watched his technique and hesitated in her assessment. This is. At last, Woo Mengchen's sword neared Mok Jeong-woon's throat. Woo Mengchen was employing a technique called Shattering 8 Techniques. While his neck still bled, Mok Jeong-woon quickly found a way to counterattack. This made him shout in astonishment. What? Woo Mengchen felt puzzled, thinking the blade had slipped away. The counter move was called the Flowing Profound Kick Technique. He struck while shouting to rally his spirit. Minutes later, Woo Mengchen was beaten to the point of gritting his teeth. Mok Jeong-woon's hand was bleeding profusely. Then he switched to the first technique, Ritual of Expulsion. Seeing Mok Jeong-woon regain the initiative, Blue Spirit laughed aloud and thought to herself, "How ridiculous! I didn't expect you to comprehend the liberation form. Ritual of Expulsion is entirely different from Ritual of Attachment. If Ritual of Attachment draws everything toward the body, then Ritual of Expulsion contains the secret of pushing away anything that touches the body. That is the true mystery of repulsion force. But you are still inexperienced, judging by the blade not being flung away but merely skidding. I know you haven't reached perfection yet." After fighting for a while, Mok Jeong-woon loudly told Woo Mengchen that when facing a master, the activation timing must be absolutely precise. "It's harder than I thought, especially against someone like you. I'd like to keep playing, but time's running out. It's been fun. Let's end it here." Woo Mengchen replied, "So you were hiding tricks too? That last move diverted my blade's course." But no sooner had he finished speaking than the sword in his hand flared brightly, making Mok Jeong-woon involuntarily wary. Woo Mengchen decided to use sword chi and taunted that the move just used couldn't be employed a second time. Moreover, Woo Mengchen thought to himself that the trickery was one thing, but the intrinsic nature of this man's sword was extraordinary, to the point of cracking even the famed renowned sword. If this went on, he'd gain nothing from it. In the very next clash, he unleashed the dazzling star power sword, 7th technique, Resistance Destroying Martial Stone, vowing this move would decide the outcome. Mok Jeong-woon not only showed no fear but smiled meaningfully. "Looks like you've run out of tricks, huh?" Woo Mengchen shouted in anger. "What?" he wondered inwardly. "What is this move?" Immediately after, Mok Jeong-woon mocked his repetition of the old move, then, swift as lightning, executed Dazzling Star Flower Sword, 7th technique, Resistance Destroying Martial Stone, leaving Woo Mengchen dumbfounded. For now, Mok Jeong-woon had completely seized control of the situation and pressed his opponent into a disadvantageous position. In utter incredulous shock, Woo Mengchen screamed inside, "It can't be. Dazzling Star Flower Sword is a secret family art, never to be passed outside. That means, in a life-or-death duel, facing someone trying to take your life, Mok Jeong-woon could grasp it right in the fight." Not stopping there, Mok Jeong-woon proceeded to unleash Dazzling Star Flower Sword's 4th technique, Brave Eternal Flash. 10,000 swords streaked at Woo Mengchen in unison. He gritted his teeth and fought back with all his strength, questioning himself. Impossible, how could this absurdity happen? Seconds later, Mok Jeong-woon's sword gently met Woo Mengchen's blade. When struck by his opponent, an expression of extreme tension flashed across Woo Mengchen's face. Woo Mengchen, mind in turmoil, murmured, "Even the irregular moves I usually use, the skills beyond the ordinary. You imitate and perform even more skillfully than I do, growing stronger as we fight. You truly are a monster." Instinct told him this man was a threat. Mok Jeong-woon's blade would surely aim straight for second young master's throat. "I must stop him." As he thought that, Mok Jeong-woon's sword had already pierced through Woo Mengchen's shoulder. At that moment, he used his remaining, wanting strength to grab hold of the man's hand. This sudden action surprised Mok Jeong-woon for a moment. Woo Mengchen gasped, "I acknowledge your martial talent, but in terms of pure internal power, I absolutely do not lose." Determined to settle this with Mok Jeong-woon at all costs, he unleashed his full strength and vowed that even at the cost of his life he would end the duel. Woo Mengchen rolled his eyes, but Mok Jeong-woon's sword was a beat faster than his. Like a gust of wind, Mok Jeong-woon lightly swept past Woo Mengchen, paused casually, then slowly straightened up. In bewilderment and disbelief, Woo Mengchen reached to clutch the wound at his throat. Feeling the hot blood flowing, Woo Mengchen was stunned, wondering what had just happened. Furthermore, his sword had been snapped in two by him. Mok Jeong-woon still gripped the sword in his hand, while Wei Mengchen could only whisper about his internal power, rising to 3 times its normal. Could it be that he hadn't actually been taking this seriously from the start? Mok Jeong-woon's next words horrified Wei Mengchen. Right, how could someone with such poor vision throw themselves into this fight? If you'd stayed put, you'd probably have lived longer. Guessing Mok Jeong-woon's intent, he worried to himself. Wait a moment. Hold on a second. Mok Jeong-woon sheathed his sword and softly said, "Good. Your main ace has to leave immediately." As blood gushed like a spring from the wound, Mok Jeong-woon turned his back and walked away, not forgetting to say, "Sleep well." Witnessing Wei Mengchen's defeat, Blue Spirit praised, "Mok Jeong-woon, you've worked harder than I expected." She admitted he was stronger than she'd imagined. Blue Spirit clicked her tongue. "You still have a long road, keep training." Though she said that aloud, inwardly she thought it was extraordinary that Mok Jeong-woon could defeat someone a rank higher with such astonishing growth speed. As she thought this, a strange aura suddenly spread, making both of them uneasy. Blue Spirit said half-jokingly, "This is getting interesting." He asked in confusion, "What is this gathering of aura?" Blue Spirit explained, "Come to think of it, this is your first time facing it. When someone dies with extreme obsession, their soul condenses into a form." Mok Jeong-woon refused to believe it and said, "No way." Blue Spirit confirmed, "Yes, he certainly died in deep grievance. When that aura took Wei Mengchen's shape, his soul shrieked. He said he wanted to follow me to achieve great deeds and open my spiritual eyes. How unfair. I never expected I'd become some stray wind spirit like this. Mok Jeong-woon, seeing my enemy's face right after death, I cannot accept it. I will haunt you, I'll cling to you and kill you without letting go, haunting you until you die." He showed no fear, only smiling as he looked at Wei Mengchen's resentment. He stared at Mok Jeong-woon with bullet-eyed intensity. A few seconds later, Wei Mengchen's soul suddenly moved to check whether the other could see him. He hovered back and forth in front of him. After a moment of observation, Wei Mengchen hesitantly said, Can you see me?" Mok Jeong-woon answered confidently. Immediately after, Mok Jeong-woon suddenly swung his hand to attack, causing the opposing soul to howl in grievance. As he squeezed Wei Mengchen's throat, the latter panicked and cried out, "What is this? How can a living person touch a soul like me?" Blue Spirit snapped urgently, "Shut up, make him utterly bewildered." She stepped closer. While Mok Jeong-woon was choking Wei Mengchen's soul, Blue Spirit contemptuously said, "The corpse hasn't even cooled and it's already making noise." This made Wei Mengchen even more confused. Wei Mengchen wondered about Blue Spirit's nature. What is she? Like a calamity. Don't tell me that terrifying thing is going to cling to him. At the same time, Mok Jeong-woon asked, "What should we do?" She replied immediately, "What else? Gather spiritual energy and punish him." Mok Jeong-woon looked at him and sighed, "What a pity. Live a better life in your next life." Hearing that, Wei Mengchen worried to himself, what on earth is this monster? Cut to that night at the dark sect, Mok Jeong-woon's residence. In the silent space, Mok Jeong-woon slipped in quietly. He silently surveyed his surroundings, unable to hide his astonishment. On his way to the dark sect leader's room, he wondered why the guards, the clan members, even the servants made not a single sound. In a moment, Mok Jeong-woon had reached the man's chamber. The dark sect leader seemed to have expected his arrival and lowered his voice to admonish, "You're late." Mok Jeong-woon felt both surprised and puzzled. Before he could speak, the man pressed on, "Where have you been wandering at this hour?" The question forced Mok Jeong-woon to reflect inwardly. After careful thought, he clasped his hands and bowed, replying, "The training yard." But the man's immediate retort left Mok Jeong-woon stunned. "Don't try to trick me that you were at the training yard." It took a moment to calm himself. He finally answered, "That's not a lie. Ask the guards, they'll attest I was there." The dark sect leader replied, displeased, "The guards. There's a strange feeling, an unusual omen." This remark left Mok Jeong-woon flustered, stammering for words. The dark sect leader dug deeper. "At first you don't notice it, but as they accumulate, that discomfort grows, that sense of wrongness." At that, Mok Jeong-woon involuntarily recalled that night, when the guards were all present, weapons at the ready to seize Cho Yom-hoon. While he smiled slyly, the dark sect leader stood there silent and motionless. Thinking of that, the man's voice rang out again. "And at some point, that feeling just grew larger and enveloped you." Understanding the implication, he feigned ignorance. "I don't know what you mean." The reply that followed made him widen his eyes in shock. "You have crossed the line. What have you done to the dark sect fighters?" With that, the sect master's sword was pressed to Mok Jeong-woon's throat. The maneuver was so quick he had to admit to himself it was truly fast, incomparable. "Even if I use all my strength, I probably can't win." Relying solely on direct interrogation to find the truth without proof, you're fit to be dark sect leader. He thought to himself that he couldn't escape by force, nor was there any way to explain this situation. Just as expected, he would have to take that thing out. A few seconds later, the sect master said coldly, "Everything depends on how you answer." Mok Jong-woon quickly spoke up. Over 100 years ago, a religion was accused of spreading doctrine that disturbed the world and deceiving the people. They were condemned simply for their beliefs. The words were like a pinprick that stunned the dark sect leader into silence. Mok Jong-woon continued, "A Western sect that to this day is hunted whenever it surfaces, a group that breathes fire. Master, aren't you from the believers of Zoroastrianism?" This question momentarily threw the dark sect leader into confusion. He looked at him with probing eyes, his mind filled with a flurry of panic. It took a long while before the dark sect leader questioned himself. "How did you know?" Cut to an hour and a half earlier, seeing the guards at the door, Mok Jong-woon told Blue Spirit, "They're about to rush in. We need to read this now." She looked at the scroll in his hand and asked, "You mean the dark sect leader's scroll?" Mok Jong-woon suspected that the scroll demonic monk had entered the guard jade with had been brought here. He wondered what was written inside. Curious, he opened it and shouted aloud, "This is the language of Persia." Blue Spirit jumped and stepped closer. "What Persia?" Seeing this, Blue Spirit thought to herself, "Persia is way out in the western regions, a coastal land north beyond Zhongyuan." She asked Mok Jong-woon curiously, "But how do you know that?" He answered honestly, "He taught me that when lecturing on Western materia medica." She still didn't quite understand and pressed on, "Just because of some herbs, so what does it say?" Mok Jong-woon replied hesitantly, "Should I call it an incantation? It looks like a poem. Let's see. When I burn this body in the sacred flame." As he read, Blue Spirit listened intently to every word. Mok Jong-woon continued solemnly, "I am free from life and death, illuminating the path I hope to walk in holy radiance." At that, Blue Spirit abruptly interrupted, "Stop. I get it, this isn't an incantation or poetry," he asked in surprise. "Then what is it?" And her answer left Mok Jong-woon aghast. "This is scripture. No time for niceties, I'll be blunt. This is believer of Zoroastrianism material, a heretical fire-worshipping sect." Blue Spirit continued, 100 years ago the court and the martial world launched a large-scale purge. Many people were hunted down and disappeared from that time on. Even now it's the same, if it's revealed that the dark sect leader belongs to the believers of Zoroastrianism. Before she could finish, he cut in, "That would become a fatal weakness." On the surface, Blue Spirit remained calm, but inwardly she agreed. Just as he thought, believers of Zoroastrianism truly are a fatal vulnerability. Back in the present with the dark sect leader choking him, Mok Jong-woon smiled coldly, recalling Blue Spirit's words, "You, a mere mortal, don't even know this." After hearing Mok Jong-woon's full account, the dark sect leader resolved, "I never intended to kill you." But in his mind, he thought the main reason the believers were rejected was their doctrine. After weighing pros and cons, the dark sect leader was resolute. Killing immediately is the most advantageous option, no need to bother with subtleties. At that moment, Blue Spirit scolded, "I told you, never meddle with the believers of Zoroastrianism. Mentioning them was my mistake." Before making his move, he said indifferently, "I don't know if anyone else knows this truth, but losing one more won't hurt, die." Saying that, the dark sect leader quickly swung his sword at him. But Mok Jong-woon's next words suddenly sent him into a panic. "When I burn this body in the sacred flame, I am free from life and death." Hearing this, Blue Spirit felt a rising sense of confusion. Seeing the dark sect leader's sword falter, he continued, "Illuminate the path I hope to walk in holy radiance. Joy and anger ultimately are but dust. The suffering folk of this world are pitiful." Both he and Blue Spirit were horrified. The same thought ran through their minds, he's reciting scripture. In a panic, the sect master stepped back and shouted, "How do you know the scripture?" Mok Jong-woon hadn't yet answered when the man guessed to himself, "You read my scripture? Impossible, it's written in original Persian, only a few in Zhengyuan can read it." Only when certain did he snarl angrily, "Don't tell me you." On the other side, Blue Spirit also interrogated Mok Jong-woon. "Mortal, could you be?" Before she finished, he cut in, "I already said that's a weakness." A few seconds later, the dark sect leader asked skeptically, "Are you a true follower of the sect or merely posing as one?" Mok Jong-woon paid him no mind, only smiled, touched the wound on his neck and softly said, "A weakness of the human heart." Blue Spirit rushed over suspicious, "Mortal, don't tell me it's you." The dark sect leader barely moved his lips and asked softly, are you one of us?" Blue Spirit gasped and looked at Mok Jong-woon. then shouted behind her that they were both pretending. The space suddenly fell silent. Everyone looked for a private corner to talk. The dark sect leader covered his mouth and burst into laughter. What a wonderful day this is. I never expected you to bring such good news. Mok Jeong-woon, from now on we stand on the same side like fellow disciples bound by the same fate. Mok Jeong-woon replied cheerfully, I will remember that well. I will devote myself to the rise of the sect. She heard this and covered her mouth, giggling softly. The dark sect leader stepped forward to counsel. May the holy flame guide you. May the sacred fire light your way. Then she strolled out at ease. Watching her retreating figure, Blue Spirit appeared and asked Mok Jeong-woon, you really know how to use your clever brain? He could only reply helplessly, more hands make lighter work after all. She pressed her lips in thought. Still, one must admit the other not only won the dark sect leader over but also knew how to use him to his advantage. 2 hours earlier, the dark sect leader had voiced his suspicion. Are you really one of ours? Blue Spirit showed displeasure. Mortal, it seems you intended to use a disguise trick to deceive the dark sect leader. If that's your plan, I'm not exactly thrilled. You should know you're facing the leader of the organization. If you only imitate superficially, he'll see through you immediately. Yes, if that's all your skill, you'll certainly be caught. Blue Spirit glanced over at Mok Jeong-woon, wondering inwardly what scheme he was plotting. Mok Jeong-woon stepped forward, puzzled. Who among you would know? The dark sect leader blurted in alarm. What? Mok Jeong-woon elaborated. I was taught a little, but that's not enough to make me a true heir. The dark sect leader asked sharply. Then who taught you? Just an old man with liver spots on his face. He never gave a name, saying mentioning it would only cause trouble. The dark sect leader remarked that the explanation sounded plausible, but there was no guarantee. Do you really expect me to believe that? Mok Jeong-woon replied calmly, of course not. The dark sect leader asked irritably, then how am I supposed to trust you? Mok Jeong-woon answered. I was taught the scripture in that old man's original language. The dark sect leader was so astonished he shouted, what? Blue Spirit nearby heard this and happily calculated. Of course, this man can remember everything after a single glance. The dark sect leader never imagined he could memorize so precisely after one fleeting look. The dark sect leader fell silent and said, if that's true, he's no ordinary man. She turned toward the desk. The dark sect leader decided to grant the request. Very well, then write down exactly one line you once heard or learned from that old man. Mok Jeong-woon smiled and nodded. All right, he stepped forward to write on the paper, exactly as written. As he wrote, Mok Jeong-woon pondered, recalling that passage now really felt different from ordinary scripture. This should do. Blue Spirit curiously stepped closer to look, a tiny smirk perfectly in place. Perhaps the one who taught you Persian really was him. Then Mok Jeong-woon handed the paper to the dark sect leader. Here, keep piling one clever lie on top of another. The dark sect leader read the paper and looked flustered. This is the prayer of the sacred flames, and you've disguised it as fact using the tools at hand. If your target is a fanatic of that faith, then among everyone who could recite this line, only that elder would. She suddenly sobbed, so it was him who taught you. They'll be fooled instantly without a doubt. Blue Spirit sighed and questioned herself. This is exactly why faith can be so terrifying. The dark sect leader hugged the paper to his chest, moved, and said, if he taught you, it means you too have faith. She hurried over and grabbed Mok Jeong-woon's shoulder. Do you know where he is now? No, one day he vanished without leaving a farewell. But just knowing he's alive puts me somewhat at ease. Blue Spirit chimed in. Even she didn't know who that elder really was. In the end, he was spectacularly deceived. Anyway, I'm glad we made it through this crisis. Mok Jeong-woon suddenly remembered something and spoke up. Ah, that reminds me. He said the old man left something behind. Both the dark sect leader and Blue Spirit were surprised. What? Blue Spirit pursed her lips, thinking inwardly, what nonsense is he spouting? Wasn't that old man he mentioned something he made up? There's no way he left anything. Mortal, what trick are you up to now? He walked to the table, writing as he spoke. He wrote this in Persian. I don't understand the meaning. Could you take a look? The dark sect leader exclaimed in astonishment. This. The dark sect leader suddenly lowered his voice. Phantom sword. The dark sect leader murmured in shock. It's phantom sword. Blue Spirit sneered, that arrogant brat. Because the soul blade is your mortal enemy, yet now you've linked him to the very person the dark sect leader is hunting. If phantom sword is involved, he'll certainly use every means to track him down. Fooled the dark sect leader alone isn't enough. You want to use him to hunt down your own enemy? You're insane. Once only Blue Spirit and Mok Jeong-woon remained in the room, she calmly addressed Mok Jeong-woon. In any case, mortal, even though the dark sect leader currently stands on your side, you should still be cautious. He asked why. Puzzled, she explained, you see, he's a fanatic obsessed with his own beliefs. That means he'll use any means to protect that faith. I sincerely advise you to stay as far from them as possible. Mok Jong-woon folded his clothes and praised, interesting. Blue Spirit, puzzled, said, what? Mok Jong-woon, putting on his clothes, asked back with amusement. Earlier you said that black and white, good and evil thinking doesn't work, so I'm curious, why do you harbor prejudice against a Western origin religion like them? Blue Spirit stammered awkwardly, I went off on a tangent. Then she huffed in displeasure. All right, call it prejudice if you like. He smiled brightly and said, that's what I like about you. You always admit things straightforwardly when needed. She replied, either way, that doesn't change that we need to act in our own way. Mok Jong-woon nodded in agreement. Yes, I had hoped to hear something about Phantom Sword. The dark sect leader mentioned it before, but that was the only clue. Very crafty. Unfortunately, I have no information about Phantom Sword at all. He wondered to himself, I thought he would know something since he's the information source. Could he really know nothing? I once heard a rumor that Phantom Sword had once fought the association leader's guard. I add, you haven't been here long, and yet you already know so much. Yes, that rumor does exist, but even the association leader's guard doesn't know his true identity. Mok Jong-woon pressed his lips together, so that means I can't find him here either. Not very likely. If the association leader's guard once clashed with Phantom Sword, then why don't we try to contact him? The dark sect leader reminded them, not now. The association leader's guard is in seclusion, mourning his mother for 3 years. He won't see anyone unless they are truly special. He slammed something down on the table and shouted, what about this? The dark sect leader flinched in alarm. This. Mok Jong-woon declared plainly, I have 3 tokens from the Bloodied Corpse Valley contest. If an elder can attest to their value, we can use them as proof to present to him. The dark sect leader rushed over to ask, are you really willing to use something so precious? You could seek guidance from one of the 5 kings of 8 stars instead. He calmly confirmed, yes, but I also want to do everything I can for the sect's faith. Please let me help. Hearing that, the dark sect leader smiled with relief. Blue Spirit sat and listened to the whole conversation. Thank you, I really appreciate your help. To explain further, if that's the case, we must act quickly. Leave tomorrow. Mok Jong-woon wondered, tomorrow. The dark sect leader recounted, I heard his grandson turns 1 tomorrow. They'll hold a coming-of-age ceremony. Coincidentally, I prepared a gift. Take it and present the tokens at the same time. That way, you'll have the chance to meet the association leader's guard. He felt a spark of interest, finally. The next morning, even if it means I must travel alone, at least I've found a precious opportunity to gather information. All right, let's sit off now. The masked group began to stride forward. Mok Jong-woon recalled Phantom Sword, his grandfather's archenemy. He couldn't help but think of his grandfather. He instructed the association leader's guard Baek Saha, who had once had the chance to face that man. It was time to hear the story about him. The next morning, under the bright sun, Mok Jong-woon, Blue Spirit, and Seok-jung set out together. Seok-jung scanned the notice and confirmed, we have arrived. This is the estate of the Toad Poison King, Baek Saha's manor. Mok Jong-woon reflected, according to legend, this place was once a brutal battlefield where the clash with Phantom Sword took place. Mentioning the association leader's guard, Mok Jong-woon couldn't help but wonder whether the association leader's guard is currently in seclusion here. He gave a slight nod to signal, come on, let's go inside. Look, isn't that Wai Soyin? Mok Jong-woon glanced over. Another group of people had appeared behind them. Jang Noongak stepped forward and introduced himself as a disciple of the dark sect leader. Those two strode forward toward Mok Jong-woon. He pressed his lips together, inwardly flustered. This is awkward. The current situation really isn't favorable. Wai Soyin wondered, so senior brother showed up as well, of course. How could he be absent when someone has the association leader's guard support? Not exactly neutral. Then that person would immediately gain absolute advantage in the succession struggle. The girl wondered, but why does he radiate such murderous intent directed at me? Jang Noongak stared at Mok Jong-woon with a cold, sharp gaze. An hour earlier, at the moment disaster struck, Jong I-am, Wee Mengchen's trusted bodyguard. Jang Noongak grabbed him by the collar and demanded, what the hell did you do? Jong I-am screamed in agony, I'm a dead man. Jang Noongak coldly ordered, kill all the guards. Useless things that couldn't protect their master don't deserve to live. The crowd trembled in fear, begging for mercy. He growled at Jong I-am, you too. Other retainers rushed forward to plead for Jong I-am, master, please spare Jong Im, don't be so angry. If you remove him, who will command the 50 volunteer fighters under Mang Chin? Jang Noongak ground his teeth in unwillingness. Someone standing nearby muttered a warning. whoever struck must not be ordinary. Go Yeonhu reported that a single final sword strike severed both Wui Mengchen's blade and his head. Go Yeonhu, first evil undefeatable demon fist. His father is Go Yeonbyok, tasked with defending the Heaven-Earth Association. The cut was clean, the scene disturbed, making the investigation extremely difficult. The perpetrator is very skilled in examining evidence and investigation. Their power must reach at least true supreme peak, perhaps even higher. Jang Noongak ground his teeth angrily. If a master of that level faced me, there are only a few who could do it. Master Nayo Liang and Wai Soyan. He mumbled under his breath, there's no way those two acted personally, it's definitely a henchman. He refused to accept it and vowed to drag the culprit out by the collar. I swear I will avenge this in the same way. And one of the backers is that man over there, the Great Palace Squad's leader Wu Horeng. Disciple Sun Yun of the King of Brilliance is also one of the 5 tigers. He's Wai Soyan's confidant, if that very man killed Wui Mengchen then. Over here, the person standing beside Wui Mengchen had already drawn their sword ready. Jang Noongak's retainer behind him hurriedly reminded, young master, please calm down, it's not certain he's the killer, causing a scene here won't gain anything. He clenched his teeth to hold back the rising fury. Jang Noongak stormed up the stairs. Mok Jeong-woon murmured in confusion. Why is senior brother acting so strangely all of a sudden? The girl turned to him and asked, by the way, Mok Jeong-woon, you're not planning to side with senior brother, are you? Mok Jeong-woon shook his head and replied, I remember you said you dislike contention. There's no way I'd do that. The girl went straight up and instructed, there are many things left to say, but if senior brother seizes the initiative it'll cause big trouble. Leave it for later. Yes, absolutely must not miss this opportunity, especially for someone as weak as me. This is the only chance. Wui Mengchen, I will avenge you by taking the association leader's position, so I absolutely cannot miss this opportunity. Miss Wai Soyan and young master Jang Noongak are entering. Do not be late. Mok Jeong-woon asked the person beside him, so shall we go in too? Yes, let's go. Suddenly, someone stepped in front of him and stopped him. The gatekeeper requested, please state your name and identity. Mok Jeong-woon introduced himself. I am a disciple of the dark sect leader. My master sent a small gift, so I brought it here. Upon hearing that, the man understood, so you're a senior disciple of the dark sect leader. How rude, he told Mok Jeong-woon. Please register your identity in the book and then leave. He asked in surprise, what? The group blocking the way explained, although today is a joyful day, the Toad Poison King is still in a 3-year mourning period. So we've been ordered to refuse visitors, unless they are distinguished guests. He sneered therefore. Please be so kind as to go back. Seok Jung and Mok Jeong-woon stood silently, making no move. Suddenly he gave a slight smile. The honored guests Miss Wai Soyan and young master Jang Noongak have already been invited to a private room. Lady Jang inside sighed softly as she walked. What will be, will be. Beek Soging replied, because if not today, there may be no other chance. Second young master of the Beek House, Beek Soging, and the madam of the Beek House. Lady Jang frowned in thought. Since rumors emerged that the association leader is gravely ill, the contenders have started to make moves. In her husband's absence, she has never publicly supported anyone, so surely these people have come to sway and persuade her. Beek Soging called from behind, suggesting they should just advise her father to declare support for one faction. Lady Jang kept walking and replied firmly, you know my father's character, once he decides, he won't change his mind. Now we can only hope those 2 guests take the hint and withdraw voluntarily. With that, she opened the door and stepped straight into the large room. Everyone inside rose in unison to greet and respectfully pay respects to the madam. Wai Soyan quickly spoke up, how joyous a day it is. Jang Noongak wouldn't be outdone and interjected, congratulations on the child's coming of age. Jang Noongak and Wai Soyan were like fire and water, neither willing to yield even a word. Lady Jang rubbed her temples helplessly, thinking that with things like this they still have the mind to bicker. She sighed and put on polite manners. First, thank you both for visiting. Just as she turned to continue speaking, a flustered servant ran up shouting, Madam, a major incident has occurred. The servant bowed low and reported that a disciple of the dark sect leader had arrived. She immediately cut him off, her tone stern. I told you to turn everyone away who came here. A trembling subordinate held out an object and stammered, Boo, but he gave this. Mok Jeong-woon stood outside looking weary. I can't come in. If that's the case, fine, I'll enter openly under another identity. The gatekeeper blinked in puzzlement. Another identity. Lady Jang turned to Wai Soyan and Jang Noongak and asked, may I trouble you both for a moment? they answered in unison. Is something the matter? Lady Zhang replied, I'm afraid you'll have to share the same table with the disciple of the dark sect leader. Everyone present was shocked and alarmed. He managed to get in, he really got inside, how on earth did he do it? Mok Jeong-woon strode in, his clear voice echoing through the room. I humbly request an audience with the Toad Poison King Beek Saha, presenting the tokens from the Bloodied Corpse Valley contest as credentials to offer questions, which is equivalent to an order from the association leader. Surely you will not refuse, right? He stood there, eyes coldly fixed on the bewildered crowd. Mok Jeong-woon bowed in salute, a disciple of the dark sect leader. Lady Zhang glanced at Mok Jeong-woon with a distinctly unfriendly look from start to finish. Mok Jeong-woon continued the greeting ritual. I request an audience with the Madam of the Beak House. Inside the mansion, a servant announced, please wait a moment. Wai Soyin asked anxiously, how did you manage to get all the way here? Even they have trouble entering. Jang Noongek suddenly laughed aloud. As expected, my trusty right hand. Wai Soyin looked at him draping an arm over Mok Jeong-woon and wondered aloud, you two seem close. He replied at once, so what, we're sworn friends after all. She curled her lip, so that's how it is. Wai Soyin smiled brightly and asked, by the way, Mok Jeong-woon, you still have the token I gave you, right? Jang Noongek immediately rummaged through his jacket. At that, a servant behind hurriedly stopped him. Causing a scene now won't help matters. The room's door suddenly opened. Beek Sagang asked anxiously, what should we do, mother? Lady Zhang pondered, that child is the real problem. She cast her eyes toward Mok Jeong-woon, who was smiling as he watched Wai Soyin and Jang Noongek argue. As Lady Zhang entered, she thought, the token's request cannot be refused, but I can't let him in. Those two will certainly protest fiercely. She sighed and muttered, so be it. She raised her hand and began to open the door wide. Lady Zhang announced, very well, I'll let you meet the old man. Beek Sagang gasped, mother. He tried to stop his mother, but Lady Zhang spoke calmly. Since it's come to this, let them learn for themselves. She added, so you can see your father for yourself. Lady Zhang smiled meaningfully. He is one of Zhang Yuan's top experts in poisonous arts. Beek Sagang fell silent at once. At Beek Saha's private villa, Beek Sagang pushed the door open and said, sorry to keep you waiting. He announced that their father has agreed to receive all three of them. He looked at Mok Jeong-woon, Jang Noongek, and Wai Soyin, but there is one condition. Wai Soyin muttered a condition. Beek Sagang turned and together with Lady Zhang entered the room. To see their father you must go inside yourselves. Wai Soyin wondered why that was a condition. Beek Sagang opened the door and a stream of bluish gas poured out. Wai Soyin and Jang Noongek quickly pinched their noses. He shouted, what on earth is this? Beek Sagang calmly stood amid the blue fumes. The entire villa is filled with poison gas. The condition is that you must get through this poisonous veil to reach our father. Wai Soyin shouted, what? That's absurd. Jang Noongek gritted his teeth, thinking, forcing us to cross a room full of poison as a condition. Is he testing us? She frowned and wondered, putting aside that, why is it poisonous? Wai Soyin worriedly recalled that the Beek family's poison is infamous as one of Zhang Yuan's 3 deadliest toxins. Don't mention antidotes. It's uncertain anyone can even withstand it. The poisonous gas gradually dissipated, and no one in the courtyard spoke. Lady Zhang sighed, thinking no one would dare step forward. If one doesn't understand poisonous arts like those in our clan, at minimum their internal skill must reach supreme peak master level to withstand it. Mok Jeong-woon slowly stepped toward the door. She muttered, indeed, not a single person. Mok Jeong-woon opened the door and then stepped into the room. Lady Zhang screamed in horror, young Master Mok, charging in like that is too much. She worried, oh no, I didn't anticipate that child's action. He could rupture a vital point and bleed to death or be crippled for life. Beek Sagang shouted, danger, call the physician at once. Mok Jeong-woon suddenly spoke up, calmly enough. He exclaimed in surprise, what? Mok Jeong-woon slowly recited each component of the toxic gas. Flying Fruit Mountain, Allied Bamboo Islet, Achieve Person's Reliance, Poisonous Viscera Kingui, Kai Dangui, 10,000 Snake Toxin, Mandala, Spear 6 Poisonous Scorpion, Fire Ant Venom, Beneficial Flying Dart Toxin, Hornet Venom, and even mixed with Aconite's Golden Sand. He tilted his head and asked, may I enter now? Beek Sagang cried out in astonishment, how do you know that? Have you practiced poison arts before? Mok Jeong-woon replied, not at all. I'm only interested in herbs and poisonous plants, so I've studied them a bit. Lady Zhang, astonished, realized he truly was a prodigy. She looked at Mok Jeong-woon and thought that knowing poisons and distinguishing them by scent was a vast gulf above others. This must be innate talent. Lady Zhang silently evaluated, this aptitude even in our clan can be counted on one hand. She spoke, truly a child to covet. Beak Sogging looked at her and then said, "Yes, I understand why he sought an audience with father now." Lady Zhang replied, "Indeed, at first I thought it was a waste of time, but it seems we may have made a fortunate connection." Beak Sogging suddenly asked, "What about the other two?" Jang Noongak stepped forward and proudly declared, "My subordinate has shown up. How could I, the commander, stand aside?" Wai Soyin immediately retorted, "Who is your subordinate, senior brother?" Beak Sogging mediated, "All right, you should circulate your energy to neutralize the poison. I'll lead the way." The door was opened, the poisonous gas spilled out, and he continued to guide them toward his father. The three of them silently looked down the corridor, filled with bluish toxic gas. The group gradually advanced inward. A puff of gas slithered toward them. Jang Noongak quickly adjusted the chi formation, and Wai Soyin used her scarf to cover her nose. Blue Spirit anxiously asked Mok Jeong-woon, "This poison is thick, mortal, are you all right?" He smiled inwardly and replied, "Yes, not bad." She snapped back, "I wasn't asking how it feels to you." Beak Sogging halted, "We've arrived." He announced that their father was inside the secret chamber practicing. Mok Jong-woon silently sensed inwardly. Beak Sogging warned that the deeper they went, the denser the poison would become. "Be careful." Jang Noongak gritted his teeth and asked, "Even denser than this?" Beak Sogging smiled faintly and explained, "When our family's true mastery, the demonic poison classic, reaches above the 6th tier, it generates poison strong enough to corrode all things. That's why when building a secret training chamber you must use special stone like antidote rock." He ground his teeth and realized he now understood why the master warned that the most dangerous of the 5 kings is the Toad Poison King. This martial art can wipe out hundreds of fighters in an instant. Beak Sogging turned toward the door and said, "Master, I have brought all 3 of them." A voice suddenly echoed, "All 3 have arrived." The old man continued, "Truly beyond my expectations." Jang Noongak murmured in admiration, his voice carrying deep, vital energy. "Indeed, the caliber of a 5 king." Jang Noongak stepped forward and cried, "Senior Toad Poison King." He cupped his fists in introduction, "I am Jang Noongak's son. I come seeking your support, senior." Beak Saha praised, "Straightforward, I like that. The one beside you surely shares your goals, right?" Wai Soyin, hearing this, replied, "I do not deny it." Jang Noongak shouted, "Senior." Wai Soyin also cupped her fists and loudly called out, "Senior Toad Poison King." He loudly declared that he would become association leader to build a great enterprise. At the same time, Wai Soyin urged, beseeching the senior for his support. Beak Saha suddenly laughed out loud, full of arrogance. A surge of force from inside the room rolled out straight toward the 2 of them. A flash of blue light flickered. Beak Saha curled his lip and sneered, "You kids wanting to be heirs are only good at talk and flash. Want my backing? Then prove it with real action." He continued to provoke, "Whoever among you can make me rise, I will grant that person's request." Beak Sogging frowned, covered his nose with his sleeve, and called to his father. Jang Noongak arrogantly said, "It's just forcing him to stand up, too easy." Immediately after, both he and Wai Soyin suddenly spat a mouthful of black blood. Wai Soyin clutched her mouth, secretly horrified at the brutal poison. Jang Noongak gritted his teeth and immediately circulated chi to protect himself. Beak Sogging frowned, tension etched across his face. Then he looked around and inwardly realized, this is the spreading poison of Cloud Mist, 7th tier, the poison sutra of demon destruction. Even those at supreme peak realms couldn't withstand this level. Beak Sogging understood. Indeed, his father never intended to support anyone. Beak Saha then waved his hand. The blue air immediately retracted. He spoke with biting sarcasm, "Well, what's the matter? Weren't you all here to beg for something?" Toad Poison King Beak Saha. Beak Saha froze, his eyes widening in astonishment. Mok Jeong-woon calmly stepped into the room while Wai Soyin and Jang Noongak remained seated in meditation, straining to circulate their chi. Beak Sogging cried out in surprise, "Young Master Mok, why is he here?" Beak Saha demanded, "Who exactly are you? How can you endure such dreadful poison?" Mok Jeong-woon was silent, his eyes wide as he stared intently at Beak Saha. Mok Jeong-woon had realized something, that he was looking straight at the scar on the old man's right chest. Mok Jeong-woon strode directly into the poisonous air. That mark, Mok Jeong-woon approached Beak Saha, slowly stepping deeper into the room despite the relentless rush of poison. The old man remained silent and continued to release the deadly fumes. Mok Jeong-woon silently recalled that mark. Fragments of memory ran through his mind, traces left by his ancestor's enemy. In Mok Jeong-woon's mind at that moment was the symbol he had always memorized. Mok Jeong-woon cupped his fists and politely spoke, "Toad Poison King Beak Saha." Beak Saha suddenly froze. He looked at Mok Jeong-woon and silently thought, "Phantom Sword. he said coldly, I request your instruction. The second disciple of leader Jang Nungak. Among the disciples, he was notorious for a cruel nature, but there was an even more terrifying scandal. An obsession verging on madness, an extreme fixation on others' talent. And at that moment his gaze froze on a blind man. Jang Nungak touched his fan to the other's chest and declared, it's real. Your heartbeat is still calm, he had discovered Mok Jeong-woon. Blue Spirit spoke up, mortal, stay calm, your technique still hasn't been revealed. Mok Jeong-woon quickly shifted his thoughts to find a way to cope. He'd been taught that before. Even when facing a raging tiger, never lose your composure. Jang Nungak lifted his chin thoughtfully. A raging tiger? That advice isn't bad, but a figure appeared behind Mok Jeong-woon. That person punched him hard with no mercy whatsoever. Jang Nungak reminded him, isn't it only with true ability that one can maintain composure? You from the Five Winds Geomopal, I want to see whether this one's skill is clear yet. Blue Spirit hurriedly warned, be patient, mortal. The scene shifts to a moment later. Fresh drops of red blood fell onto green leaves. Geomopal was now pouring his strength into repeatedly punching Mok Jeong-woon in the face. That person then launched a vicious kick at him. Everyone continued to watch the brutal display this afternoon attentively. The girl standing next to Jang Nungak, who had been on watch for hours, exclaimed, at this rate someone will die. Jang Nungak was also losing interest, so that's it. Even if you head bloodied Corpse Valley, it's hard to beat Geomopal, the one who has reached perfection. Jang Nungak had given enough orders, but suddenly a figure darted toward him, heartbeat still oddly calm. He was surprised. What? Yui Mengchen confidently, let me handle. He smoothly drew his sword from its sheath. Yui Mengchen rushed at him with all his might, regardless that a three-stage river lay ahead. Do you still want to hide your strength? Suddenly Mok Jeong-woon wore a deep, subdued smile. He suddenly said, interesting. Then Mok Jeong-woon used his hands to stop the simultaneous attacks of both men. This action directly astonished Jang Nungak, while Geomopal stood there stunned. What? Mok Jeong-woon calmly twisted Geomopal's arm and said, I'm holding back my power. And you want to press forward even more. Yui Mengchen wore a stern face and didn't utter a word. On the other side, Jang Nungak quickly clapped in approval. He cheerfully approached Mok Jeong-woon. Excellent, yes, this is the sight I wanted to behold. The leader of bloodied Corpse Valley, though originally of the Trin sect, one who reached the Super Wind Realm before turning 20. The girl beside him was surprised. Supreme Peak, is that true? Yes, but only at an initial stage. Go-chan, upon hearing this, widened his eyes. What? He just said Supreme Peak. What absurd nonsense is this? That guy just a month ago didn't even know any martial arts at all. A monster has slipped into the Heaven-Earth Association without anyone noticing. Yui Mengchen remained silent, not saying a word. Blue Spirit spoke, that blind man is indeed a hidden danger. It's shocking he can hear your heartbeat. Jang Nungak was still excitedly inviting, so I'll be blunt. Swear loyalty to me. Blue Spirit sighed, having no other choice. Mortal, you must accept this offer now. Go-chan worried, rightly so. If you draw too much attention, it's dangerous. Once your strange power is exposed, they'll be on alert immediately. Mok Jeong-woon clasped his hands together, apologizing, but no, the demonic monk and Blue Spirit sighed, you really are someone who never listens. Jang Nungak suddenly dropped his voice. Now listen carefully to my proposal. He forcefully hurled a spear toward Mok Jeong-woon. Jang Nungak threatens, do you intend to ignore me? Go-chan also looked at him in horror. Are you out of your mind? Yui Mengchen privately wondered as well. What on earth is he thinking? Mok Jeong-woon said calmly, if you want to seize control of the dark sect, isn't keeping things as they are the wisest move. This statement directly stunned Jang Nungak and Yui Mengchen. He broke into an excited smile, then happily opened the fan in his hand and ordered, keep talking. Mok Jeong-woon, seeing he'd taken the bait, smiled faintly. He bowed solemnly and said, even if I can pledge loyalty now, if a righteous man like me reveals techniques bordering on dominance, would the dark sect leader trust me? Jang Nungak cheerfully stated the reality. Right, he'll suspect me of being a spy, so I want you to wait. Everyone was doubtful. Wait, what's the benefit of waiting? Just an empty promise. A promise? Mok Jeong-woon continued his performance. I hear you're close to the ultimate. If you wait, the dark sect leader will trust me and I'll gradually take over the dark sect. When the time comes, I will hand the dark sect over to you. Hearing this, Jang Nungak looked at him with a maniacal gleam in his eyes. He gleefully placed a hand on his shoulder. Indeed, if you keep him now, the dark sect leader will be full of suspicion. To hold him, you must be patient. Very well. It's a pity I must step back, so I'll wait happily. I pray you'll maintain the dark sect leader's trust until the day we meet again. And we'll share a big drink together. Geomopal, let's go. The girl beside him exclaimed in surprise, young master, are you really withdrawing? Yui Mengchen narrowed his eyes, watching his retreating back, feeling suspicious. To him, Mok Jong-woon was not only formidable but exceedingly cunning. He seemed to grasp the master's tastes and desires, always deftly fulfilling the first impression smoothly, causing no disturbance at all. At that moment, Wei Mengchen was startled to meet the crazed look he had given him. He unconsciously tightened his sword hilt. His instinct told him Mok Jong-woon was still hiding some secret. Mok Jong-woon calmly turned back, his gaze serene as he faced Wei Mengchen. He spoke softly. Both Blue Spirit and Wei Mengchen fell into thought. He smiled and said, "That blind man." Wei Mengchen resolved that he must eliminate this fellow at all costs. Mok Jong-woon was no less, thinking silently to himself. Must be killed, scene transition. At this point, Blue Spirit spoke up. "Now that I think about it. Mortal, how do you intend to deal with him?" he asked curiously. "Who?" Blue Spirit pressed the question to the entity inhabiting that girl's body. He replied, "You mean Go-chan. I used Geonium Ipmal to command him to teach the second young master and his cronies a lesson." She nodded in approval upon hearing that. "Not bad. It seems he doesn't mind living in a woman's form at all. Do you see that? Oh my goodness." Blue Spirit tilted her head in surprise. "In any case, you handled that much more gently than I expected. Quite amazing." Mok Jong-woon chuckled softly, soothingly. After all, someone had been watching then. She fell silent, looking toward Seok-jung. "Are you referring to the bodyguard the eunuch sent?" He replied calmly, "Not him." But Mok Jong-woon didn't bother to say anything more. He turned his head and gave a mysterious smile toward the darkness. Mok Jong-woon strolled away leisurely. "Let's go." The one hiding behind the wall nervously watched his every step. It turned out to be Wei Soyin. She hesitated, thinking, "What should I do now?" The steward beside her reminded her, "Miss, isn't that the person you wanted to meet? Why let him leave so easily?" She replied irritably, "I'm asking myself the very same question." The steward was stunned. "What?" She sighed in worry. "I heard recently that he comes from the righteous sect." "The righteous sect? Really?" "Yes, steward. I even gave him an identity card without knowing. If this leaks, I'll be in big trouble." "But he's supposed to be a disciple of the dark sect leader. What should I do?" The steward asked, "Do you think that rumor is true?" She was puzzled. "What rumor?" He answered that he has reached supreme peak. Wei Soyin suddenly remembered. Now that she thought about it, a few days ago he was still at the ultimate peak realm, and he showed no sign of concealing his true strength. However, Jang Noongak wasn't the sort to make baseless claims. "I must go verify it." The steward couldn't help but be astonished at her decision. Miss Wei Soyin hurried off. "I'm not sure if he's hiding his power, but if he truly is at supreme peak, wait for me. No matter which side he's on, I'll pull him to my side. I will personally test him." But how to do that? The scene shifted to night. Mok Jong-woon stared in surprise at his residence. Blue Spirit marveled. "An entire manor, really? How generous, fitting for an official disciple of the dark sect." "After becoming an official disciple, indeed I'm treated much better." "I was about to say that, but..." Mok Jong-woon smiled deeply. "All of them are here to watch over me." Seok-jung still quietly trailed closely behind him. There were bodyguards too, but they were just his schoolmates. The household staff were all martial folk. He truly didn't trust them at all. Blue Spirit muttered, "They're just second or third-rate martial artists, but with so many of them, it's hard to move." Mok Jong-woon suddenly had an idea. "All right, I'll make sure these people can't tail me anymore." She couldn't quite follow his train of thought. "What are you going to do?" Mok Jong-woon explained calmly. "I've promised the second young master that I'll take over the dark sect. I must keep that promise." After escorting Mok Jong-woon to his room, Seok-jung bowed in salute. "Done, I take my leave." Mok Jong-woon quickly called him back. "Wait, your name is Seok-jung, right? I have something to ask you privately. Do you have the time?" Seok-jung narrowed his eyes suspiciously, thinking what trick this guy might be up to. There are watchful eyes everywhere here. He wouldn't be stupid enough to act rashly. "All right, speak. What is it?" Mok Jong-woon was blunt. "Get straight to the point. You're going to report on me to the dark sect leader, aren't you?" "Don't do that. I don't mind you watching me, but only report what I permit." Seok-jung widened his eyes in shock. He hadn't expected such frankness. Normally, the watched stay silent. "I'll pretend I heard nothing," Mok Jong-woon said calmly. "You'll regret this." Hearing that, he felt extremely displeased, thinking the other was too arrogant. How dare he threaten someone on surveillance duty? Seems you're overconfident after dealing with your classmates, huh? You're nothing but a pawn the dark sect leader can discard at any time. I only follow orders from above. I don't want to hear more. Farewell. I will definitely report this. Mok Jong-woon calmly reached out towards Seok-jung. Evil energy surged and wrapped around the target, performing the ritual of attachment. Seok-jung was overwhelmed by the evil energy and slammed to the ground. Seok-jung turned to him in panic. "What is this?" At that moment, Mok Jong-woon was calmly pointing the tip of his sword at him. Seok-jung yelled frantically, "Is this madman really going to kill me? Wait. Mok Jong-woon ordered, take this. Seok-jung looked bewildered at the scene before him. The scene shifted. Seok-jung had just come out of a daze when Mok Jong-woon softly said, I understand. You want to marry a female guard, build a small villa in the suburbs, and live together. What a fanciful dream, he trembled as he looked at him. How did you know that? Mok Jong-woon smiled and answered, the evil's rule sword has a very curious ability. It forces its target to speak the most secret wishes of their heart. But if the one you love dies, that wish will vanish with the wind. Seok-jung growled angrily. You'll have to hold back for now, pretend loyalty to him. Later I'll report to the dark sect leader that he's unworthy of being taken as a disciple. Seeing that expression, Mok Jong-woon broke into a fiendish grin. Suddenly Seok-jung stared in horror toward the back, where a butterfly-shaped hairpin lay, making Seok-jung uneasy. Could it be the hairpin I gave her? How did you get it? Mok Jong-woon didn't answer. He leisurely stepped forward and picked up the hairpin. Mok Jong-woon crushed the hairpin and warned coldly, next time what you receive won't be a hairpin, but her severed head. Seok-jung stared in shock at the scene before him. Mok Jong-woon kindly helped Seok-jung to his feet and instructed him, don't say a word to master about this encounter. Just tell him that I met the second young master and politely declined his invitation. Only say that. Clear? Why do you look like you're about to burst into tears? Mok Jong-woon gave him a sly smile. Demon, I'm not killing anyone, but he's a proper little devil. He calmly said, you may go. The gatekeeper asked curiously, are you all right? You look a bit pale. How is the young master? Seok-jung asked in return. Has he already left the room? The two gatekeepers blinked in surprise. No, I thought you two were still talking. Seok-jung trembled as he held the hairpin in his hand, murmuring, so then, who exactly brought this hairpin here? Seok-jung left in a daze. Suddenly Mok Jong-woon's voice came from inside. You've been working hard, for we will surely meet many times again in the future. Would you like to enjoy some tea with me? They stood silent and looked at one another for a moment, then replied. That sounds fine. Mok Jong-woon smiled with delight when he heard that. At that very moment, the room door immediately closed. The scene shifted to another place. Seok-jung was reporting that the second young master and Wee Meng-chin had met. The dark sect leader pressed, so he left right after saying just a few words. Seok-jung replied yes. The dark sect leader pondered, then smiled and said, he probably wants to take over the dark sect through Wee Meng-chin. I've refused his offer more than once. But his withdrawal without any aggression was unexpected. Could he truly leave without causing any conflict? Seok-jung bowed his head and answered, yes, though inside I wanted to shout that it wasn't so. I wanted to report that he is not someone you should accept as a disciple, that he is a demon hiding his true power. But my throat felt blocked, as if something were watching my every move, and in the end, nothing happened. The dark sect leader remained silent for a long moment. Then he put on a bright expression and praised, good. If an incident were to occur, things could get very complicated. I feel relieved now. You may retire and rest. The sect leader quietly watched Seok-jung walk away. A flicker of doubt crossed the dark sect leader's eyes. From above a voice called down, dark sect leader. I feel this report is still incomplete. The dark sect leader calmly asked, you think so too? He looked uneasy, his face pale. The report was missing some important parts. And the second young master left far too easily, as if something had certainly happened to Seok-jung. Assign people to closely follow Seok-jung, and also those aligned with Wee Meng-chin. The guard stood silently watching outside his room. The dark sect leader ordered coldly, report back to me. The figure in the shadows vanished quickly. Yes, understood. After giving the order, the sect leader let out a quiet sigh and opened the cabinet door. Inside was a manual wrapped with care. The dark sect leader opened it cautiously and found it filled with dense, inscrutable characters. The dark sect leader chuckled with delight. Time slipped by and a week passed in a blink, by which time the dark sect leader was sweating nervously at what he had witnessed with his own eyes. The dark sect leader had developed a new worry. First, there was Mok Jong-woon's talent. He ordered Mok Jong-woon to perform the ghost shadow claw technique, and unexpectedly the boy executed it flawlessly, as if he'd practiced it for years. When he asked his subordinates, he only got the answer that young Master Mok spent his days holed up in his room reading. The only thing they knew was that Mok Jong-woon seemingly did nothing at all. The dark sect leader was full of suspicion. Could someone truly master a supreme skill just by glancing at it? It was hard to believe. He taught Mok Jong-woon another move, and the result was the same. He knew Mok Jong-woon had talent, but he hadn't expected it to be this terrifying. A genius who needed no guidance, that was truly frightening. So the dark sect leader changed tactics, answering only the questions Mok Jong-woon posed. But those questions exceeded all expectations. The dark sect leader couldn't help but be astonished by his curiosity. What, he asked, I've heard you always wear a mask. How exactly is it made? This shift from martial skill to sect secrets alarmed the dark sect leader. The boy asked nothing about combat, instead probing the dark sect's arcana. Could he be interested in something other than the martial path? This became a second concern. At this, the dark sect leader harshly questioned his subordinates. Was it true? It was hard to believe. Teaching the sect's secrets required absolute trust. But the dark sect leader had not yet fully trusted Mok Jeong-woon, so he withheld the third move of the flying ghost blade technique and other top secrets. He ordered his men to thoroughly investigate Mok's sword manner and Mok Jeong-woon's background dating back 3 days. He believed such an outstanding genius must have received formal training, but no, the reports showed otherwise. His martial ability was only at 3rd rank. The dark sect leader was stunned. His only conjecture was that Mok Jeong-woon might be disgruntled about his low status in the family. He waved his hand tiredly and told himself these clues weren't enough to conclude anything. Investigation must continue. Then came the third worry, which was also the thing that made him most uneasy. How should he deal with it? He had sent people to tail Mok Jeong-woon, but strangely, there was absolutely nothing out of the ordinary. Mok Jeong-woon spent his days simply training, eating, cultivating his chi, and reading. He never deviated a single step from that dull routine. Everything proceeded too regularly, too normally. Could he be secretly threatening those who followed him? The dark sect leader grew more suspicious, but even after rotating watchers continuously, the reports remained identical. That could prove the reports true, yet ironically that very perfection made him even more doubtful. I knew it, he discovered it long ago. With that keen sense, the dark sect leader finally saw through it. He had rotated through 18 tailors. There's no way he could threaten or bribe them all. But Mok Jeong-woon's talent wasn't limited to martial arts. He must have known long ago that he was being watched. Maybe he deliberately acted normal to make me lower my guard. In the end, I only made him more cautious. Whatever. The dark sect leader called out for Jade. Jade was a special class assassin. His skill had reached the supreme peak, and he hailed from one of the 4 great killing schools, the Soundless Murder sect. He'd been the dark sect leader's trusted hand and was unmatched at concealment. Jade stepped forward and asked, "You called me?" The dark sect leader gave his orders. Jade was to replace all the servants with ordinary men, leaving only 2 bodyguards. And, from now on, you must personally tail him. Jade slowly melted into the void. Understood. The dark sect leader lifted his teacup and pondered. Once set in motion, a special class hidden assassin like him couldn't be detected even by a grandmaster. I'll soon uncover the truth. Someone under surveillance will surely hide their secrets, but once they believe no one is watching, the truth will reveal itself. At that moment, Jade was moving silently through the night. Jade gently lifted a tile on the roof to peer down below. He watched in silence. Jade's gaze trembled slightly. Below, Mok Jeong-woon calmly read, lines about puncturing the liver, shape transformation, and refinement appearing on the page. A spear wound, his hand still restraining someone badly injured. Mok Jeong-woon said slowly, like an immortal elixir in the divine realm, 1 seed can become 100,000. Jade quickly leapt down below, his eyes flashing with a strange light. Jade slowly slipped his hand into his sleeve and moved nimbly behind Mok Jeong-woon. The other showed no startle and only smiled faintly. Your early demonic monk. It turned out Jade had been possessed by the demonic monk. Blue Spirit slowly held a cigarette between her lips. She gently exhaled a plume of smoke, thinking about 3 days ago. A mortal had asked the demonic monk and me to investigate the dark sect's strength, and we found that Jade. He was excellent at concealing his aura, but that was useless against a spirit. So we took him down, then cleverly persuaded or threatened the rest without leaving a trace. As a result, just 1 week after the mortal joined the dark sect, he had almost seized control of the place. The scene was very still in the dark night. Mok Jeong-woon calmly toyed with the scroll in his hand. So, how's the new body, demonic monk? Lucky you. Also, is this the scroll the dark sect leader looked at? What's written on it? Suddenly Mok Jeong-woon glanced toward the person kneeling on the ground. The demonic monk was curious. You mean this one? Mok Jeong-woon replied. He's not a dark sect warrior, to be precise. He was an assassin sent to kill me. Blue Spirit added. He was sent by that blind swordsman I saw earlier. Mok Jeong-woon calmly recalled the face. Wei Mengchen, the close guard of the second disciple, that was the alias. I suspected he had some plot, and unexpectedly he really sent this man. Do you know what he said at first? He claimed to be from the Orthodox Alliance hidden force. The demonic monk listened, bewildered and puzzled. Blue Spirit hurried to explain, you don't get it. He targeted you because you're on the righteous side, hoping you'd lower your guard and stay put. Mok Jeong-woon continued. After a bit of mild torture, he reluctantly confessed. The assassin screamed in pain. Wui Mengchen sent me. The demonic monk silently observed the man's cowardly demeanor. Blue Spirit frowned in annoyance. What nerve did that blind man have to send someone here? He could be exposed at any moment. I'm honestly curious. Indeed, thinking it over, it's strange. He must have known someone like him couldn't simply kill me. Besides, this is where confidential information is handled, one of the most heavily guarded areas in the city. So how could he have gotten in without being detected? No way. He tricked me, Blue Spirit asked perplexed. What did you say? At that moment, the lights outside suddenly blazed on. Mok Jeong-woon calmly analyzed. He didn't slip in undetected. What did he say at first? Blue Spirit recounted that he claimed to be from the Orthodox Alliance. Impossible. Mok Jeong-woon was pleased to see she quickly picked up the clue. Exactly. There's no way the guard here could be so lax. They deliberately let the intruder in. Most likely this is a trap laid by the Dark Sect to catch the intruder and probe his true intentions. That blind man used Dark Sect devices to stage contact, as if a spy from the Orthodox Alliance had reached out to the other side. Just then someone outside called loudly, "Young master, are you all right? There's an intruder, come out at once." It was the Dark Sect Internal Affairs Overseer. Wui Mengchen was watching the whole scene from above. Mok Jeong-woon continued his account. The intruder's goal wasn't assassinate, but from the start he intended to pose as a spy from the Orthodox Alliance. Two others stood watching the commotion below. Wui Mengchen inquired, "What happened?" The other replied, "As you said, Dark Sect warriors gathered at his villa." Wui Mengchen smiled with satisfaction. Everything went according to plan. I can clearly imagine his panic right now. The scene rewound to a day earlier. The assassin asked, "At first you said he was sent by the Orthodox Alliance, and if he tortured me, I'd claim you sent him." Exactly, he'll certainly torture you. The assassin remained doubtful. "Couldn't I say someone else sent me instead of saying it was you?" Wui Mengchen responded, "No, he's too clever. He'll see through that mess. If I say he's one of mine, he won't kill immediately. That way we'll gain more time," the assassin added. "I understand. After I delay, the Dark Sect warriors will mobilize." Wui Mengchen was pleased. "Right," the assassin affirmed. "After that, I would be accused of being a spy for the Orthodox Alliance. Please take care of my family." Wui Mengchen nodded with satisfaction. "I will not forget this kindness." Wui Mengchen watched in silence. This operation was planned from the start with the mindset of exchanging lives. Whether he was tortured or not, it was all part of a scheme to brand him a spy. So I slipped the Orthodox Alliance badge into his clothes, and at the same time bribed the Dark Sect Internal Affairs Overseer. This plan was the result of dozens of discussions over the past week. No matter how clever he was, he couldn't get away with it. Soon he would be declared a spy of the Orthodox Alliance. He would be humiliated, or he might die under torture. The scene quickly shifted. By now Wui Mengchen had returned home. He sat quietly in his chair to ponder. "I trust my senses. Of all things, nothing is as accurate as sound, especially the heartbeat." His heartbeat sounded abnormal, never changing no matter the situation. A strangely steady beat. An existence like that certainly didn't belong here. I suggested the master ambush him, but was ignored. So I had no choice but to deal with him myself. That feeling made me much more relieved. Suddenly, Wui Mengchen's expression froze. A strange sound came from outside. The sound grew closer and closer to his house. Wui Mengchen stood silently hiding behind the door, waiting. He strained his eyes to look out, extremely alert. Wui Mengchen felt a flicker of panic. What is going on? Too quiet. Sensing the unease, Wui Mengchen immediately grabbed his sword. He hurriedly opened the door to listen. His heart in turmoil. The warriors should have been guarding the manor, yet I couldn't sense anyone. Are they all asleep? No, they're all unconscious. I heard footsteps trampling over them. Just once, and yet I recognized it. How could that be? That one. How could you get in here? Wasn't he locked in a cell for interrogation? Mok Jeong-woon. Mok Jeong-woon calmly threw a severed hand toward him. Take this. He hurried to catch it. Wui Mengchen quickly recognized the identity of that severed hand. Mok Jeong-woon immediately rushed over to Wui Mengchen. He calmly swung his sword to strike. I will return to him everything you sent to me. Wui Mengchen blocked the blade while gritting his teeth. What kind of damned business is this? During the fight, Wui Mengchen still felt a change within his body and told himself, that strange feeling. Everyday life had been harmonious, but ripples suddenly spread across the calm surface of the lake. An unusual sensation unlike before, that was it. At this point, he succeeded in driving the enemy back. At that moment, Mok Jeong-woon's sword strokes were extremely precise. Wui Mengchen was struck so hard he ground his teeth, grumbling inwardly, what the hell happened? Everything had been perfect to begin with. He should have been framed as the Dark Sect Internal Affairs leader's spy first and foremost. How could a wildcard appear? And yet this bastard slipped through the plan. What on earth happened? Cut to 1 hour earlier, just as he reached the gate, the commander shouted, "Young master, are you all right? There's an intruder. Please come outside." The visitor is the dark sect's internal envoy, Cho Yum-hoon. He kept calculating, half believing, half doubting that someone had really dared to break in. Earlier, subordinates had been sent to report to him that Mok Jeong-woon was a spy and someone would come to contact him. Because Mok Jeong-woon was originally a hostage of the Orthodox faction, Cho Yum-hoon had long been suspicious. Now that the intruder went straight to his villa, it only confirmed his suspicions. Good, he'd never liked Mok Jeong-woon anyway, and now having an excuse that he's a spy was the perfect chance to drag him into the abyss. Thinking that, Cho Yum-hoon immediately ordered his men, if the other side won't come out, force them out. The nearby subordinate promptly issued the command. A moment later, Mok Jeong-woon dragged the intruder in and asked him, "Who is this?" Seeing him, Cho Yum-hoon couldn't help but be astonished. At that, Mok Jeong-woon deliberately said to the others, "The steward has arrived. Since you didn't detain the intruder, I assumed you were completely unaware." Seeing him toss the captive toward him, he hurriedly made excuses. "How could that be? I only left him to observe his true purpose." Mok Jeong-woon, well aware of their trick, replied, "Really? Then I'll temporarily trust you this once." Cho Yum-hoon frowned at him and cursed inwardly. "That bastard, this is the last time you'll be allowed to be arrogant." With that thought, he spoke bluntly to Mok Jeong-woon. Strange, he ignored all the classified documents and went straight to your villa. He did not hesitate to admit it. That's right, no matter what torture came, he wouldn't speak. I was about to lift him to wake and continue interrogating. Cho Yum-hoon answered nonchalantly. "What a nuisance." He looked surprised and asked back, "Is there a problem?" He leaned in and whispered to Mok Jeong-woon, "Maybe he's acting to hide something." As if on cue, Cho Yum-hoon suddenly placed a hand on his shoulder. He looked at Mok Jeong-woon sternly. "If you are the real spy, like if you meant to contact that young master over." In Cho Yum-hoon's mind, he was now convinced that all the evidence pointed at him. "You would certainly be tortured to death." Those words plunged Mok Jeong-woon into silence. Then he faintly smiled with hidden meaning. This puzzled Cho Yum-hoon. He thought to himself, did that man just smile? At this point, the dark sect had to speak up. It seemed there had been an honored guest visiting last night. The newcomer's appearance made everyone cry out in alarm. "Dark sect, immediately!" The dark sect loudly demanded, "What is your purpose for coming here?" Cho Yum-hoon began to fluster, not knowing how to respond. On top of that, his men rushed forward to seize the intruder, making him irate as he shouted. This action left the clan leader both bewildered and surprised. Cho Yum-hoon loudly ordered the man released. Cho Yum-hoon stepped in front of him and asked, "Why has this man suddenly gone mad?" The intruder's voice showed panic as he cried, "I'm sorry, steward." Seeing the other's attitude, he grew more tense and screamed inwardly. "What the?" At this point, he decided to tell the truth to Cho Yum-hoon. I confessed everything to the Orthodox faction's captive already." The confession left him utterly shocked. "What?" Meanwhile, the intruder quickly dropped to his knees pleading, "Please spare my family. Please, I don't even need to keep this life anymore." Realizing he couldn't escape punishment, Cho Yum-hoon turned to beg the dark sect leader for help. "I'm completely falsely accused. I have no reason to know this man. Why are you abandoning me? Please save me. I'll tear your mouth apart." Jade quickly restrained him. "Calm down, steward." Cho Yum-hoon was stunned to see him here, and Jade coldly demanded, "Why are you so riled up? Could it be you've secretly colluded with him?" Cho Yum-hoon broke out in a sweat, frantically denying any collusion. Then Jihu spoke up, causing him to turn in surprise. "Is that true?" "Young Master Mok is a good man," Gunwoo agreed as well. "No one can slander him." Immediately, everyone present began whispering and fussing. How could the steward's order include threatening someone's family? Cho Yum-hoon stubbornly protested loudly, "No, that's not how it is." The dark sect leader remained silent, merely observing the whole affair. With no way to deny it, he turned to blame the man. "Dark sect leader, I only acted on your orders. You." Seeing the situation turn against him, Jade appealed to the clan head. "Please allow me, I'll personally restrain the steward." No sooner had he finished than the man shouted, "Seize him." He kept yelling excuses. "It wasn't like that, it wasn't." Jihu quickly urged everyone on. To grab him, Cho Yum-hoon shouted in fear. At the same time, the intruder looked at him with eyes full of resentment. However, the dark sect leader sent a sword at the intruder that pierced him to the heavens. The lightning-fast action left Jihu and Gunwoo staring at each other in shock. Even Cho Yum-hoon couldn't believe his eyes. Everything happened so quickly that Mok Jeong-woon couldn't stop it. In an instant, the intruder's head was severed from his neck. The dark sect leader declared coldly that in this sect, an intruder who sows internal discord must pay the price. From now on, no one is to mention this matter again. Thus the kill the chicken to scare the monkey tactic succeeded. Everyone clasped hands to salute and obeyed. A few minutes later, the man cast a cold glance at the severed head. The dark sect leader kept staring at the intruder without saying a word. A few seconds later, he muttered to himself, "What is it that I sensed from him?" After a while, a sudden blaze erupted. The fire spread quickly, causing the dark sect leader to begin feeling anxious. With a face of astonishment mixed with confusion, he turned to look at Mok Jeong-woon. He only slightly smiled and looked directly into the other's eyes. That smile made the dark sect leader even more uneasy. He unconsciously tightened his grip on his sword, thinking to himself that this was a deviation. The dark sect leader remained standing there, scrutinizing Mok Jeong-woon with his eyes. Cut to one watch later. During the duel, Mok Jeong-woon thought to himself, a sense of wrongness. Yes, it's exactly what I sense from him. A thoroughly off feeling. Then he launched a powerful kick into Wee Mengchen's face. He took the brutal blow, was sent flying backward, and crashed into the door, damaging it badly. Wee Mengchen struggled to hold on, forcing himself up from the floor. Seeing Wee Mengchen kneeling at his feet, Mok Jeong-woon spoke coldly. "Now I'll give you back everything you intended to dump on my head." A strange unease suddenly flashed through him. Normally, he'd be happy to recruit talent, but this guy gave a bad vibe, urging him to eliminate him immediately. "It won't do any good. Right here, I'll send you off." At that moment, Blue Spirit appeared and warned Mok Jeong-woon to be careful, which took him by surprise. No sooner had he finished than he suddenly lunged to attack him. Luckily, Mok Jeong-woon quickly stepped back. She whispered in his ear, "That blind guy is one level stronger than you." Blue Spirit's assessment made Mok Jeong-woon contemplative. Wee Mengchen continued, "I have to admit, you're both strong and cunning, good at plotting, but you shouldn't have set foot here." Hearing that, he wiped the blood from his face and calmly replied, "All right then." He threatened Mok Jeong-woon, "Because you'll die by my hand." He showed no fear, curling one corner of his mouth in provocation. Interesting, Wee Mengchen had to acknowledge Mok Jeong-woon's skill. "I admit, you're strong. To reach the ultimate peak at this age like me is quite an achievement." Yet inwardly he thought, rapid advancement brings countless vulnerabilities. The next attack from the opponent left him both astonished and puzzled. In a flash, Mok Jeong-woon was knocked into the adjacent room. At that point, he completely fell into a passive stance, only able to retreat continuously. Wee Mengchen's steps grew ever more relentless. He unleashed attack after attack, but Mok Jeong-woon still managed to parry. The two fought more fiercely, their moves growing increasingly lethal. Then Wee Mengchen suddenly sneered, "Even at the same realm, skills are hard to equal. One main reason is internal energy. When advancing levels too rapidly, it's very hard to cultivate deep, steady internal power. That's why you're being dominated by me." He said that and then pondered a second reason in his head. Even so, the following move was still blocked by Mok Jeong-woon. Wee Mengchen quickly changed his technique. Thanks to his sharpness, he still responded in time. However, on the second strike, Mok Jeong-woon was hit, leaving him unsettled. Having achieved his goal, Wee Mengchen reflected on the experience, then bluntly told him, "Just as I thought, you can't react in time." Mok Jeong-woon, his wound bleeding, hurriedly retreated. Next, Wee Mengchen casually remarked, "Your sword form is perfect and very precise. But your lack of real combat experience prevents you from handling irregular moves, and your internal power is far weaker." With that, Wee Mengchen prepared to launch a new technique. This forced Mok Jeong-woon not to let his guard down. As the opponent spoke, the world of battle was brutal yet utterly fair. Those two weaknesses, Dazzling Star Flower Sword, the fourth move, Brave Eternal Flash Instant. Countless swords hurtled straight toward Mok Jeong-woon. Following that was Wee Mengchen's confident assertion that this was the reason for his impending defeat. Mok Jeong-woon glared at the myriad swords rushing in, yet inwardly he admired them. In that instant, the beauty of the swordplay nearly stunned me. A flawless technique, try to block this one if you can. Facing it head-on, he both calculated and poured his strength into executing a move. Mok Jeong-woon successfully blocked the first sword. He also deflected the subsequent blades. A rain of swords was pouring directly onto Mok Jeong-woon. Soon after, his whole body was covered in wounds. Mok Jeong-woon not only didn't worry but burst into laughter, thinking how intriguing this was. His laughter grew louder and louder. Inwardly, he told himself how fascinating. This truly is a duel with a real master. So thrilling, more than any confrontation before. Mok Jeong-woon's attitude made the opponent exclaim, "You can still laugh. You're no ordinary person, but I admit, 5 years or even 2 years from now, I couldn't be sure who would win." With that, Wee Mengchen swiftly unleashed an attack. As he struck, he taunted him, "But you've been far too foolish." Mok Jeong-woon suddenly froze. Wee Mengchen said, "Your arrogance has guided you to your own death." Seeing Wee Mengchen unleash his ultimate move, Blue Spirit cried out in alarm. She watched his technique and hesitated in her assessment. this is. The moment Wei Mangchen's sword came perilously close to Mok Jeong-woon's throat. Wei Mangchen was employing a technique called Pasa 8 forms. While his throat was still bleeding, Mok Jeong-woon quickly found a way to counterattack. This made him shout in astonishment. What? Wei Mangchen was puzzled, thinking the blade had slipped. The counter move was called Flowing Profound Kick Technique. He struck and shouted to boost morale. Minutes later, Wei Mangchen was driven to grit his teeth and endure the attacks. Mok Jeong-woon's hand was bleeding profusely. He then switched to the first technique, Ritual of Expulsion. Seeing Mok Jeong-woon regain the initiative, Blue Spirit laughed out loud and thought to herself, "How ridiculous, I didn't expect you to comprehend Ritual of Expulsion." Ritual of Expulsion is completely different from Ritual of Attachment. If Ritual of Attachment draws everything toward the body, then Ritual of Expulsion hides the mystery of pushing everything away that touches the body. That is the true secret of repulsion power. But you're still inexperienced. Based on the blade not being thrown away but merely sliding off, I know you haven't reached perfection yet. After fighting for a while, Mok Jeong-woon shouted to Wei Mangchen that facing a master, the activation timing must be absolutely precise. Harder than I thought, especially against someone like you. I would like to keep going, but time's running out. Fun while it lasted, let's end it here. Wei Mangchen replied, so you were hiding tricks too. That move just now made my blade veer off course. But no sooner had he finished than the sword in his hand flared bright, making Mok Jeong-woon instinctively wary. Wei Mangchen decided to unleash sword chi and taunted that the previous technique couldn't be used a second time. He also thought to himself that the trickery was one thing, but the innate quality of that man's true sword was extraordinary, to the point of cracking the famed enhanced sword chi. If this keeps dragging on, he won't gain anything. In the very next clash, he then launched the dazzling star flower sword technique, the 7th move resistance destroying martial stone, telling himself he must decide the outcome with this blow. Mok Jeong-woon not only showed no fear but smiled mysteriously. Seems like you've run out of tricks, huh? Wei Mangchen shouted angrily. What did you say? He wondered silently. What trick is this? Immediately after, Mok Jeong-woon mocked him for repeating the old move, then like lightning executed dazzling star flower sword's 7th move resistance destroying martial stone, leaving Wei Mangchen stunned and speechless. Because now, Mok Jeong-woon had completely seized control of the situation and pressed the opponent into a disadvantage. In utter disbelieving shock, Wei Mangchen screamed inwardly, "Impossible." Dazzling Star Flower Sword is a family heirloom technique, never to be taught outside. That means, in the midst of a deadly life-or-death duel, facing someone trying to take his life, Mok Jeong-woon could comprehend it on the spot. Not stopping there, Mok Jeong-woon continued with Dazzling Star Flower Sword's 4th move. Brave Eternal Flash. 10,000 swords shot simultaneously toward Wei Mangchen. He gritted his teeth, mustering all his strength to resist, and questioned himself. This can't be. How could such an absurd thing happen? Seconds later, Mok Jeong-woon's sword lightly touched Wei Mangchen's blade. When struck by his opponent, a look of extreme tension briefly crossed Wei Mangchen's face. Wei Mangchen, unsettled, murmured, "Even the irregular techniques I often use, the skills beyond the ordinary. You imitate and perform even more skillfully than I do, growing stronger as we fight, truly a monster." Instinct told him this man was a threat. Mok Jeong-woon's blade would surely aim straight for second young master. I must stop him. No sooner had he thought that than Mok Jeong-woon's sword pierced through Wei Mangchen's shoulder. At that moment, he tried with his last strength to grab hold of his hand. This sudden action surprised Mok Jeong-woon for a moment. Wei Mangchen stooped. "I acknowledge your martial genius, but in terms of pure internal power, I absolutely do not lose." Determined to fight to the death with Mok Jeong-woon, he poured out all his strength into an attack, vowing that even at the cost of his life, he would end the match. Wei Mangchen rolled his eyes, but Mok Jeong-woon's sword was a beat faster than his. Like a gust of wind, Mok Jeong-woon lightly brushed past Wei Mangchen, then casually stopped and slowly straightened up. In bewilderment and confusion, Wei Mangchen put his hand to the wound at his neck. Feeling the hot blood flowing, Wei Mangchen was shocked and wondered what had just happened. Besides, his sword had also been broken in two by him. Mok Jeong-woon still gripped the sword tightly, while Wei Mangchen could only whisper that his internal power had tripled. Could it be that he hadn't been serious from the start? Mok Jeong-woon's next words horrified Wei Mangchen. Right? How could someone whose vision is unclear throw themselves into a battle like this? If you'd stayed put, you might have lived longer. Reading Mok Jeong-woon's intent, he worried to himself. Wait a moment. Hold on a bit. Mok Jong-woon sheathed his sword and softly said, good. Your trump card Woo Mengchen must leave home immediately. As blood spurted from the wound like a fountain, Mok Jong-woon turned his back and walked away, not forgetting to say, sleep well. Watching Woo Mengchen be finished off, Blue Spirit praised, Mok Jong-woon, you've worked harder than I thought. She admitted he was stronger than she'd imagined. Blue Spirit clicked her tongue, you've still got a long road, keep training. Though she said that aloud, in her heart she thought it was extraordinary that Mok Jong-woon could defeat someone a level above him with such an astonishing growth rate. After that thought, suddenly a strange aura spread, making both of them uneasy. Mok Jong-woon said half-jokingly, this is getting interesting. Puzzled, he asked, what is this gathering aura about? Mok Jong-woon explained, come to think of it, this is your first time facing this. When someone dies with extreme obsession, their soul condenses into a shape. Mok Jong-woon didn't believe it and said, impossible. Blue Spirit confirmed, yes, he certainly died in deep resentment. When that aura took the form of Woo Mengchen, his soul screeched. I wanted to follow him to accomplish great deeds and open my spiritual eyes. It's so unfair. I never expected I'd become a stray wind spirit like this. Mok Jong-woon, seeing the face of an enemy right after death, I can't accept it. I'll haunt you, I'll cling to you and kill without leaving, haunt you until I die and then stop. He didn't flinch at all, just smiled and looked at Woo Mengchen as he resented him. He stared at Mok Jong-woon with eyes like bullets. A few seconds later, Woo Mengchen's soul suddenly moved to check whether the other could see him. He hovered back and forth in front of him. After observing for a while, Woo Mengchen hesitated and said, could it be that you? You can see me, Mok Jong-woon replied confidently. Immediately after, Mok Jong-woon suddenly swung his hand to attack, causing the other's soul to scream in resentment. When he squeezed Woo Mengchen's throat, the latter panicked and cried, what is this? How can a living person touch a soul like me? Blue Spirit hurriedly shouted, shut up, you're making him utterly confused. She stepped closer as Mok Jong-woon choked Woo Mengchen's soul. Blue Spirit disdainfully remarked that he hadn't even cooled yet and was already noisy. This made Woo Mengchen even more bewildered. Woo Mengchen pondered Blue Spirit's identity. What is she? Like a calamity, don't tell me that terrible thing will cling to him. At the same time, Mok Jong-woon asked, what should we do? She answered immediately, what else? Gather spirit energy and punish him. Mok Jong-woon looked at him and sighed, what a pity. Live a better life next time around, will you? Hearing that, Woo Mengchen worried to himself, what on earth is he? What kind of monster is he? Cut to that night at the dark sect, in Mok Jong-woon's villa. In the silent space, Mok Jong-woon slipped quietly inside. He watched the surroundings silently, unable to hide his astonishment. On the way to the dark sect leader's room, he wondered. The guards, the clan members, even the attendants, none of them made a sound. In a moment, Mok Jong-woon had reached the man's chamber. The dark sect leader seemed to have expected his arrival and lowered his voice to warn, you're late. Hearing that, Mok Jong-woon was both surprised and puzzled. Before he could answer, the man pressed on, where have you been wandering at this hour? The question made Mok Jong-woon pause and consider. After thinking it through, he clasped his hands in salute and replied, the training yard. But the man's immediate retort left Mok Jong-woon dumbstruck. Don't think you can fool me by saying you were at the training yard. Take a moment to calm down, he finally answered. That's not a lie, ask the guards, they'll testify I was there. The dark sect leader replied displeased, the guards. There's a feeling of estrangement and unusual premonition. This remark flustered Mok Jong-woon, leaving him stumbling for words. The dark sect leader dug deeper. When it first appears, people don't notice, but as it accumulates, the discomfort grows. That sense of wrongness. At this, Mok Jong-woon couldn't help recalling that night. When the guards were all present, weapons ready to seize Cho Yum-hoon, he had worn a wicked smile while the dark sect leader stood silent and motionless. Thinking of that, the man's voice rang out, and at some point that feeling only grew stronger and enveloped you. Understanding the implication, he pretended ignorance. I don't know what you mean. The reply that followed made him widen his eyes in shock. You've crossed the line. What did you do to the dark sect fighters? With that, the dark sect leader's blade was pressed to Mok Jong-woon's throat. The move was so fast he had to admit inwardly, very fast, incomparable. Even if I used full force, I probably couldn't win. Relying solely on direct perception to find the answer without evidence, you're well suited to be dark sect leader. He thought to himself that he couldn't break free by force, nor could he explain this situation. Just as expected, I have to take that thing out. A few seconds later, the dark sect leader said coldly, everything depends on how you answer. Mok Jong-woon spoke quickly. Over 100 years ago, a religion was accused of spreading doctrines that disturbed the world and deceiving the people. and were condemned simply for their beliefs. The words were like a prick, leaving the dark sect leader stunned and speechless. Mok Jeong-woon continued, a Western cult that to this day is hunted whenever it appears, a group who breathe with consecrated fire. Master, weren't you from the believers of Zoroastrianism? The question momentarily flustered the dark sect leader. He looked at him with scrutinizing eyes. Inside him was a frantic unease. It took the dark sect leader a long while to question himself. How did you know? Cut to an hour and a half before. Seeing the guards posted outside the door, Mok Jeong-woon told Blue Spirit they're about to storm in. We need to read this now. She looked at the scroll in his hand and replied, are you talking about the dark sect leader's scroll? Mok Jeong-woon guessed inwardly that the scroll brought by the guard Jade, who had been possessed by that demonic monk, must contain something written inside. Curious, he opened it and shouted, this is the language of Persia. Blue Spirit, startled, stepped closer. What Persia? After seeing this, Blue Spirit murmured, Persia is way out in the western regions, a coastal nation north of Zhengyuan. She asked Mok Jeong-woon curiously, but how do you know that? He answered honestly that he had been taught it when learning about Western herbs. She still didn't quite understand and asked again, is it just because of some herbs, so what does it say? Mok Jeong-woon replied hesitantly, should we call it a mantra? It looks like a poem, let's see. When I burn this body in the sacred flame. As he read, Blue Spirit listened intently to every word. Mok Jeong-woon continued solemnly, I am free from life and death, illuminate the path I wish to walk in holy light. At that, Blue Spirit suddenly interrupted, stop. I get it, this isn't a mantra or poem. He asked in surprise, then what is it? And her answer left Mok Jeong-woon aghast. This is scripture. There's no time, I'll be blunt. This is the believer of Zoroastrianism, a fire-breathing heretical sect. Blue Spirit continued, 100 years ago the court and the Jianghu launched a large-scale purge. Many people were hunted down and went missing since then. Even now, if it is revealed that the dark sect leader is affiliated with the believer of Zoroastrianism. Before she could finish, he cut in, that would become a fatal weakness. Blue Spirit appeared calm outwardly but inwardly agreed. Just as he thought, the believer of Zoroastrianism truly is a fatal vulnerability. Back in the present, with the leader's blade at his throat, Mok Jeong-woon sneered, recalling Blue Spirit's words, you, a mere mortal, don't even know this. After hearing Mok Jeong-woon's account, the dark sect leader decided, I never intended to kill you. But inwardly he thought the main reason the believer of Zoroastrianism was rejected was because of their doctrine. Having weighed the pros and cons, the leader was resolute. Killing immediately is the most advantageous option, no need to bother with tactics. At that moment, Blue Spirit scolded, I told you, never meddle with the believer of Zoroastrianism. Bringing it up was my mistake. Before making his move, he said indifferently, I don't know if anyone else knows this truth, but one less person is fine. Saying that, the dark sect leader quickly swung his sword at him. But Mok Jeong-woon's next words suddenly horrified him. When I burn this body in the sacred flame, I am free from life and death. Hearing this, Blue Spirit felt a rising sense of bewilderment. Seeing the dark sect leader's sword falter, he continued, illuminate the path I wish to walk in holy light. Joy and anger at last become but dust. The suffering inhabitants of this world are truly pitiful. Both he and Blue Spirit were terrified. They shared the same thought, he's reciting scripture. In panic, the dark sect leader retreated and shouted, how do you know the scripture? Before Mok Jeong-woon could answer, the man guessed aloud. You looked through my scripture? Impossible, it's written in original Persian. Only a few in Zhengyuan can read it. Only when certain did he grow angry and forcefully say, don't tell me you. On the other side, Blue Spirit also pressed Mok Jeong-woon. Mortal could you be? Before she finished, he interrupted, I already said that's a weak spot. A few seconds later, the dark sect leader asked suspiciously, are you a true follower of the sect or merely pretending to be one of them? Mok Jeong-woon paid him no mind, merely smiled, touched the wound on his neck and softly said, a weakness of the human heart. Blue Spirit rushed over, puzzled, mortal, don't tell me it's you. The dark sect leader mouthed a quiet question, you are one of us. Blue Spirit gasped and looked at Mok Jeong-woon, while the dark sect leader shouted that they were both pretending. The space abruptly fell silent. Everyone retreated to a private corner to talk. The dark sect leader covered his mouth and laughed. What a marvelous day. I never expected you could bring such good news. Mok Jeong-woon, from now on we stand on the same side like fellow disciples bound by fate. Mok Jeong-woon cheerfully replied, I will remember that well. I will dedicate myself to the rise of the sect. She heard this and gently covered her mouth, giggling. The dark sect leader stepped forward to counsel. May the holy flame guide you. May the sacred fire light your way. Then she strolled out at ease. Watching her retreating back, Blue Spirit appeared and asked Mok Jeong-woon, "You really know how to use your clever brain?" He could only reply helplessly, "More help is always better." She pressed her lips in thought. Still, she had to admit the other not only won the dark sect leader over but also knew how to use him. 2 hours earlier, the dark sect leader had asked suspiciously, Are you really one of ours?" Blue Spirit showed displeasure. "Mortal, it seems you meant to trick the dark sect leader by impersonation. If that was your plan, I'm not amused. You should know you're facing the leader of Zoroastrianism. If you only imitate superficially, he'll see through you at once. Yes, if that's all your skill amounts to, you'll certainly be caught." Blue Spirit glanced at Mok Jeong-woon, silently wondering what he was plotting. Mok Jeong-woon stepped forward, puzzled. "Who among you would know?" the dark sect leader startled and demanded. "What?" Mok Jeong-woon elaborated. "I was taught a little, but it's not enough to make me a true heir." The dark sect leader pressed. "Then who taught you?" "Just an old man with age spots on his face. He never gave a name, saying it would only cause trouble to speak it." The dark sect leader remarked that the explanation sounded plausible but offered no guarantees. "Do you really expect me to believe that?" Mok Jeong-woon replied calmly, "Of course not." The dark sect leader grumbled in annoyance. "Then how should I trust you?" Mok Jeong-woon answered. "I was taught the scripture in that old man's original language." The dark sect leader was so astonished he yelled. "What?" Blue Spirit nearby heard this and happily calculated. Of course, this person can remember everything after one look. The dark sect leader never expected he could memorize so well after just a glance. The dark sect leader's heart sank as he said, "If that's true, he's no ordinary man." She turned toward the desk. The dark sect leader decided to accept the request. "Very well, then write down exactly one line you once heard or learned from that old man." Mok Jeong-woon smiled and nodded. "All right," he stepped forward and wrote on the paper, "Write it exactly." While writing, Mok Jeong-woon pondered, recalling that passage now truly felt different from ordinary scripture. "This should do." Blue Spirit stepped closer with curiosity, eyes narrowing perfectly. "Don't be fooled, your old man was the one who taught you Persian." Then Mok Jeong-woon handed the paper to the dark sect leader. "Here you go," piling one clever lie on top of another. The dark sect leader read the paper and grew flustered. This is the prayer of the sacred flames, and you've disguised it as truth using tools at hand. If your target is a fanatic of that cult, of all who could utter this line, it would only be that elder." She suddenly sobbed. "So the one who taught you was him. They'll be fooled instantly without a second thought." Blue Spirit sighed and questioned herself. This is precisely why faith can be so terrifying. The dark sect leader hugged the paper to his chest and moved, said, "If he taught you, it means you also share the faith." She hurried over and gripped Mok Jeong-woon's shoulder. "Do you know where he is now?" "No, one day he disappeared without a farewell. But knowing he's still alive is a comfort to me." Blue Spirit chimed in, "Even I don't actually know who that elder is." In the end, he was spectacularly deceived. "Anyway, I'm glad we've gotten through this crisis." Mok Jeong-woon suddenly remembered something and spoke up. "Ah, now that you mention it." He said the old man left something behind. Both the dark sect leader and Blue Spirit were surprised. "What?" Blue Spirit pursed her lips, thinking inwardly, what nonsense is he spouting? Wasn't the old man he mentioned made up? How could there be something left behind? "Mortal, what trick are you up to now?" He went to the desk, writing as he spoke. He wrote this in Persian. "I don't understand the meaning. Could you take a look?" The dark sect leader exclaimed in astonishment. "This." The dark sect leader lowered his voice. "Phantom sword." The dark sect leader muttered in shock. "It is phantom sword," Blue Spirit sneered, "that arrogant brat. Because phantom sword is your sworn enemy, and yet now you're linking him to the person the dark sect leader is hunting. If phantom sword is involved, he'll surely use every means to track him down. Tricking only the dark sect leader won't be enough. And you want to use him to hunt down your own enemy? You're crazy." When only Blue Spirit and Mok Jeong-woon remained in the room, she calmly called to him. "Anyway, mortal, even though the dark sect leader currently stands with you, you should still be cautious." He asked why. She explained, "You see, he's a fanatic obsessed with his own faith. That means he'll use any method to protect that belief. I sincerely advise you to stay as far away from them as possible." Mok Jeong-woon folded his clothes and praised, "Interesting." Blue Spirit asked in confusion, "What?" Mok Jeong-woon, putting on his clothes, asked back with amusement. "Earlier you said that black and white, good and evil thinking doesn't work, so I'm curious, why do you hold a prejudice against a Western origin religion like theirs?" Blue Spirit flustered and stammered, I got off topic. Then she huffed in displeasure. Fine, call it prejudice if you like. He smiled brightly and said, that's what I like about you. You always admit things straight out when needed. She replied, either way, that doesn't change that we need to act in our own way. Mok Jeong-woon nodded in agreement. Yes, I was hoping to hear something about Phantom Sword. The dark sect leader had mentioned it before, but that was the only clue, cleverly deceptive. Sadly, I have no information on Phantom Sword at all. He wondered inwardly, I thought he would know something. Could he really know nothing? I've heard a rumor that Phantom Sword once clashed with the association leader's guard. Oh, I added, you're not here long yet and already know so much. Yes, that rumor does indeed exist, but even the association leader didn't know his true identity. Mok Jeong-woon pressed his lips together, so that means I can't find him here either. It's not certain. If the association leader once fought Phantom Sword, then why don't we try contacting him? The dark sect leader cautioned that now was not the time. The sovereign recluse is in seclusion, mourning his mother for 3 years. He will see no one unless it's someone truly special. He slammed something down on the table and shouted, what about this? The dark sect leader flinched in alarm. This. Mok Jeong-woon declared plainly, I have 3 token plates from the Bloodied Corpse Valley contest. If one of the elders can confirm their value, we can use them as credentials to meet him. The dark sect leader ran over and asked, are you really willing to use such valuables? You could seek guidance from one of the 5 kings and 8 stars instead. He calmly affirmed, yes, but I also want to do everything I can for the sect's faith. Please let me contribute. Hearing that, the dark sect leader smiled with relief. Blue Spirit sat and listened to the entire exchange. Thank you, I truly appreciate your help. To explain further, if that's the case, we must act quickly. We leave tomorrow. Mok Jeong-woon asked, tomorrow. The dark sect leader recounted, I heard tomorrow is his grandson's 1st birthday. They're holding a weaning ceremony. Coincidentally, I prepared a gift. Bring it along and hand over the token too. That way you'll have a chance to meet the association leader. He felt a stir of interest inside, at last. The next morning, even if it meant I had to travel alone, at least I'd found a precious chance to gather information. Alright, let's set out now. The hooded group began a stride forward. Mok Jeong-woon recalled Phantom Sword, his grandfather's implacable enemy. He couldn't help but think of his grandfather. He urged association leader Baek Saha, who had once faced that man in combat. It's time to hear his story. The next morning, under the bright sun, Mok Jeong-woon set out accompanied by Blue Spirit and Seok-jung. Seok-jung checked the notice and confirmed, we've arrived. This is the estate of Toad Poison King Baek Saha. Mok Jeong-woon pondered. According to legend, this place was once a fierce battlefield where a confrontation with Phantom Sword took place. Mentioning the association leader, Mok Jeong-woon couldn't help but wonder whether the Toad Poison King was currently hiding out here. He nodded slightly and signaled, come on, let's go inside. Look, isn't that Wai Soyeon? Mok Jeong-woon glanced over. Another group had appeared behind them. Jang Noongak stepped forward and introduced himself as a disciple of the dark sect leader. Those two swaggered toward Mok Jeong-woon. He pressed his lips together, a wave of embarrassment rising inside. This is awkward. The current situation was indeed not very favorable. Wai Soyeon wondered, of course senior brother showed up. How could he miss the chance when someone gains the Toad Poison King's support? If he's not neutral, that person would instantly seize absolute advantage in the succession struggle. The girl asked herself, but why? Does he radiate such murderous intent straight at me? Jang Noongak glared at Mok Jeong-woon with a cold, cutting stare. An hour earlier, at the moment disaster struck, Jang I-am Wee Mengchen's loyal guard. Jang Noongak grabbed his collar and demanded, what the hell did you do? Jang I-am screamed in agony, your servant deserves death. Jang Noongak coldly ordered, kill all the guards. Useless men who can't protect their lord have no right to live. The whole group trembled in fear, begging for mercy. He growled at Jang I-am, you too. The other subordinates rushed forward to plead for Jang I-am, master, please spare Jang I-am. If you execute him, there will be no one left to command the 50 willing fighters under Mangchen. Jang Noongak clenched his teeth in bitter unwillingness. Someone nearby muttered a warning. The one who acted is certainly no ordinary person. Go Yeonhu reported that with a final sword strike, he severed both blade and head of Wee Mengchen. First evil undefeatable demon fist Go Yeonhu. His father is Go Yeonbyok, charged with defending the Heaven-Earth Association. The cut was clean, the scene so disturbed that tracing the culprit is extremely difficult. The perpetrator is well versed in examining evidence and investigation. Their power must reach true supreme peak at minimum, perhaps even higher. Jang Noongak ground his teeth angrily. If a master of that caliber opposed me, only a few could. Young Lord Nayul Liang and Wai Soyeon. He muttered, there's no way those two did it personally. It must have been a hired hand. He vowed in disgust that he'd drag out the culprit no matter what. I swear I'll repay this grievance in kind. And one of the backers is that man over there. Squad leader Wu Horeng. The disciple of the King of Brilliance, Sun Yun, also one of the 5 tigers, is Wei Soyan's right-hand man, if he personally killed Wu Mengchen then. On this side, the man standing beside Wei Soyan had already drawn his sword ready. Zhang Nunggak's subordinate behind him quickly warned, "Young lord, please calm down. It's not certain he's the murderer. Causing a commotion here gains nothing." He clenched his teeth to restrain the rising fury. Zhang Nunggak stormed up the stairs with fierce determination. Wei Soyan murmured in confusion, "Why is senior brother acting so strangely all of a sudden?" The girl turned to him and asked, "By the way, Mok Jong-woon, you're not going to side with senior brother, are you?" Mok Jong-woon shook his head. "I remember you said you dislike disputes, so of course not." The girl went straight up and instructed, "There are many things to say, but if senior brother seizes the initiative it'll cause big trouble, so leave it for later." "Yes, we absolutely can't miss this chance. For someone as weak as me, this is the only opportunity. Wu Mengchen, I'll avenge you by taking the position of association leader, so I absolutely cannot miss this chance." Miss Wei Soyan and young master Zhang Nunggak are entering. Do not delay for a second. Mok Jong-woon asked the person beside him, "So shall we go in too?" "Yes, let's." Suddenly someone blocked his path, stopping them in their tracks. The gate guard requested, "Please state your name and identity." Mok Jong-woon introduced himself, "I am a disciple of the dark sect leader. My master sent a small gift, so I have come to deliver it." The man understood at once, so he's a high disciple of the dark sect leader. "How rude," he said to Mok Jong-woon. "Please record your identity in the book and then leave." He asked in surprise, "Excuse me." The group blocking the way explained, "Although today is the Beak family's celebration, because the Toad Poison King is still in a 3-year mourning period, we have orders to refuse visitors unless they are distinguished guests." He sneered, "Therefore, please kindly return." Seok Jung and Mok Jong-woon stood silently without responding. Then suddenly he gave a faint smile. "The honored guests Miss Wei Soyan and young master Zhang Nunggak have already been invited into a private room." Lady Zhang inside sighed softly as she walked. "What will come will come." Beak Soging replied, "If not today, there may be no other chance." Second young master of the Beak family, Beak Soging, madam of the Beak household. Lady Zhang frowned slightly in thought. Since rumors of the association leader's serious illness surfaced, those vying for succession have begun to move. Given her husband's position, she has never publicly supported anyone. Surely these people came to sway and persuade her. Beak Soging called from behind, suggesting they urge her father to declare support for one faction. Lady Zhang continued walking and replied firmly, "You know my father's nature. Once he decides, he doesn't change his mind." Now we can only hope the 2 guests take the hint and withdraw on their own. With that, she opened the door and stepped into the large room. Everyone inside rose together to bow and respectfully greet the madam. Wei Soyan quickly piped up first, "What a day of celebration this is." Zhang Nunggak, unwilling to be outdone, immediately added, "Congratulations on the weaning ceremony." Zhang Nunggak and Wei Soyan were like oil and water, neither yielding an inch of speech to the other. Lady Zhang clasped her head in helplessness, thinking that with such matters at hand they still had the energy to bicker. She sighed and offered polite words. "First, my thanks to both of you for visiting." As she turned to continue speaking, a frantic servant ran up shouting, "Madam, a major incident has occurred." The servant bowed deeply and announced that a disciple of the dark sect leader had arrived. She immediately cut him off sternly. "I told you to turn everyone away who came here." The trembling subordinate presented an object, stammering, "But he brought this." Mok Jong-woon stood outside with a face full of nonchalance. "Can't come in? Fine then, I'll just enter properly under another identity." The gatekeeper blinked in confusion. Another identity. Lady Zhang turned to Wei Soyan and Zhang Nunggak and asked, "May I trouble you both for a moment?" They both responded in unison, "Is something the matter?" Lady Zhang replied, "I'm afraid the 2 of you must sit at the same table as the disciple of the dark sect leader." Everyone present was stunned and horrified. "He got in, he actually came in, how did he manage that?" Mok Jong-woon strode in, his clear voice ringing across the room. "A junior requests an audience with Toad Poison King Beak Saha." Invoking the authority of Bloodied Corpse Valley's token to request counsel, which is equivalent to an order from the association leader. "I trust you will not refuse." He stood there, eyes coldly fixed on the baffled crowd. Mok Jong-woon bowed in salute, a disciple of the dark sect leader. Lady Zhang glanced at Mok Jong-woon with an unfriendly look from start to finish. Mok Jong-woon continued the formalities. "May I pay my respects to the madam of the Beak household." Inside, the servants announced, "Please wait a moment." Wei Soyan asked worriedly, savagely of Mok Jeong-woon. How could you get all the way in here? Even they don't get in easily. Jang Noongak suddenly laughed loudly, as expected my right-hand man. Wai Soyin looked at the man slinging his arm around Mok Jeong-woon and wondered, seems you two are close, huh? He answered at once, so what? We're bosom buddies, of course. She curled her lip, oh I see. Wai Soyin smiled brightly and asked, by the way Mok Jeong-woon, do you still have the token I gave you? Jang Noongak immediately fumbled in his coat pocket. At that, the servant behind hastily intervened, young master, causing a scene now won't help. The room's door suddenly swung open. Baek Soging asked anxiously, what should we do, mother? Lady Jang pondered, that child is the real problem. She looked toward Mok Jeong-woon, who was smiling as he watched Wai Soyin and Jang Noongak bicker. As Lady Jang entered, she thought that the token's request couldn't be refused, yet she also couldn't allow him to go in. The other two would surely object fiercely. She sighed and murmured, very well then. She raised her hand and began to open the door. Lady Jang announced, all right, I'll let you see the patriarch. Baek Soging exclaimed in surprise, mother. He tried to stop his mother, but Lady Jang spoke calmly. Now that it's come to this, let them experience it themselves. She added, so you can see your father. Lady Jang smiled knowingly. He is one of Zhang Yuan's top poison masters. Baek Soging fell silent at once. At Baek Sa's villa, Baek Soging pushed the door open and said, sorry to have kept you waiting. He announced that their father has agreed to receive all three of them. He looked at Mok Jeong-woon, Jang Noongak, and Wai Soyin, but there is one condition. Wai Soyin muttered, a condition. Baek Soging and Lady Jang turned and walked into the room. If you wish to see my father, you must enter inside yourselves. Wai Soyin asked why that was a condition. Baek Soging opened the door, and a stream of bluish air poured out. Wai Soyin and Jang Noongak quickly pinched their noses. He shouted, what on earth is this about? Baek Soging calmly stood amid the blue mist. The entire villa is filled with poison. The condition is that you must pass through this poisonous veil to reach my father. Wai Soyin cried out, what? That's absurd. Jang Noongak gritted his teeth, thinking, forcing us to cross a room full of poison as a condition. Is he trying to test us? She frowned and wondered, putting aside why it's poisonous, why on earth is that the condition? Wai Soyin worriedly recalled that the Baek family's poison is notorious as one of Zhang Yuan's 3 deadliest toxins. Don't even talk about detoxifying it. Whether one can even survive it is still uncertain. The poisonous air gradually dissipated. No one in the courtyard spoke. Lady Jang sighed to herself. Unsurprisingly, no one dared step forward. Unless one is versed in toxin arts like those of our clan, at minimum one's internal force must reach supreme peak to stand a chance. Mok Jeong-woon slowly stepped toward the door. She muttered, indeed, there's not a single soul. Mok Jeong-woon opened the door and stepped into the room. Lady Jang cried out in horror, young Master Mok, charging in like that is too much. She worried. Oh no, I didn't anticipate that child's action. He could lose his senses, bleed out, die, or be crippled for life. Baek Soging shouted, it's dangerous, quickly fetch a doctor. Mok Jeong-woon unexpectedly spoke up, it actually smells pleasant. He exclaimed in surprise, what? Mok Jeong-woon slowly recited the names of each component in the poisonous air. Flying Gourd Mountain, Allied Bamboo Islet, Achieved Human Yi, Toxic Organ Azure Tortoise, Open-Going Tortoise, 10,000 Serpent Poison, Mandala, Spear-6 Scorpion Venom, Fire Ant Poison, Merit Dart Poison, Wasp Sting Venom, and even mixed with Aconite's Golden Sand. He tilted his head and asked, can I go in now? Baek Soging yelled in astonishment, how do you know that? Have you practiced toxin arts before? Mok Jeong-woon answered, of course not. I'm just interested in herbs and poisonous plants, so I studied them a bit. Lady Jang was stunned, realizing he truly was a prodigy. She looked at Mok Jeong-woon and thought that knowing poisons and distinguishing them by scent was a gulf of difference. This must be innate talent. Lady Jang silently evaluated him. This aptitude is something even in our clan can be counted on one hand. She spoke, truly a child to be coveted. Baek Soging looked at her and then said, yes, I now understand why he came to seek an audience with father. Lady Jang replied, indeed, at first I thought it was a waste of time, but it seems we might form a beneficial bond after all. Baek Soging suddenly asked, what about the other two, what will they do? Jang Noongak stepped forward arrogantly and declared, my subordinate has stepped up, how could I, the commander, stand aside and watch? Wai Soyin immediately retorted, who is your subordinate, senior brother? Baek Soging mediated, all right, you should circulate your chi to neutralize the poison. I'll lead the way. The door opened, the poisonous air spilled out, and he continued to lead them toward his father. The three fell silent as they stared down the corridor, suffused with bluish poisonous air. The group gradually moved forward into the interior. When a current of gas slipped toward them, Jang Noongak quickly manipulated the chi array. Wai Soyin also covered her nose with a scarf. Blue Spirit anxiously asked Mok Jeong-woon, "The poison is thick, mortal, are you okay?" He smiled inwardly and replied, "Yes, not bad." She snapped back, "I wasn't asking how it feels to you." Beksaging halted. They had arrived. He announced that his father was inside the secret chamber where he cultivates. Mok Jeong-woon fell silent and quietly sensed. Beksaging warned that the deeper they went, the denser the poison would become. "Be careful." Jang Noongak ground his teeth and asked, "Even denser than this?" Beksaging smiled faintly and explained, "My family's true technique, the Poison Sutra of Demon Destruction, when it reaches the 6th tier and above, generates poison strong enough to corrode all things. That's why when building a secret training chamber, one must use special stones like detoxification rock." He gritted his teeth, realizing why his master said the most dangerous of the 5 kings was the Toad Poison King. This martial art could slaughter hundreds of fighters in an instant. Beksaging turned toward the door and said, "Master, I've brought all 3 of them here." A voice suddenly rang out, "All 3 have arrived." The old man continued, "Truly beyond my expectation." Jang Noongak thought to himself, the voice carried a profound vital energy, indeed, 5 kings level. Jang Noongak stepped forward and called out, "Senior Toad Poison King." He cupped his hands in salute and introduced himself, "I am Jang Noongak's son. I come seeking your support, senior." Beeksaha praised, "Straightforward, I like that. The one beside you likely shares the same goal, right?" Wai Soyin replied at once, "I do not deny it." Jang Noongak shouted, "Senior." Wai Soyin also cupped her hands and loudly called, "Detox King, Senior." He loudly declared that he would certainly become association leader to build a great enterprise. At the same time, Wai Soyin added her plea, earnestly begging the senior for his support. Beeksaha suddenly laughed loudly, full of arrogance. A surge of force from inside the room rolled straight toward the 2 of them. Blue light flashed. Beeksaha curled his lips and sneered, "You kids want to be successors but are only good at mouthing off. You want my support? Then prove it with action." He continued to taunt, "Whoever among you can make me stand, I will grant that person's request." Beeksaging frowned, covered his nose with his sleeve, and said, "Father, forcing him to stand by shouting is too simple, Jang Noongak." Immediately after, both he and Wai Soyin abruptly spat a mouthful of black blood. Wai Soyin clutched her mouth, silently horrified at the brutality of the poison. Meanwhile, Jang Noongak gritted his teeth and immediately circulated chi to protect himself. Beeksaging frowned, his thoughts strained and tense. Finally, he looked around and sensed inwardly that this was the 7th tier of the Poison Sutra of Demon Destruction. At this level, even those who have reached ultimate supreme peak could not withstand it. Beeksaging realized that indeed his father never intended to support anyone. Beeksaha then swept his hand. The blue force immediately receded. He spoke mockingly, "Well, what's the matter? Weren't you all here to beg for something?" Toad Poison King Beeksaha. Beeksaha froze, his eyes widening in astonishment. Mok Jeong-woon calmly walked into the room while Wai Soyin and Jang Noongak remained seated in meditation, trying to circulate chi. Beeksaging exclaimed in shock, "Young Master Mok, why is he here?" Beeksaha challenged, "Who exactly are you? How can you endure this horrific poisonous air?" Mok Jeong-woon was silent, his eyes widening as he stared fixedly at Beeksaha. Mok Jeong-woon had recognized something. He was staring straight at the scar on the old man's right chest. Mok Jeong-woon strode directly into the poisonous air. That mark, Mok Jeong-woon advanced toward Beeksaha, slowly stepping deeper into the room despite the poisonous air surging onward. The old man remained silent and continued to release the deadly poisonous air. Mok Jeong-woon quietly recalled that mark, fragments of memory running through his mind, the trace left by his grandfather's enemy. In Mok Jeong-woon's mind at that moment was the mark he had always remembered. Mok Jeong-woon cupped his hands and politely began, "Toad Poison King Beeksaha." Beeksaha suddenly froze. He looked at Mok Jeong-woon and thought to himself, "Phantom sword." Mok Jeong-woon said coolly, "I respectfully request your instruction." A green spiritual energy shot toward Mok Jeong-woon. Beeksaha spoke, "You brat, I'll ask you once more." The poisonous chi constricted Mok Jeong-woon directly. Beeksaha raised his hand to control the poison and questioned, "The poison-dispelling cloud art isn't the kind of poison technique someone at your level could stand against, so how are you tolerating such a lethal toxin?" Void capture. Mok Jeong-woon thought to himself, "This is void capture, an art that can manipulate natural chi like breath. No wonder he's one of the 5 kings." But, he muttered, "Poison silent." Mok Jeong-woon gently raised his hand and asked, "This stuff?" He privately noted the toxin wasn't anything special. Beeksaha and Beeksaging were both utterly astonished. Beeksaha cursed him inwardly as insolent, then suddenly laughed aloud, "Very interesting." Beeksaha raised his hand and asked, Do you dare say this isn't a deadly poison? The poisonous flow surged again, fiercely striking toward Mok Jeong-woon. Beek Sogeng was thrown out of the room and screamed in terror. Inside the room, Beek Saha snorted, then taste this old man's palm technique of demon. He struck hard at Mok Jeong-woon, palm technique of demon. Proudly he asked, surely the poison has invaded your body and is ravaging your organs. How does it feel? Mok Jeong-woon calmly said, how much longer must I endure? Beek Saha cried in astonishment. How can that be? He replied steadily, it's just my constitution, don't worry. If it were an internal force attack, I'd be dead already. Beek Saha shouted, the problem is the poison has no effect. What kind of constitution in this world could resist my poison? Mok Jeong-woon suddenly used his hand to slash a line across the palm of his right hand. Beek Saha demanded, what trick are you playing? He answered, it's nothing big. Mok Jeong-woon explained, I just wanted you to taste my poison. He immediately yelled, how dare you? Beek Saha thought, there is a supreme realm every poison cultivator dreams of when all flesh and blood turn to poison, the realm he had spent his life reaching for, becoming a poison master. He recalled that even after decades of refining poisons, he hadn't reached that supreme realm. Beek Saha trembled and touched the drop of blood on Mok Jeong-woon's hand. And you dare speak so recklessly? Wait, he brought his hand to his mouth. Beek Saha immediately looked up at him in horror. Mok Jeong-woon said gently, has this constitution made you realize I'm a poison master? Beek Saha demanded, really, are you truly a poison master? Mok Jeong-woon wondered, what's a poison master anyway? He ground his teeth in anger, what do you mean? Are you mocking me, the thing I've yearned for my whole life? He frowned, cursing inwardly, and you treat it as if it's nothing. This brat suddenly a stream of spiritual energy attacked from within his body. Fresh blood spurted from his mouth. He coughed in horror, the symptoms of poisoning, could it be? Mok Jeong-woon stared at his hand in bewilderment, wondering, deadly poison, this thing. Beek Saha muttered, so that claim turned out to be true. His whole body convulsed and he collapsed backward. Mok Jeong-woon cried out anxiously, Senior Toad Poison King. He looked at the old man's blackened, purplish feet and pondered. The legs seemed long paralyzed, caused by poison accumulated in the lower extremities. He recalled Beek Sogeng's words, the condition is to get through this place before you can meet my father. Mok Jeong-woon's eyes flashed with a golden glint, so that's why. From the start the man had a crippled body and the poison was crawling up the upper limbs toward the brain. At this rate he'd become a cripple or die. He looked at Beek Saha and thought, if that's the case I won't be able to glean any news about the phantom sword. The old man gradually faded and fainted. Blue Spirit suddenly asked, do you have any pills on you? She watched Mok Jeong-woon rummage through his pouch and said, the thing called medicine, the top prize from Bloodied Corpse Valley's exam. Following Blue Spirit's guidance, Mok Jeong-woon was told to stuff that into the old man's mouth. It would help push back the poison. Mok Jeong-woon looked at the pill glowing inside Beek Saha's body. It was a spirit medicine, and a superior grade at that. Originally, the old man couldn't stop the counterflowing poison and should have converted it all into internal force. A purple light would have radiated, but I can use all my internal strength to suppress the poison. Mok Jeong-woon spoke, strange indeed. He smiled and asked the old man, why resist the antidote, just accept it. Beek Saha's eyes widened in surprise at those words. He remembered, just go with it, wasn't that what his father always said? Beek Saha thought of his father, I have always chased after that back. He recalled his face, my father, Beek-yu, he mused. The first head of the family who created the Poison Sutra of Demon Destruction, was also a martial artist who reached the 8th tier of that art, the Human of Poison. He shattered the prejudice that poison techniques couldn't overcome the Sichuan Tang clan and Ayong clan. He used poison to kill the head of the Sichuan Tang clan, transformed into the heavenly poison hand Tang Yunjong, and became the great patriarch who founded the sect. Beek Saha recalled that the path of cultivating the Poison Sutra of Demon Destruction was by no means easy. Of his children, not one could touch the 8th tier. The eldest son, praised as a genius, died young. He thought of one child. The third son had his lower body crippled. Beek Saha knelt and spoke, please answer me. He called, Father. Beek Saha frowned and asked, can we really not break through to the 8th tier of the Poison Sutra of Demon Destruction, the Poison Master Realm? Toad Poison King, Beek Saha at 25. He continued. Will I also die or become crippled like the third brother? Please answer me. Beek-yu replied calmly, the Poison Sutra of Demon Destruction is the path to becoming a poison master. Follow it. Beek Saha shouted angrily, follow it again. You tell me to follow it once more. He roared, since I began cultivating poison I've never slept peacefully. To resist the toxin there are only two paths, crippled or dead. Don't tell me to follow it, teach me properly. Beak Saha bellowed, what on earth must I do? Beak Yu gently answered, when the opportunity comes, you will understand it yourself. He shouted angrily, what opportunity is that? Even into old age, he always wondered when that opportunity would arrive. Beak Saha looked at his hands. He pondered, I've waited for that so-called opportunity, and the result was losing half my body. Even though I reached the realm of controlling natural chi like breath, the opportunity never came. He wondered to himself, what should I do? Beak Saha tilted his head and looked back. Father Mok Jong-woon's voice rang out, why are you resisting the antidote? Beak Saha was silent. The old man sat up in surprise and looked at Mok Jong-woon. You. He replied calmly, just accept it. Beak Yu called to old Beak Saha. He smiled, the opportunity had long since arrived. Beak Saha opened his eyes wide. A stream of spiritual energy slowly gathered around him. So that's it. Beak Saha looked up at the ceiling, realizing the truth. He looked at Mok Jong-woon and thought of his father's advice to go with it. Advice he'd buried deep, only to be brought back by this brat. He closed his eyes, my body has been ready for a long time. The stubborn one who blocked it. A golden stream of spiritual energy emanated from him, which was himself. Mok Jong-woon was astonished. Was he beginning to absorb the poison? Blue Spirit standing beside him commented, this old man is really fortunate. She looked at Beak Saha's body and explained, the body is transforming to adapt to the new enlightenment. He merely restrained himself. Flesh was ready long ago. The old man's body slowly changed. Blue Spirit said he was overcoming the barrier to become a poison master, advancing toward the evolutionary realm. Mok Jong-woon widened his eyes in astonishment. A golden light burst forth. Blue Spirit said, this is metamorphosis. Blue Spirit looked at Beak Saha and remarked that the old man truly had good fortune. She continued, the physical body transforms to match the new enlightenment. It's a pity he had restrained himself before, since the body had been ready long ago. Beak Saha's body emitted a blinding light, breaking the barrier and stepping into a perfect realm. Mok Jong-woon opened his eyes in astonishment. The light grew ever stronger. Blue Spirit spoke again, this is metamorphosis. The blue poisonous chi gradually dispersed. Beak Saha stepped down from his seat. His whole body was enveloped in a layer of golden and pale green spiritual energy. Mok Jong-woon cupped his hands and said, congratulations, sir. The old man turned in surprise to look at him. You. Mok Jong-woon smiled gently. As he took off his cloak, he said, I was worried you'd ascend after drinking my blood, didn't expect you'd be able to metamorphose. Beak Saha accepted the cloak and laughed. Hearing that from someone else is really touching. Mok Jong-woon spoke plus. He looked at the man before him and said, you've been restored to youth. Beak Saha asked in astonishment. What? He rubbed his chin and muttered, really? Come to think of it, all the 8 stars look youthful. I only hope to be able to walk again. Mok Jong-woon said, anyway, since you've achieved what you wanted, that previous proposal is off, you're standing on your own now. Beak Saha sneered, you brat, do you intend to make me ungrateful? He continued, I nearly lived my whole life crippled. How could I forget the favor? Thank you sincerely. Mok Jong-woon cupped his hands and bowed, replying, hearing it spoken so plainly moves me. Beak Saha snorted, this flashy brat, now you deliberately say contrary things just to force me to blurt it out. What an audacious kid. He said, all right, I'll make it clear, you are my benefactor. Mok Jong-woon heard that and smiled, asking, so can you grant one request? Beak Saha agreed, okay, speak martial secrets, herbs, gold and silver, what do you want? Mok Jong-woon spoke, just one question. He frowned. What question? Mok Jong-woon requested. Tell me about Phantom Sword. He continued coldly, I don't want the other stuff or rumors that you fought Phantom Sword, just tell me about him. Beak Saha frowned and pondered for a long moment. Then he nodded, very well, I'll tell you. He resumed, recalling the battle long ago with Phantom Sword. Mok Jong-woon clenched his fist, thinking inwardly, finally this moment has come. He pressed his lips together, impatient to learn the truth at last. Mok Jong-woon frowned, waiting for the full truth about that mysterious figure. Beak Saha suddenly interrupted, before I begin, I must say one thing first. He confessed that, in truth, he didn't know Phantom Sword's real identity. He folded his arms and explained, that battle did happen, but he wore a full mask. His age or appearance I was completely ignorant of. Beak Saha sank into memories of that duel. He recounted that the encounter could by no means be called an evenly matched fight. During the fight, Beak Saha nursed a wounded heart and wondered why there existed someone with such terrifying power. It was the first time since becoming a poison master that he felt helpless. Even facing 8 stars, Ho Taegang had never put him in such a state. He recalled Phantom Sword's every move. He employed Di Hua to follow wood to the level of pure furnace fire, effortlessly sweeping aside all of Beak Saha's poison techniques. It was hard to believe anyone had reached that level. He silently judged that Phantom Sword's strength far exceeded the rumors. Beak Saha continued, when I was about to be defeated, he suddenly stopped, sheathed his sword and said, "Stop here, Toad Poison King." Beak Saha shouted, "What are you doing? Pitying me?" Phantom Sword coldly replied, "Toad Poison King, do you want to fight someone who's injured?" He was stunned. What, injured? What do you mean? Phantom Sword pulled open his outer robe to reveal a cyan body with a deep purple handprint on him. Beak Saha was aghast. Bearing poison arts himself, he could not be mistaken. That was a wound from a poison hand, yet the man had still fought him. He slammed his fist into the ground in self-reproach. From the start, I wasn't his match. Beak Saha stood and asked, "Who caused that wound?" "Young clan, Sichuan Tang clan." Phantom Sword was silent for a moment, then answered, "Radiant Medicine Immortal." Beak Saha was shocked and wondered, isn't that the apothecary famed as the era's greatest physician alongside Huai Ta? He's not a martial artist. How could he do this? Phantom Sword suddenly tossed him an item. "Take it." Beak Saha was dumbstruck. Phantom Sword smiled faintly. "Now you see we have no reason to keep fighting, right?" Before leaving, Phantom Sword instructed him to return this item to its owner and tell them that my wound was caused by being obstructed. Beak Saha recounted, he left like that. That day I realized two things. Phantom Sword was stronger than the rumors, and Radiant Medicine Immortal was actually a poison master even more terrifying than I am. Mok Jong-woon asked, "So what did he return?" Beak Saha said sternly, "When you go out, under no circumstances are you to utter a single word about this. It is." He folded his arms, the association leader's plaque. Mok Jong-woon frowned. Association leader's plaque. Could Phantom Sword be a covert guard of the association leader's guard? Beak Saha replied, "I can't say for sure." He continued, "He only told me to return the token and relay that message. He revealed nothing else. Keep this secret." Mok Jong-woon asked again, "So who knows Phantom Sword's whereabouts?" Beak Saha said, "Only the association leader's guard." Mok Jong-woon fell silent. Phantom Sword and the association leader's plaque. He pondered, telling himself he would ultimately have to face this path. 6 heavens, and 8 stars, the leaders at the threshold of the heavenly way. He briefly remembered the man with the wrapped face. Mok Jong-woon resolved, "Association leader's guard, someday I will meet you." Then Mok Jong-woon cupped his hands in salute. "Thank you for sharing, I will take my leave." Beak Saha was surprised. "You're leaving already?" The old man demanded, "What about using the token to ask me to teach you? You're just going to walk away." Beak Saha looked at him and laughed loudly. "So that's it, you never intended to learn from me from the start. Interesting, very interesting." Mok Jong-woon smiled. "Exposed, my apologies for the rudeness." Beak Saha patted his shoulder. "It's fine, but I can't be ungrateful. I will teach you a superior martial art." Mok Jong-woon curiously asked, "A superior martial art? What is it?" Beak Saha smiled enigmatically. "Wait and see outside the room." The poison gas still tortures Wai Soyin and Jang Noongek. He gritted his teeth, eyes fixed on the door. Wai Soyin and Jang Noongek wiped the blood from the corners of their mouths, muttering, "What a monster." Jang Noongek slammed his fist on the floor, calculating that the man neutralized poison even faster than he did. The longer they waited, the more they lost the advantage. They had to act before it was too late. A sudden wave of poisonous chi unexpectedly leaked out. Wai Soyin gasped in surprise. She cried out, "He's finally out. Let's continue what we were discussing earlier." The one who stepped out was Mok Jong-woon. Jang Noongek was astonished. "Mok Jong-woon," he shouted. You again?" Beak Saha stepped out, issuing a cold command. "Silence, enough noise." Beak Sagang looked at the man before him and called out, "Senior brother." He cried out in shock, "Wait, father, that appearance, could you have metamorphosed?" Jang Noongek wondered aloud, has he transcended the ordinary realm? Wai Soyin realized inwardly that this meant the association had gained another peerless expert. Both immediately thought they must secure this person's support. They both cupped their hands. "Congratulations on your great achievement." Jang Noongek stepped forward to ingratiate himself. "Truly, congratulations, please show yourself so we may offer our felicitations." Beak Saha cut in, "No need," the man halted. "Yes." He smiled faintly, "Thanks for the goodwill, but our business isn't finished. The condition was to help me stand, and neither of you managed that." Jang Noongek and Wai Soyin froze in awkward embarrassment. Beak Saha suddenly called, "One more thing, Beak Sagang." Beak Sagang hurriedly replied, "Yes, right here." He pointed at Mok Jong-woon and declared, "From today, this child is my official disciple and part of my family. Treat him as your blood brother." Those around them were stunned. Mok Jong-woon calmly asked, "Isn't awarding a token like this a bit excessive?" Beak Saha replied, "To make use of the poison in you, I must teach you the Poison Sutra of Demon Destruction. That art must not be passed outside, so the only way is to take you into the family. Beksaging exclaimed, the Poison Sutra of Demon Destruction. Father, that's the school's trump card. Beeksaha remained calm, exactly why I said you must become family. Mok Jeong-woon hesitated, but I already have a master. The old man patted his shoulder, so what if you have two masters? I'll talk with the dark sect leader, I'll handle his side of things. Mok Jeong-woon fell silent to think. From the way the old man acted, he knew he wouldn't take it back. Fine by me. Mok Jeong-woon clearly felt the murderous gazes from Jang Noongak and Wai Soyeon. He immediately understood why the old man publicly claimed him as a disciple. He told himself that now he was a shared disciple of both the dark sect leader and the Toad Poison King. The two would fight over this talent fiercer than anyone. Mok Jeong-woon smiled faintly. Their stares should have been on him, but now they're all on me. What he calls repaying a debt is really him dumping all the trouble onto me. He looked at Beeksaha, inwardly realizing he'd just been played a cruel trick. Evening at the Underworld Assassin Pavilion. Someone ran down the corridor, panting as he demanded, "Is he here already?" The guard immediately replied respectfully, "Yes, sir, he is." Jo Yoon-gong clenched his fists. Finally, the moment had come. He gripped his staff tightly and murmured, "What must come will come." Underworld Assassin Pavilion Master Jo Yoon-gong. He recalled that his senior brother, Jo Tae-chung, had reportedly accepted a secret mission from the association leader and gone away, yet suddenly returned without warning. Jo Yoon-gong reasoned that Tae-chung must have caught wind that he'd become Pavilion Master and hurried back. Thinking of the old scheme hatched with that Mok Jeong-woon fellow, he grew anxious. The vacant seat after the master's death, did he intend it for me? Though I once lost to him, his talent is genuine. If this plan succeeds, the honor of the strongest tactician in the Pavilion Master post will be mine. Am I about to become Pavilion Master? Jo Yoon-gong tightened his staff. If he were to take the Pavilion Master seat, he must conceal that the other man had killed the master. He thought to himself that his only worry now was his senior brother, famed as the sect's top expert, who had finally shown up. Jo Yoon-gong tried to reassure himself there was nothing to fear. He frowned, calming himself with the thought that everything had been meticulously prepared. Jo Yoon-gong planned that he had used the master's transformation into a revenant to rightfully assume the Pavilion Master seat. Sok Lao had been drowned 20 li away in the lake. No one would find him. Jo Yoon-gong asked the guard, "Is the senior brother inside?" The man quickly answered, "He is waiting for you inside, sir." He ordered, "Everyone withdraw." The guard acknowledged. Jo Yoon-gong thought to himself that both legitimacy and evidence were tilting in his favor. Jo Yoon-gong reached out and grabbed the door handle. He thought as he threw the door wide open, as if saying, "If you want in, swim right in." Jo Yoon-gong called out, "Senior brother, you're back." He froze instantly at the sight inside the room. Jo Yoon-gong's legs gave out as he stared toward the chair placed far across the chamber. He was utterly stunned to see the man brazenly sitting on the Pavilion Master's chair. Before Jo Yoon-gong stood a blindfolded man with long black hair, none other than senior brother Jo Tae-chung. Jo Yoon-gong fell silent, restraining his emotions. He told himself, "No, this is just a provocation. The opponent is my senior brother, so I must not rush." Jo Yoon-gong spoke up, "You've returned." Jo Tae-chung replied wearily, "You're here." Jo Yoon-gong continued, "I heard you took a secret order to go away." He sneered faintly, "So you know about that too. News does travel fast." Jo Yoon-gong thought to himself, his tone's a bit harsh, isn't it? But then again, fair enough. He inwardly admitted there was no other choice. Originally, the chosen one was his senior, yet here he was sitting in the Pavilion Master seat. Jo Yoon-gong addressed him, "Though I have many flaws, I'm gradually adapting." Jo Tae-chung snorted, "Gradually adapting?" Jo Yoon-gong replied that he understood his senior's displeasure, "But while you went wandering." He continued coldly, "I was only following the master's orders." Jo Tae-chung snorted, "The master's orders?" Jo Yoon-gong protested indignantly. "I refused before because you were clearly still here, but they told you to assist the association leader and handed the Pavilion Master post to me. Do you intend to go against the master's will?" Jo Tae-chung remained silent. "Did the master really say that?" He nodded firmly, "Yes, absolutely." He added, "Ask the others if you don't believe me." Jo Yoon-gong, smug, believed the righteousness was on his side. Jo Tae-chung muttered, "So that's how it is, master." Jo Yoon-gong fell silent and said no more. The man slowly rose to his feet. Jo Tae-chung ground his teeth and demanded, "Do you crave this seat that much?" His staff slammed hard onto the floor, and the nearby chest burst open to reveal the corpse of In-seo-ok. Jo Yoon-gong froze in horror. He looked at In-seo-ok's body, feeling a silent panic. "Master." Jo Yoon-gong instantly leapt backward. He thought, how did he find out? Never mind, at all costs I must take down my senior brother now. Zhou Yunggong formed a hatred seal and shouted, "Total forward split." Zhou Ticheng launched a cold strike, Toru Humon. A stream of spiritual qi shot from afar straight toward the underworld assassin pavilion. That qi focused on the spot where Zhou Yunggong and Zhou Ticheng stood. A demonic beast flew to the pavilion's entrance. It then smashed through the door and lunged straight at Zhou Yunggong's position. He was violently shocked and flung far away. His body crashed hard against the great wall and collapsed onto the floor. Zhou Ticheng strolled over at his leisure. The two demonic beasts silently trailed beside him. Zhou Yunggong looked up and immediately recognized Red Falling Star 2 and equally strong Humon. These were the familiar spirits his senior brother always boasted about. Zhou Ticheng demanded, "Who's behind this?" Zhou Yunggong retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting?" He tightened his staff. "With your level, how could you possibly perform the six-person spirit summoning technique? Surely a high expert must be assisting you, right?" He grabbed Zhou Yunggong's arm and hoisted him up. "Who is that?" he demanded. Zhou Ticheng ordered the demonic beasts to clamp Zhou Yunggong down, sneering. "So-called pavilion master controlled by dark magic," Zhou Yunggong shouted. "Stop this." Zhou Ticheng threatened coldly, "If you want me to stop, confess quickly. I'll let you die a painless death." Zhou Yunggong panted, thinking to himself that indeed he still couldn't defeat his senior brother. He thought of Mok Jeong-woon, but he clenched his hand in resolve. Zhou Yunggong called senior brother. Zhou Ticheng spoke up, "So you're finally speaking." Zhou Yunggong suddenly said that he had long since given up on vying for the successor position when he became a disciple. Ticheng was astonished. "What?" Zhou Yunggong forced himself up, continuing, "Because I know my talent can never match yours, but..." He tried to stand straight, recalling that although he had been defeated by that kid, when he took him in he had sensed something. He remembered the moment he had talked with Mok Jeong-woon. He recalled the radiant, excited look on the boy's face when he used the technique skillfully. Zhou Yunggong stood silently, staring at the boy's face. Zhou Yunggong squeezed the wooden effigy in his hand, telling himself that even if he could not reach that realm, the boy might. Then he threw the effigy outward. The talisman pasted on it flared to life. Zhou Yunggong gripped the effigy and told himself, "As a teacher, could I really betray my disciple?" Zhou Yunggong forced himself to rise. The wooden puppets all appeared at once and charged to attack Zhou Ticheng's two demonic beasts. Ticheng tightened his staff and cursed, "You foolish brat." Zhou Yunggong suddenly burst into loud laughter. He thought to himself, "Mok Jeong-woon, run quickly." At Beek Saha's villa, Mok Jeong-woon seemed to sense something and froze. He stood motionless in the banquet courtyard. Beek Saha immediately called, "Mok Jeong-woon, is something wrong? Come greet everyone." Mok Jeong-woon nodded, "It's nothing, just..." He watched leaves falling from the sky and added, "I suddenly remembered someone." The sun rose behind layers of mountains, illuminating every hidden corner of the mortal world. The abandoned one, Seok Jung, sat on the steps with a distant look, letting out a soft sigh. Kin Van walked over slowly and said, "You waited long, didn't you?" Seok Jung hurried to his feet, voice a bit rushed. "Not at all, you still keep your calm, let's go." Great mountain ranges loomed in mist beneath a dark sky, making the scene even more gloomy. Peaks stacked upon peaks formed a majestic yet eerie panorama. The streets were less lively tonight, only a few flickering lamps guiding passers-by. Seemingly sensing something different about Mok Jeong-woon, Seok Jung asked the young master, "Are you all right?" He looked toward the darkness, his voice remained unhurried as he said, "A guest is waiting." Seok Jung was stunned and couldn't help exclaiming, "Squad leader Wu Horeng." Wu Horeng praised, "Good instincts." Mok Jeong-woon inwardly thought that the man truly lived up to being Wai Soyin's confidant, but outwardly remained polite. "Do you really enjoy hiding your head?" Wu Horeng stroked his beard, tone smug. "I don't play hide-and-seek like a rat." Inwardly he sized up Mok Jeong-woon, "So this is the one? The brute who received the lady's token." He couldn't believe the lady had given the token to someone who looks so ordinary. "What a nuisance." Wu Horeng kept that arrogant tone as he said, "First, the lady ordered me to bring you to meet her, but I hate the look of you, remember Yop Wai-san." Mok Jeong-woon replied hesitantly, "That fellow, the stumbling block." Before he finished, Wu Horeng cut in, "He's my junior brother, true, he was at fault, but thanks to you he was punished with seclusion. As his senior, I can't just stand by. I heard you received the token from the lady. So I have this proposal. I also received that token. Normally wrongs have their owners, but given the situation, I'll resolve it on your behalf. The loser must hand the token to the victor. Settle this old grudge once and for all." Suddenly Mok Jeong-woon laughed with pleasure, eyes alight with amusement. "Anyway, your feelings are obvious. Jealous, aren't you?" "I know it well. When you heard I got the token, your expression wavered. You want to turn her into your woman, not some dried toad's owner. Dragging your junior brother into this melodrama probably hit a nerve." Wu Horeng roared in anger. you bastard. The blade came down, but Mok Jeong-woon dodged like lightning. He wouldn't relent and followed with a strike that cracked the ground. How dare you toy with me, he bellowed. Mok Jeong-woon kept evading while taunting. Well, it's understandable. If lovers end up together, that's great, but if she becomes association leader, it's hard for you two to be together. You probably don't care for the master becoming successor, right? That's why you wanted to snatch my token, isn't it? Woo Horing glanced at his sword cracking under Mok Jeong-woon's power and thought to himself, can you really steal this? Woo Horing inwardly panicked, thinking of poison techniques. Green spiritual chi streaked through the air, enveloping the place where Mok Jeong-woon and Woo Horing faced off. A girl stood on a rooftop watching it all. She panicked, thinking, no way, Jang Noongak's confidant, Seo Hyein. The new token mistress came to entice him. I can't believe I'm seeing this with my own eyes. Who is Woo Horing? One of the 5 tigers' most outstanding descendants in the Heaven-Earth Association, and the successor of the King of Brilliance's style. Someone like Woo Horing. Was he really defeated so easily? Woo Horing clutched his neck in pain, coughing dryly. This is serious. We thought his strength was weaker than Wui Mengchen. Perhaps we were wrong. Report this to the young master immediately. A cold voice sounded behind Seo Hyein. Was the show entertaining? She was startled and by reflex turned to look behind her into the empty air. But all that met her was an eerily deep silence. The mysterious person had been standing right behind Seo Hyein all along. The cold voice spoke again, quite an interesting one. Her whole body trembled uncontrollably, fear overwhelming her mind. She had no presence at all. Even with him pressed right behind her, I hadn't noticed. The mysterious voice's mocking tone whispered in her ear, why are you trembling so? I've been watching with you this whole time. Seo Hyein broke out in a sweat like she'd been doused. She thought to herself, moreover, the owner of this voice is. The mysterious person spoke calmly. Looks like you should rest a bit. Scene change. Mok Jeong-woon slowly stepped toward Woo Horing. He still clutched his neck, letting out continuous groans of pain. Mok Jeong-woon's voice remained even. So who do you actually like? I don't care, so don't worry, I'll tattle to her. But staging a bet out of jealousy, ridiculous. You must regret it a lot, huh? Woo Horing watched fragments of the token fall to the ground. Mok Jeong-woon waved his hand. All right then, take care. Suddenly his eyes widened as if sensing something strange. He thought to himself that the woman's presence had been watching me. When had Seo Hyein been struck unconscious? She had slipped into a stupor. Mok Jeong-woon realized that. No more, a sound rang out that put Mok Jeong-woon on alert. He spun around and asked again, what is this? Woo Horing suddenly collapsed to the ground. Mok Jeong-woon thought to himself, I can't see anything at all. A pale green chi shimmered, faintly hidden in the air. Mok Jeong-woon frowned, quietly observing that he couldn't sense that chi. Yet the other party had felled Seok Jung and Woo Horing in an instant. He pondered the strange, unpredictable chi and that eerie movement. A figure suddenly appeared. Mok Jeong-woon immediately demanded, someone there. A deep voice resonated from behind Mok Jeong-woon. He calmly turned to face it, replying to the challenge. However, there was still not a single silhouette behind him. The voice sneered, where are you looking? Keep searching like that and you'll never find me. Mok Jeong-woon's gaze gradually grew cold. Blue Spirit suddenly appeared right in front of that mysterious figure. Her full red lips moved slightly, whispering something. Memories surged back. The dark sect leader once asked, what did that one look like? One of his eyes was a normal dark eye, but the other was a strange grayish-white eye. At that moment, Mok Jeong-woon seemed to deduce the mysterious person's identity. He clasped his hands and introduced himself as a disciple of the dark sect leader and also a student under the Toad Poison King. Mok Jeong-woon, senior brother of Wai Soyeon and Jang Noongak, and also the chief disciple of the association leader. The great young master. Na Yol Liang exclaimed excitedly, how interesting, how did you know? I am the great young master Na Yol Liang. The dark sect leader's voice still echoed in his ears. Once the 4 token plates are gathered, the association leader will personally instruct. She smiled faintly. The only one who has obtained all 4 token plates since Bloodied Corpse Valley's founding, the one with overwhelming power and the closest to becoming association leader, is none other than the great young master. The dark sect leader suddenly recalled his appearance. Na Yol Liang blurted out, watching how he acted as if he were theatrically vying for the successor's seat. The dark sect leader sipped his tea and slowly analyzed. He really is the perfect heir, adept in both civil and martial arts. His talent far surpasses the other disciples, yet for some reason he only received 4 endorsements. Mok Jeong-woon narrowed his eyes in thought. There must be some extremely serious flaw. Mok Jeong-woon asked, what is the reason? He is different from ordinary people. In some deep way, Mok Jeong-woon wondered just how different he was. The dark sect leader's voice echoed in his head again, though I don't know exactly what that difference is. The feeling. Na Yol Liang now let out a pleased laugh. Intriguing. Mok Jeong-woon thought about that sense of kinship. Nayul Liang curled a lip and asked, "You mean you and I are of the same kind?" He stepped closer and continued, "I've always wondered why someone from the Orthodox sect would join the Heaven-Earth Association. Now everything's clear." Nayul Liang suddenly appeared behind Mok Jeong-woon. "Do you only find your worth in slashing and killing? For someone like you, hiding from the Orthodox must be so thrillingly pathetic." Mok Jeong-woon remained calm. "I don't understand what you're talking about." Nayul Liang replied coldly, feigning innocence. "What? Never mind, that's less important than how you discovered my identity," Mok Jeong-woon answered. "I only deduced it." Nayul Liang grew more amused and pressed him. "Just guessing with no evidence," he replied evenly. "It's not entirely baseless. You knocking out the chief Wu Horang and the sudden collapse of Miss Wai Soyan's mind are proof." He continued, "And the corrupt aura emanating from Seo Hyen, also the mind of young master Jang Noonggak." He smiled and said, "Someone capable of easily defeating those two is indeed rare. Among the honored guests at the Toad Poison King's grandson's naming banquet, only heirs would possess that level. Those two had no reason to assault their own minds." Nayul Liang's probing voice rose, "So the remaining person can only be me." Mok Jeong-woon quickly confirmed, "Correct." The corner of Mok Jeong-woon's mouth unconsciously curled into a knowing smile. He didn't spare praise for Mok Jeong-woon. "Very good. Deducing a girl's true identity from chi alone is impressive. At first I planned to leave a few pawns for my juniors to enjoy the show, but now that we've met in person, I can't bring myself to do that." Blue Spirit frowned, sensing something amiss. Blue Spirit whispered into Mok Jeong-woon's ear, "It seems that fellow wants to recruit you." "Perfect. I'm planning to approach the association leader anyway, so let's use this opportunity." Mok Jeong-woon said nothing and drew the sword at his hip. His body was suddenly hurled backward by a terrifying force. Mok Jeong-woon slammed into the wall so hard the wall shattered into fragments. Blue Spirit cried out in horror, "What the?" Nayul Liang's cold, contemptuous voice rang out, "Have you ever felt it before? That kinship or the strange emotion when you spot another of your kind?" He raised his hand and a purple chi appeared. "That is the difference." Or perhaps Nayul Liang looked at Mok Jeong-woon struggling to rise and felt another wave of disgust. Mok Jeong-woon's gaze turned ice cold. Blue Spirit hurried forward, voice full of worry. "Even if we don't understand what's happening, be careful of that man." She looked up at Nayul Liang standing above. "Is someone who has reached the evolutionary realm." Blue Spirit suddenly thought of a master's body wrapped in dense spiritual energy. A terrifying power capable of tearing a mountain in two, far beyond human limits. Blue Spirit frowned. "Evolutionary realm. Still as a lake's surface yet ready to erupt at any moment. That is the hallmark of the evolutionary realm." Nayul Liang's foot landed with a thunderous sound, and a powerful aura spread through the air. A thought flashed through Mok Jeong-woon's mind. He's using foot chi to envelop the surroundings. Nayul Liang's voice rose. "Now, even if there's a ruckus, no one would dare come meddling." Nayul Liang launched an attack, but Mok Jeong-woon dodged in time. The furious chi slammed into the building behind them, splitting it in two. Strain showed clearly on Mok Jeong-woon's face. Nayul Liang's next punch came, and this time Mok Jeong-woon couldn't evade. He was blasted far away, and at last he gathered his remaining strength to try to stand firm. Before Mok Jeong-woon could recover, Nayul Liang leapt in again, continuing the assault while laughing madly. A wicked gleam flashed in his eyes as he cried excitedly, "I meant to crush your head, yet you've dissipated the force in an instant. Innate talent, perhaps." Mok Jeong-woon used his sword to parry a killing blow from his opponent. Both poured their full strength into unleashing deadly moves aimed at finishing the other. Fast slashes like a whirlwind kept raining down, pressing the opponent. Nayul Liang praised, "You're the first to endure this move since that guy from the Five Lakes." Mok Jeong-woon retorted spiritedly, "Wonderful. I know why you wanted to end me, but others might not fully understand." Nayul Liang sneered, "Out of arguments, so you resort to flowery talk." Mok Jeong-woon wasn't angry. Calmly he replied, "Because I need to live too." Nayul Liang continued to praise, "Your eyes are keener than I thought, and you know how to seize the moment." Mok Jeong-woon once again evaded one of his vicious sword strikes. Nayul Liang looked at him, excited and full of praise. He lunged toward him again at terrifying speed. Mok Jeong-woon was quietly calculating in his head. Countering reflexively, Nayul Liang rushed like a storm, forcing Mok Jeong-woon to retreat defensively. He muttered under his breath, "Ritual of expulsion." Nayul Liang's voice rang out again, as expected. "You completely failed to react in time to this trick." A razor-sharp blade sliced past his body. Nayul Liang said casually, "You're like me, so I suppose you're not afraid to die, huh? Then after your limbs are severed, I'm curious whether you'll still keep that calm expression." Mok Jeong-woon thought to himself, At that moment, Poison Sutra of Demon Destruction, Palm Technique of Demon Destruction. He decisively unleashed a palm strike toward Na Yao Liang, but he himself also had to take one of the opponent's attacks. The sword in his hand fell to the ground. Fresh drops of blood kept trickling from the wound. Na Yao Liang marveled, "You have quite a few tricks." Mok Jeong-woon clutched his wound as a rush of thoughts flooded his mind about the Poison Sutra of Demon Destruction and Blue Spirit's explanations of the realms. She had said that victory isn't always decided by realm, but now he understood why there's such a gap from the evolutionary realm onward. Attacks rebound as internal injuries, and poison can't penetrate. That talent, I could use it to support the young master. Na Yao Liang sneered, "Support me? Ridiculous, you'd be the kind of petty person who stabs me in the back." Mok Jeong-woon groaned, "You are too suspicious." Na Yao Liang kept her scornful tone. "Suspicious? No, it's a certainty. Among your desires, killing intent is the most honest emotion. It's the clearest reason for your existence. Am I wrong about that? Want me to spare your life? Fine, I'll spare you. But from now on you'll live like a cripple without hands or feet. When you want to eat, someone will have to feed you mouth to mouth. I'm really looking forward to seeing your expression then. Let's start with this arm." Suddenly, drops of blood hung suspended in the air. Na Yao Liang's eyes widened in astonishment. She couldn't believe what she saw. The entire space was instantly bathed in a vivid red. Na Yao Liang said, "I never expected someone like you exists, daring to think of killing the dark sect leader and the king's disciple based solely on an intuition about blood." Blue Spirit said coolly, "I must kill you." With no other choice, she took a blow meant for Mok Jeong-woon. Blue Spirit ordered, "Kid, run, get away from that old poison-using geezer. He's my prey, scram." Blue Spirit warned Mok Jeong-woon, "Mortal, run to that old poison user over there." Then Blue Spirit glanced at Na Yao Liang and coldly declared, "This mortal is mine, get lost." Mok Jeong-woon clasped his bleeding stomach with both hands. His gaze flamed with hatred at Na Yao Liang, though his voice revealed worry as he called Blue Spirit's name. Blue Spirit stood there, cheeks slightly flushed, coldly reminding Mok Jeong-woon that he could only hold on for a little while. Then Blue Spirit glanced toward the nearby tower and said, "You must sense the monstrous chi from afar, right? If he notices, it'll be dangerous." The dangerous monster Blue Spirit referred to was the blind practitioner Zhou Ticheng. Blue Spirit frowned at Na Yao Liang and added, "I can only use a little spirit power to conceal my identity. Run now." Immediately, Mok Jeong-woon forced himself to move and called back, "Thanks to you." In an instant, Na Yao Liang struck, a streak of purple sword chi slicing past Blue Spirit to aim at Mok Jeong-woon. But at that moment, Blue Spirit thrust out her right arm to intercept the sword chi, allowing Mok Jeong-woon to retreat safely. Na Yao Liang's sword chi was deflected by Blue Spirit, instantly cutting a nearby section of wall. The sword chi on Na Yao Liang's fingers gradually dissipated. He smirked and asked, "What's this little trick?" "Little junior sister, what on earth? Why did Na Yao Liang call Blue Spirit little junior sister?" Na Yao Liang brushed back his hair, revealing a white right eye, and continued, "Our master fell ill, so we haven't met in a long time." Blue Spirit broke out in a cold sweat, puzzled and thinking, "Is he mistaking me for that woman who looks like me?" Na Yao Liang remained standing and asked, "Why aren't you answering? Are you angry because I touched the prey you chose? Ha ha." Only then did Blue Spirit recall the image of Wei Soyan and think to herself that the guy was probably just mistaken. They look so alike, there's no need to reveal my true identity. Though slightly annoyed, to avoid exposure, Blue Spirit decided to adopt that woman's guise and use the sword style of heaven to respond. With that thought, Blue Spirit raised the tobacco pipe upright before her, and a stream of sword chi similar to Na Yao Liang's instantly emitted from the pipe. Before Blue Spirit, brilliant points of light flashed like stars in the night sky. This was the sword style of heaven. Immediately, Blue Spirit pointed the pipe at Na Yao Liang, and from those lights a barrage of chilling sword chi shot out. The move was called Falling Star. The sword technique swept forward like a fierce wave, sweeping away anything in Na Yao Liang's path. While performing the move, Blue Spirit thought inwardly that though she wanted that woman dead, she couldn't deny how deadly the sword style of heaven was. With this incoming sword chi, escape would be very difficult. He would stand tall and defend as always, she assumed. Instead, this time Na Yao Liang had to hurriedly turn and dodge the crashing sword chi. His feet slid along the tiles as he coldly said, "Your swordsmanship has improved greatly. I thought aside from extra internal power from that special physique you'd still be inexperienced." Na Yao Liang spun to counterattack toward Blue Spirit and continued, "I didn't expect such a leap in progress." As your senior brother, I am deeply moved." With that, the two rushed into fierce combat, blades slashing, the spirit pipe swung in defense. The two forces collided, creating a terrifying shockwave that blew away all structures within a 20-meter radius. Seizing the moment, Blue Spirit struck with her left hand, eyes cold and emotionless as she stared at Na Yul Liang. Na Yul Liang hastily withdrew his hand, gathering chi to counterattack, still managing a haughty smile. Two surges of force, Blue Spirit's red and Na Yul Liang's purple, clashed, producing a loud explosion. Blue Spirit said nothing and stepped back slightly, thinking to herself that this guy was pretty decent. Meanwhile, Na Yul Liang did not stop attacking. He swung out another blade chi and asked, "Well, are you really that angry?" The chaotic battle continued, and Blue Spirit thought that even without using her usual sword techniques and with limited spirit power, he had begun to catch up to her movements. That mortal wasn't someone who could be defeated quickly, even if she accepted the risk this once. Seeing Blue Spirit silent, Na Yul Liang grew angry. "Why aren't you stopping? If you won't be reasonable, don't blame me." The white right eye of Na Yul Liang flashed as he unleashed an instinctive technique called Penetrating Eye. Blue Spirit broke into a cold sweat and thought in surprise. Is all his force concentrated into his eye? Na Yul Liang kept charging, smiling smugly. This is it. But upon seeing something, he suddenly froze, a strange fear welling up inside him. Immediately, Na Yul Liang stepped back to keep his distance from Blue Spirit. He straightened up, his hand clenched, and asked haltingly, "You're not Wai Soyan. Then who exactly are you?" Hearing that, Blue Spirit halted, brows knitting in worry. She'd been seen through. Suddenly, a red surge of power slammed in from outside, making the ground shake violently and leaving both Blue Spirit and Na Yul Liang stunned. They both turned to look in the same direction, faces full of shock. In a nearby alley, a pitch-black chi-like death aura was billowing up thickly. A figure sat huddled against the wall with eyes blazing red, death chi swirling turbulently around the body. The sight looked oddly familiar. Blue Spirit blurted in panic, "What the mortal? How can there be such a ferocious aura?" Unlike ordinary death chi, this stuff was far denser and darker. "We need to rewind a bit." Mok Jeong-woon dragged his heavy steps, blood dripping from his body in long streaks onto the ground. After a few steps, he pressed himself against the wall, while the battle behind him raged fiercely. Mok Jeong-woon cast a sidelong glance toward the battlefield. Clutching the wound on his belly, Mok Jeong-woon miscalculated. No matter what, that guy would hunt him to the end. Fleeing now was impossible. Even if he ran, he'd sooner or later be felled. There was no other way if he lacked sufficient strength. He closed his eyes to steady himself, and a bold thought about power flashed through Mok Jeong-woon's mind. Thinking of Baek Saha and Na Yul Liang, 4 words rose in Mok Jeong-woon's head: evolutionary realm. Recalling Baek Saha's evolutionary realm moment, Mok Jeong-woon wondered to himself if he could do it. Metamorphosis. When Baek Saha crossed that threshold, he used the demon eye to see through the chi flow route of the bone transformation process and memorized it all. The chi passed through 3 third yang points to form Jiang Chi, spirit. Though he didn't grasp the core principle, he was confident he could fully imitate it. But forcibly initiating the 3 yangs without insight might cost him his life. Sweat poured like a shower on top of a mortal wound. Mok Jeong-woon had no other choice. Seeing the chaotic battle behind him showing no sign of stopping and growing ever fiercer. This was the worst gamble of Mok Jeong-woon's life, wagered with his very life. Win everything or lose everything. Either way, he was going to die. So he decided to stake this life. Death chi is my own breath, so I will run it in reverse, circulating from the lower danshan through the central danshan up to the upper danshan in a single breath. While lost in concentration and thought, Mok Jeong-woon suddenly froze, an expression of terror flashing across his eyes. Moments later, Mok Jeong-woon spat another mouthful of fresh blood onto the ground. Gasping, he wiped the blood at the corner of his mouth. Mok Jeong-woon thought in shock, "That was close. The unstable chi almost took my life. I must persist once more slowly now." So Mok Jeong-woon resumed murmuring his core formulas. Within yin there is yang, within yin there is yin, and within yin-yang there is yin. The 3 yins turn toward the inner source. The heavenly palace reverses and harmonizes the counterflow, gathering the primal spirit, not the 3 yangs at the summit after all. Mok Jeong-woon's eyes now shone a brilliant red, like the gaze of a fiend. If it's not the 3 yangs converging at the peak, then it must definitely be the 3 yins converging at the peak. Breaking through the realm barrier, the death chi, also called yin chi, surrounding Mok Jeong-woon surged outward, powerful as a gale. Back in the present, Blue Spirit and Na Yul Liang both stood frozen stiff, stunned by the miraculous phenomenon that had just appeared. Blue Spirit was sweating profusely, but forced a strained smile and thought to herself how absurd this was. Daring to perform metamorphosis right here. You really are Blue Spirit. spirit, she hadn't finished thinking when suddenly a white shadow shot past her from behind. It was Nuyao Liang. Sensing something ominous, he was even more determined to eliminate Mok Jeong-woon at any cost. He curled his lips and muttered, during metamorphosis, even the slightest disturbance is enough to send the subject into madness. If I cut off his limbs now, what would the outcome be, I wonder? The sudden turn of events made Blue Spirit break out in a cold sweat, her eyes frantically following Nuyao Liang's figure. Cold beads of sweat trickled down Blue Spirit's delicate face. She worried inwardly, this is dangerous. The mortal's current state is already extremely unstable, and he's in the middle of metamorphosis. Even a feather brushing him could fling him into madness. As Nuyao Liang closed in on the target, he swung and launched a wicked purple blade chi forward. Suddenly, a blazing red blade chi shot in from behind to intercept it. The two streams of blade chi collided violently and were deflected straight into the neighboring building. Sensing the danger, Nuyao Liang spun around only to see another red blade chi coming up at the back of his neck. It was Blue Spirit. She rushed in to strike and shouted, "You won't achieve your goal, bastard." However, Nuyao Liang reacted extremely fast and unleashed another blade chi to block her attack. Nuyao Liang spread his right hand. The purple chi flowed out like viscous liquid. He glanced at Blue Spirit and prepared a counterstrike. Blue Spirit immediately swung back to retaliate, frowning as she muttered that he was truly like a blood-sucking leech. And so the chaotic fight continued without end. One strikes, the other defends, killing intent to the heavens. Wherever they fought, earth and stone shattered and scattered. Nearby structures suffered severe collateral damage. If these two were demolition workers, they'd be paid handsomely. The aftershocks of the blade chi destroyed everything around them, leaving devastation. Purple and red blade chi crisscrossed like a spiderweb as the two frenziedly hacked and slashed, carving deep grooves into the tiled ground. Even a stray sliver of blade chi could slice through a solid brick wall. Nuyao Liang's eyes flashed as he kept unleashing blade chi, fighting while laughing maniacally with delight. The martial art he wielded was the heavenly sword form, taught to him directly by the association leader. He swung his hand and countless blade chi surged at Blue Spirit. This move in the heavenly sword form is called Heavenly Sword Meteor. Forced to suppress the realm to the limit, Blue Spirit struggled desperately to defend, her whole body tensing as she gasped from overload. Thinking of the master lying in wait far off, Zhou Ticheng, Blue Spirit anxiously decided she couldn't expend any more earthly chi. Convinced she had the advantage, Nuyao Liang fought while laughing smugly. Meanwhile, Blue Spirit kept groaning softly from the strain of holding back her realm. When Blue Spirit unleashed a streak of red blade chi, Nuyao Liang immediately slashed out 3 purple arcs, forcing her to leap aside. On top of that, he kept taunting and jeering. None of Nuyao Liang's actions were meaningless. His ultimate target was the spot where Mok Jeong-woon was undergoing metamorphosis in the evolutionary realm. The closer he got, the more excited Nuyao Liang became. He stuck out his tongue in a perverse grin. "You've been touched. What will become of you? Is it death?" Feeling utterly drained, Blue Spirit's breathing became rapid, and sweat poured down her body like she was taking a shower. With no other option, Blue Spirit erupted with power where she stood, roaring. A burst of red energy shot up from the ground, blood sprays scattering and forcing Nuyao Liang to look back. This outburst shattered the barrier wall Nuyao Liang had erected earlier. Such a powerful shockwave would surely draw other experts. At the nearby tower, inside, Zhou Ticheng and the 2 familiar spirits sensed the tremor from Blue Spirit's power. The corner of Zhou Ticheng's mouth lifted. After a long wait, he had finally achieved his aim. He frowned and smiled, his voice icy but filled with killing intent. "So it's you." Suddenly, Zhou Ticheng slammed his staff down, wrapping a strip of yellow cloth onto the floor. Over there, after the power burst, Blue Spirit also sensed danger. She glanced toward the distant tower. Zhou Ticheng and the 2 spirit beasts looked toward the chi column. He slowly ordered, "Let's go, see what's making the fuss." Zhou Ticheng remained standing as the 2 familiar spirits silently flew toward the columns of light rising into the sky. Blue Spirit's face was slick with sweat. She gritted her teeth in worry. She'd been discovered. Her eyes blazing red, Blue Spirit lunged forward, resolved. At this point, she had to unleash all her spirit power. Sensing danger, Nuyao Liang glanced back with a momentary seriousness. At first glance, he saw 6 orange-gold swords far in the sky, and the image of a blood moon slowly emerging. Immediately, his right eye flashed. He began using his skill to see through the opponent's moves. Seeing a red moon and invisible swords surrounding Blue Spirit's back, Nuyao Liang was stunned. he realized it was the sword style of moon. The smile vanished from his lips. Nayol Liang countered, a rising panic creeping into him. This is dangerous. Blue Spirit's moon sword technique represented the moon, while Nayol Liang's art was the sword style of heaven. When he countered, though the forms didn't match, a star-filled sky appeared behind him instead of a moon. Two streams of blade chi, each carrying terrifying power, hurtled straight at each other. A cataclysmic explosion erupted, looking from afar like a bomb blast, sweeping away the surrounding structures. Blue Spirit stood there continuing to control her sword formation and thought to herself, sword style of heaven, that bastard created it. Though I hate to admit it, it has a weakness. It took me 100 years of study to find the sole loophole in the sword style of heaven. Snapping out of her thought, Blue Spirit launched a spiraling blade chi straight at Nayol Liang. As the spiral tip neared his chest, Nayol Liang showed no flinch. He merely glanced with contempt. In the blink of an eye, he swung downward. Blue Spirit's blade chi shattered into fragments. Seeing this, Blue Spirit couldn't believe her eyes. She gaped in astonishment. What? Immediately after, Nayol Liang counterattacked, firing a blade chi at Blue Spirit's chest. Still dazed, she wondered, has it already been perfected? Suddenly, at Mok Jeong-woon's position, death chi exploded like a column of water shooting skyward, forcing both Nayol Liang and Blue Spirit to stop and look over. Blue Spirit froze, murmuring, "Mortal." Looking at the chi radiating from Mok Jeong-woon, Blue Spirit worried, what on earth is going on? How can there be such ferocious, abnormal chi? Mortal, is this process really going smoothly? Suddenly, seizing the moment while Blue Spirit was distracted, Nayol Liang lunged straight for Mok Jeong-woon. His other eye flashed again to see through Mok Jeong-woon. He murmured that things were starting to get truly dangerous. The first target he aimed for was Mok Jeong-woon's sword stuck in the ground. Nayol Liang whispered, "I'll finish this quickly and neatly." Seeing that, Blue Spirit panicked and summoned a blood barrier, blood arms lunging forward to block. Even constrained by the blood arms, Nayol Liang still charged aggressively toward the sword. Blue Spirit poured in all her power until blood leaked from her mouth and eyes, her throat continuously groaning in pain. Once close, Nayol Liang decisively raised his right leg, prepared to kick the sword away. Blue Spirit yelled with all her might, summoning the last of her strength to stop him. A blood arm rose from the ground, straining to grasp his right foot. But it was too late. Nayol Liang flicked his leg and sent the sword flying, achieving his goal as he laughed in glee. Blue Spirit screamed in panic, "No way." The sword flew straight toward the churning death chi, where Mok Jeong-woon was undergoing metamorphosis. Just as the sword neared, the death chi suddenly contracted, forming a sphere that enveloped Mok Jeong-woon. Suddenly, a familiar hand emerged from the death chi mass, reaching out to stop the sword. Both Blue Spirit and Nayol Liang held their breath, waiting for the result. The space fell into silence. The atmosphere thickened so much that the pounding of hearts sounded loud and clear in their ears. Amid the black death chi currents, streaks of lightning kept flickering out in a haunting display. Seeing the situation stabilize, Blue Spirit finally exhaled in relief. She gave a small smile and murmured, "Mortal." The smile on Nayol Liang's face had also vanished. From the center of the death chi, a shadowy figure rose to a standing position. Witnessing Qin Van step out with steady strides, Nayol Liang wondered, "You're already at the evolutionary realm." Mok Jeong-woon reached with his left hand and tugged hard at the front of his shirt. It turned out he ripped the shirt open to reveal a six-pack of solid abs. Quite the look, not gonna lie. Not stopping there, Mok Jeong-woon used his left hand to tear off the red cloth wrapped around his right wrist. Perhaps his body had become bulkier and the cloth had grown too tight. Blue Spirit was drenched in sweat, fresh blood streaking her eyes and mouth, yet she still smiled happily and murmured, "Breakthrough achieved." Opposite them, Mok Jeong-woon stood upright, facing Nayol Liang head-on. Seeing Mok Jeong-woon at the evolutionary realm, Nayol Liang began to show panic. He stood still, boring his white right eye into Mok Jeong-woon to find a weakness. After observing for a long while, Nayol Liang was jolted with shock. It was the first time he'd encountered a pervert with strength comparable to his own. In Nayol Liang's view, behind Mok Jeong-woon appeared a gigantic gate and a blazing red eye in the gloomy sky. The sight made him exclaim that this chi was perversely uncanny, something he'd never seen before. A sensation of being swallowed into an abyss of darkness and chaos, a wild and ferocious evil. Why does such an aura exist in the world? It's like... The more he thought, Nayol Liang couldn't help but ask aloud, "It really resembles a demon. Are you truly human?" Mok Jeong-woon looked down at his palm and smiled softly. "A demon. Unconsciously, perhaps because of some resonance with Mok Jeong-woon, Na-yeol Liang raised his own hand and furrowed his brow to observe. In Mok Jeong-woon's palm, a few drops of sweat were now rolling and pooling. Moments later, Mok Jeong-woon clenched his fist and said calmly, "An aura like a demon doesn't sound half bad." Opposite him, Na-yeol Liang also clenched his hand, his face showing puzzled contemplation. He muttered, "Maybe so." When Mok Jeong-woon spread his hand again, a purple chi wrapped in swirling black energy erupted. He watched it with interest. "All right, from now on call it demonic chi." Hearing that, Na-yeol Liang sneered, grumbling like some inferior sect master. Then he interlocked his fingers, turned his palms outward, flexing his tendons. "You seem to be mistaken about something. Only grudgingly do you even have the right to claim that." He bent, twisted his arms back, and vital energy flared around him like roaring flames as he declared that he only grudgingly had the qualification to face this young master. He looked up and glanced at Mok Jeong-woon. His right eye flashed once. "Just one mistake and your head will roll from your neck." At that moment, Than Lin reverted to her original form, teleported beside Mok Jeong-woon and urged, "Mortal, combine your attacks with me quickly." Before she finished, Mok Jeong-woon smiled and cut in. "Blue Spirit, hide inside the wooden effigy." The remark left Blue Spirit startled, letting out a doubtful little gasp. "Didn't you sense it too? A cultivator with terrifying power is approaching. If he joins them, things will get hard to handle. Scatter your chi elsewhere and hide." Blue Spirit coquettishly held a pipe, waved her hand to withdraw her chi, and advised, "If things go wrong, run to that old poison-using man." After saying this, Blue Spirit swung her right hand and red beams flew toward her from all directions. The action made Na-yeol Liang flinch slightly. Sensing a strange breeze, Na-yeol Liang glanced instinctively and muttered, "Something just flew by." Then he turned to look at Mok Jeong-woon and saw him holding something in his hand, nothing else. He was astonished inwardly. "Nothing at all." He asked, "Where did it go?" Mok Jeong-woon reached and tucked the wooden figurine into his belt, answering casually, "What are you talking about?" Na-yeol Liang stammered and hurriedly asked, "Junior sister, no, where is that woman?" Mok Jeong-woon tilted his head slightly and smiled at Na-yeol Liang as if looking at an idiot. "Seems you missy. Those eyes of yours are rather useless, aren't they? Want me to pluck them out for you?" Na-yeol Liang's eyes widened, especially the white one still flashing. He seemed to be straining to see through Mok Jeong-woon to locate Blue Spirit. Amid the piles of ruined debris, the two perverts still stood facing each other. The space wrapped in a rare silence that night. In a flash, both suddenly lunged from their positions, leaving a small pinprick of light on the ground. Na-yeol Liang struck first, thrusting hard at Mok Jeong-woon, but Mok Jeong-woon had already gripped his sword and raised it to block. Mok Jeong-woon tightened his grip on the hilt, gathering force to shove Na-yeol Liang back to create distance. Then both teleported down to the shattered ground below. The tower behind Kin Van, affected by the battle, cracked in two and collapsed with a thunderous crash. Na-yeol Liang kept charging and appeared directly before Mok Jeong-woon. He launched a kick, but Mok Jeong-woon managed to cross his arms in front of his chest to block. The strike sent Mok Jeong-woon's body flying backward. Na-yeol Liang hovered in midair while Mok Jeong-woon fell, sliding along the roof below. Na-yeol Liang swung his right hand, thinking inwardly that he was countering all of my attacks. Immediately after, Na-yeol Liang unleashed heavenly sword form. Torrents of blade chi like meteor showers flew toward Mok Jeong-woon. Seeing Mok Jeong-woon with cold, murderous eyes and arms still crossed in defense, Na-yeol Liang realized he truly had broken through to the same realm as him, and he couldn't help but feel a little miffed. Na-yeol Liang executed the Moonless Void Sword. Below, Mok Jeong-woon swung his blade horizontally, the swirling demonic vapors acting like a vortex that sucked in his opponent's blade chi. If you watch closely, every time a sword chi fires through, the streams of demonic chi gather to meet it head-on. Thus the two closed in, slashing wildly, sword chi clashing with demonic chi. The surrounding structures were cut to shreds. Meanwhile, Mok Jeong-woon and Na-yeol Liang continued their duel. Mok Jeong-woon gazed at his opponent like an age-old enemy. Suddenly, Mok Jeong-woon noticed that during an attack, Na-yeol Liang had exposed a weakness at his left shoulder. Thinking of that opening, Mok Jeong-woon immediately thrust his sword forcefully toward Na-yeol Liang. As the blade tip neared Na-yeol Liang's face, his white eye flashed. Time seemed to freeze, and from the depth of that eye, a stream of chi escaped like smoke. In the end, he unexpectedly evaded Mok Jeong-woon's stab. The blade merely grazed Na-yeol Liang's left cheek, causing blood to spurt from the cut. Not only Mok Jeong-woon, but even Blue Spirit was startled and thought he avoided it. Having dodged the killing blow, Na-yeol Liang burst into laughter. even if you've reached the evolutionary realm or awakened that demonic chi, you still can't do anything to this young master. As he swung his arm down, Mok Jong-woon dropped his sword hilt and grabbed Na Yul Liang's wrist to stop him. But because his realm was slightly higher, Na Yul Liang seized the moment, driving his left knee hard into Mok Jong-woon's chest, making him emit a grunt. Struck Mok Jong-woon's body, smashed through a wall, and flew backward. In a flash, Na Yul Liang lunged forward to close the distance while Mok Jong-woon was still being knocked back. Na Yul Liang's 5 right fingers curled, condensing an extremely fierce sword chi at their tips. Immediately after, Na Yul Liang thrust those 5 fingers hard into the center of Mok Jong-woon's chest, causing blood to spray. He shouted, "Heaven above, earth below, only I remain." Seeing Mok Jong-woon hit by the lethal blow, Blue Spirit, face sweating, cried out in alarm, "Mortal." At that moment, a figure in white hurtled down from above at dizzying speed, shouting, "Great young master." He ground his teeth in fury. What on earth is the young master doing to my disciple? And that person was the Toad Poison King, Beak Saha. Hearing this, Na Yul Liang turned around, murmuring in surprise, "Beak Saha." He clicked his tongue. "Ah, someone's crashing the party. In that case, this young master will have to." But suddenly Mok Jong-woon seized Na Yul Liang's right wrist and yanked it hard toward himself. Mok Jong-woon said, "Offering yourself to me?" Na Yul Liang felt something was wrong. He tried to pull his hand back but couldn't. My hand, I can't pull it out." Purple veins bulged all over Mok Jong-woon's body and face. Both his hands pressed Na Yul Liang's wrist into his chest as he smiled enigmatically. "Many thanks." Gritting his teeth, Na Yul Liang swung his other arm, gathering sword chi to chop down, muttering, "Is he using some unorthodox technique?" Just then Beak Saha appeared behind Na Yul Liang, grabbed his left wrist tightly and barked, "Stop." Na Yul Liang turned and looked. "Beak Saha, let me go." Beak Saha called out loudly, "Young master, are you going to kill my disciple right in front of me?" Na Yul Liang laughed maniacally. "You'd turn against this young master over a mere disciple? Fine, try it. From now on, you and I are enemies." Beak Saha roared in anger, "Great young master." Yet both Na Yul Liang and Beak Saha were startled when they saw Mok Jong-woon step forward 1 pace, pressing close to Na Yul Liang. Mok Jong-woon turned to Beak Saha and said, "Master, help me hold him tight." Beak Saha, not yet understanding, still gripping Na Yul Liang, blinked in confusion and asked, "Huh?" But Na Yul Liang truly was a madman. He slammed his forehead hard into the crown of Mok Jong-woon's head, spraying both of them with blood. Not only did he not seem to feel the pain, he burst into a creepy, booming laugh. Not stopping there, Na Yul Liang swung another blow. This time the force was even more terrifying, many times greater than before. Blood streamed down from the brow, hiding his face. Yet Na Yul Liang still laughed aloud. "Good, keep holding me tight." He glared at Mok Jong-woon beneath him, growling challengingly, "Let's see how long you can last." Then surprisingly, Mok Jong-woon suddenly hugged Na Yul Liang tightly, pressing his face against the man's chest. A green poisonous aura began to emanate from Mok Jong-woon's whole body. He chose this close embrace to unleash the Poison Sutra of Demon Destruction. Poison physique only works maximally at such close range against a monster like Na Yul Liang. As the toxin poured out violently, Mok Jong-woon bared his teeth in a malicious smile. "Even if you're an evolutionary realm expert, you can't stop me from injecting poison directly into you." At this, the perverse grin on Na Yul Liang's face vanished. He began to feel bone-deep pain and screamed in fury, "You damned brat. If you dare any more." As he spoke, Beak Saha suddenly noticed that Na Yul Liang's left hand was acting strangely. In a flash, Na Yul Liang bent his wrist and pointed the tip of his sword chi in another direction. In that direction was none other than the top of Mok Jong-woon's head. Na Yul Liang's gaze went cold as he snarled each word, "I will kill you." In Mok Jong-woon's eyes, facing the blade pressed to his vital point, there was not a trace of fear. Seeing Mok Jong-woon like that, Na Yul Liang began to waver. At the same time, he realized his own strength seemed to be draining away. When Na Yul Liang bowed his head, Beak Saha released him, panting from exhaustion. But Mok Jong-woon still wouldn't stop. He even hugged Na Yul Liang tighter. The poisonous flow from the Poison Sutra of Demon Destruction kept ravenously invading. Seeing this, Beak Saha urgently shouted, "Enough, stop it now." Mok Jong-woon turned and declared, "I must kill him." Hearing that, Beak Saha's face went pale and he yelled, "If you kill the great young master, we'll be dead under the association leader. Do you crave death that badly?" Mok Jong-woon listened and began to reflect deeply, realizing he had lost his composure more than usual. Then he put Na Yul Liang down on the ground, looked at him and muttered, "Though troublesome indeed, facing the great young master is still easier than tangling with the association leader. Beek Saha felt a bit of the burden lift and exhaled in relief, so for now the waters were calm. Suddenly Mok Jeong-woon uttered a single word that startled Beek Saha into puzzled shock. Abruptly, Mok Jeong-woon thrust his hand into Na Yul Liang's white right eye, making bright blood spurt everywhere. Mok Jeong-woon's fingers hooked out the entire eyeball and held it up in a gruesome display. His cold voice rang out, if someone is confirmed an enemy, there's no need to hide it anymore. Mok Jeong-woon's left eye flashed a blazing red as he stared at Na Yul Liang's eyeball in his hand and muttered, letting him keep this would be a huge nuisance. This grisly and perverse scene left Beek Saha frozen in stunned horror. Na Yul Liang's face was now stained with blood. He was completely unconscious, with no strength left to resist. Beek Saha caught him, took a brown pill from his robes, and shoved it into his mouth. Seeing this, Mok Jeong-woon asked curiously, what is that? After making Na Yul Liang swallow the pill, Beek Saha replied thoughtfully, poison evasion orb. At the same time, Mok Jeong-woon was hurriedly changing into other clothes and tying up his messy hair. Mok Jeong-woon asked in surprise, poison evasion orb. To Mok Jeong-woon's question, he could only scratch his head and answer regretfully. It can neutralize almost all poisons, though it's extremely rare, taking nearly 10 years to refine. The Beek House only has a few left, but this isn't the time to mourn losses. Mok Jeong-woon quickly clasped his hands and said earnestly, sorry master, I'm the reason you're put in this awkward position. Contrary to everyone's expectation that he'd be annoyed or upset at being forced into this mess, he instead broke into a rather gentle smile. Placing a hand on Mok Jeong-woon's shoulder, Beek Saha gently comforted him. Yes, it's awkward, but what can we do? It's already happened, so don't worry too much. I would never abandon my family, he added. Beek Saha's words stunned Mok Jeong-woon. He hadn't expected to hear that. It was a feeling he hadn't had in a long time. Mok Jeong-woon pressed his lips together. A bead of sweat rolled from his temple down to the tip of his nose. He thought to himself, surprisingly, I've turned a powerful figure in the Heaven-Earth Association into an enemy, yet he still chooses to protect me just because he regards me as family. While Mok Jeong-woon was moved, Beek Saha grew impatient, weighing how to deal with the trouble about to come. For Mok Jeong-woon, the gentle image of his grandfather, who always loved him, rose in his mind. Beek Saha sighed and turned to Mok Jeong-woon. There's not much time, clean this up quickly. But before that, I have a few questions. If you trust your teacher, answer honestly. Mok Jeong-woon answered solemnly, yes. Beek Saha raised a finger. First, why did you fight the great young master? Mok Jeong-woon didn't hesitate and replied, the great young master attacked me first. Hearing the answer, he raised an eyebrow in doubt. Why? Mok Jeong-woon replied, I have a vague idea, but I'm not certain. It seems he was being cautious of me. Beek Saha looked at Na Yul Liang lying on the ground, filled with suspicion, cautious. Then he turned and asked the second question, since when have you been at the evolutionary realm? Mok Jeong-woon did not hide it. He answered frankly even while still engaged in fighting the great young master. This answer made Beek Saha start in astonishment. What? He stammered in confusion and asked the third question, when did you train the Poison Sutra of Demon Destruction? I only showed you the manual once. Mok Jeong-woon remained calm. One viewing was enough for me. I used my mind to read the traces of the techniques left in the manual strokes and memorized them, Mok Jeong-woon said. Poison Sutra of Demon Destruction. As he spoke, Mok Jeong-woon pointed to his head. The movements appear there by themselves, I just follow them. Hearing this, Beek Saha couldn't believe his ears. Sweat drenched him. He gaped in amazement. Does such a talent exist in this world? Even I had to break through to the supreme peak to barely achieve that. A monster, this boy truly is a monster. Thinking that, Beek Saha unconsciously glanced downwards. Looking at Na Yul Liang, he scratched his head and continued, now I understand why the great young master was wary of him. Mok Jeong-woon's talent makes others depend on and even fear him. Perhaps a monster never seen in martial history has just been born. He raised a finger to cover his mouth, the corner of his lips curling into a self-satisfied smile. And I've taken that monster on as my disciple. A treasure, truly a treasure, oh my precious. A moment later, Mok Jeong-woon suddenly stepped forward, grabbed Woo Horang, and slung him over his shoulder. He turned to Beek Saha and said, I'm going to Miss Wai Soyin's place. Beek Saha smiled and replied, yes, mind your words there. With that, Mok Jeong-woon hoisted Woo Horang and shot up into the sky. Although he regarded Mok Jeong-woon as a treasure, Beek Saha still found many things puzzling. He thought to himself that even as his disciple, he couldn't fully read the boy's heart. He never expected him to choose that. Recalling the previous moment, Beak Saha held up 2 fingers. We have 2 options. If we oppose the great young master, we'll be in danger if he holds the association leader post. So what do you plan? Images of 3 people appeared in Mok Jeong-woon's mind. Great Young Master Na Yul Liang, Second Young Master Jang Noongak, and Miss Wai Soyin. Mok Jeong-woon spoke up. One of the 2 contesting the position against the Great Young Master must become the successor. The remark hit the mark. Beak Saha smiled and snapped his fingers. Exactly, that's how we survive. As you see, the Great Young Master is overwhelmingly capable. Others hardly stand a chance to take that seat. Beak Saha rested a hand on Mok Jeong-woon's shoulder, but now things were different. Mok Jeong-woon wondered, different how? Beak Saha pointed at him and smiled. The game can be turned depending on your choice. In the Heaven-Earth Association, there are 2 key organizations. The Dark Sect, which handles intelligence, and the Beak Clan, masters of supreme poisons, yet variables still exist. Rapping Mok Jeong-woon on the shoulder, he continued, those variables are you and me. Both of us are at the evolutionary realm. An evolutionary realm is a high-level state whose power can rival an entire sect. Just the 2 of us alone could overturn this game. All of a sudden, Beak Saha laughed heartily at the sheer might of the evolutionary realm, while Mok Jeong-woon remained coolly indifferent. At that moment, Blue Spirit, hiding in the wooden statue on Mok Jeong-woon's back, spoke up. In other words, among the succession candidates, whoever you pick becomes the most promising. Is the existence of an evolutionary realm figure really that significant? Mok Jeong-woon replied to Blue Spirit, a bit flippantly. Images of Miss Wai Soyin and Second Young Master Jang Noongak rose in Beak Saha's mind. He asked frankly, I've gotten carried away and talked too long, so who will you choose? Wai Soyin or Jang Noongak? It's up to you. In the silent space among the rubble, Mok Jeong-woon answered tersely with one word, I'll fall into melancholy. Beak Saha smiled smugly, thinking he had read Mok Jeong-woon's mind. He assumed without asking that the boy would choose Wai Soyin, who fit on both ability and character. Before Beak Saha finished his conjecture, Mok Jeong-woon suddenly turned and declared, I choose Second Young Master Jang Noongak. Beak Saha was repeatedly surprised by Mok Jeong-woon. He blurted, what? Why him? He couldn't understand how the boy could pick someone so sly and the weakest of the 3 in cultivation. Seeing Beak Saha's astonishment, Mok Jeong-woon explained that Jang Noongak's followers were absolutely loyal to their lord, regardless of his character. Whereas Wai Soyin's followers were different. They didn't see her as a lord, but as a woman to admire. Hearing this, Beak Saha sighed in regret and smoothed his hair, thinking, ah, if that's the case, what a disappointment. It's proof she lacks the qualifications to be a lord. That beautiful appearance turns out to be a disaster. The knot has been untied. Beak Saha put a hand on Mok Jeong-woon's shoulder. I understand. I'll handle this place, then go see the Dark Sect leader to discuss the alliance. Mok Jeong-woon clasped his hands. Thank you. Seeing Mok Jeong-woon step forward to support Wu Horang, Beak Saha asked, no need for formalities. Your affairs are my affairs too. But where are you taking Great Lord Wu Horang? Don't tell me you're going to gift him to Jang Noongak. Mok Jeong-woon hoisted Wu Horang onto his shoulder. No, I'll stop by Miss Wai Soyin's place first. Startled again, Beak Saha jumped. Huh, for what? Mok Jeong-woon moved closer and whispered an amusing little scheme into Beak Saha's ear. Hearing the plan, Beak Saha was stunned. What, you really intend to do that? That would be tantamount to provoking Miss Wai Soyin. Mok Jeong-woon showed no worry. He shrugged lightly at Beak Saha and smiled. You won't know until you try. Beak Saha sighed helplessly and muttered, I hope everything turns out all right. Back in the present, Mok Jeong-woon bore Wu Horang as he streaked through the air toward Wai Soyin's mansion. On the way, Mok Jeong-woon suddenly smiled and called to Blue Spirit. The wooden statue at his waist trembled. Blue Spirit asked in surprise, what's up? Mok Jeong-woon remembered what Blue Spirit had once said, if you succeed, I will call you my lord and serve you devotedly. At the thought, he felt a bit embarrassed. I recall she said if you reach the evolutionary realm within 2 years, she'll call you lord and serve you devotedly. At that mention, his ears were already ringing from Blue Spirit's ear-splitting scream. The sound showed no sign of stopping. Mok Jeong-woon stammered, Blue Spirit, just once, please. But the wooden statue kept shaking violently, accompanied by Blue Spirit's haunting shrieks. Powerless, Mok Jeong-woon could only sigh in exasperation. Fine, never mind then. Having achieved her wish, Blue Spirit looked utterly triumphant. On the ground, Beak Saha still stood with folded arms in silent thought. his gaze following Mok Jeong-woon's retreating figure until it disappeared. The question was how to deal with this upright great young master. While pondering, he couldn't help but glance back at the wreckage from the skirmish with a wary look. Once he was certain no one remained, Baek Saha suddenly delivered a crushing kick to Na Yul Liang's left ankle. The force drove the ground in, cracking a huge fissure. When he pulled his foot away, Na Yul Liang's ankle was grotesquely twisted. Baek Saha chuckled softly, his arms already broken and his eye gone, might as well break a leg too, no big deal. Dared touch my disciple, so prepare yourself to face the consequences. From this moment on, everything is going to get very interesting.